Chapter 1. The Boy of the Red Earth. Creek. Creek. In the vast expanse of barren land, countless refugees gathered, their heads bobbing like a surging dragon as they advanced towards the distant city. Among them, a frail young boy bore the weight of an aging elder on his back, wandering amidst the throng of disaster-stricken souls. For 3 long years of relentless drought, emaciated victims of calamity were a common sight. I wonder if the letter I sent through someone reached Uncle, the boy mused, stooping slightly as he gazed at the nearby Shenyang city, a flicker of hope finally breaking through his resolute countenance. We're almost there. He turned his head to glance at the elder on his back. At that moment, a feeble voice emerged. I feel I can't go on much longer. Then let's take a break. After a long journey filled with dust and toil, the faces of the old man and the boy were pallid and gray from the grime. The surrounding refugees also paused to rest. Lu Ming gently set the elder down and turned to gather some firewood. The flickering flames cast a rosy glow on the boy's face, and moments later, he extracted the last of his grass seed from his belongings, using a broken bowl to prepare a meager porridge. I know you despise me, the elder murmured weakly, his gaze not resting on the food in the bowl. Lu Ming turned his head. The lifelessness etched on the elder's face was unmistakable. You've always had lofty aspirations, and your grandfather was aware of this. When your uncle returned to take you away, it was I who refused to consent. If I had agreed, perhaps you wouldn't have to endure this hardship with me. The elder's murky eyes glistened with unshed tears. Your uncle was too cunning and slippery. I never liked him. You were far too young at that time. Had you left with him, your temperament would surely have changed. But I can assure you, with your resilience, had you gone with your uncle, you would have been able to purchase a grand residence in the city and lead a life of luxury. The elder leaned against a desolate tree, observing Lu Ming, who squatted on the ground, his murky gaze now tinged with a hint of vitality. Hearing this, Lu Ming felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Feel free to hate me. I harbor no resentment after all. I have curtailed your bright future. This time, having fled to Shenyang City, you are merely seeking refuge with your uncle. This old, frail body of mine cannot dictate your choices. But as you forge your own path, you must continue to practice the book I entrusted to you. You have your own journey to undertake. Lu Ming's darkened hands tightened around the firewood, his heart heavy with burdens. Though young, years of suffering had honed his mind, setting him apart from his peers. Each time he witnessed others clad in fine garments, while he gnawed on unpalatable corn cakes, how could he not feel envy? Yet the elder seemed resolute, having relentlessly pressured him to study that tattered book since he could remember. Whenever Lu Ming inquired, the elder would speak in vague terms, insisting that he was unlike anyone else, the only one capable of mastering the text. Despite his doubts, Lu Ming persisted, practicing for 14 years, yet aside from being perceptive, he had reaped no tangible benefits from the book. It certainly did not fill his belly or grant him the enviable life he yearned for. Could he truly spend his entire life clinging to a mere book? The opportunity came swiftly when a middle-aged man, claiming to be his uncle, appeared, intent on whisking him away from this desolate place, and he thought this might be a turning point. Yet his grandfather and uncle quarreled fiercely, shattering the only chance to rise above. As his uncle departed, Lu Ming, clad in tattered garments, stood beneath the grand camphor tree at the village entrance, gazing into the distance for a long while. Were it not for this devastating drought, the elder likely would not have sought refuge with his uncle. Gurgle, gurgle. The porridge in the broken bowl boiled over. The old man and the boy attracted the attention of numerous refugees, and a few bold ones began to approach them. In times of desperation, hunger could drive one to desperation, let alone the theft of a bowl of grass seed porridge. Lu Ming suddenly sprang to his feet, brandishing a rusted dagger, glaring at the approaching refugees with a feral intensity, roaring, "Those who are not afraid of death, come forth. My life is worthless. I'll take one of you with me." The predatory refugees halted in their tracks. The icy glare emanating from Lu Ming instilled fear in their hearts, yet they hesitated to retreat. "Grandfather, the porridge is ready." Lu Ming gripped the dagger, turning his back to the elder, his gaze locked on the refugees. But after a prolonged silence, he received no response from the elder, a sense of dread washing over him. Lu Ming turned swiftly, only to find the elder lying motionless on the ground, panic gripping him as he rushed forward, kneeling beside the elder and reaching out, only to discover the absence of breath. Lu Ming's body trembled, his breath quickening. Throughout their desperate flight, he had never experienced such turmoil, yet at this moment, his heart felt utterly helpless. Gurgle, gurgle. The boiling porridge beside him continued to bubble, and the refugees drew ever nearer. Lu Ming turned his head and said, "If you want to drink, then drink. I no longer need it." A throng of refugees surged forward, fighting amongst themselves to devour the bowl of grass seed porridge. Grandfather! After a long moment, Lu Ming knelt on the ground, gently closing the elder's eyes with his hand. We will seek out Uncle. Chapter 2. An Unexpected Method. Let him go. Put him down. The frail boy seemed to have lost his mind, the dagger reflecting the determination etched on his face. With a fierce step forward, dust billowed as his slight figure charged ahead. Bold move. The two young men turned to the sound. Surprised yet impressed by the boy's bravery, they felt no sympathy for disobedient individuals, as they had only one solution: to kill. Sensing the gaze of their leader from afar, one of the young men promptly dropped the corpse, eager to confront Lu Ming. Smack! The boy's frail frame was no match for the young man, who quickly seized Lu Ming's shoulder. Believing victory was assured, he was taken aback by the boy's unexpected strength. Lu Ming's body sank, and with a sudden twist, he broke free from the young man's grasp. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stumbled back. Before he could regain his footing, Lu Ming was already upon him. In a moment of terror, a sharp dagger glinted ominously. This thrust was not merely a strike, it was the culmination of the despair that had festered within Lu Ming's heart. From a moment he decided to act, he had relinquished any desire to survive. Thud! The young man raised his head, a line of crimson blooming across his throat. In disbelief, he clutched at his wound, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. Someone has been killed. A voice rang out from the crowd, igniting chaos among the refugees, who erupted into a frenzy, trembling in fear as they beheld the scene before them. The man who had previously tried to stop Lu Ming now sat on the ground, his face pale as a ghost. Lu Ming flicked the blood from the dagger. Like a cornered beast, he fixed his gaze on the remaining foe. The death of his grandfather had not drawn a single tear from him. It was not that he felt no pain, rather, it had been buried deep within his heart. At this moment, anguish had found its outlet, pouring forth in a torrent. Chilling, eerily cold, the remaining man shuddered, a wave of dread washing over him. Don't come any closer. His voice trembled. In a frantic attempt to escape, he turned and fled, disregarding the corpse on the ground. His eyes filled with tears as he glanced at the man with the knife, fear gripping his heart, unable to express any semblance of relief. Swish! A sharp dagger had already pierced through his chest. Xiaoxi slowly lowered his head for a glance, blood gushing violently from a wound. He staggered a few steps, tears still glistening in the corners of his eyes, before collapsing weakly into the pool of blood. The disaster-stricken populace felt a chill creep over them as they beheld the bloodthirsty youth, afraid to even breathe, lest they attract misfortune. Grandfather, it is my unfilial conduct. I fear I shall not be able to retrieve your remains today. Lu Ming was already consumed by rage. The middle-aged man on the towering steed, wielding a knife, was clearly of a different caliber than the two lackeys. Lu Ming was uncertain if he could contend with him, yet he understood that he was destined to perish today thus. He charged forward resolutely. I wonder if your Lord Chao's hounds can bite through this tough bone of mine. In his tattered garments, with a gaunt visage, Lu Ming stood defiantly against the heavens. All the disaster victims believed the youth had lost his sanity. Yet, observing the tenacity emanating from him, they could not help but feel a flicker of admiration, their hearts vaguely anticipating something. What audacity! The middle-aged man roared from atop his steed, his eyes wide with fury. With a powerful sweep of his muscular arm, the heavy long knife stirred a gust of wind to the trained eye. Lu Ming's attack appeared chaotic and insignificant. Bang! The dagger was intercepted, sparks flying. In an instant, Lu Ming's arms went numb, his feet lifted from the ground, and he was violently flung 10 paces away. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, filled with trepidation. However, in the distance, the youth still struggled to rise, blood staining the corner of his mouth, gazing at the lifeless old man nearby. Lu Ming momentarily lost in thought. A sense of unwillingness surged within him. Confusion mingled with overwhelming sorrow and helplessness. He is still a practitioner. On the walls of Sanyang City, 2 figures stood tall. A woman, statuesque and aloof, with lustrous black hair adorned with a jade hairpin, donned a flowing white gown that exuded an air of nobility. Beside her stood a middle-aged man. Though his attire was also fine, he was clearly overshadowed by the woman. Could he be a practitioner like you? The middle-aged man regarded the woman with a hint of apprehension. One could say so. Endowed with talent, yet lacking understanding of the profound arts, he has been reduced to such a pitiful state by an ordinary person. The woman in white paid no heed to the middle-aged man's wariness. Shall I send someone to assist him? The middle-aged man tentatively suggested, fearful of inciting the woman's ire. Upon hearing his words, the woman turned to him, Pondering for a moment, her lips parted to speak, yet no sound emerged, leaving the middle-aged man more perplexed, uncertain whether to offer help or not. At that moment, a cool, ethereal voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. The mysteries of heaven, drawn from the wondrous gate. Seek the wondrous gate with the proper method. You must calm your heart and delve deep within to uncover the wondrous gate residing in your innermost being, and the challenges before you shall effortlessly dissolve. Who? Lu Ming looked around in bewilderment, yet found no source for the voice, as if it had materialized directly in his mind. In his daze, Lu Ming sensed something within him beckoning. Closing his eyes and holding his breath, he observed a faint glow amidst the endless darkness, tranquil and divine, as though it were one with his very essence. Lu Ming's breathing quickened involuntarily. The glow seemed to awaken, its brilliance intensifying. In a flash, an inexplicable force erupted from deep within, coursing through his limbs. Lu Ming recognized the sensation. It was akin to the feeling he had experienced while cultivating the forbidden techniques. Lu Ming was incredulous. Good. The forbidden techniques truly be an extraordinary secret? Nay, a piercing horse's whinny echoed. Lu Ming opened his eyes to see the middle-aged man charging down, his great knife poised to cleave Lu Ming's head from his shoulders with the momentum of his steed. The disaster victims braced themselves for the impending horror. Some even closed their eyes, unable to witness the youth's impending bloodshed. In that critical moment, the power suppressed within Lu Ming for 14 years erupted as if it had found an outlet. Smack! A sharp clash was followed by a sound of shattering. Crack! The dagger shattered upon impact. Lu Ming emerged unscathed. The middle-aged man looked down in astonishment. His great knife had splintered, and as he shifted his gaze, he was certain he had struck the youth, yet a mysterious aura had shielded him. How is this possible? The middle-aged man sat bewildered upon his horse, his face a mask of uncertainty. The surrounding disaster victims were in an uproar, still grasping the unfolding events, yet they knew the indomitable youth had not perished. Chapter 3. A determined descent into the underworld. The middle-aged man tightened the reins, staring at the dulled blade in his hand, lost in disbelief. He then turned to the frenzied youth beneath him, unable to suppress the twitch of his eyebrows. Having trained for over 30 years, he had never encountered such bizarre occurrences. With strength that can shatter mountains and rivers, the middle-aged man refused to yield to fate. The powerful steed reared, whinnying fiercely. The gleaming blade stirred a tempest, embodying the might to conquer the world as it descended towards Lu Ming's crown. The blade's glint was icy, and murderous intent surged. Yet, on Lu Ming's resolute countenance, there was no trace of fear. The descending blade appeared to slow, evoking the illusion that the flickering firefly dared not compete with the resplendent moon. It was an ingrained sensation, an innate superiority. Under the gaze of the middle-aged man, Lu Ming took a small step forward, his form twisting swiftly, allowing the strike to miss and carve a deep trench into the earth. Simultaneously, Lu Ming's fists clenched tightly, and he delivered a powerful punch to the horse's rear. Nay, the steed bucked in pain. Instantly galloping away, the middle-aged man felt a sudden tightness in his arm, only to realize the youth had seized him. The bloodshot eyes sent shivers down his spine. With a mighty heave, Lu Ming yanked the middle-aged man from the saddle. The middle-aged man, bewildered and alarmed, turned pale as a ghost. It cannot be. I have trained for 30 years. How can I be outmatched by a mere child? His eyes were filled with rage, feeling more humiliated than defeated. With one hand captured by Lu Ming, he retaliated with the other. Bang! Lu Ming, lacking martial prowess and understanding of the profound methods, relied solely on the mysterious force within him, coupled with his wild courage, to tackle the robust man to the ground, pinning him down. He resembled a ravenous wolf, frenziedly launching his assault. One punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Beneath the frail exterior lay a torrent of helplessness and fury. Blood splattered across his face, while the middle-aged man beneath him howled in agony. Lu Ming disregarded everything, continuing his relentless barrage until the man fell silent, at which point he slowly ceased his assault. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. The scene was both brutal and magnificent. The disaster victims clenched their fists, feeling a rush of exhilaration, not for any other reason than the desire for retribution against those brutes who had taken their loved ones to feed the dogs. They gazed at the proud and unyielding youth in the distance. Meanwhile, the boy who had successfully passed the second challenge hastily approached several elders. Upon his arrival, he fixated his gaze upon Yuan. Evidently informed by someone that Yuan would be his master, the lad dashed forward, leaping to Yuan's feet, embracing his legs with fervor. Through tears and snot, He cried out, "Master! Master! At last, I have found my kin. You have no idea the countless hardships I endured to reach our Qingshan sect. I came perilously close to death several times along the way." The elders and the sect leaders stood in stunned silence. Yuan was momentarily taken aback, rising with a pitiful demeanor, weeping inconsolably. Yuan lightly chided, channeling her spiritual energy to lift the young boy effortlessly. Rubbing his eyes, the boy replied obediently, "Master, I am simply overwhelmed with joy." Yuan gazed at the young man, inexplicably overcome by an ominous premonition. Yet the disciple must still be accepted. "The token left with your family was from my master," he said solemnly, "though the venerable one has since departed this world. A promise cannot be broken. I shall take you as my disciple, but only if you are willing. Truth be told, your talent is considerable. Even without my guidance, you would achieve greatness. So, what say you?" Yuan gazed upon the youth and elucidated the intricacies of the matter at hand. After listening intently, the young man promptly knelt before Yuan, exclaiming, "Master, I beseech you to accept my humble bow." His demeanor was one of unwavering determination. Before Yuan, a luminous screen materialized, indicating the completion of the task. With a gentle smile, Yuan once again channeled his spiritual energy to assist the other in rising to their feet. "Arise, from this day forth, you shall be my first disciple. Pray, what is your name?" "I am called Yi Xiaobai," the disciple replied, bowing respectfully. "Congratulations, junior brother, on acquiring such a promising student." The sect leader and several elders expressed their heartfelt congratulations to Yuan. Subsequently, the second phase of the entrance examination continued. Since Yi Xiaobai had completed her test, the subsequent candidates failed to exhibit any talents surpassing hers. Most displayed no aptitude whatsoever, and those who did were predominantly below 3 zhang in capability. Gradually, a young maiden approached the stone tablet. As she stood before it, a radiant beam of light shot skyward, swiftly reaching the pinnacle 5 zhang. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the sect leader and the elders could no longer remain seated. With a flash, they departed from Yuan's side and hastened to the maiden. The sect leader and the elders commenced their fervent pursuit of her. Beside Yuan, Yi Xiaobai gazed upon the scene and turned to Yuan, inquiring, "Master, is Wu Zhang truly formidable?" Yuan nodded thoughtfully, impressive. The sect leader was merely 4 zhang back then, and it has been quite some time since Qingshan sect witnessed a disciple of 5 zhang. "I see," Yi Xiaobai responded, nodding in agreement. Deep within, he mused that his own 3 zhang did not seem particularly remarkable. He resolved to train diligently, determined to attain immortality. Yi Xiaobai's pursuit of cultivation was solely for the sake of longevity. "By the way, what is the matter with this pot?" Yuan gazed at Yi Xiaobai and gestured towards the black pot behind him. With a smile, Yi Xiaobai removed the pot and tapped it lightly, saying, "Master, I found this pot. It appears to be quite a treasure. No matter how hard I strike it, it remains unscathed. This pot has been of great assistance to me on my journey from home to Qingshan sect." "Oh?" Yuan, filled with curiosity, glanced at Yi Xiaobai's black pot. He probed with his consciousness but found nothing unusual. It appeared to be an ordinary black pot. However, given that Yi Xiaobai possessed a potential of 9 stars, he was reluctant to believe that it was truly an ordinary vessel. No matter how much one might strike it, it seemed impervious to damage. "Might I attempt to strike it just once?" Yuan gazed at Yi Xiaobai and inquired, "Master, please feel free." Yi Xiaobai responded with a smile, "Of course." Yuan nodded slightly, extending a finger to touch the black pot. A swirl of spiritual energy enveloped his fingertip, appearing as a casual strike, yet possessing remarkable potency. However, upon making contact, the black pot showed no signs of change. Yuan exerted a greater effort for another strike, this time employing the cultivation of the Daotai realm. The black pot remained utterly unperturbed. Yuan understood, it is indeed a treasure, befitting a person of immense potential like the 9 stars. This black pot is worth keeping. It truly is a remarkable item. Although I, as your master, am currently unaware of its exact utility, one thing is certain. It possesses remarkable durability. Yuan glanced at Yi Xiaobai and said, Yi Xiaobai smiled and once again shouldered the burden of the pot. Yuan glanced at Knight Xiaobai and was suddenly reminded of something. The notion of pot-like treasures evoked memories of a novel he had read in a previous life. Titled Eternal in a Thought. The protagonist, by Xiaochun, possessed a pot from the very beginning. Wait a moment. By Xiaochun? Knight Xiaobai? Could there possibly be a connection between the two? Perhaps it is merely the similarity in their names and a hint of fortune. One can only hope that their talents do not bear resemblance as well. He recalled that by Xiaochun's alchemical prowess was unparalleled, Yet every time he attempted to refine elixirs, chaos would ensue, akin to a cataclysmic event, transforming the world into a hellish inferno. Yuan suddenly recalled a fleeting sense of unease he experienced earlier when accepting a disciple. He resolved to refrain from introducing Yi Xiaobai to the art of alchemy for the time being. Should the youth genuinely exhibit interest, Yuan would encourage him to pursue his studies at another peak, sparing the Tao-seeking peak from any unnecessary distractions. As the chaotic thoughts of Yuan fluttered about, several senior brothers and sisters had already returned. The young maiden trailed behind the sect leader, who was beaming with joy, while the other senior disciples lamented in sorrow. It appeared that this 5-star maiden had indeed been accepted by the sect leader. This was to be expected, as the sect leader and the elders were vying for disciples. And most would naturally choose the sect leader. Had the leaders of the other peaks attended today, they might have posed a challenge to the sect leader. Alas, among the 7 peaks of Qishan, aside from Yuan of the peak of Seeking the Tao and the sect leader of Ziyun Peak, the leaders of the other 5 peaks were absent this year. Chapter 4. Protecting the Assembly. Congratulations, senior brother, Yuan said with a smile as the sect leader approached. Congratulations to you as well, the sect leader replied, returning the sentiment. Master, if there are more promising candidates later, you mustn't seize them again. One of the senior brothers said with a glum expression. Rest assured, I shall not compete with you again, the sect leader assured, thumping his chest. He believed it unlikely that 2 disciples with 5 zhang talent would emerge within a single year. As time passed, each individual completed their talent assessment. By the end of the session, 5 promising candidates with 3 zhang talent had been accepted directly by several elders. Those without talent departed, while disciples with 1 or 2 zhang of talent automatically became outer disciples of Qingshan's sect. Those with below 1 zhang, if they wished to remain, could serve as miscellaneous disciples within the sect. Thus, the recruitment conference drew to a formal conclusion. At this moment, Yuan's gaze fell upon a youth who stood slightly over a yard tall, possessing an unremarkable appearance that rendered him inconspicuous amidst the crowd. The sect leader turned to his several junior disciples beside him and inquired if any of them had any aspiring students they wished to accept. If not, he suggested that arrangements be made for the individuals present. Elder brother, the sect leader, please wait a moment. I wish to accept one more disciple. Yuan immediately spoke. Oh, that's wonderful. Junior brother, feel free. The sect master, overjoyed, urged, quickly accept. Be sure to accept more. With a sweeping gesture, Yuan propelled himself into the air, soaring above the crowd to land gracefully before several individuals. The onlookers gazed at this extraordinary scene with a mixture of curiosity and astonishment. The boy, somewhat taken aback by the sudden attention, descended before them and immediately bowed, addressing them with respect. I pay my respects to the sect master, the peak master, and esteemed elders. May I inquire your name? Yuan inquired. Who are you? The disciple hesitated momentarily before responding. I am Han Feiyu. Yuan fell silent for 2 seconds. The name Yuan inexplicably reminded him of a phrase, to protect the multitude before oneself. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Yuan regained his scattered thoughts and inquired. Han Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. The disciple's talent only measured 1 zhang. Han Feiyu doubted whether Yuan had made a mistake in his choice and hastily remarked. The sect leader and several elders also turned their attention towards Yuan. Junior brother, are you certain you have not mistaken someone? The sect leader asked. The sect leader and the elders shared the same skepticism regarding Yuan's judgment. If one were to take on a disciple, it should be someone with a talent of over 2 zhang, nearing 3 zhang, so how could they accept a disciple with merely 1 zhang? It is not to say that 1 zhang is unworthy. However, the act of accepting a disciple naturally favors those with greater aptitude. After all, Yuan is the head of a peak. I have not erred. It is you. Are you willing? Yuan shook his head and inquired once more. The sect leader and several elders looked on in confusion. After listening to Yuan's words, Han Feiyu hesitated for several moments before kneeling to pay his respects. Disciple Han Feiyu humbly greets my esteemed master. Very well, rise. From this day forth, you shall be my second disciple. With a smile, Yuan relied on his spiritual power to rise. Yi Xiaobai couldn't contain his joy, exclaiming, Have I really acquired a junior brother so swiftly? The sect leader and several elders found this perplexing, particularly Han Feiyu's hesitation, which left them bewildered. Why would the master of a peak take on a disciple of such ordinary talent and appearance, and yet be so conflicted? They couldn't help but recall the young lad Yi Xiaobai, who, upon seeing Yuan, had clung to him in distress. In their hearts, They couldn't help but think how peculiar it was that Yuan had taken on these two disciples. My esteemed brothers and sisters, I have no further matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Yuan cast a glance at the few individuals beside him and spoke. Very well. The sect master nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yuan produced a flying artifact and departed with Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu. They set forth on their journey back to the Qiudao Peak. Yuan soared through the sea of clouds, accompanied by two individuals. Yi Xiaobai, with an expression brimming with excitement, gazed eagerly around, clearly filled with curiosity about the experience of flight. Meanwhile, Han Feiyu stood behind them, deep in contemplation regarding Yuan's decision to take him as a disciple. In truth, there was no particular reason for this choice. It was simply that after accepting a disciple, Yuan had not immediately disabled the talent inspection feature. Given the multitude of participants at the Qinshan sect's recruitment conference, Yuan had not thoroughly examined each one. He had merely halted his scrutiny upon noticing Yi Xiaobai. Initially thinking that would suffice, he was unexpectedly retained by the sect leader, which prompted a lingering thought in Yuan's mind. Since he was already here, he might as well utilize the inspection feature to evaluate all the disciples who would undergo talent assessments. It was during this process that he discovered Han Feiyu. Although Han Feiyu's talent was rated at a mere 1 star, his potential reached an impressive 9 stars, a rarity indeed. Thus, even though there was no immediate need to undertake further recruitment tasks, he chose to accept this disciple nonetheless. Yuan led the two individuals to the summit of the peak, where the majestic hall of the Peak Master stood. Behind this grand hall lay an expansive courtyard, replete with numerous chambers. Yuan then assigned a room to the two guests before guiding them into the courtyard. Yuan retrieved 2 scrolls of bamboo and 2 jade vials, which gracefully flew into the hands of the two individuals. The bamboo scrolls contain the cultivation techniques of our lineage, the Tao scriptures. What you hold in your hands is merely the first volume, capable of guiding you to the completion of qi gathering. The jade vials contain qi-attracting pills, which will assist you in drawing in qi. Now, go forth and commence your cultivation. Return to me once you have successfully integrated the qi into your body and formally entered the first layer of qi gathering. Yuan turned to the two individuals and said, Yes, master. The two clasped their fists in salute. Subsequently, Yuan returned directly to his room. Upon entering, he summoned the system panel. He was once again able to advance his rewards, and he felt it necessary to do so. Yuan first accessed the cultivation interface. Although he had accumulated a modest amount of reputation points, his reputation level remained at a mere 1. Consequently, when he chose to advance his cultivation, he could only draw upon the resources for a single layer of cultivation. Yuan felt that it was somewhat unwise, as he realized that regardless of the reward chosen, the advanced task remained the same. This time, the advanced task was to successfully draw energy into the body with the assistance of Yi Xiaobai. The nature of the task was of little significance. What truly mattered was that rather than advancing another layer of cultivation now, it would be more prudent to wait until reaching a second-level credibility rank before making such an advancement. Elevating his credibility rank by 1 level should enable him to directly access a higher realm of cultivation. Perhaps he might even be able to advance to the realm of divine abilities directly. Yuan then proceeded to examine the other rewards. Ultimately, his gaze lingered upon the inheritance. There were numerous types of rewards associated with inheritance, and he was particularly drawn to the alchemical inheritance. He had the opportunity to advance to a 3rd-tier alchemist legacy. This remarkable boon would grant him not only the skills and experiences of a 3rd-tier alchemist, but also include recipes for several common 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier elixirs. This was indeed a valuable asset. Although it was possible to select elixirs as a preemptive reward, nothing could compare to the direct advantage of receiving the inheritance of alchemy. Yuan aspired to advance in his cultivation, primarily because the system he was part of was one that involved apprenticeship, requiring him to nurture disciples. He could directly enhance his own abilities through advancements, yet his disciples could not. For them to grow stronger, the use of medicinal pills was indispensable, particularly for Han Feiyu. Possessing a 1-star talent, an abundance of pills would be necessary. Thus, mastering the art of alchemy became imperative. Without further hesitation, Yuan opted for the advancement. Chapter 5, 3rd-tier alchemist host, Yuan reputation, level 1, 13. Amount advanced, 0 type of advancement, cultivation, techniques, magical artifacts. Heritage reward for advancement. Heritage of the 3rd-tier alchemist task for advancement. Assist disciple Yi Xiaobai in successfully channeling qi into his body. The latest task was to enable Yi Xiaobai to channel qi into his being. The techniques and supplementary medicinal pills had already been provided to Yi Xiaobai. Based on his initial pace of cultivation, Yuan estimated that within approximately half a month, or at most a month, Yi Xiaobai would successfully channel qi and become a practitioner at the first layer of qi gathering. Following the advancement, a vast reservoir of knowledge surged into Yuan's mind. Yuan sat cross-legged, absorbing the legacy of a third-rank alchemist. Moments later, he had completely mastered this profound inheritance. This legacy also held unexpected delights. Third-rank alchemists are categorized into different tiers. Based on the grade of the third-rank elixirs they can concoct, they can be further divided into inferior, intermediate, superior, and exceptional third-rank categories. The legacy of Yuan is that of a third-tier exceptional alchemist. This inheritance naturally encompasses the formulas and refining expertise for third-tier exceptional elixirs. Yuan rose and exited the room, entering another chamber. This was an alchemical room, a remnant from when the Quest Peak once boasted a second-tier alchemist. Thus, the rear courtyard of the main hall had been preserved with this alchemical chamber. Inside, several alchemical furnaces and various texts related to alchemy were stored. Having recently acquired the inheritance of a third-tier alchemist, he felt a stirring eagerness to experiment with alchemy. As for the alchemical materials, there was no need for immediate concern. Despite the small number of inhabitants at Quest Peak, they had amassed a considerable collection of valuable resources over the years. Yuan gathered some materials. Subsequently, he commenced his endeavors in alchemy. His initial attempt was to concoct the first-tier gathering qi pill, a vital elixir commonly utilized by practitioners in the gathering qi realm to aid their cultivation. The flames of the furnace ignited, and the materials were added to the cauldron in succession. Before long, Yuan successfully completed a batch of gathering qi pills. From the furnace, 12 gleaming pills gracefully emerged. Yuan cast a glance, noting 4 exquisite pills, while the remaining 8 were of superior quality. The alchemical legacy bestowed by the system was indeed remarkable. Although the gathering qi pill was merely a first-tier elixir, even a typical third-tier alchemist could not guarantee the absence of a single defective pill. Given that it was crafted by a proficient alchemist, simultaneously, all 12 gathering qi pills were of either exquisite or superior quality. Yuan took out several jade vials and carefully filled them with the elixirs. Subsequently, he attempted the refinement of the second-tier pill, the Spirit Sea pill. This particular potion aids practitioners in the qi gathering stage to transcend into the Spirit Sea realm. The most formidable obstacle in this transition is the transformation of spiritual power into a liquid state, often referred to in hyperbolic terms as turning the sea. In truth, it entails converting gaseous spiritual energy within the body into a liquid form. This intricate process necessitates a substantial influx of spiritual energy. Practitioners lacking sufficient innate talent struggle to absorb enough spiritual energy, thus requiring the assistance of the Spirit Sea pill. To Yuan's knowledge, only those endowed with a 5-star aptitude can confidently aspire to break through without the aid of this elixir. The refinement of the Spirit Sea pill is considerably more challenging than that of the qi gathering pill, requiring far more precious materials. Within the treasury of the questing Dao Peak, only a single set of materials was procured. Despite this limitation, Yuan succeeded in a single attempt, yielding 9 pills without a single failure. The maximum yield for second-tier elixirs is 9, comprising 2 exceptional grade, 6 superior grade, and 1 medium-grade Spirit Sea pill. Yuan also put away the items, for they might be useful to Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu in the future, particularly for Han Feiyu, with a 1-star talent. A single Spirit Sea pill may prove insufficient. It is possible that he might need to consume all of these Spirit Sea pills at once. In the past few days of researching alchemy, Yin Qiyu made another visit to the summit of seeking the Tao. This time, he brought with him the identity tokens of Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, along with the attire of their personal disciples. The sect master seems intent on nurturing Yin Qiyu. For whenever it is necessary to send someone to run errands for the peak masters and elders, he always assigns the task to Yin Qiyu whenever he is available. This appears to be a strategy to ensure Yin Qiyu becomes a familiar face among the peak masters and elders, thereby garnering support for his future ambitions to contend for the position of sect master. Yuan accepted the item, and Yin Qiyu did not seek to establish any connection with him before departing. He was acutely aware that his current objective was merely to become a familiar presence. To cultivate a deeper relationship with the sect leader and the elders, he needed to first advance to the Spirit Sea realm, attaining a level of equality and strength to pursue such endeavors. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu had already been at the Seeking Dao Peak for 7 days. On this day, Yuan's system issued a notification. The task was complete. Yuan was somewhat astonished. Achieving the ability to channel energy into the body within just 7 days was rather unexpected. However, Upon further reflection, she realized that one should not judge solely based on innate talent, for Yi Xiaobai possessed a potential of 9 stars. After much contemplation, Yuan concluded that the key to accelerating the process of Night Xiaobai absorbing energy lies within that black pot. The art of spirit refining exists in this world. Yet it is a craft known to but a few. Only the peak masters and elders of the Qingshan sect, particularly those of Xinyao Peak, possess the knowledge of spirit refining. This technique involves forcibly infusing the power of heaven and earth into objects, thereby enhancing their quality. However, spirit refining is exceptionally difficult. A moment's carelessness could render the item worthless. Conversely, should one succeed in spirit refining, the resultant power of the item could increase significantly. The qi-attracting pills bestowed upon Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu by Yuan are of the first-tier exquisite grade. The superior the qi-attracting pill, the more swiftly they are able to draw qi into their bodies. There exists no second-tier variant. Even if it did, they would be unable to withstand it. Thus, it is most plausible that Yi Xiaobai's qi-attracting pill has been refined by the spirit of alchemy. As Yuan pondered, Yi Xiaobai had already emerged from the room and dashed to the entrance of Yuan's chamber. The door to Yuan's room was left ajar. Night Xiaobai, filled with joy, approached Yuan. Master, I have successfully absorbed qi into my body. I am now a cultivator. Indeed, your progress surpasses my expectations by a considerable margin. Yuan nodded slightly. Hearing this, Yi Xiaobai tentatively inquired, Master, is my speed commendable? Under normal circumstances, it would take a talent of 3 zhang half a month to a month to successfully harness qi into the body. Yuan nodded and said. Yi Xiaobai was taken aback for a moment. Indeed, it was a bit hasty. That pot is truly a treasure. Here's your identity token and attire. Please change into the clothes first. Yuan handed the token and attire to Yi Xiaobai. All right, Master, Yi Xiaobai replied with a smile, promptly going to change into the new clothes. Yuan's spiritual perception delved into the past. Do not misconstrue his intentions. He was not inclined to witness Yi Xiaobai change attire, but rather sought to validate his conjectures. Through the exploration of his consciousness, Yuan beheld Yi Xiaobai returning to his chamber, swiftly donning his garments before surveying the room. Ultimately, he concealed the black pot beneath the bed, as there were no other suitable hiding places within the confines of the room. Chapter 6. The Purple Aura. Upon witnessing this, Yuan could tentatively affirm his assumptions. Even if it were not related to spirit refinement, it was likely connected to that enigmatic black pot. While he possessed this knowledge, he harbored no concern for Yi Xiaobai's black pot. Regardless of its prowess, could it rival that of the system? Before long, Yi Xiaobai returned. Clad in the attire of a direct disciple, he appeared markedly revitalized. His appearance elevated several degrees. The adage that a person is defined by their attire holds considerable truth. The garments of a direct disciple function as a first-tier magical artifact, possessing minimal capabilities, primarily self-cleaning properties and resistance to fire and water. Yet, it must be noted that this resistance is not absolute. More formidable water or fire spells would still inflict damage upon the clothing. You have successfully harnessed the energy within. I present you with these 3 magical artifacts. Yuan retrieved a storage bag, a flying artifact, and a defensive artifact. All 3 artifacts were of the highest quality among first-tier items. The flying artifact resembled a delicate leaf, while the defensive artifact took the form of a jade pendant that, when activated, could create a protective shield. Yi Xiaobai was instantly delighted and accepted the 3 artifacts with enthusiasm. He promptly tested the storage bag, placing the flying artifact within it, while donning the jade pendant around his neck. I also possess several first-tier offensive artifacts. Please choose one. Yuan took out some magical artifacts. These artifacts are categorized into 3 tiers, each of which is further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite grades. Above the magical artifacts are the treasured items, which also possess inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite classifications. The first-tier magical artifacts are commonly utilized by cultivators in the qi-gathering realm. Allow me to present a selection of first-tier exquisite magical artifacts. Such treatment is indeed quite commendable. Were it another peak, even the most favored disciples would not receive such privileges at the outset. Upon hearing about the offensive magical artifacts, Yi Xiaobai merely inquired, Master, I have no desire for offensive artifacts. Might you bestow upon me a defensive artifact instead? Alternatively, a flying artifact would suffice. A speed-enhancing artifact would also be acceptable. Yuan understood that this fellow was afraid of death. He too harbored a fear of mortality, albeit not to such an extreme degree. He was acutely aware that one must possess defenses, maintain swiftness, and never neglect the importance of offense. While one may wish to avoid conflict with others, it is inevitable that they will provoke you. When such provocation occurs, can one truly endure blows or flee indefinitely? Yuan looked at Yi Xiaobai and asked, "Why do others come to provoke me?" "Master, if I simply remain on the mountain to cultivate, no one will bother me." Yi Xiaobai scratched his head and replied, "Things seldom go as one wishes. If only everything could unfold to our satisfaction. Never mind, you will come to understand it on your own in due time. Here you go." Yuan refrained from further elaboration and handed a first-tier magical artifact to Yi Xiaobai. This artifact resembled a pair of shoes, which, when worn, could enhance one's speed. "Thank you, Master," Yi Xiaobai replied with a smile as she donned the enchanted footwear. Meanwhile, Yuan's attention had shifted towards the system panel, where he realized he could now claim an additional reward in advance. Yuan glanced at the tasks for the advanced rewards, which entail teaching Yi Xiaobai a first-tier Taoist spell. Similar to magical artifacts, spells can be categorized into 3 tiers, first, second, and third, corresponding to the initial 3 realms of cultivation. First and second tier spells are further divided into inferior, medium, superior, exquisite, and Taoist grades. The third tier encompasses only inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite grades. The Taoist grade stands apart as a distinct category, originating from the existence of potent third-tier spells that can give rise to lower-level second and first-tier spells. These derived spells are classified as Taoist. Mastering these powerful derived spells is beneficial for accelerating the comprehension of the corresponding third-tier spell once one attains the Tao platform realm. Moreover, each Taoist spell possesses formidable effects, rendering such spells exceedingly rare. Indeed, Yuan has yet to encounter one, and it seems that the entire Qingshan sect lacks them as well. Yuan and the Qingshan sect can only produce first-tier exquisite spells. However, it matters not, for although Yuan lacks first-tier Taoist spells, the system possesses them. Yuan directly accessed the advanced rewards in selected spells. With a reputation level of 1, he is now eligible to advance to third-tier spells as a reward. Yuan cast a swift glance and soon spotted a third-tier exquisite spell that possessed derivative magic, which was quite suitable for Yi Xiaobai. Without further contemplation, he chose to claim the reward in advance. Upon completion of the advanced reward, Yuan immediately comprehended this third-tier exquisite spell, as well as the first and second-tier spells that derived from it. Yuan retrieved a piece of jade slip, inscribing the first-tier spell of this technique within it. Yi Xiaobai, intrigued by the scene, remained silent and did not disturb Yuan. Once the spell was inscribed into the jade slip, it gently floated from Yuan's hand and landed in Yi Xiaobai's grasp. Within it lay a spell known as the Purple Qi Technique. Take it and cultivate diligently. Yuan began to speak. Ninth-Rank inquired, "Master, what is the purpose of this Purple Qi Technique?" Once mastered, it allows the practitioner to envelop themselves in purple qi, forming a protective barrier. Although purple qi is a gaseous substance, it possesses remarkable resilience, making it an excellent means of defense. Similarly, purple qi can also be employed to launch attacks against others, exhibiting considerable potency. There are additional subtle applications. I encourage you to explore them on your own. In summary, this technique is a harmonious blend of both offense and defense. Yuan responded. Ninth-Rank did not pay much attention to Yuan's subsequent words. Regardless, upon hearing that it could be used for defense, he was elated and bowed gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Master. Here are some gathering qi pills. Take these elixirs and return to your cultivation. Make haste to master the purple qi technique." Yuan presented Yi Xiaobai with additional qi gathering pills. "All right, Master." Yi Xiaobai replied, taking the items and departing from Yuan's chamber. After Yi Xiaobai left, Yuan also attempted the spell that had just been advanced. The third-tier spell known as Violet Qi Transformation Cauldron, derived from the teachings of Yuan, has given rise to the second-tier spell Violet Qi Manipulation Cauldron. And the first-tier spell is the Violet Qi technique that he had just imparted to Yi Xiaobai. With a mere gesture, Yuan enveloped his hand in a swirling aura of violet energy. Observing the ethereal violet essence, he contemplated experimenting with these 3 spells. After leaving the courtyard, Yuan ventured outside the Yudao Peak, extending his hand towards a particular direction. A purple aura transformed into a hand, grasping a mountain peak and crushing it effortlessly. Subsequently, Yuan began experimenting with the technique of manipulating the purple aura to control the cauldron. The manipulation of the purple aura is intrinsically linked to a hallmark ability of the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators, the transformation of spiritual energy. Practitioners of the Spirit Sea realm possess the capability to convert their internal spiritual power into weapons. Thus, in battles, should they lack magical artifacts, they often resort to this transformation, allowing their spiritual energy to manifest as blades and armor for combat. The technique of manipulating the purple aura is intended to complement this transformation. It enables the cultivator to first convert their spiritual energy into an object, and then envelop it with the purple aura to release it against their adversaries. Typically, the manifestations of the spiritual energy cannot be released without losing their potency, as they depend on the cultivator's spiritual support. If the practitioner's strength is insufficient, these manifestations may even dissipate. However, with the manipulation of the purple aura, such limitations are transcended. The aura acts as a conduit, linking the object and the practitioner. Moreover, beneath the protective layer of the purple aura, the potency of the items formed from spiritual energy can be significantly enhanced. Note: please refer to the author's commentary. Chapter 7. Region. The spiritual energy within Yuan surged, and in an instant, a cauldron materialized before him, enveloped in purple mist. With a mere thought, he commanded the purple mist to manipulate the cauldron and hurl it towards a mountain peak. Boom! With a resounding crash, yet another mountain was obliterated. Indeed, the purple mist controlling the cauldron was akin to transforming a manifestation of spiritual power into a magical artifact. Yuan commanded the spirit cauldron to dance freely in the air. Subsequently, he endeavored to alter the shape of the spiritual energy, transforming the cauldron into a spiritual sword, a spiritual blade, and a spiritual spear. The concept of the cauldron of purple chi does not imply that the spiritual energy can only take the form of a cauldron for utilization. Rather, this form is merely the most optimal. Moreover, this is also somewhat related to the final third-tier spell, the transformation of purple chi into a cauldron, retrieving the spiritual energy. Yuan attempted the ultimate transformation of purple chi into a cauldron. The term transformation of purple chi into a cauldron literally signifies that the purple energy transcends its gaseous state and can manifest as a cauldron. Before Yuan, purple mist began to coalesce, solidifying until it ultimately transformed into a violet cauldron. This purple cauldron can be wielded for offense, while simultaneously possessing the power to restrain. Yuan let out a light snort as the purple cauldron came crashing down onto the ground before him. With a resounding thud, a wave of constraining power emerged. The cauldron's binding force could suppress the cultivation of others. The greater Yuan's strength, the more formidable the binding power became. The purple energy could manifest up to 9 cauldrons at once. When all 9 cauldrons were employed simultaneously, their binding force could be unleashed at full capacity, capable of restraining even a perfected Spirit Sea realm practitioner to the level of a mere mortal. However, it was unfortunate that perhaps due to insufficient cultivation, Yuan could currently summon only 1 cauldron. After experimenting with the spell, Yuan returned to the courtyard. Upon his return, he cast his consciousness around and noticed Yi Xiaobai diligently practicing the purple chi technique. This lad truly fears death. Having realized that the purple chi technique offers formidable defensive capabilities, he diligently trains without the need for supervision. Yuan, however, is eagerly awaiting his swift mastery of the purple chi technique. With such an accomplishment, he could earn a modest amount of reputation points, thereby elevating his credibility level to the 2nd tier. Yuan harbored a premonition that once the credibility level ascended to the 2nd tier, the anticipated rewards would directly elevate to the next tier. Thoughts swirled within. Yuan's divine perception turned towards Han Feiyu, who remained seated in meditation, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. His 1-star cultivation talent was undeniably insufficient, leaving Han Feiyu in a state of aimless wandering. Historically, most practitioners with 1-star talent in the Qing Shan sect took approximately 6 months to successfully guide the vital energy into their bodies. 6 months is indeed a protracted duration. Yuan pondered for a moment, then retrieved several qi-inducing pills. Given Han Feiyu's lackluster talent, it was evident that he would require ample resources to achieve any semblance of success. Having accepted this disciple, Yuan felt compelled to assist him to the best of his abilities. The qi-inducing pills were instrumental in facilitating the infusion of qi into the body. Thus, he produced 10 pills this time, convinced that, along with the one he had previously provided, a total of 11 qi-inducing pills would surely expedite Han Feiyu's progress in successfully harnessing qi within himself. Yuan cast the jade vial from his hand, and it soared through the half-open window of Han Feiyu's room, landing beside him. Simultaneously, Han Feiyu heard Yuan's voice resonating in his ear. There are 10 qi induction pills beside you. Consume them all. If you still cannot successfully draw in qi afterward, I shall provide you with more. Han Feiyu immediately opened his eyes, only to find the pills at his side. Rather than feeling a surge of gratitude, an unsettling sense of trepidation filled his heart. Before arriving at the Qishan sect, he had faced the harsh realities of the world, and those experiences had instilled in him a cautious nature, compelling him to deliberate thoroughly before engaging with any situation. This was precisely why, when Yuan had expressed his desire to take him as a disciple during the recruitment conference, he had hesitated for several moments. In truth, he was reluctant to become a disciple of the Peak Master. He preferred to remain in the shadows, away from the limelight. Yet, he understood that rejecting a Peak Master's offer as a one-star talent would equally attract attention. Faced with this dilemma, he ultimately chose to accept the apprenticeship. However, he remained perplexed as to why Yuan, the master of the first peak of the Qingshan sect, would choose to take on a disciple of such mediocre talent. Even going so far as to provide him with abundant resources, he could not fathom the existence of unconditional affection, and his first instinct was to suspect that Yuan harbored ulterior motives. Han Feiyu recalled a small green jade vial nestled in his arms, an artifact he had discovered 2 years prior. Within this vial, a green liquid formed periodically. Through his experimentation, he had discerned that this liquid could hasten the growth of plants. Logically, it should also accelerate the growth of spiritual flora. He recognized that this was undoubtedly a precious treasure. Did Yuan somehow learn of this artifact and seek to seize it? Yet, that did not align. If he desired the treasure, he could simply take it from him, for he was merely a mortal at present. As Han Feiyu's mind raced, contemplating Yuan's intentions, he found himself ensnared in a web of thoughts. Yuan had already set up a lounge chair in the courtyard, accompanied by a plate of fruits. He settled down with a book, occasionally reaching for some fruit to savor. He exuded an air of tranquility and refined leisure. In the past, Yuan had been preoccupied with the pursuit of cultivation, yearning for immortality. His days were consumed solely by his relentless practice. However, with the advent of the system, he found himself liberated from the need for cultivation, suddenly feeling a sense of leisure wash over him. Who wouldn't desire such idleness? His aspiration for immortality stemmed from a longing to spend his days in ease, doing as he pleased. Grateful for the system, he embraced the life he had always yearned for. Perhaps this, too, could be seen as a case of causation in reverse. At this moment, the book being read is not related to cultivation. Instead, it consists of a collection of miscellaneous texts preserved over the years on the quest for Truth Peak. These seemingly trivial books are not devoid of value, for some contain a wealth of information about this world. Yuan has gleaned certain geographical information from various idle texts. For instance, the world in which Yuan currently resides is referred to as the Tianyuan continent, or the Tianyuan realm. The Tianyuan continent can be divided into 4 regions: the eastern, western, southern, and northern continents. The northern continent is the area with the most deficient spiritual energy. Within these 4 regions, there are further subdivisions known as domains. The Qishan sect is situated in the ancient domain of the northern continent. This ancient domain is located in a relatively secluded part of the northern continent, where resources are scarce and spiritual energy is thin. In fact, the entire ancient domain scarcely boasts a few practitioners of the divine passage realm. At present, Yuan's cultivation has reached the Dao platform realm, which qualifies him as a formidable force within the ancient domain. Excluding Yuan, the Qishan sect boasts only 2 ancestors at the Dao platform level. With the support of these 2 Dao platform ancestors, the Qishan sect stands as a power of the second tier in the ancient domain. The first tier, of course, is comprised of those forces possessing practitioners of the divine ability realm. Yuan gazed at a book on local lore, and upon finishing it, he could not help but exclaim, "To aspire for a higher realm, the ancient domain's environment is woefully inadequate." With a sigh, he inwardly mused how fortunate he was to possess extraordinary abilities. That very day, at night, Xiaobai had successfully mastered the purple chi technique within a single day, though still lacking in proficiency. Nevertheless, having acquired the skill was sufficient. Concurrently, a notification from the system emerged for Yuan. Chapter 8, The Realm of Divine Powers, Task Completed. Congratulations to the host, your credibility level has risen to level 2. Host, Yuan Credibility, LV, 209. Advanceable Quantity, 2 Advanceable Types, Cultivation, Techniques, Artifacts. Legacies. Following the upgrade of credibility level, the system panel was refreshed. The number of rewards that could be advanced at once increased to 2. Furthermore, the transition from credibility level 2 to level 3 elevated the previous 3 credibility points to 9. The sense of fate feels rather modest in its increase, as the tasks assigned by the system are quite straightforward. Ji Yuan immediately checked the available rewards for advanced disbursement, first by accessing his cultivation level. Indeed, as Ji Yuan had anticipated, after reaching a reputation level of 2, the highest amount of cultivation he could access directly ascended to the realm of divine powers. Gazing at the luminous interface of the system, Ji Yuan smiled with a hint of distress. Just a few days ago, he had ascended from the Spirit Sea realm to the Tao Platform realm, and now, it seemed that barely any time had passed before he was expected to rise from the Tao Platform realm to the Divine Ability realm. The rapid advancement in his cultivation left him feeling quite troubled. As Ji Yuan contemplated this, her hands moved with remarkable swiftness, promptly selecting the option to advance her rewards. In the next moment, within Ji Yuan's body, his cultivation began to surge dramatically. Tao Platform Level 2, Tao Platform Level 3, Tao Platform Level 4, Tao Platform Level 9. Initial stage of Divine Ability. Upon reaching the Divine Ability realm, the levels no longer divide into 9, but rather into early, middle, late, and perfection stages. At this moment, having attained the Divine Ability realm, Ji Yuan sensed a resounding roar within his body, followed by an overwhelming feeling of transcendence enveloping him. Such a monumental breakthrough in realm signifies a transformation for cultivators. In the Divine Ability realm, one masters divine powers, potentially granting longevity for a millennium. Divine power is the hallmark ability of the Divine Ability realm. Typically, cultivators at this level possess numerous divine powers. However, the most crucial aspect remains the innate divine power that evolves from the Tao platform during the breakthrough. The innate divine power holds paramount importance, as it constitutes the foundation of the Divine Ability realm, capable of growing stronger alongside one's cultivation. While some self-taught divine powers may also become more formidable with increased cultivation, they still do not compare to the innate divine power. The innate divine power requires no learning. Its condensation signifies perfect mastery. Furthermore, some individuals possess unique innate divine powers that cannot be replicated. The evolution of innate divine power is generally linked to one's innate talents and the third-tier spells mastered during the Tao platform phase. At this moment, Ji Yuan has mastered a third-tier spell. Thus, within Ji Yuan's body, a primal divine power is coalescing. The innate divine ability of Ji Yuan is encapsulated in a single character, embodying the formidable power of confinement and restriction. It can be regarded as a considerably potent divine skill. With the advancement of his cultivation, the evolution of this innate divine ability has reached its conclusion. Ji Yuan commenced his secluded meditation to acclimate himself to the cultivation of divine abilities. Meanwhile, on the side of Yi Xiaobai, after mastering the purple qi technique, he endeavored to envelop his entire being in the ethereal energy. However, having only just acquired the skill, Yi Xiaobai found his supply of purple qi woefully inadequate, managing to cloak only a single hand at best. This won't suffice. It's far too little to ensure my protection, he lamented. Resolute, he resumed his practice of the purple qi technique, setting a modest goal for himself to cultivate an ample reservoir of purple qi capable of enveloping his entire body. He envisioned a protective shield that offered comprehensive coverage from every angle. As for Han Feiyu, he found himself perplexed by Ji Yuan's intentions. Given the scant information at his disposal, his understanding of Ji Yuan remained superficial, and he recognized that to unravel Ji Yuan's true plans, he must first delve deeper into the essence of the individual. Yet, he discerned that the time was not right for such inquiries. He resolved to successfully channel qi into his body before descending the mountain to seek out senior disciples of the Qingshan sect for intelligence gathering. Thus, he began utilizing the qi induction pills provided by Ji Yuan, driven by an urgent need to transform into a cultivator and acquire greater strength. He understood that only through enhanced power could he navigate the myriad challenges ahead. Consequently, he embraced the use of the qi induction pills, firmly resolved to expedite his cultivation journey. Days passed. After emerging from seclusion, Ji Yuan had fully adapted to and was able to master the cultivation of the divine power realm. Upon exiting, Ji Yuan made his way to the courtyard and summoned Yi Xiaobai with a telepathic message. Yi Xiaobai swiftly ceased his practice of the purple qi technique and approached Ji Yuan, asking, "Master, what do you require of me? Have you been diligently cultivating the purple qi technique these past few days?" Ji Yuan sensed that there was no increase in the spiritual energy within Yi Xiaobai. "Indeed, I was contemplating that cultivating a greater amount of purple qi, enveloping my entire being in its protective embrace, would render me much safer." Yi Xiaobai displayed a simple, innocent smile. "Ji Yuan, do not confuse the primary with the secondary. Cultivation is of utmost importance. Once your cultivation reaches a sufficient level, those with lesser cultivation may even find it impossible to strike you. Ji Yuan extended his hand, playfully tapping the tip of his sword against Yi Xiaobai's head. Ouch! Yi Xiaobai exclaimed in pain. I understand, master, he promptly replied. By the way, master, what did you summon me for? Yi Xiaobai inquired once more. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ji Yuan pondered. I initially intended to inquire if you would like to learn a supplementary skill. However, given your current circumstances, it seems that even one spell has impeded your cultivation. I am somewhat hesitant to teach you anything further. Please, master, I assure you, I am ready to learn. I wish to study alchemy, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed in a flurry of urgency. Alchemy. Ji Yuan could not help but inquire, why did you choose alchemy so directly? I have heard that certain elixirs can prolong life, and I desire such a potion. Yi Xiaobai candidly replied, you're still quite young. Contemplating longevity elixirs is rather premature. It is neither too early nor too late. Whether consumed early or late, it is still consumption, Yi Xiaobai remarked with a smile. By heavens, that actually makes some sense. Are you certain you wish to learn alchemy? Indeed. Master, do you possess the knowledge? Of course. Take these jade slips, peruse them, and should any uncertainties arise, do not hesitate to ask me. Ji Yuan spoke as he retrieved a collection of jade slips. Ji Yuan has long compiled the alchemical inheritance obtained from the system into volumes, inscribing them onto several jade slips. Currently, these extracted jade slips contain only the teachings of a first-tier alchemist. Yi Xiaobai gazed at these jade slips, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he inquired, Master, does this include instructions on how to concoct longevity elixirs? Indeed, it does. Ji Yuan remained silent for 2 seconds, but eventually nodded. Thank you, Master. Yi Xiaobai promptly retrieved his storage bag to begin collecting the jade slips. However, he soon realized that his jade slips could not fit. With an expression of innocence, Yi Xiaobai turned to Ji Yuan. With a casual wave of her hand, Ji Yuan summoned all the jade slips, which gracefully floated towards Yi Xiaobai's chamber. Yi Xiaobai's smile reappeared. Spells can be learned, and alchemy can also be mastered. However, one must never neglect their cultivation. Once your cultivation reaches the 4th level of qi gathering, I shall bestow upon you a first-grade supreme longevity pill. Since Ji Yuan is already aware of Yi Xiaobai's desire for the longevity elixir, the matter becomes quite manageable. Yi Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it true, Master? Indeed, came the reply. I shall commence my cultivation at once. With that, Yi Xiaobai clasped his fist in respectful salute and turned to return to his chamber for training. These are the qi-gathering pills for your cultivation. Take them with you. Ji Yuan entrusted some vitality pills to Yi Xiaobai. Thank you, Master. Yi Xiaobai exclaimed joyfully as he returned to his chamber with the elixirs. Chapter 9. The Everlasting Fruit Tree After Yi Xiaobai's Departure. Ji Yuan began to ponder the matter of the longevity pills. Although he had promised to provide Yi Xiaobai with the longevity elixir, he found himself lacking the necessary ingredients. The other components were manageable, but the most crucial ingredient, the everlasting fruit, was a rarity. It was unlikely that even the entire Qinshan sect possessed it, let alone the Dao Peak. The first-tier everlasting fruit might be available at Lingmiao Peak, known for its alchemical prowess, yet the second-tier variety remained a mystery. The second-tier longevity pills required the elusive second-tier everlasting fruit. Since there is none here, we must rely solely on the system. The system panel of the Ji Yuan has been summoned. Among the advanced rewards, a plethora of prizes awaits, naturally encompassing alchemical materials as well. Ji Yuan discovered that after reaching the 2nd level of credibility, an additional search box appeared, allowing users to directly search for keywords to find the desired rewards for advanced redemption. Ji Yuan directly input the longevity fruit. In the next moment, a luminous screen displayed the available rewards. Advanced reward. 4th-tier longevity fruit tree. Advanced task. Accept a disciple whose talent or potential reaches 3 stars or above. Upon witnessing this, Ji Yuan felt a surge of joy within. The system proved to be remarkably efficient. He had initially believed that he could only exchange for longevity fruits, yet it turned out he could directly redeem a fruit tree. Furthermore, the advanced task was nothing short of a generous gift. Han Feiyu happened to fulfill the requirements for this task. However, since Han Feiyu had accepted the task prior to its announcement, it remained uncertain whether this would count as completion of the task. Ji Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to give it a try, subsequently opting for the advance. In the next instant, a diminutive fruit tree materialized in Ji Yuan's hand. Concurrently, the system displayed a notification, indicating the task was completed. Excellent. Ji Yuan smiled contentedly. Gazing at the fruit tree in her hands, she found her mind flooded with newfound knowledge about the longevity fruit tree. This particular tree differed from the ones she had previously encountered. It possessed the remarkable ability to evolve, ascending through the ranks to levels 5, 6, and even 7. Furthermore, when the longevity fruits were harvested, the tree would, with the passage of time, regenerate and bear new fruits. This distinction set it apart from what Yuan had come to understand. The longevity fruit trees known to Yuan are incapable of progression once the fruit is plucked. The tree withers and dies immediately. This is also the reason why the longevity fruit is exceedingly rare. Yuan gazed at the miniature fruit tree resting in the palm of his hand, realizing that this object was indeed a treasure. He needed to find a suitable place to plant it. Yuan rose and departed from the courtyard, making his way to a nearby patch of spiritual field. This field had fallen into a state of neglect, as the Tao-seeking peak was sparsely populated, and it had been quite some time since anyone had visited. Nevertheless, the spiritual field remained usable. Yuan chose an excellent location, promptly digging a pit to transplant the longevity fruit tree. The tree soared from Yuan's hands, rapidly enlarging before settling into the earth. Standing at over 3 meters tall, the longevity fruit tree was now adorned with an abundance of ripe fruits. Yuan counted the fruits. The 4th-tier longevity fruit tree does not imply that all the fruits are of the 4th tier. Rather, it indicates the presence of such fruits. The tree before him bears a total of 120 fruits, 3 from the 4th tier, 9 from the 3rd tier, 27 from the 2nd tier, and 81 from the 1st tier. With a sweeping gesture, Yuan collected all 120 longevity fruits into his storage bag. Gazing at the fruit tree, he felt the need to prepare some protective measures. Yuan ventured into the treasure vault of Qidao Peak and conducted a search, discovering a set of 2nd-tier formation techniques. Although the rank of this formation is modest, it suffices for his current needs. He simply wishes to conceal the presence of this tree to avoid attracting undue trouble. Furthermore, visitors to Qidao Peak are infrequent, thus the likelihood of being observed remains minimal. Yuan meticulously arranged the protective formation, and soon, the situation within the spiritual field became obscured from the outside. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan concluded that he required an ally to safeguard the spiritual field. It was impractical for him to remain vigilant over the spiritual field indefinitely. Securing a formidable companion would not only ensure the protection of the spiritual field, but also safeguard the path-seeking peak and the entire Qingshan sect. The system panel of Yuan was summoned. Upon searching for spiritual beasts, a multitude of exchangeable creatures appeared within the luminous screen. With a reputation level of 2, Yuan could exchange for a 4-tier primary spiritual beast or a spiritual beast egg. The advantage of the former lies in the immediate acquisition of an extraordinary companion, with the 4-tier primary beast being equivalent to a cultivator in the early stage of the divine ability realm. However, the drawback of directly exchanged spiritual beasts is that their bloodline level is limited to 5 stars. The system categorizes the bloodline levels of spiritual and demon beasts into 9 stars. Opting for the exchange of a spiritual beast egg allows for the hatching of a creature with a bloodline level that can reach 7 stars. Yet, the disadvantage is evident. Spiritual and demon beasts require a certain amount of time to mature. After pondering for a brief moment, Yuan decisively opted to exchange for a spiritual beast. Although the bloodline rank of the chosen beast would be somewhat lower, Yuan was aware that the bloodline rank of a demon beast could be enhanced. What he truly required at this juncture was a formidable ally, rather than starting from scratch to nurture a new spiritual beast. In the future, he could certainly prepare high bloodline eggs for his disciples. With his decision made, Yuan began to explore the available spiritual beasts, noting the various types. His primary focus was on a selection of beasts recommended by the system. Ultimately, he developed an interest in a particular species of turtle-like spiritual beast. Pre-reward: 4th-tier longevity spirit turtle, bloodline rank, 5 stars. Pre-task: assist disciple Han Feiyu in successfully channeling qi into his body. The longevity spirit turtle boasts an exceptionally long lifespan. Turtles are known for their longevity, but this particular breed surpasses others of the same tier in lifespan. Additionally, the longevity spirit turtle possesses a unique domain wherein spiritual energy is abundant, greatly benefiting the growth of spiritual plants. Spending extended periods beside the spirit turtle can also promote longevity. Should Yuan choose the longevity spirit turtle, he could confidently entrust the spiritual fields to its care. The only drawback of the longevity spirit turtle may be its lack of combat prowess. However, this is of little consequence, as a 4th-tier spiritual beast. It may not be able to contend with practitioners of the divine transformation realm or other 4th-tier demon beasts. But surely it can hold its own against practitioners of the Dao platform realm or other 3rd-tier beasts. After making her decision, Yuan chose to receive her rewards in advance. In the next moment, a beam of green light materialized in the palm of her hand, followed by the appearance of a small turtle, no larger than a palm. Master. The turtle spoke with human-like articulation, its voice resembling that of an elderly sage. Yuan has sensed an inexplicable connection between himself and the little turtle. From now on, this spiritual field shall be entrusted to your care. Yuan knelt down and placed the little turtle on the ground. As you wish, the turtle responded. Subsequently, the spirit turtle's form began to slowly enlarge until its head towered above Yuan's. As a fourth-tier spirit beast, it was indeed capable of transformation. However, the spirit turtle chose not to do so at this moment, and Yuan did not press the matter further, perhaps because it preferred its original appearance. For Yuan, the human form represented the pinnacle of comfort and satisfaction. Yet, for beasts, this notion may not hold true. They might indeed find their beast form to be the most suitable and comfortable. After all, just as the human form is Yuan's true essence, the beast form constitutes the essence of the animal kingdom. Chapter 10, Moonlight Spirit Pearl, Alchemy Chamber. After arranging the longevity fruit trees in the spirit turtle, Yuan returned to commence alchemical preparations. The elixir of longevity promised to Yi Xiaobai was a priority, necessitating its swift concoction. With the longevity elixir in hand, he could inspire Yi Xiaobai to diligently cultivate and assist him in fulfilling his tasks. Under the flames of his cauldron, it wasn't long before Yuan utilized a first-tier longevity fruit to successfully produce a batch of first-tier longevity elixirs. 12 pills emerged with no failures. 5 of them were of exceptional quality, and 7 were of superior grade. Following this, Yuan endeavored to concoct a second-tier longevity elixir, using a second-tier longevity fruit. He yielded 9 pills, again without any failures. 2 were of exceptional quality, 3 of superior grade, and 4 of medium quality. Although the production of the second-tier elixir did not surpass that of the previous Spirit Sea elixir, the outcome was still commendable, especially given the absence of any inferior pills. The system's heritage was indeed formidable. After securing the elixirs, Yuan refrained from further alchemical attempts, as he needed to conserve some materials to entice Yi Xiaobai into participating in the alchemical process. After all, 2 pending tasks remained, one of which required Yi Xiaobai's secondary profession to reach the first tier. Yuan contemplated as he cast a glance at the system panel. Host, Yuan reputation, LV. 219. Advanced quantity, 0 advanced type, search advanced reward. Initial stage of divine power cultivation advanced task. Teach disciple Yi Xiaobai a supplementary profession, and ensure that the profession reaches the first tier. Advanced reward. 4th tier longevity spirit turtle, bloodline level, 5 stars. Advanced task. Assist disciple Han Feiyu in successfully channeling qi into his body. In the following period, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu devoted themselves to diligent training. Time flew by, and 3 months had passed since the two had joined the sect. On this day, with considerable assistance from Yuan, who had invested a substantial amount of qi pills, Han Feiyu successfully channeled qi into his body, becoming a practitioner of the first layer of qi gathering. The investment in qi pills proved fruitful, significantly reducing Han Feiyu's training time by at least half. Yuan gazed at the notification from the system indicating the completion of the task, feeling quite satisfied. After Han Feiyu emerged from his seclusion, Yuan summoned him. Upon approaching, Han Feiyu respectfully clasped his fist in salute, addressing him as master. Yuan nodded slightly. He then took out several magical artifacts, bestowing upon Han Feiyu a storage pouch. A flying artifact, a defensive artifact, and an offensive artifact. Unlike Yi Xiaobai, Han Feiyu did not refuse the offensive artifact. After presenting the artifacts, Yuan transcribed the purple qi technique onto a jade slip and handed it to him. He then retrieved some qi gathering pills and offered them to Han Feiyu. Finally, he inquired, "Your senior brother, Yi Xiaobai, possesses these. Additionally, I intend to teach you a supplementary skill. Your senior brother has chosen alchemy. What would you like to learn?" "Master, I too wish to study alchemy," Han Feiyu replied, clasping his fist in earnest. The pursuit of alchemy had long been a thought of his. His small green vial could accelerate the growth of spiritual plants, meaning he would never lack materials for alchemy. Furthermore, due to his insufficient innate talent, he required numerous pills, making the study of alchemy an undoubtedly prudent choice. "Very well, I have already given some jade slips related to alchemy to your senior brother. You may consult him and examine those slips together. If you encounter anything unclear, do not hesitate to return and ask me." Yuan nodded. It was fortuitous that Han Feiyu wished to learn alchemy, as this meant he would not need to advance a different side occupation through system rewards. Before long, Han Feiyu departed. After his departure, Yuan summoned the system panel. He contemplated a matter. Han Feiyu's cultivation speed was indeed rather sluggish. Even Yi Xiaobai, with his 3-star talent, was progressing at a similarly slow pace. Aside from the provision of elixirs, he pondered ways to expedite their cultivation further. After searching for a while, Yuan stumbled upon a remarkable item, the pre-reward of the 4th Order Moonlight Spirit Pearl. The associated task involves teaching the disciple Han Feiyu a 1st Order Taoist spell. According to the system's description, this item resembles a magical artifact yet does not fall under that category. Rather, it is classified as a rare treasure of heavenly origin. The Moonlight Spirit Pearl possesses the ability to absorb the essence of the stars and moon, condensing a single drop of Moonlight Spirit liquid each month. 1 drop of this ethereal liquid can directly elevate a practitioner at the Gathering Chi stage by 1 level. 3 drops can enhance a practitioner at the Spirit C stage by 1 level, while 9 drops can assist a practitioner at the Tao Platform stage in achieving the same. However, for cultivators of higher realms, the Moonlight Spirit liquid ceases to offer improvements in cultivation levels, serving instead solely to expedite the recovery of spiritual energy. Judging by its efficacy, this item is indeed a splendid treasure, beneficial for both Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai, particularly for Han Feiyu. Yuan then chose to advance the payment. In the next moment, a jade orb fell into Yuan's hand. Yuan sensed the Moonlight Spirit Pearl. Within the jade orb, it was not devoid of substance at this moment. Rather, it contained 3 drops of moonlight essence. Each of these drops possesses the potential to elevate either Yi Xiaobai or Han Feiyu directly to the 4th level of Qi gathering. This item is indeed remarkable. Yuan contemplated that it would be entirely feasible to advance another Moonlight Spirit Pearl, perhaps bestowing one upon both Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu. However, at present, it was undoubtedly impossible to preemptively allocate a second pearl, as both tasks were currently at an impasse. The task assigned to Han Feiyu appeared manageable. Completion merely required mastery of the Purple Qi technique. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Han Feiyu would dedicate himself to diligent cultivation or prioritize the acquisition of the Purple Qi technique. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan focused his consciousness to investigate Han Feiyu's chamber. Within, he discovered Han Feiyu diligently practicing the Purple Qi technique. Pleased by this sight, Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction, relieved that there was no need to impose any tasks. Over the course of the following day, Han Feiyu successfully mastered the Purple Qi technique. The task has been marked as completed by Yuan. Upon completion, Yuan has once again exchanged for a Moonlight Spirit Pearl. Currently, the task has indeed reached a standstill. Task 1 and Task 2 are identical, requiring assistance for Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu to elevate their secondary professions to the 1st tier. Evening descends. Yuan Xuanqin summoned the 2 individuals. Yuan brought forth some spiritual delicacies and a flask of ethereal wine, elegantly setting them upon a stone table in the center of the courtyard. Knight Xiaobai and Han Feiyu emerged and took their seats. You 2 have been initiated for 3 months now, yet you have remained indoors for your cultivation. It is high time to venture outside. After all, you are brothers in the same school, and it seems you have scarcely laid eyes upon one another. Yuan turned to the 2 and said, Master, rest assured, I shall take good care of my junior brother. Yi Xiaobai replied with a somewhat carefree smile. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother. Han Feiyu, on the other hand, appeared quite earnest as he clasped his fist in gratitude. Yuan glanced at Han Feiyu. He could sense a hint of apprehension emanating from Han Feiyu. Are you feeling anxious? Yuan cast a puzzled glance at Han Feiyu and inquired. The disciple appeared somewhat anxious. Han Feiyu did not refute this. In truth, he was not merely nervous, but rather felt a tinge of fear. His primary concern lay in his inability to comprehend Yuan's true intentions. Brother, why are you so tense? Master is quite amiable, Yi Xiaobai reassured, gently patting Han Feiyu's shoulder. Reflecting upon the intricacies of fate, a sudden thought struck me, and I began to fathom the sentiments of Han Feiyu. Chapter 11. The knot of the heart. Upon comprehending the reasons behind Han Feiyu's peculiar demeanor, I could not help but feel a tinge of amusement. Are you curious about one particular matter? Why I chose to take you as my disciple? Yuan pondered for a moment before turning to Han Feiyu and inquired. The knots in Han Feiyu's heart needed to be unraveled. Without addressing these inner turmoil, he would remain in a state of perpetual anxiety, which was not what Yuan wished to witness. A sharp pang of apprehension struck Han Feiyu, leaving him even more flustered. Nevertheless, he managed to compose himself and nodded in response. Yi Xiaobai scratched his head in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. What was there to be curious about? The disciple's talent was merely a fleeting glimpse, while the master, esteemed as the lord of a peak, what could possibly have drawn his attention to the disciple? Upon Ji Yuan's mention of this matter, Han Feiyu seized the opportunity to express the doubts that lingered in his heart. Ji Yuan did not respond but instead smiled and asked, "Are you worried that I have ulterior motives toward you?" Han Feiyu found himself increasingly perplexed by Ji Yuan's demeanor. He remained silent, hesitating to either nod or shake his head. "Junior brother, why would you worry about such things? Our master is truly benevolent, providing us with elixirs, magical artifacts, and teaching us alchemy and spells." Yu Xiaobai could not comprehend Han Feiyu's concerns. The differences in human nature were laid bare before them. Yu Xiaobai's character was somewhat naive, viewing Ji Yuan in a wholly positive light, while Han Feiyu was cautious and contemplative. It was hardly surprising that he harbored such thoughts. Possessing a precious treasure yet lacking in talent, he had been taken as a disciple by the master of a prominent peak on his very first day. Who would not ponder such a situation? "Today, I shall speak plainly with you to prevent your mind from wandering," Ji Yuan continued. "As a master, I do not judge my disciples by their innate abilities, but rather by the potential they hold for the future." Ji Yuan poured a glass of wine, lifted the cup, and spoke with a gentle sway. "The future?" Knight Xiaobai and Han Feiyu exchanged puzzled glances. "As your master, I possess a secret technique that allows me to perceive one's fortune. You and your brother both have exceedingly auspicious destinies." Ji Yuan continued speaking. Ji Yuan could not assert that the system would reveal an individual's potential. It was merely a rather fantastical notion, often referred to as fate. As Han Feiyu listened, harboring doubts about the veracity of Ji Yuan's words, Yi Xiaobai, filled with excitement, eagerly inquired, "Master, does this mean I might achieve immortality?" Ji Yuan replied, "It depends on your own capabilities. If you diligently cultivate, immortality may not be beyond your reach." Ji Yuan took a sip of wine and replied, "Master, I shall devote myself diligently to my cultivation." Yi Xiaobai chuckled foolishly a couple of times. "Longevity, oh longevity." At this moment, Han Feiyu also inquired, "So, master, do you believe that I will achieve greatness in the future, which is why you took me as your disciple?" Ji Yuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I see," he said, and the disciple replied with a respectful gesture. Although he verbally expressed his understanding and maintained a composed demeanor, Ji Yuan, possessing a higher level of cultivation, sensed that Han Feiyu was not entirely convinced. Ji Yuan finds himself at a loss for words. What should he do when his disciple is overly cautious? It seems to him that trust is lacking. Ji Yuan candidly declared that his disciples naturally believed him. Han Feiyu quickly interjected, "Never mind. I do not believe mere words can alter your convictions. A teacher imparts wisdom and dispels doubts. I shall fulfill my role as your master. You need only to devote yourselves to diligent practice. Now, hasten to eat. If you delay any longer, the meal shall grow cold." Ji Yuan turned to the two and said, "Thank you, master. At last, we can begin our meal." Yi Xiaobai promptly picked up his chopsticks and started to eat. Ji Yuan also began to indulge in the meal. Upon witnessing Ji Yuan savoring the food, Han Feiyu picked up his chopsticks. "Delicious, master. How is it that these dishes are so exquisite?" Yi Xiaobai inquired, thoroughly enjoying the feast. "These are spiritual delicacies. Their flavors are naturally distinct from the mundane fare you have previously encountered. In the future, should you wish to partake again, you must visit the spiritual pantry and purchase them with contribution points. Speaking of which, I have yet to grant you any contribution points. Shortly, I shall provide each of you with 1,000 contribution points. Once those are exhausted, you will need to devise your own means to earn more." Ji Yuan spoke, elucidating the function of contribution points. In essence, they serve as the currency within the Qishan sect. Contribution points are utilized in numerous aspects of life within the sect. For instance, to partake in spiritual cuisine, one must possess contribution points. Acquiring these points is quite straightforward. One can undertake tasks or assume certain positions. For example, Ji Yuan, as the leader of the Seeking Dao Peak, receives a considerable sum of contribution points annually. The table was soon cleared, the three having swiftly consumed the meal. Yet, Yi Xiaobai found himself still yearning for more. Over the past 3 months, he and Han Feiyu had been engrossed in their training, subsisting solely on the fasting pills provided by Ji Yuan. Had he not tasted the spiritual cuisine, he likely would not have felt any cravings, content to rely on the fasting pills. However, after having experienced this delicacy, he could hardly bear the thought of returning to the pills. Yi Xiaobai began to contemplate ways to accumulate contribution points. "Follow me," Ji Yuan said as he rose from the table. Yi Xiaobai, regaining his focus, promptly joined Han Feiyu in following him. Yuan led the two individuals through the back gate of the courtyard, arriving at the spirit field. Upon reaching this place, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu immediately spotted the enormous longevity spirit turtle outside the spirit field. Wow, what a colossal turtle! Yi Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. This is my master's spirit companion, the longevity spirit turtle, which aids in guarding the spirit field for the Seeking Dao Peak. In the future, when you see it, you may address it as Old Turtle. Yuan turned to the two individuals and spoke. Yes, master. The two responded in unison. As the trio stepped into the grand formation of the spiritual field, they beheld the scene within. A solitary tree stood before them. Master, our spiritual field at the peak of Seeking the Dao appears rather barren, remarked Yu Xiaobai, a hint of disappointment in his voice. I never had much interest in cultivating spiritual plants before, hence I neglected the care of the spiritual field. Feiyu, from now on, the responsibility for this spiritual field will fall upon you. Yuan offered an explanation, then turned to Han Feiyu and said, Yes, master, Han Feiyu replied, clasping his fist in respect. As for that little green bottle of yours, use it without worry. Rest assured, your master will not covet your treasure, nor will your senior brother. Yuan uttered another phrase, causing Han Feiyu's heart to leap into his throat. This time, he genuinely displayed a look of panic. Fear gripped him tightly, for the little green bottle represented his greatest secret. Observing Han Feiyu's demeanor, Yuan found it somewhat amusing. At this moment, Yi Xiaobai still appeared somewhat bewildered by the situation. However, one could not simply remain a passive observer. Yuan turned his gaze towards Yi Xiaobai and remarked, And you? Do not worry about your pot. Rest assured, I shall not covet your treasure. Yi Xiaobai paused momentarily, now comprehending why his junior disciple had been flustered. However, he was not as apprehensive as Han Feiyu. Instead, he chuckled softly and scratched his head. Master, have you discerned it? He recalled that upon their first meeting, he had thoroughly examined the black pot in Yuan's possession. Although he could not ascertain much, it was indeed a remarkable artifact, capable of assisting one in spirit refinement. Subsequently, he could venture to the sect scripture repository to learn about the intricacies of spirit refinement. Once informed, he would truly grasp the immense power held by that black pot. Yuan remarked, Very well, master. Yu Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Yuan cast another glance at Han Feiyu, who was now in a state of utter panic, contemplating an escape. Yuan gazed at him and spoke. Feiyu, both you and Xiaobai possess your own unique destinies. Your little green bottle and Xiaobai's black pot, I am aware, are both significant fortunes. Therefore, your concerns and caution are understandable. My intention in revealing this matter today is simply to convey that I, as your master, do not place any importance on your fortunes. You should comprehend that if I were to care, I could effortlessly seize the treasures at this very moment. Chapter 12. Refining Spirits at this moment. Yuan exudes an air of tranquility, resembling a figure of ethereal grace. Indeed, his composure is a result of extraordinary abilities. What are those trivial green bottles and black pots? Do they compare to the efficacy of a system? This is the Moonlight Spirit Pearl. I trust you will handle it with care. At this moment, Yuan produced 2 Moonlight Spirit Pearls and tossed them to the 2 individuals, who promptly caught them. Yi Xiaobai glanced at the pearls and, filled with curiosity, inquired, Master, what purpose do these Moonlight Spirit Pearls serve? These 2 Moonlight Spirit Pearls are classified as 4th-tier treasures. You may sense their essence. Within each pearl currently resides 3 drops of spiritual liquid. For practitioners at the Gathering Chi stage, consuming a single drop can directly elevate their cultivation by 1 level. Practitioners at the Spiritual C stage can enhance their cultivation by 1 level with the intake of 3 drops. Even those at the Dao Platform stage can experience a similar advancement by consuming 9 drops at once. Furthermore, the spiritual liquid within the pearls does not deplete entirely. If you take good care of them, each pearl will condense an additional drop of spiritual liquid every month. Yuan spoke slowly. Listening to his words, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu were both astounded. A treasure. A magnificent treasure. Yi Xiaobai could only feel excitement and joy at that moment. However, Han Feiyu's thoughts wandered further. On the day of the entrance examination, he had overheard discussions about the elders and the sect leader, as well as Yuan. Some participants of the entrance assessment were quite knowledgeable about the affairs of the Qingshan sect. He recalled hearing that Yuan had recently broken through to the Spirit Sea realm, although he held the title of Peak Master. His strength was likely the weakest among the elders. Recently achieving such a breakthrough, and being the weakest? It seemed implausible. All of it felt like a fabrication. If the Moonlight Spirit Pearl in his and Yi Xiaobai's possession was genuine, could it be that Ji Yuan had never utilized the Moonlight Spirit Liquid? Especially since Ji Yuan had just unveiled his greatest secret today, Han Feiyu felt even more that Ji Yuan was unfathomable. He was certainly not as others had described. Let us depart. It is time to return. Ji Yuan led the two individuals back. They promptly followed. On their return journey, Yi Xiaobai inquired, Master, is it sufficient to consume the Moonlight Spirit Liquid directly? Indeed, came the reply. Will there be any adverse effects after consumption? None whatsoever. However, it is essential to take some time to assimilate the sudden surge of spiritual energy before hastily utilizing the next drop of the spirit liquid. Otherwise, a rapid elevation of several cultivation levels may render your foundation somewhat unstable. Ji Yuan continued, expressing that there would not be significant instability, however. His aspirations for them were to attain immortality. Thus he hoped they would proceed with utmost caution and diligence. By the way, Master, may I utilize my black cauldron to refine the Moonlight Spirit Pearl or the Spirit Liquid? Xiaobai pondered the potential of his black cauldron. He wondered if refining the Moonlight Spirit Pearl would yield even greater effects for the Spirit Liquid. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan pondered for a moment and responded, You may give it a try. However, after the spirit refining, I would like to examine the Spirit Liquid that has been condensed. Very well. Yi Xiaobai nodded and then turned to Han Feiyu. Junior brother, should you require my assistance, I would be glad to help you with your refining as well. Thank you. Senior brother, Han Feiyu replied with a respectful clasp of his fists. Do not mention it. We are all brothers in the same sect, Yi Xiaobai said with a smile. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yi Xiaobai promptly fetched his black pot. Han Feiyu looked at the pot with great curiosity. He had seen this black pot before, as Yi Xiaobai had carried it with him since arriving at Qingshan sect. Master, I have given my treasured pot a name, the Turtle Pattern Pot. I noticed some markings on it that resemble the patterns of a turtle. Yi Xiaobai introduced his pot to Ji Yuan once more. Do you intend to refine the Spirit Pearl directly, or will you first refine a drop of Spirit Liquid? Ji Yuan inquired. Let us first attempt to refine the spiritual liquid, Knight Xiaobai proclaimed, as he settled himself upon the ground. He then extracted a single drop of spiritual liquid from the Spirit Pearl and introduced it into the cauldron. With a surge of spiritual energy, the turtle-patterned cauldron illuminated as the intricate designs radiated brilliance, channeling a force of heaven and earth into the drop of lunar essence. The art of spirit refinement is notoriously challenging. Even those well-versed in this craft cannot guarantee a success rate of 100%. The extraordinary feature of the turtle-patterned cauldron lies in its ability to ensure absolute success in spirit refinement. However, it necessitates the consumption of the heavenly energy it has accumulated. Through 3 months of exploration, Knight Xiaobai discovered that the cauldron would gather a measure of heavenly energy each month, aiding him in his spiritual refinement endeavors. With a single measure of this energy, success in spirit refinement is assured. Moments later, Knight Xiaobai completed the refinement. The lunar essence had been successfully transformed, revealing an elusive pattern upon its surface. The art of spirit refinement does not permit a singular attempt. Rather, it allows for multiple refinements. Though the difficulty escalates with each successive endeavor, the divine consciousness of Ji Yuan sensed the Moonlight Spirit Liquid after a single refinement. The spiritual power became more abundant and tranquil. Ji Yuan estimated that the Moonlight Spirit Liquid, refined once, could be consumed directly without causing any instability in one's foundation. In other words, if it is the Moonlight Spirit Liquid refined once, it can be taken multiple times in one go without any concern. Ji Yuan confided his thoughts to Yi Xiaobai. Master, I shall give it a try. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaobai activated the Moonlight Spiritual Liquid, allowing it to flow into his mouth. In the next moment, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground, his internal spiritual energy surging forth. Under the influence of the perception of fate, Yi Xiaobai's cultivation swiftly ascended from the first layer of qi gathering to the second layer. Observing this transformation, Han Feiyu tightened his grip on the Moonlight Spirit Pearl in his hand. Could it truly enhance one's cultivation? Ever since Han Feiyu became aware of his mediocre talents, he understood that achieving any significant success would pose considerable challenges. However, with the Moonlight Spirit Pearl now in his possession, he at least harbored hopes of reaching the divine ability realm. How delightful! Upon the elevation of his cultivation, Yi Xiaobai awakened, feeling no discomfort. Rather, he found it quite pleasant. He produced his own Moonlight Spirit Pearl, examined it, and then turned to Han Feiyu. Junior brother, my turtle pattern cauldron has only 2 opportunities left for refining spirit essence. It cannot assist us in refining the spirit liquid first, so I shall refine our moonlight pearl once. Thank you, senior brother. Gratefully, Han Feiyu handed over his moonlight spirit pearl to Yi Xiaobai. Subsequently, in front of them, Yi Xiaobai proceeded to refine the moonlight pearl. Upon completion of the refinement, the efficacy and function of the moonlight pearl were indeed enhanced, yet the spirit liquid within remained unchanged. It appeared this flaw could not be exploited. Nonetheless, it mattered little. The unrefined moonlight spirit liquid was still usable. Yi Xiaobai then consumed a second drop of the moonlight spirit liquid, eager to discern the differences between the refined and unrefined liquids. Moments later, Yi Xiaobai's cultivation reached the third layer of qi gathering. Upon opening his eyes, he shared his experience. It is still quite pleasant, though not as enjoyable as the previous occasion. It feels as you described, Master. It would be best to take some time to organize the spiritual energy within. Chapter 13, Acid Rain That Would Suffice. The three then returned to their respective chambers. Back in his room, Han Feiyu gazed at the moonlight spirit pearl, lost in thought for a while. The events of the day had left him somewhat bewildered. He was attempting to reassess the situation. If he continued to contemplate Ji Yuan in a negative light, he would find inconsistencies at every turn. If Ji Yuan had any ulterior motives, he held the greatest secret, one that Ji Yuan could seize at any moment. Ji Yuan not only did not oppose him, but instead bestowed upon him the precious moonlight spirit pearl. Conversely, when he approached the situation with a positive mindset, embracing Ji Yuan's words, it seemed as though he uncovered nothing amiss. Indeed, Ji Yuan may truly harbor no ulterior motives towards him. Perhaps he has genuinely encountered a benevolent master. As Han Feiyu's thoughts gradually settled, in the next moment, he gestured with his sword, and the spiritual liquid soared into his mouth. At this moment, Ji Yuan was secretly observing with his divine sense and noticed Han Feiyu utilizing the moonlight spirit liquid, which brought a smile to his face. Han Feiyu's willingness and courage to use the items he provided was sufficient for Ji Yuan. A few days later, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu had consumed 3 drops of the moonlight spirit liquid. Both of them had elevated their cultivation to the 4th level of qi gathering. The moment Yi Xiaobai reached this level, he approached Ji Yuan, his eyes fixed intently upon him, revealing an expression of pure innocence. "What is it?" Ji Yuan inquired. Knight Xiaobai smiled and extended his hand. "Master, you promised me the longevity elixir." After a brief silence of 2 seconds, Ji Yuan once again sensed the young man's unwavering obsession with longevity, specifically with the notion of extending life. He had nearly forgotten the agreement made 3 months prior. Initially, his intention was to motivate Yi Xiaobai to diligently cultivate. However, he unexpectedly advanced the moonlight spirit pearl, thereby assisting Yi Xiaobai in fulfilling the commitment. Here you go. Although it was he who had aided in the completion of the task, Ji Yuan had no intention of retracting his assistance. He promptly retrieved a first-grade premium longevity pill and tossed it to Yi Xiaobai. "Thank you, Master," Yi Xiaobai exclaimed with delight, carefully storing the longevity pill. He did not plan to consume it immediately. Instead, he intended to wait until the turtle pattern cauldron coalesced another strand of celestial energy, allowing him to refine the longevity pill first. This approach would ensure a greater enhancement of his lifespan. After securing the longevity pill, once Han Feiyu emerged from his seclusion, the two devoted all their time to alchemy. They began to study together, and whenever they encountered uncertainties, they would seek Ji Yuan's guidance. Ji Yuan patiently guided the two individuals. Both tasks had reached an impasse, and impatience was not an option. Additionally, Ji Yuan imparted to them a remarkable spell, a legacy from the Peak of Seeking Tao, a fire-based incantation. Mastery of fire spells was indispensable for alchemy. Half a month passed, and at last, the two began their attempts at potion crafting. Yi Xiaobai took the initiative. As the flames erupted, he embarked on his inaugural alchemical endeavor. Ji Yuan observed from the sidelines. Knight Xiaobai's talent for alchemy was remarkable. During his first attempt at refining elixirs, everything proceeded smoothly without any mishaps. However, just as he was on the verge of completing the elixir, a sudden thunderclap resonated from outside. Ji Yuan swiftly exited the alchemy chamber and gazed upward. At the summit of the Tudao Peak, a dark cloud began to gather. In silence for 2 seconds, one could only exclaim, "Damn." They truly have the ability to concoct elixirs, yet it leads to unforeseen complications. In the next moment, beneath the ominous clouds, a murky rain began to fall. "Halt!" With a light reprimand, Ji Yuan commanded the rain to suspend in the air above. As Ji Yuan casually gestured, a droplet of rainwater descended before him. Upon sensing this rainwater, he discerned an overwhelming corrosive potency within it. Were it to touch ordinary garments, they might be utterly eroded. What a predicament! This was merely the aftermath of refining a first-tier elixir, and he still had alchemy to undertake. Perhaps it would be wiser to send him down the peak to conduct his in safety. Yuan truly did not wish for the Dao Peak to be disturbed. As he spoke, he produced a jade vial, and with a surge of spiritual energy, the rainwater from the heavens converged into a stream, flowing into the vial. This jade vial, a magical artifact, served as a container, albeit one that could only store liquids. Once the rainwater was collected, Yuan returned to the alchemy chamber. As he exited, Han Feiyu turned his gaze toward him, and upon witnessing this scene, he inquired with curiosity, "Master, what was that just now?" "Your senior brother possesses a rather peculiar talent for alchemy. During his endeavors, certain unusual phenomena may manifest. In time, you shall come to understand." Yuan shook his head and spoke. Upon hearing this, Han Feiyu understood a particular matter. The recent rainfall was a result of Yi Xiaobai's alchemical endeavors. The connection between alchemy and rain eluded him entirely, leaving him bewildered. Why would the process of refining elixirs lead to precipitation outside? Little did he know, this rain was no ordinary rain. Otherwise, his confusion would have deepened. At that moment, Yi Xiaobai had completed the alchemical process, and the elixir was successfully produced. Filled with excitement at his achievement, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed, "Master, I have succeeded. I have succeeded." The task has been marked as complete on Yuan's end. Although only one type of elixir has been refined, it is nonetheless a first-tier elixir. Thus, Yi Xiaobai can now proudly consider himself a first-tier alchemist. However, do not let pride overwhelm you. This is merely your first success. You must continue to familiarize yourself and practice diligently. Furthermore, in the future, should you engage in alchemy and I am not at the quest peak, seek out another location for your endeavors. Yuan gazed at Yi Xiaobai and offered a word of caution. "Why?" Yi Xiaobai inquired, scratching his head in confusion. "Just take a look for yourself." Yuan tossed the jade vial to Yi Xiaobai. Upon receiving the vial, Yi Xiaobai examined it briefly before pouring out a small amount of rainwater. The murky liquid dripped onto the ground, emitting a sound of corrosion. However, the corrosive power was not particularly strong, as it did not damage the floor of the alchemy chamber. "Master, what is this substance?" Yi Xiaobai inquired. "You are unaware as well. It may be some peculiar talent." During the alchemical process, an extraordinary phenomenon was triggered, causing this rainwater to descend from the heavens. Had I not collected it, the flora at the Dao-seeking peak might have been entirely ravaged by your antics. Yuan responded, "Could alchemy truly manifest in such a manner? Master, could there be a misunderstanding? Might it not pertain to me at all?" Yi Xiaobai immediately interjected. "How could a child as innocent and kind-hearted as I possibly cause any extraordinary phenomena through alchemy, particularly of an unfavorable nature?" The master assured, "My instincts are seldom mistaken. Just remember my words. If I am not present at the Dao Peak, take your leave and seek a secluded spot down the mountain." Yuan continued, "Very well." Yi Xiaobai nodded in agreement, still convinced that this was undoubtedly unrelated to him. "Feiyu, it is your turn now." Yuan cast another glance at Han Feiyu, contemplating in his heart that today he would enable the two brothers to ascend together to the rank of a first-tier alchemist. Subsequently, Han Feiyu commenced the alchemical process. Under the observation of destiny, it is evident that Han Feiyu's talent for alchemy pales in comparison to that of Yi Xiaobai. However, it cannot be deemed excessively lacking. Under the patient guidance of Yuan, a first-tier elixir was successfully refined, albeit with a lower yield and quality compared to Yi Xiaobai. Observing the system notification indicating task completion. Chapter 14. Divine Powers. Yuan's spirits were exceptionally high. Henceforth, each of you should engage in diligent practice. Yuan uttered a brief remark before retreating to her chamber. Upon her return, she summoned the interface, intending to explore the forthcoming rewards she could claim. Gazing at the system panel, she pondered her options. Reflecting upon the intricacies of fate, Yuan embarked on a quest to explore various cultivation techniques. The Dao lineage's practice is encapsulated within the Dao Sutra, the origins of which remain somewhat enigmatic to Yuan. However, he is acutely aware of its remarkable efficacy. Yet, this technique permits cultivation only up to the realm of supernatural powers, without access to more advanced methodologies. Yuan is left pondering the uncertainties of transcending to the realm of Dharma manifestation. Will he be capable of mastering the formidable strength that awaits him? To err on the side of caution, Yuan considered the possibility of exchanging for a more sophisticated technique as a precautionary measure. Upon completion of his search, A myriad of cultivation techniques materialized upon the luminous screen, prominently featuring several recommended practices at the summit. Yuan's gaze fell upon the first recommended technique, the Tao Sutra. To his surprise, the first recommendation was actually the technique he had cultivated himself. He had begun to comprehend the system's recommendation mechanism, which typically favored the most suitable or superior options. Could it be that the system deemed the Tao Sutra to be the most fitting technique for him precisely because it was the one he practiced? Curious, Yuan clicked on the Tao scriptures, only to reveal a hint of disappointment on his face. The advanced reward, the first 4 volumes of the Tao scriptures. The pre-assigned task, to assist the disciple Yi Xiaobai in reaching the 4th level of Qi gathering. The first 4 volumes could only support cultivation up to the realm of divine ability. In other words, Yuan already possessed the first 4 volumes, rendering any need for further exchange unnecessary. Yuan took another look at other cultivation methods, all of which could only allow one to advance to the realm of divine powers in advance. It was something Yuan should have anticipated. It seems that I can only wait until reaching a credibility level of 3 before I can advance a technique capable of cultivating to the Dharma manifestation realm. However, this search for techniques has not been entirely fruitless. Observing the inscription on the first 4 volumes of the Tao scriptures brings a glimmer of hope. At this moment, a sense of anticipation arose within Yuan's heart. Could it be that once he reaches the 3rd level of credit, the scriptures available for exchange will transform into the first 5 volumes of the Taoist texts? The likelihood of this possibility is quite substantial. Naturally, it would be ideal not to have to change his cultivation method. After years of practice, he is well aware of the formidable nature of the Taoist scriptures. However, he remains uncertain about the origins of the scriptures at the quest for Tao Peak, especially since he is unable to exchange for the subsequent cultivation methods. Yuan continued to explore other rewards. As he prepared to search for rewards anew, a thought struck him. He promptly added the phrase spiritual consciousness before the term for techniques in the search bar. According to Yuan's knowledge, techniques pertaining to spiritual consciousness were exceedingly rare. After all, the Qingshan sect did not possess any. His awareness of such techniques stemmed from various casual readings. He was certain that the system would have them. Upon clicking search, the luminous screen immediately displayed a plethora of techniques related to spiritual consciousness. Yuan did not hesitate for long and immediately focused on the foremost martial art recommended by the system. Pre-reward, the first 4 levels of the spirit refining technique. Pre-task, assist disciple Yi Xiaobai in reaching the 4th level of Qi gathering. Since it was the system's recommendation, it was undoubtedly the right choice to redeem it. Yuan possessed only a limited understanding of the divine consciousness techniques, relying primarily on intuition. Subsequently, he opted to advance his rewards. In the blink of an eye, the foundational techniques of the spirit refinement art surged into his mind. Moreover, the system autonomously facilitated Yuan's comprehension of these techniques. Upon completing the 4 foundational levels of training, Yuan's divine consciousness strength was amplified 4-fold, a truly formidable enhancement. With each level attained in the spirit refinement art, his consciousness would double in potency. Should further levels exist, Yuan's divine awareness would undoubtedly grow increasingly formidable. Having embraced the spirit refinement art and stabilized his consciousness, Yuan proceeded to examine his interface. Next, he transitioned to a 4th-tier artifact forging inheritance. The prerequisite task required Han Feiyu to reach the 4th level of Qi gathering. Upon fulfilling this prerequisite and completing the task, he continued to explore the interface. Reflecting on his current level of divine abilities, Yuan realized that possessing merely one innate divine skill was insufficient. He sought to master an additional offensive divine technique. As he searched for divine skills, he came across an exceptionally promising one. The prerequisite reward was to assist his disciple, Yi Xiaobai, in achieving the 7th level of Qi gathering. According to the system's description, this divine skill was congruent with Yuan's innate technique and belonged to the category of single-character divine skills. Yuan possesses a certain understanding that a singular character representing a divine power is typically extraordinary. It is not to say that those with multiple characters are inferior. Rather, those with fewer characters are generally more formidable. This particular art of character-based divine power is exceptionally potent, akin to a secret technique encountered in a fantastical novel, where the effects of the character art are strikingly similar. It allows one to traverse miles in a mere step, compressing vast distances into mere inches. Although it is not an offensive type of divine ability, Yuan still opted to advance its use. After investing in this character-based divine power, Ji Yuan turned his attention to other formidable abilities. The system presented numerous powerful divine techniques, which stirred a sense of yearning within him. Ultimately, however, Ji Yuan adhered to his original intent and selected an offensive type of divine ability. Once again, it was a single-character divine power bearing the name Grass. Specifically, it referred to the grass of the nine-leaf sword grass, as well as the grass of the sword technique. Upon activation, this divine ability can condense into leaves, each leaf akin to a sword, capable of slicing through the sun, moon, and stars. At present, Ji Yuan certainly cannot sever the celestial bodies of the sun, moon, and stars. However, the future remains uncertain. The two mystical arts have been preemptively fulfilled, yet the task remains stalled. Nonetheless, it is merely a matter of cultivation. In 3 months' time, these two tasks will be accomplished. By then, the credibility points will also reach their zenith, allowing for an elevation to the third tier of reputation. The enhancement of reputation is of utmost significance. A few days later, Yi Sibai approached Han Feiyu. Junior brother, we have been in the sect for several months now and have yet to explore properly. I wish to descend the mountain for a stroll. Would you care to join me? Yi Xiaobai inquired, standing before Han Feiyu. Without much contemplation, Han Feiyu readily nodded in agreement, certainly. He had long harbored the intention to venture down the mountain. His motives, however, diverged from Yi Xiaobai's curiosity about Qingshan's sect. He merely sought to gather intelligence. Realizing that his understanding of the sect was woefully inadequate, the two reached a consensus and prepared to descend the mountain. Yet, before doing so, they approached Ji Yuan, who was reclining in the courtyard. Master, we wish to venture down the mountain to explore other areas of the sect, Yi Xiaobai articulated. Ji Yuan nodded. Certainly, however, one must exercise caution. If venturing into the other 6 veins, there are numerous places where one should not recklessly intrude. It is wise to inquire first before proceeding. Understood. Master, moreover, strive to remain inconspicuous and avoid unnecessary ostentation. Your rapid advancement in cultivation may attract unwarranted trouble if you display arrogance in public. Ji Yuan gazed at Yi Xiaobai and remarked, I am not particularly concerned about Han Feiyu. That lad is exceedingly cautious. However, when it comes to Yi Xiaobai, one might describe him as possessing a heart of innocence. Conversely, one could also label him as somewhat childish. Without proper guidance, he is likely to indulge in frivolities. Rest assured, Master, I shall keep a vigilant watch over my junior. Yi Xiaobai confidently patted his chest. Ji Yuan rolled his eyes and turned to Han Feiyu, saying, Feiyu, keep an eye on your senior brother. Chapter 15. The Outer Sect. Yes, Master, Han Feiyu replied, clasping his fists. I am actually the senior brother. Yi Xiaobai widened his eyes, interjecting, do not engage in trivial talk. If you continue, you shall find yourself relegated to the position of junior brother. Ji Yuan cast a glance at Yi Xiaobai, who promptly fell silent, grasping Han Feiyu's hand as they hastily made their way outside. Junior brother, we should leave quickly. It's getting late. Upon exiting the main hall of the Peak Master, they retrieved their flying artifacts and descended the mountain. As they touched down on the ground, the cautious Han Feiyu turned to Yi Xiaobai and suggested, Senior brother, let us find a secluded spot to land. Oh, I was hoping to fly directly to the outer gate square, Yi Xiaobai lamented. Han Feiyu paused for a moment, recalling their master's recent admonition, do not be ostentatious or showy. Senior brother, Han Feiyu's tone grew more insistent. I understand, Yi Xiaobai quickly replied. The two then located an uninhabited area to land and proceeded on foot toward the outer gate. Before long, they encountered several disciples of the Qingshan sect. Clad in purple robes, they walked through the crowd, prompting many disciples to respectfully greet them as senior brothers. Only the direct disciples of the Qingshan sect wore purple robes, while the outer gate disciples donned black, and the inner gate disciples were clad in white. The least esteemed, the miscellaneous disciples, wore the most unseemly attire, a coarse, earth-toned fabric. In response to the calls of their peers, Yi Xiaobai cheerfully waved back. Hello, junior brothers and sisters. A collective pause ensued as the group of disciples stared at Yi Xiaobai, bewildered. Observing this, Han Feiyu hurriedly restrained Yi Xiaobai's enthusiastic hand. Senior brother, maintain a low profile. Junior brother, how can we not respond to our fellow disciples when they greet us? We must show politeness. Yi Xiaobai asserted earnestly. Senior brother, junior brother. Han Feiyu felt a sense of exasperation. He was aware of Yi Xiaobai's somewhat erratic nature, but he hadn't anticipated it to be this pronounced. He couldn't allow Yi Xiaobai to continue attracting attention. Grasping his arm, Han Feiyu quickened his pace. Hey, junior brother, why are you pulling me? Where are we going? Why are you silent? I'm hungry. Let us head to the spirit food hall first. Han Feiyu remained silent, determinedly leading Yi Xiaobai to the Sanjing Pavilion. The back courtyard of the Peak Master's hall housed a study with numerous books, where Han Feiyu had previously discovered a map of the Qing Shan sect. Thus, although he hadn't explored the sect extensively, he was quite familiar with many locations. Junior brother, why are we here? Yi Xiaobai inquired, looking perplexed at the Sanjing Pavilion. Senior brother, we both hail from mortal families and know little about the world of cultivation. The study in our master's residence has too few books. I believe we should visit the Sanjing Pavilion to gain a deeper understanding of the Qing Shan sect and the broader cultivation realm, Han Feiyu explained. I see. But I think I'll skip this, Yi Xiaobai replied, shaking his head. Han Feiyu fell silent. Noticing his demeanor, Yi Xiaobai patted Han Feiyu on the shoulder with a smile. Don't mind me. You go ahead and read. Later, you can tell me what you find out. I'll just go meet some friends. Sometimes, asking others directly is faster than reading. Han Feiyu found some merit in this reasoning. All right, then. Senior brother. I shall take my leave. Let us meet at the Spirit Food Hall in 2 hours, Yi Xiaobai declared before dashing off. Han Feiyu felt compelled to chase after him, sensing that allowing Yi Xiaobai to roam freely might lead to complications. However, since they were within the sect, it was unlikely that Yi Xiaobai would cause any significant trouble. Deciding to let it be, Han Feiyu proceeded into the Sanjing Pavilion. The Sanjing Pavilion of the Qing Shan sect, located in the outer gate, consisted of 3 levels. The first floor housed a variety of books on history and culture, aiding disciples in understanding the sect's past and the cultivation world. The second floor contained first-tier spells and techniques suitable for the gathering Qi realm, while the third floor was dedicated to second-tier spells and techniques for the Spirit Sea realm. Disciples were free to browse the books on the first floor, but access to the second and third floors required certain conditions to be met. Newly admitted disciples were granted 3 exchange opportunities to select preferred techniques and spells from the second floor. Though Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai had been taught spells and techniques by their master, they too had 3 exchange opportunities. However, Han Feiyu's purpose for visiting was not to acquire spells. Upon entering, he immediately settled on the first floor to peruse the books. His purple attire inevitably attracted the attention of several disciples, who began whispering among themselves. Some recognized him as the fortunate individual from this year's recruitment conference, the one who had been accepted as a direct disciple of the Peak Master due to his extraordinary luck. While some envied him, others disparaged him, claiming he had merely stumbled upon luck. Han Feiyu noticed the curious glances and hushed discussions, but paid them no mind, focusing intently on his reading. The collection of texts in the Sanjing Pavilion was far more comprehensive than those in the study on the Peak of Seeking Tao. He quickly absorbed a wealth of information, including the concept of Tao-grade spells and the realization that the Qing Shan sect possessed none. The air of mystery surrounding Yuan intensified within his heart. Meanwhile, after leaving the scripture pavilion, Yi Xiaobai wandered aimlessly until he found himself in a small square bustling with people. He was drawn to the lively atmosphere and eagerly approached the crowd. The disciples, upon noticing Yi Xiaobai clad in purple robes, quickly parted to make way for him. With a smile, Yi Xiaobai clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, fellow disciples. As he stepped forward, he beheld the object of their fascination, a towering structure, soaring dozens of meters high, adorned with a plaque reading Lingmiao Tower. Perplexed, Yi Xiaobai scratched his head, wondering what captivated their attention. Turning to a stout, similarly clad disciple beside him, he inquired, Brother, what are you all gathered here for? Upon hearing Yi Xiaobai's question, Song Dahai glanced at him and asked, Are you a new disciple who just joined this year? Yi Xiaobai nodded in affirmation. With a smile, Song Dahai continued, Do you know the 7 branches of our Qishan sect? Jiudao, Ziyun, Luoxia, Songjian, Lingmiao, Xuanmiao, and Zhengfa. Yi Xiaobai replied confidently. He was not unfamiliar with the sect and was aware of the characteristics of each branch. Jiudao was known for its sparse population. Ziyun was the branch of the sect leader. Luoxia accepted only female disciples. Songjian specialized in sword cultivation. Lingmiao excelled in alchemy. Xuanmiao focused on spirit refinement and artifact crafting, while Zhengfa was responsible for maintaining the sect's order and handling various violations. Chapter 16. Lingmiao Tower. Now that you are informed, let me tell you about Lingmiao Tower. A treasured relic of Lingmiao Peak passed down through the years. The origins of this treasure are unknown, but all disciples within the gathering Qi realm can enter the tower at any time to undertake an assessment. The evaluation encompasses mastery of botany, alchemical skills, and creative talent. Upon completion of these 3 assessments, The tower will provide an evaluation categorized into grades A, B, C, and D, with 4 lists displayed. Those whose names appear on these lists achieve both glory and rewards. Song Dahai patiently explained to Yi Xiaobai. After listening, Yi Xiaobai nodded slightly. Though his interest was somewhat limited, he curiously inquired, "Brother, what kind of rewards are available?" "Various rewards, including spells, magical artifacts, elixirs, and cultivation techniques," Song Dahai replied. "Elixirs?" Yi Xiaobai's eyes lit up as he asked, "Are there any longevity elixirs?" I believe there was one. Let me think. Centuries ago. A senior disciple in our sect who ranked on the B list reportedly received a 3rd-tier longevity elixir," Song Dahai recalled after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Lingmiao Tower. Noticing his reaction, Song Dahai chuckled and asked, "Would you like to give it a try?" Yes. Yi Xiaobai eagerly nodded. "Then you must prepare yourself. The assessments at Lingmiao Tower are quite challenging. The first 2 evaluations on botany and alchemy are manageable with effort. But the 3rd assessment, measuring creative talent, requires disciples to invent a unique elixir, which has stymied countless disciples," Song Dahai continued. Yi Xiaobai nodded vigorously. "Thank you for sharing this information, brother." "Not at all. I simply hope to achieve AB rank and obtain that 3rd-tier longevity elixir," he mused. "Brother, my name is Yi Xiaobai, a disciple of Chiodao Peak. I am Song Dahai, a disciple of Lingmiao Peak." Song Dahai reciprocated with his introduction. "By the way, brother, are there any remarkable individuals undergoing assessments today?" Yi Xiaobai glanced around and asked. Song Dahai nodded. 2 of our senior sisters from Lingmiao Peak are preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the Linghai realm, so they plan to undergo one final assessment. "I see. Brother, after they finish, I would like to treat you to a meal," Yi Xiaobai offered with a smile. "Thank you, junior brother," Song Dahai replied warmly. Before long, 2 hours had passed. Han Feiyu exited the scripture pavilion and made his way to the spirit dining hall. Shortly after, he arrived at the bustling spirit dining hall, where the atmosphere was lively. Although spirit food required contribution points, it not only satisfied hunger but also aided in cultivation, making it a popular spot among disciples. Upon his arrival, Yi Xiaobai waved and called out, "Junior brother, junior brother." Hearing the voice, Han Feiyu approached. Once he arrived, Yi Xiaobai pointed to Song Dahai beside him. "Junior brother, allow me to introduce you to my new friend, Song Dahai, a disciple of Lingmiao Peak." "Brother Song, I am Han Feiyu," he said, clasping his fist respectfully. "Greetings, junior brother Han," Song Dahai replied with a smile. "Brother Song, my junior brother has also arrived. Let us go inside. Today, I shall treat you," Yi Xiaobai announced loudly. "Junior brother Xiaobai, I must warn you in advance. Judging by my physique, I eat quite a lot, so do not lament your contribution points later." Song Dahai chuckled while patting his belly. "Not to worry, indulge freely." Yi Xiaobai confidently patted his chest. Yuan bestowed upon him 1,000 contribution points and a sumptuous meal, which he could consume entirely at once. If that were insufficient, he could always borrow a little from his junior brother. The trio entered the Spirit Food House, a grand establishment spanning 3 stories. The 3rd floor catered solely to elders, adorned in opulent decor. The 2nd floor was equally impressive, featuring private dining rooms, while the 1st floor resembled a common hall akin to an inn in the mortal realm. As direct disciples, Yi Xiaobai and his companions were promptly escorted by a servant disciple to a window-side room on the 2nd floor. The servant presented them with 3 menus from the Spirit Food House, a booklet filled with a variety of spiritual dishes and their prices, including 2nd-tier spiritual cuisine. The ingredients for 2nd-tier dishes comprised 2nd-tier spiritual beasts or rare materials, making them quite expensive. 1st-tier dishes ranged from 10 to 100 contribution points, while 2nd-tier dishes each cost several hundreds to thousands. Han Feiyu glanced at the menu, silently lamenting the steep prices. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaobai was enthusiastically pointing at the menu. This one, that one, and this one too. Without hesitation, he ordered 7 or 8 dishes along with a pot of spiritual wine. Han Feiyu's lips twitched slightly as he calculated that Yi Xiaobai had just spent 1/3 of his contribution points on this meal, feeling that his friend was rather extravagant. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of how difficult it was to earn contribution points, yet they had already squandered a significant portion. Yi Xiaobai, however, was not concerned, prioritizing a delightful meal. After placing their orders, the trio engaged in conversation, primarily driven by Yi Xiaobai's curiosity about the Ling Miao Tower. Han Feiyu listened quietly. only responding occasionally when his name was mentioned. Despite his reticence, he found himself intrigued by the rewards associated with the tower. Soon, Han Feiyu inquired about the ease of earning contribution points. Brother Song, might I ask how one might earn contribution points? I understand your intent. There are numerous ways to earn them, but the most effective is to master a particular skill, which makes the accumulation of contribution points much simpler. As a disciple of Ling Miao Peak, I practice alchemy. While it may not yield vast riches, I have not been lacking in contribution points during these years of cultivation. Song Dahai replied. Han Feiyu nodded and continued to inquire. And how many contribution points can one sell a medicinal pill for? First-tier pills vary in price based on their quality and efficacy. However, the least one can sell a single pill for is 10 contribution points, while others can fetch hundreds. Song Dahai elaborated. Upon hearing this, Han Feiyu quietly nodded, realizing that the price of spiritual food was not exorbitant after all, comparable to that of a medicinal pill. Yet, having tasted spiritual food, he recognized that while it was delicious, its effects paled in comparison to those of medicinal pills. Thus, as long as they were not destitute, many disciples were willing to indulge in a meal at the spirit food house from time to time. Brother, how many contribution points is a longevity pill? Yi Xiaobai suddenly asked, his curiosity piqued by the discussion of medicinal pills. Why are you so interested in the longevity pill, junior brother? Do you have a family elder in need? Song Dahai inquired, slightly taken aback. No, I wish to consume it myself, Yi Xiaobai replied, shaking his head. Song Dahai looked at him in confusion. Most people seek a longevity pill only as their time approaches. Why does a 15 or 16-year-old like you feel such urgency? Brother Song, my senior brother has a rather unique disposition. I hope you can understand, Han Feiyu interjected, glancing at Song Dahai. Song Dahai chuckled. No worries, no worries. After a brief conversation, their meals were swiftly served by the spirit food house. The trio continued to eat and chat, and after bidding farewell to each other, Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai returned to Qiudao Peak. Chapter 17. A pillar supporting the sky. Upon their return to Qiudao Peak, Yi Xiaobai immediately approached Ji Yuan. Master, he called out. Ji Yuan set aside the book before him and turned to Yi Xiaobai, inquiring, what is the matter? Yi Xiaobai replied, I would like to ask you something. Are you familiar with the Lingmiao Tower? Upon hearing Yi Xiaobai mention the Lingmiao Tower, Ji Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware. The 7 peaks of Qing Mountain each possess some extraordinary treasures. Do you wish to attempt the challenges of the Lingmiao Tower? Yi Xiaobai eagerly nodded in response and continued. I have heard that, several centuries ago, a senior from a sect obtained a 3rd-tier longevity pill from the Lingmiao Tower. Is that true? When Yi Xiaobai spoke of the longevity pill, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He wasn't disbelieving of Song Dahai. Rather, he sought confirmation from Ji Yuan. After all, as the peak master, Ji Yuan undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than a mere disciple. Ji Yuan observed the desperate demeanor of Yi Xiaobai and no longer found it surprising. The 3rd-tier longevity elixir was a mere trifle. He could practice it at present, yet deemed it unnecessary. After pondering for a moment, Ji Yuan remarked, it is indeed true. If you wish to give it a try, you may. There is no loss in attempting. However, given your current level, your efforts may prove futile. If you desire to earn rewards, you must dedicate yourself fully to your studies. Feiyu, you too. Master, I will certainly study diligently. Yi Xiaobai promptly responded. And Han Feiyu nodded in agreement. Although he harbored little interest in the longevity elixir, he was motivated by Song Dahai's words that there would be various rewards for those who achieve recognition. In the ensuing days, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu devoted the majority of their time to mastering the art of alchemy. Yi Xiaobai made significant progress, and Ji Yuan discovered that this young man possessed an extraordinary photographic memory. Typically, as cultivators advance in their practice, their memory improves. However, only those who reach the spiritual sea realm can attain such a remarkable level of recall. This ability is a considerable boon in the field of alchemy. Given the vast array of texts one must study, the first trial of the Lingmiao Tower also assessed their botanical knowledge, which fundamentally tests memory and reading comprehension. Yi Xiaobai certainly did not lack in reading capacity. The inheritance presented by Ji Yuan encompasses a remarkably comprehensive understanding of botanical knowledge. As a product of a systematic approach, the foundational knowledge is undoubtedly sound. Compared to Yi Xiaobai, Han Feiyu's innate talent is considerably inferior. However, his diligence has allowed him to make consistent progress. Before long, 2 months have swiftly elapsed. During this period, the The two have been engrossed in the study of alchemical arts. With a solid inheritance and Yuan's guidance, Yi Xiaobai is now poised to attempt the creation of a new elixir, after which he intends to undertake the assessment at the Lingyao Tower. On this particular day, in the alchemical chamber of the backyard, Yi Xiaobai is engaged in yet another attempt to concoct his original elixir, while Han Feiyu observes and learns from the side. Yuan stood outside, awaiting the moment to assist Yi Xiaobai. Over the past 3 months, Yi Xiaobai had engaged in alchemical practices numerous times, each occasion provoking extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. Yet, Yi Xiaobai remained obstinately dismissive, claiming that such manifestations were irrelevant to his mere pursuit of elixirs, an unequivocal act of defamation, a blatant slander. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the sky above Qiudao Peak. In an instant, the entire firmament over Qiudao Peak was shrouded in dark clouds. Upon witnessing the scene, Ji Yuan's lips twitched slightly. The commotion this time was significantly more pronounced than in the past. Previously, it had been confined to a small area, but now it encompassed an entire mountain peak. Shortly thereafter, a torrential rain began to fall from the heavens. Yet, the rainwater remained murky and foul, imbued with an unsettling aura. The mystical power of Ji Yuan's forbidden words moved with his thoughts. He swiftly retrieved a jade vial and captured all the rainwater within it. Once he had collected the rain, Ji Yuan sensed its potency. This time, the rainwater exhibited an even more formidable effect. It would influence cultivators in the spirit sea realm. While female cultivators remained unaffected, male cultivators who came into contact with the rainwater would instantly become a pillar supporting the heavens. What a peculiar effect. In the alchemy chamber, Ji Yuan found himself on the verge of losing composure. At that moment, Yi Xiaobai's self-crafted elixir had finally come to fruition. As the cauldron opened, several pills soared into the air. It worked. Master, I have succeeded. Yi Xiaobai exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Ji Yuan entered the alchemy chamber. Let me observe the elixir you have crafted and discern its effects. As he spoke, Ji Yuan casually gestured, and a blue pill materialized in his hand. This hue of the elixir was indeed a rarity. Ji Yuan discerned the situation swiftly and soon grasped the effects of the elixir crafted by Yi Xiaobai. Upon realizing this, he cast a somewhat speechless glance at Yi Xiaobai and inquired, "Are you aware of the effects of your elixir?" "I am not certain," Yi Xiaobai replied. "But I intended to concoct a pill that would enhance one's prowess. Even if it does not yield that exact effect, it should be somewhat similar, right?" Shaking his head, Ji Yuan responded, "To say that your elixir enhances strength is not entirely inaccurate. However, it does not pertain to combat prowess, but rather to the virility of men. To put it simply, it will render men more vigorous and enduring in matters of intimacy." Ji Yuan revealed the effects of the elixir. No wonder the recent celestial phenomenon has been so peculiar, and that rain has been so unorthodox. It turns out you have concocted a unique blue pill. Yi Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, while Han Feiyu looked at Yi Xiaobai with a mix of astonishment. How could this be? It shouldn't be possible. Yi Xiaobai could hardly believe it. He had never intended to create such a potion. Although the effects of the elixir deviated somewhat from his expectations, it was still commendable. It could enhance one's abilities without causing harm, and it would likely receive a favorable evaluation within the Spirit Mysterious Tower. After returning the elixir to Yi Xiaobai, Ji Yuan remarked, "Well, as long as you can pass the assessment." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaobai's spirits lifted once more. Furthermore, do not underestimate the value of the elixir you have crafted. If you were to sell it, it would undoubtedly be immensely popular. Ji Yuan remarked once more. It is true that cultivators are not omnipotent at present. He realizes that the potency of certain vitality-enhancing elixirs pales in comparison to the one concocted by Yi Xiaobai. Moreover, other vitality elixirs tend to strain the body to some extent, unlike Yi Xiaobai's creation, which poses no harm whatsoever. Thus, should this elixir be offered for sale, it would undoubtedly be met with immense popularity. Will such an elixir truly garner acclaim? Yi Xiaobai found himself perplexed. At merely 16 years of age, his understanding of this domain remains rather limited. "You shall find out after you give it a try," was the response. "There is no need for further elaboration on the matter. He will inevitably come to understand in due time." "Understood, master." Yi Xiaobai nodded. "Senior brother, when do you intend to visit the Lingyao Tower?" Han Feiyu inquired, casting a glance at Yi Xiaobai. "Right now?" Yi Xiaobai replied instantly. "Then I shall accompany you on your journey. Your talent for alchemy is indeed remarkable, though the side effects are rather significant." Ji Yuan shook his head in response to Yi Xiaobai's words. "No need, master. I can manage on my own. That phenomenon of heaven and earth is certainly unrelated to me. Yi Xiaobai confidently replied. Brother, this isn't just once or twice. It happens every time. Han Feiyu, unable to contain himself, offered a gentle reminder. He was on the verge of saying, Brother, don't be so stubborn. Chapter 18. The commencement of the assessment. Very well, go by yourself. Remember what you said. You insisted that I refrain from accompanying you. Should any trouble arise, you shall handle it on your own. Yuan readily acquiesced to Yi Xiaobai's words. Stubborn? A little hardship would do him good. Master, then I shall take my leave. Yi Xiaobai rose, clasped his fists, and with a flourish of his sleeves, strode purposefully towards the exit. He swiftly departed from the rear courtyard. Han Feiyu, filled with concern, turned to Yuan and inquired, Master, are you truly not going to intervene with senior brother? Let him learn a lesson. I cannot perpetually clean up after him. If we were still at the quest for Dao Peak, I might assist him to prevent him from causing trouble for us. However, since we are no longer at the peak for alchemy, it matters not. Yuan nodded and inquired, will the senior brother be gravely harmed? Han Feiyu asked, recalling the time when Yi Xiaobai concocted a type of corrosive acid rain during alchemy. If such an acid rain were to occur within the outer sect, although the disciples would not face mortal danger, the majority of their garments would surely be rendered tattered and worn, which could be more distressing than death itself. Do not fret. At most, he will be left in a state of severe injury. Yuan spoke with a calm demeanor. Ahem. Han Feiyu cleared his throat and said, Senior brother, may fortune favor you. By the way, why don't you join him in attempting the trials of the Spirit Tower? Yuan gazed at Han Feiyu and inquired. The disciple still lacked significant insight into creating his own elixirs and wished to practice further. Han Feiyu, with a hint of helplessness, responded. His alchemical skills had been steadily improving. However, when it came to concocting original elixirs, failure was simply inevitable. Yuan nodded and said, If it truly proves unfeasible, do not become overly fixated. It is perfectly acceptable to forego participation in the assessment of the Lingmiao Tower. The disciple understood. Han Feiyu clasped his fists in acknowledgement. He was not one to become obstinately attached to a singular notion. His desire to partake in the Lingmiao Tower's evaluation had always been rather ambivalent. Though he yearned for the rewards of the tower, he was reluctant to seek fame. Subsequently, Han Feiyu resumed his studies in alchemy. Yuan's consciousness detached from his body, exploring the circumstances surrounding Yi Xiaobai. After departing from the Cudao Peak, Yi Xiaobai made his way directly to the Lingmiao Tower. At this moment, the tower was not as bustling as it had been during his first visit, when two senior sisters from Lingmiao Peak were being assessed. These sisters, both esteemed disciples, had achieved complete mastery of qi gathering, drawing a significant crowd of onlookers. However, recently, no notable figures had come to participate in assessments. Upon his arrival, Yi Xiaobai entered the Lingmiao Tower and noticed 4 stone tablets standing prominently in the central area. Each tablet, approximately 3 meters tall, bore inscriptions at their peaks, A, B, C, and D, each radiating a luminous glow. This was the ranking system that Song Dahai had mentioned. The A rank stood completely blank, while the B rank contained several dozen names. The C and D ranks were replete with names, densely packed. Below the ranks, a middle-aged man sat in front of the tablets. He was the steward responsible for overseeing the Lingmiao Tower, boasting full mastery of qi gathering. In the management of the Qingshan sect, besides the peak masters and elders, the stewards held significant positions. These stewards varied in strength, but most were at least at the 7th or 9th level of qi gathering. Are you here for an assessment? Junior brother? The steward inquired with a friendly smile as he regarded Yi Xiaobai. Yes, senior brother, Yi Xiaobai replied with a smile. Please hand me your identity token. The steward requested, taking the token from Yi Xiaobai to register his information. The registration was brief, merely stating, Yudao Peak disciple Yi Xiaobai on such and such date. In the 11th alchemy room for assessment. After completing the registration, the steward returned the token and pointed to the alchemy room marked with the number 11. Junior brother, you will conduct your assessment in that alchemy room, the steward said. Yi Xiaobai expressed his gratitude with a bow and walked towards the designated room. Inside the Lingmiao Tower, there were a total of 12 alchemy rooms, each adorned with a number. Upon reaching the entrance of the 11th alchemy room, the door opened automatically. Yi Xiaobai stepped inside, and the door closed behind him. He took his place on a mat in front of an alchemy furnace. In the next moment, a voice echoed within the room. The first round begins. Analyze the spiritual plant before you. detailing the number of species it comprises and their respective identities. As the voice faded, a spiritual plant, approximately 2 meters tall, materialized before Yi Xiaobai. Curiously, he extended his hand to touch it, but found only an illusion. Nevertheless, he inhaled its scent, which, despite being an image, carried the fragrance of a spiritual plant. Remarkable indeed. After his brief exploration, Yi Xiaobai began to analyze intently. Although he could not physically interact with the plant, he circled around it, taking in its aroma. Finally, he proclaimed aloud, "This spiritual plant comprises a total of 81 species, including Bai Chao Su, Shui Tianwen, Tian Wang Yi, Hani Jin, Bai Shuahua, Jiao Yin Tian, and Dilan Guo." Yi Xiaobai recited the names of the 81 species as if he were calling out a menu. Once he concluded his analysis, the voice returned after a brief pause. Botanical mastery, A. The second round begins, the voice continued. Yi Xiaobai prepared to commence alchemy. The second and third rounds could be undertaken simultaneously, provided he concocted his own unique elixir. Thus, Yi Xiaobai intended to tackle both rounds at once. As the flames ignited, he retrieved the materials for his self-created elixir. For these rounds, the materials needed to be self-sourced. As Yi Xiaobai began his alchemical process, dark clouds gathered slowly in the sky above the outer sect. As time passed, coinciding with the completion of Yi Xiaobai's elixir, a downpour commenced. What is happening? Why is the rain blue? Puzzled, a group of disciples nearby expressed their confusion. A few passing disciples promptly summoned the steward from Lingmiao Tower, believing he might have insights into the peculiar phenomenon. The steward, having been in the sect for many years, stepped outside and was immediately struck by the sight of the blue rain. As the droplets hit him, he felt an unsettling sensation. "What on earth is this?" he muttered, instinctively bending over. Male disciples caught in the rain displayed blank expressions. Many found themselves unable to resist bending slightly, while some hastily sought a place to sit down. The female disciples looked on in confusion, questioning the peculiar behavior of their male counterparts. "What's wrong with you?" one inquired. "It's nothing, just taking a break." "This rain is rather heavy. We should find shelter," a male disciple suggested. "Sisters, you go ahead. We'll follow shortly," the group of male disciples urged. Chapter 19. Auspicious signs. The female disciples, bewildered, pressed for answers, but the boys remained tight-lipped, too embarrassed to admit their bewilderment. Once the female disciples departed, the male disciples quickly sought refuge from the rain. However, even when sheltered, the unusual sensations lingered. Silently, the disciples sat beneath the eaves, exchanging glances. "Brothers, there's something wrong with this rain. What on earth is happening? Could one of you seek out an elder to investigate?" Upon hearing this, no one moved. The discomfort made even shifting difficult, and they deemed it prudent to wait until the situation improved. "I agree." Meanwhile, as Yi Xiaobai's elixirs were completed, several pills soared from the furnace. In a barely perceptible manner, a small pattern shimmered with light on each of the elixirs. In this realm of alchemy, self-created elixirs received a form of celestial acknowledgement. This recognition, while seemingly trivial, manifested as a distinctive pattern on the elixirs produced by the creator, rendering the third round of assessments immune to cheating. Following the emergence of the elixirs, the voice resounded once more. Alchemical skill, A. Self-created elixir, A. Lingmiao assessment, A. The voice proclaimed 3 as in succession. In the next instant, a beam of light coalesced before Yi Xiaobai, materializing into a jade slip. Upon seeing the jade slip, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed, "What is this? I do not want this. I want my elixirs. I want the longevity elixir." The voice did not respond to Yi Xiaobai at all. "Is anyone there? I need the longevity pill." Yi Xiaobai shouted several times, but it was futile. Frustrated, he lamented, "What kind of jade slip is this? Where's my longevity pill? A 4th grade one is out of the question. A 3rd grade will suffice." Feeling disheartened, Yi Xiaobai realized that the Lingmiao Tower was not inclined to reason with him, and he could only accept the jade slip. In the next moment, a scroll materialized before him. From what he learned from Song Dahai, if one could attain a rating, they could etch their name onto this scroll. The name would promptly be inscribed on the stone tablet outside. Just as Yi Xiaobai was about to write down his name, he hesitated. According to Song Dahai, the manner in which he wrote his name would reflect on the leaderboard. The issue was that his handwriting was rather unsightly, perhaps reluctant to reveal his poor penmanship. Or perhaps fueled by anger over not receiving the longevity pill, an idea suddenly struck him. He then used his finger as a brush to draw a small turtle on the scroll. The scroll absorbed the drawing, rolled up, and vanished in a flash of light. signifying that he had successfully made his mark. Satisfied, Yi Xiaobai nodded as the door to the alchemy room swung open. He pocketed the jade slip and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he noticed that the steward was no longer at his post. Confused, Yi Xiaobai wondered if that senior brother had taken leave. Whatever, not my concern, he thought as he prepared to leave. Just then, two male disciples hurriedly entered. Spotting Yi Xiaobai about to exit, they quickly stopped him. Senior brother, it's best not to go out right now. Why? Yi Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. A strange blue rain has suddenly started falling outside. If it touches a man, it could harden him, and we don't know if it can be undone, the two junior brothers said, their faces etched with concern. Hardening is fine, but remaining hardened is quite uncomfortable, one of them added. Hearing this, Yi Xiaobai's heart sank. Could this bizarre phenomenon truly be linked to him? Such an absurd effect was impossible. He, Yi Xiaobai, was merely an innocent soul, simply practicing alchemy. How could he have conjured such an oddity? Observing the discomfort of his fellow disciples, he began to feel anxious. He rushed to the door and peered outside. Should he run? If discovered to be the cause. He feared for his life. But what if he got caught in the rain? Would he also experience such discomfort? As he deliberated, the torrential downpour ceased. Junior brothers, I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first, Yi Xiaobai said, his eyes brightening at the sight. He swiftly produced a flying artifact and took off at full speed. Though the rain had stopped, the effects on the male disciples who had inadvertently been doused persisted for half an hour before finally dissipating. Simultaneously, the unusual rainfall outside was soon reported to the sect leader. The leader, along with several elders, arrived to investigate the situation. However, they ultimately found themselves at a loss. Collecting some of the blue rainwater, they were baffled by its properties and origins. While they struggled to comprehend the situation, the steward of the Lingmiao Tower finally noticed a small turtle pattern that had mysteriously appeared on the long blank. The steward, gazing at felt a surge of curiosity and hurriedly left the Lingmiao Tower to seek out the sect leader. Esteemed leader, I have something to report, the steward announced upon arriving before him. What is it? Do you have any leads? The leader asked. The steward nodded and quickly replied, just now. Upon my return to the Lingmiao Tower, I discovered that a new pattern has appeared on the I suspect someone has passed the assessment and achieved a rating, but did not leave their name, instead opting to leave this pattern. Leader, I can't help but wonder if this sudden bizarre rainfall is related to someone achieving recognition on the sect leader and the elders were intrigued by this notion. For many years, the Lingmiao Tower had never seen anyone etch their name on the Let us visit the Lingmiao Tower, the leader decided. Neither confirming nor denying the steward's hypothesis, intending to investigate further. Subsequently, the steward led the sect leader and several elders to the Lingmiao Tower, where they beheld the turtle pattern on the One elder turned to the leader and said, perhaps this is indeed connected to the name inscribed on the Lingmiao Tower has a long-standing legacy of wonders. Could this rainfall be a celestial sign celebrating the emergence of a talented individual on the You old fool. What nonsense are you spouting? You are aware of the rain's effects. How could the Lingmiao Tower possibly conjure such bizarre precipitation? A celestial sign? Nonsense. Another elder disagreed. Why can't it be a celestial sign? The rain's effects are peculiar, but it might just not have been utilized in the right context, the elder continued. You old man, at your age, still preoccupied with matters of romance? Nonsense. I merely think this rainwater could be utilized as materials for alchemy or artifact crafting. In essence, my point is that the sudden appearance of this rain and the emergence of a disciple's name on the must be interconnected. The Lingmiao Tower, a treasured inheritance of our sect, could never harm us. The elder expressed his perspective. The sect leader nodded in agreement, saying, for now, we must locate the disciple who left this pattern. He then turned to the steward, bring forth the roster of disciples who participated in the assessment. The steward promptly presented the roster. The leader perused the list. During the rain, approximately 11 or 12 disciples had come to the Lingmiao Tower for assessment. Among them, 10 were from the Lingmiao Peak, along with a few inner disciples and one direct disciple. However, the last name puzzled the leader. Disciple of Yuan, Yi Xiaobai? He recalled that Yuan had only 2 addresses, and this Yi Xiaobai seemed to be the peculiar youth possessing a token. This young man had only joined the sect for about half a year and yet, astonishingly, was participating in the Lingmiao Tower's assessment in merely 6 months. His cultivation level could hardly exceed the 2nd or 3rd layer of qi gathering, regardless of his cultivation. It was inconceivable for someone who had only been exposed to cultivation for half a year to leave a name on the A list. After reviewing the roster, The sect master returned it to the steward and then dispatched someone to summon the disciples of Ling Miao Peak. Upon inquiry, they all asserted that he was not the disciple who had left a small turtle emblem. The elders of Ling Miao Peak could also attest to this. Among these 10 individuals, only 2 possessed the alchemical talent sufficient to make their mark on the list, and even then, they could only aspire to the C list. Having already left their names there previously, their return for this assessment was merely to strive for a spot on the B list. Inquiring further about these 10, the sect master asked the steward for additional details. The steward assured him that he remembered, prior to the assessment, the A list bore no names. The sect master pondered for a moment. Could it truly be that you see by? If so, this child's aptitude for alchemy was indeed formidable. You may return. He instructed the 2 elders beside him before departing. The 2 elders exchanged glances, then picked up the roster of the Ling Miao Tower, discovering Yi Xiaobai's name. Chiodao Peak? It was said that Ji Yuan had indeed taken in 2 disciples this year. But hadn't he the recruitment conference just concluded a few months ago? If this were the case, the talent of this child was genuinely astounding. Perhaps even Sister Yuan would compete with Ji Yuan for his disciples. As they spoke, the 2 old men could not suppress the smiles of anticipation that crept upon their faces. Sister Yuan, mentioned by them, was the peak master of Ling Miao Peak and, apart from an ancient ancestor, the most skilled alchemist in the Qingshan sect. Oh, not to mention Ji Yuan himself. Meanwhile, after the rain had ceased, Yi Xiaobai had already returned to Chiodao Peak. Master, help me. Upon his return, Yi Xiaobai shouted for assistance. Ji Yuan gazed at Yi Xiaobai and inquired, "Have you ceased your defiance? Master, you must save me. Those senior and junior brothers have been drenched by the rain, and they are all hardened. I do not know if they can recover. If you do not rescue me, I may very well be beaten to death." Yi Xiaobai was now genuinely fearful that the effects of the rain were permanent. If that were indeed the case, he would surely meet his demise. In truth, even with merely half an hour remaining, should anyone discover that he was the one responsible for the rain, there would be many eager to take their vengeance upon him. Excluding those disciples with hidden ailments, these disciples might not only refrain from harming Yi Xiaobai, they would likely revere him, hoping for an abundance of rainwater. What does it mean to be hardened? Han Feiyu, who had been listening, could not help but turn to Ji Yuan and Yi Xiaobai with a question. Yi Xiaobai remained silent, merely casting a glance at a certain area of Han Feiyu's lower body. Han Feiyu stood frozen, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Brother, your talent for alchemy may truly be unparalleled," he exclaimed in astonishment. "To concoct a pill aimed at enhancing strength, yet end up with a vitality elixir, while simultaneously summoning peculiar rain. He believed that throughout history, there may not exist a second individual with such a unique gift." "Master!" Yi Xiaobai suddenly leaped forward, clasping Ji Yuan's leg. "Enough, get up. The rainwater you summoned has a time limit. It lasts only half an hour." Ji Yuan spoke, and with a surge of spiritual energy lifted Yi Xiaobai into the air. "Is there a time limit? That is reassuring." Yi Xiaobai sighed in relief. "Do not rejoice too soon. The intensity of this rain is considerable." With a single sentence, Ji Yuan once again caused Yi Xiaobai's heart to leap to her throat. "This cannot be blamed on me. It is the heavens that are targeting me," Yi Xiaobai exclaimed, filled with grievance. "Senior brother, it would be wise for you to lay low for a while and refrain from descending the mountain," Han Feiyu advised, gazing at Yi Xiaobai. Indeed. Yi Xiaobai nodded in agreement, responding eagerly. "This is for you." Ji Yuan suddenly produced a jade vial and handed it to Yi Xiaobai. "Master, this cannot be." "Indeed, it is the rain that formed when you concocted your unique elixir. The properties of this rainwater are extraordinary. You might consider incorporating it into your own formulation, as it could yield remarkable results." Ji Yuan nodded and spoke. "Is this acceptable?" "It seems feasible." Yi Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then after a moment of contemplation, felt there was potential in the idea. "Have you named the elixir you created?" Ji Yuan inquired once more. "I've decided to name it the Yin Yang Pill." Night Xiaobai responded with a smile. "Shouldn't it be called the Hihuan Pill?" Han Feiyu remarked quietly. "I believe it should not be too overt. Yin and Yang in harmony. Hence it shall be called the Yin Yang Pill," Night Xiaobai hastily replied. He was somewhat reluctant to think that when he eventually sold the pills, and someone asked him what he was selling, he would have to answer, "Hihuan Pill." "By the way, master, this is the reward for making a name on the GL list. Why haven't I received the longevity pill from this dilapidated tower?" Night Xiaobai said, taking out a jade tablet, still harboring some lingering grievances. Ji Yuan received the jade slip handed to him by Yi Xiaobai. As far as he knew, the rewards offered by the Ling Miao Tower were generally quite commendable. In the past, Those who had their names recorded on the B list received rewards of the third tier elixirs, third-tier artifacts, and third-tier rare materials. They could also acquire cultivation methods capable of reaching the Dao platform realm or third-tier spells. The rewards for those on the B list were certainly admirable, and one could reasonably expect the rewards for the A list to be even more substantial, with a probe of his divine sense. The contents of the Jade Slip flooded Ji Yuan's mind. It detailed a body-refining technique known as the Undying Longevity Art, which was said to comprise 9 volumes, divided into 2 sections, Undying and Longevity. The former contained 5 volumes, while the latter included 4. However, the Jade Slip was incomplete, as it only contained the first 4 volumes of the Undying section. Chapter 21. The Sect Master Pays a Visit. Upon finishing the Jade Slip, Ji Yuan could sense that this technique was far from ordinary. The Spirit Tower, which housed the first 4 volumes of this method, was undoubtedly remarkable as well. He had anticipated this outcome. Although the strength of the Qingshan sect was not particularly formidable, with its most powerful members being merely 2 Dao platform elders, the legacy of the Qingshan sect was certainly extraordinary. Ji Yuan was not overly curious about the origins of this legacy. He would learn in due time when it was meant to be revealed to him. Master, what is contained within this Jade Slip? Knight Xiaobai's voice snapped Ji Yuan back to reality. Ji Yuan returned the Jade Slip to him, saying, within it lies a body-refining technique, known as the Immortal Longevity Art. Should one master this art completely, it may indeed grant eternal life. However, the technique is incomplete, containing only the first 4 volumes. Yu Xiaobai's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Eternal life. My apologies for misjudging you, he exclaimed, fervently kissing the Jade Slip. I must go pay my respects at the Lingmiao Tower to express my gratitude. As he spoke, he attempted to depart, but upon turning, he reconsidered. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a while before doing so, he reflected, recalling the commotion he had caused earlier and feeling the need to lay low for a time. With that, Yu Xiaobai handed the Jade Slip back to Ji Yuan. Master, please make a copy of the technique within the slip for my junior brother. Hearing this, Han Feiyu felt a surge of emotion. There is no need. I have already memorized the technique. Ji Yuan did not accept the Jade Slip from Knight Xiaobai. Instead, he took out a blank Jade Slip and inscribed the recorded techniques upon it before handing it to Han Feiyu. From this point onward, you should refrain from dedicating all your time to alchemy, particularly you, Xiaobai. Although you possess the Moonlight Spirit Pearl to aid in your cultivation, the techniques of spirit refinement, Immortal Longevity, and Purple Qi require your diligent practice. Starting tomorrow, an additional element will be incorporated into your training regimen every 7 days. The 2 of you must engage in a sparring session. Ji Yuan glanced at the 2 individuals, contemplating the necessity of assessing their practical combat skills. He was determined that they should not merely possess cultivation without the corresponding prowess in real-world applications. Yes, master, the 2 replied, clasping their fists in respect. Yu Xiaobai was somewhat reluctant to engage in sparring. However, he understood that should he dare to decline, Ji Yuan would ensure he comprehended the true meaning of flourishing. Subsequently, Yu Xiaobai and Han Feiyu commenced their practice of the Immortal Longevity technique. Yu Xiaobai gazed at this method, nearly drooling with anticipation. Han Feiyu, more composed, nonetheless felt a sense of joy. With the Dao scripture, the refining spirit technique, combined with the Immortal Longevity technique, they now had a trifecta of physical, magical, and spiritual cultivation at their disposal. As the 2 pondered over their techniques, the sect leader had already arrived at the main hall of the Seeking Dao Peak. He did not proceed directly to the back courtyard. Just as he prepared to call out to Ji Yuan emerged from the rear, entering the main hall. Junior brother, your timing is impeccable, the sect leader remarked, about to utter something further when Ji Yuan interjected. It concerns Yu Xiaobai. The sect leader paused for a moment, momentarily bewildered. I had yet to speak, he began. Master brother, you must be inquiring whether the name inscribed on the A list belongs to my disciple. Am I correct? Ji Yuan smiled and waved his hand, then pointed to the chair, saying, Senior brother, please take a seat so we can converse. The 2 then sat down. Ji Yuan poured a cup of tea for the sect leader. After taking a sip, the leader inquired, is it truly your disciple? Indeed. Ji Yuan nodded thoughtfully. How peculiar. That young lad, after merely half a year of initiation, has managed to earn a place on the prestigious list of the Lingmiao Tower? Furthermore, he should be a self-taught individual, correct? Could it be that his talent for alchemy is truly this exceptional? The sect master found it hard to believe. Senior brother, he is not self-taught. It is entirely the result of our junior brother's guidance. Ji Yuan immediately spoke. The sectmaster looked at Yuan, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Junior brother, do I not know you well enough? How could you possibly possess the skill to refine alchemical pills? Do not attempt to deceive your elder brother." Yuan replied, "Elder brother, you truly do not know me well. I am indeed capable of alchemical refinement." Yuan spoke as he produced a second-tier supreme spirit seed pill and handed it to the sect leader. The leader accepted the pill and examined it closely. Although he lacked knowledge in alchemy, he could discern that this pill had not been concocted long ago. The Spirit Seed Pill is a vital resource that aids practitioners of the Gathering Chi realm in transcending to the Spirit Sea realm. The sect leader was well aware of the distribution of the Spirit Sea pills refined by Ling Yao Peak. Recently, there had been no allocation of such pills to the Seeking Dao Peak. Moreover, the potency of this particular pill was exceedingly strong. It would be quite challenging for Ling Yao Peak to produce a second-tier supreme Spirit Seed pill of this quality. Thus, he should be well informed about the emergence of such a pill. "So, did you refine this, junior brother?" the sect leader inquired, gazing at Yuan. Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "I never would have imagined, junior brother, that you possess such extraordinary talent in alchemy," the sect leader exclaimed in astonishment. "I hope, senior brother, that you will keep this matter confidential for both myself and my disciple. As you are aware, the disciples of the Seeking Dao Peak are singularly focused on the pursuit of the Great Way and immortality, and my junior brother wishes to remain undisturbed in his cultivation. This pill I bestow upon you as a gift, senior brother." Yuan continued, "I understand, junior brother, do not worry." The sect master nodded with a smile. He then glanced at the second-tier exquisite Spirit Sea pill, growing fonder of it with each passing moment, especially since it was a gift to him. It was no wonder that his junior brother, with such remarkable alchemical talent, could cultivate a disciple who would later be honored in the A-list in such a brief span of time. "By the way, junior brother, why did you not venture into the Spirit Marvel Tower back then?" the sect master inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Yuan smiled as he explained, "Senior brother, it is as I have said before. The disciples of the Path-Seeking Peak are solely devoted to the pursuit of the great Tao and eternal life. I truly do not wish to squander time on trivial matters." Yuan's words were nothing but nonsensical chatter. At that time, the external assistants had yet to arrive. So how could there be any talk of alchemy? "Understood, junior brother. I apologize for the disturbance. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." The sect leader rose, preparing to depart. It suffices to ascertain who the individuals inscribed on the A-list are. "Safe travels, senior brother." As Yuan prepared to bid farewell to the sect master, the two arrived at the entrance of the grand hall. The sect master inquired, "By the way, junior brother, today your disciple's name was inscribed on the honor roll." An inexplicable downpour suddenly descended upon the outer sect. "Does your disciple have any insight into this phenomenon?" "I do not know," came the reply. A hint of perplexity crossed Yuan's face as he shook his head. The sect leader nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. It seems this may indeed be a portent conjured by the Lingmiao Tower. Nevertheless, it appears no significant trouble has arisen. Junior brother, let us depart." With that, the sect leader retrieved his flying artifact and departed from the Chiu Dao Peak. Yuan gazed in the direction where the sect leader had departed, his mind swirling with contemplation. He had just voluntarily revealed his prowess in alchemy, boasting a rank of a second-tier master alchemist. He held no expectation of maintaining secrecy. Rather, he sought an excuse to explain why others had previously been oblivious to his alchemical skills. His self-disclosure was straightforward, primarily intended to shield Bai from undue scrutiny. Should he refrain from such revelations, others might genuinely believe that Bai had, in a mere 6 months, self-taught alchemy to the extent of earning a place on the esteemed list of the Lingmiao Tower, an assertion too conspicuous to ignore. While this could undoubtedly elevate Bai's stature, it would also invite considerable trouble. The narrative would shift dramatically if it became known that a second-tier master alchemist had mentored her for half a year. As opposed to the notion of her self-study over the same period, attention would inevitably gravitate towards him. As a mentor, one must not only impart knowledge and resolve doubts but also provide protection for their disciples. Chapter 22. Yunming after the departure of the sect leader. The peculiar downpour affecting the outer sect was swiftly forgotten. The sect's conclusion was that it was a good omen for those who had made their mark on the esteemed list. Disciples aware of the downpour's implications found this conclusion rather peculiar. The Lingmiao Tower was hardly a conventional establishment. The bizarre reign soon faded from public interest. Yet more disciples began to fixate on the small turtle gracing the esteemed list, curious about its identity. At Ziyun Peak, A woman arrived, her beauty transcending ordinary standards. Her delicate features resembled distant mountains. Her skin, as pure as snow, radiated a lustrous glow akin to jade, and she donned a gown of emerald hues, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. Despite her stunning appearance, the disciples averted their gazes, too intimidated to look upon her for long. The woman made her way to the main hall, seeking the sect leader. "Junior sister, what brings you here?" Upon seeing her, the sect leader recalled something and asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Senior brother, I implore you to disclose the whereabouts of the one who has made their mark on the esteemed list." Yuming replied with a respectful bow. "Junior sister, I truly do not know," the sect leader said, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Yuming's eyes. "Senior brother, I have already visited the Lingyao Tower, where the steward informed me that you had issued an order prohibiting the disclosure of the names of those who participated in today's examination," Yunming stated calmly. The sect leader widened his eyes in shock. "Very well. You may not have revealed it, but you mentioned that the sect leader forbade disclosure. Which lineage did this come from?" "Oh, it seems to be from Ziyun Peak. Then it is of no consequence." "Junior sister, please do not put me in a difficult position. This is quite troublesome for me," he sighed, resigned. Yuming scrutinized the sect leader, speculating. "Could it be a direct disciple of the 7 lineages?" "I never mentioned that," the sect leader replied, avoiding her gaze. "Which fellow disciple's apprentice is it?" Yuming pressed. The sect leader remained silent. "Senior brother, if you persist in this manner, I shall seek out the ancestors," Yuming declared, leaving the sect leader both amused and exasperated. "Junior sister, you would involve the ancestors over such a trivial matter?" "This is far from trivial, senior brother. A name on the esteemed list represents a talent we have never encountered since the founding of Qishan's sect. Junior sister, I made a promise and cannot divulge it." "Senior brother, I shall indeed consult the ancestors." "Can you refrain from invoking the ancestors at every turn?" "Then, senior brother, please tell me. I assure you, I shall not act recklessly. After all, this individual is also a direct disciple, and I merely wish to know their identity in order to nurture their potential. Who knows? They might blossom into a 3rd or even 4th-tier alchemist for our Qingshan sect." After listening to Yunming's entreaty, the sect leader pondered for a moment before replying, "Junior sister, I can only offer you a hint. That disciple is not from the Ziyun, Luoxia, Songjian, Lingmiao, Xuanmiao, or Zhengfa lineages." He listed the 6 names in one breath. "Junior brother Yuan, I sincerely apologize for the situation. After all, it is due to the fact that the 2 venerable ancestors are her parents. Moreover, the allure of a 3rd-tier alchemist and a 4th-tier alchemist is indeed quite enticing." Upon hearing the words of the sect master, Yuming immediately comprehended the situation and respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you, senior brother. I shall take my leave now." Watching Yuming depart, the sect master let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon fell into deep contemplation, troubled by a nagging sensation that he had forgotten something important. His brow furrowed as he struggled to recall what it was. At the Qidao Peak. Not long after the sect master was received, Ji Yuan sensed another visitor arriving at Qidao Peak. Upon inspection, he discovered that the newcomer was none other than Yuming. Ji Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "Senior brother, while I never truly expected you to keep my secret, I at least offered you a 2nd-tier exquisite spirit sea pill. Yet, you couldn't manage to keep it under wraps for even a single day?" As Ji Yuan's thoughts meandered, he rose and made his way to the grand hall of the Peak Master. Before long, Yunming entered the hall. "Sister, it has been quite a while since we last met. What brings you to the path-seeking peak today?" Ji Yuan spotted Yunming and greeted her with a smile. Yunming also wore a cheerful expression. "Junior brother, why has senior sister come?" "Don't you know?" Noting Yunming's straightforwardness, Ji Yuan invited her to take a seat and then said, "Senior sister, if you have something to discuss, please speak candidly. However, it is not feasible for me to take on a disciple." "Junior brother," Yunming replied, "since you lack expertise in alchemy, why not entrust the disciple to me? If we engrave her name on the honor roll and nurture her well, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that our sect could produce another 3rd-tier alchemist, or even a 4th-tier one in the future." Yunming continued to weave her aspirations. Upon hearing Yunming's words, Ji Yuan speculated that the sect leader had indeed kept secrets, albeit only partially. It is truly perplexing. One should either maintain complete confidentiality or disclose everything. By revealing only fragments, complications are inevitably invited. "Sister, do you see?" Ji Yuan could only retrieve a single exquisite 2nd-tier spirit sea pill once more. Upon seeing the elixir, Yuming was utterly astonished. As a 2nd-tier alchemist, She was capable of discerning far more from a single pill than the sect leader could. Senior sister, this is a concoction I have created. And it is a gift for you, Yuan continued, noticing Yunming's surprise. Yunming's astonishment deepened. As a fellow alchemist, she should comprehend the nuances of the pill and recognize that Yuan is indeed capable of imparting knowledge to her disciples. Yuan continued, and Yunming, after a moment of astonishment, revealed a look of understanding on her face. Indeed, it made perfect sense. Your disciple has only been in the sect for half a year. Without the guidance of a formidable alchemist, relying solely on self-study, how could he possibly leave his mark on the prestigious list of the Spirit Tower? Yunming mused to herself. Was that senior sister or junior brother who accompanied you? Yuan began to usher people away. Yunming turned to Yuan and inquired, May I have the opportunity to meet that disciple? Very well, came the reply. Yuan contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Little by. Yuan glanced towards the backyard and called out, Master, what do you require of me? Before long, Yi Xiaobai hurried over. The esteemed sister Yun from Lingmiao Peak wishes to make your acquaintance. Yuan introduced Yexiabai to Yuming. Yexiabai turned to Yuming, smiling and clasping his fists. Disciple Yexiabai pays his respects to you, Uncle Master. Here, take this token. With it, you may roam freely upon Lingmiao Peak, Yunming said, presenting a token to Yexiabai. Although Yexiabai was somewhat perplexed by the situation, he still expressed his gratitude with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Master. Yunming regarded Yexiabai with a hint of exasperation. What a promising talent, yet regrettably not her disciple. By the way, I am curious about one thing. Why did you pass the assessment without leaving your name, instead opting for the image of a turtle? Yunming inquired, gazing at Yexiabai. Why? Because my handwriting is poor. And moreover, the Spirit Miao Tower did not provide me with a longevity pill. Yexiabai refrained from answering, instead feeling a sudden chill at the mention of the assessment. Fearing that his mysterious downpour had been discovered, causing him to stiffen in alarm. Yuan, observing the situation, merely employed a common excuse to elucidate tonight's Dubai, senior sister. You should be aware of the disposition of the disciples from the Seeking Tao Peak, who solely pursue the path of the Great Way and longevity. I understand, and I shall keep this matter confidential for you. No need, no need. Upon reflection, there is no need for deliberate concealment. Should anyone inquire, senior sister, it would be perfectly acceptable to speak of it. Yuan hastily remarked, please refrain from being partially secretive and summoning several senior brothers and sisters, as I would then have to explain everything anew, potentially wasting a few precious elixirs in the process. If that is the case, it would be better to let the information spread freely. Chapter 23. The Divine Elixir Convention. Yunming appeared somewhat perplexed, yet she nodded in agreement. Very well. By the way, junior brother, I hope you don't mind my asking, what rewards did the esteemed Bai receive for his name being inscribed on the top of the list? If it is possible to replicate a copy of the alchemical legacy, could we perhaps procure one for Lingmiao Peak? The rewards can indeed be duplicated. However, they do not include the alchemical legacy but rather a particular body refinement technique. This technique is quite remarkable, although it exists only as a fragment if mastered. It could rival some of the most formidable fourth-tier beasts. Should my sister find it intriguing, she might consider discussing with the sect leader about purchasing a copy from my disciple for the benefit of our lineage. Yuan did not conceal the existence of the immortal cultivation technique. It is merely a method for refining the body, commendable yet merely a fragment, lacking in true value. Furthermore, this technique was acquired from the Spirit Tower. Thus, rather than hiding it away, it would be more prudent for Yi Xiaobai to sell it to the sect, allowing for personal cultivation while also earning a substantial contribution point, which could then be exchanged for further cultivation resources. Did the sect leader not discuss this matter during his previous visit? Yunming inquired with a hint of confusion. Yuan shook his head. Very well, after I depart later, I shall seek out my senior brother. Yunming nodded, and then spoke again. Junior brother, there is one more matter. In 3 months, the Divine Medicine Festival at the Divine Medicine Valley will take place, and I hope to bring Yi Xiaobai along with us then. Yuan turned to Yi Xiaobai and said, the decision lies with you. What is the Divine Medicine Grand Ceremony? Yi Xiaobai asked, scratching his head. The Divine Medicine Valley is one of the 3 great sects of the ancient domain, housing cultivators of the Divine Passage realm, renowned for its expertise in alchemy. The sect boasts a 4th-tier alchemist and several 3rd-tier alchemists. It can be said that the Divine Medicine Valley excels in the art of alchemy, unparalleled throughout the ancient domain. Consequently, it is immensely popular among cultivators, with a steady stream of individuals seeking its elixirs. Several centuries ago, perhaps to alleviate the daily influx of visitors or to facilitate the distribution of their potions and foster connections with cultivators. The Divine Medicine Valley established the Divine Medicine Grand Ceremony. This grand event occurs once every 5 years, and on the day of the ceremony, representatives from various factions across the ancient domain gather at the Divine Medicine Valley for exchange and trade. In addition to the exchanges in alchemy and commerce, the alchemists of the Divine Medicine Valley also conduct lectures. To make the ceremony more engaging, there is a competition for first-tier alchemists under the age of 30. Although there are no rewards for the competition itself, attendees from various factions may place bets on their favored participants. If their chosen contestant secures first place, the bettors stand to gain all the treasures wagered. Yuan elucidated the matter to Yi Xiaobai. Although he had never attended the so-called Divine Medicine Grand Ceremony, he possessed a modicum of understanding, given that it was one of the grand gatherings of the 3 great sects of the ancient domain. After listening to Yuan, Yi Xiaobai expressed little enthusiasm, merely inquiring with curiosity, if only the victors receive rewards and the participants gain nothing, what is the merit in competing? Typically, the elders of a sect would place their bets on their own disciples. Thus, if a disciple were to claim victory, the sect's elders would naturally receive their due rewards. Of course, there might be some miserly individuals, Yun Ming interjected. But what if the victor has no one to wager on them, such as a loose cultivator? Yi Xiaobai asked again. Such a scenario is quite improbable. However, should it occur, there is no need for you to fret. Simply inform your master uncle whether you are willing to participate or not. Yuan gently tapped Yi Xiaobai's head. Yi Xiaobai let out a cry of pain, glanced at Yu Ming, and then turned to Yuan, raising his eyebrows and whispering, Master, should I agree or not? As I mentioned earlier, the decision lies with you. Yuan shook her head. Yi Xiaobai pondered for a moment before inquiring, Master uncle, if I secure the first place and the wager includes a longevity elixir, may I reward it to my disciple? No problem, Yu Ming replied with a slight nod. Although she was unclear as to why Yi Xiaobai desired the longevity elixir, it was of little consequence. Her focus was not on the rewards of the wager, but rather on whether Yi Xiaobai could secure the first place for the Qing Shan sect in the junior competition. It was a duty of the disciple to bring glory to the sect. Yi Xiaobai felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately clasped his fists in a gesture of righteousness, appearing as though he was truly motivated by the desire to honor the sect. In reality, he was merely keen on the alchemical competition. Had it been a martial contest, he would have turned and left without a moment's hesitation. Very well, I shall seek you out in 3 months, Yun Ming said, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Understood, Yi Xiaobai nodded, clasping his fists. Sister, allow me to escort you. Subsequently, Yuan bid farewell to Yu Ming. Yuan and Yi Xiaobai returned to the courtyard, where Yi Xiaobai resumed his arduous practice of the immortal longevity technique. Currently, his greatest fascination lay in mastering this profound art. However, the path to proficiency in this technique was fraught with challenges. The process of cultivating the immortal longevity technique induced excruciating pain and an insatiable hunger. Yi Xiaobai harbored a deep fear of death and pain. Nonetheless, he unwaveringly chose to pursue this practice, solely for the promise of eternal life it held. Meanwhile, Han Feiyu was also engaged in the cultivation of the immortal longevity technique. Unlike Yi Xiaobai, he was undeterred by hardship or suffering, displaying no trepidation towards the agonizing experiences described within the technique. His only apprehension stemmed from the fear of inadequacy in mastering it, given its notorious complexity. On another front, Yu Ming departed from Qiudao Peak and once again arrived at Xian Peak. Upon sighting Yu Ming's return, the sect leader instinctively considered fleeing, mistakenly believing that Yu Ming had failed to reach an agreement with Yuan. Nevertheless, Yu Ming approached the sect leader's grand hall and conveyed the matter concerning the body refinement technique. Upon hearing her, the sect leader clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming, I knew I had overlooked something. Junior sister, I am now aware of this matter, and I shall seek out that young disciple, Xiaobai, shortly. The body refinement technique acquired from the A-list is undoubtedly remarkable. Yuan also mentioned that with successful cultivation, one could rival a 4th-tier demon beast. The sect leader soon departed from Xian Peak and made his way to Qiudao Peak. Yuan once again encountered the sect leader. Calmly, he remarked, Brother, your words are rather indiscreet. The sect leader, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled softly in response, Junior brother, please forgive me. He continued, You are aware that Sister Yu Ming is the sole daughter of our esteemed ancestors. It is quite overwhelming when she frequently calls for her parents. I truly find it difficult to bear such provocation. Yuan replied, Very well, brother, I understand that I cannot blame you. However, You have come seeking a technique, have you not? Acquiring a technique is certainly feasible, but it will require an additional fee. Yuan jestingly remarked, "No problem, senior brother. I shall ensure that our junior, Xiaobai, does not suffer any losses." The sect leader responded with a smile, and the two swiftly negotiated the price for the immortal longevity technique. Although the price was not exorbitantly high, it was still substantial, rendering Xiaobai quite fortunate overnight. Upon the confirmation of the contribution value, the sect leader departed from the Qidao Peak, carrying a jade slip containing the inscribed immortal longevity technique. Throughout the day, Qidao Peak was indeed livelier than usual. Chapter 24. The Dharma Aspect Realm. In the ensuing days, the identity of the individual on the A-list remained an enigma among the sect's disciples. From the direct lineage to the miscellaneous workers, no one could ascertain the true identity of the small turtle. However, the elders of the sect quickly learned the truth. Upon discovering that the individual was a disciple of Qidao Peak and that Yuan was a second-tier alchemist, many were genuinely astonished. Nevertheless, there was no significant reaction. The elders were well aware of Qidao Peak's ethos, which has always been centered on cultivation, and they could comprehend Yuan's prior concealment of his alchemical skills. Thus, they refrained from disturbing Yuan, choosing not to request his alchemical services, so as not to put him in a difficult position. After all, Yuan was the master of a peak. A few days later, the Moonlight Spirit Pearl once again condensed a drop of moonlight essence. With this opportunity, Xiaobai and Han Feiyu successfully broke through to the 7th layer of Qi gathering. On the side of Yuan, the system consecutively displayed notifications indicating the completion of tasks. Simultaneously, the credibility points reached their maximum, resulting in an elevation of the credibility level to the 3rd tier. Yuan gazed at the panel. Host, Yuan. Reputation, level 3, 012. Advanced quantity, 3. Advanced type, search. An additional entry had been added to the advanced quantity. According to Yuan's speculation, the increase in advanced quantity indicated the necessity to recruit another disciple. Yuan had already resolved to advance certain rewards and promptly proceeded to claim 3 distinct rewards, thereby confirming the accuracy of his assumptions. The first reward he sought was the initial 5 volumes of the Tao Sutra, with the corresponding task of assisting disciple Yu Xiaobai in achieving the spiritual sea realm. The second reward was the attainment of the law manifestation realm, coupled with the task of aiding disciple Han Feiyu in reaching the spiritual sea realm. The third reward entailed the first 5 volumes of the immortal longevity technique, with the task of accepting a disciple whose talent reached 3 stars or above. The moment of destiny confirmed the advance reward. In the next instant, the first 5 volumes of the Taoist scriptures surged into my mind. Yuan initially believed that only the 5th volume of the Tao Sutra would emerge. However, he soon realized that he was mistaken. The Tao Sutra inherited from the Tao Summit was, in fact, incomplete. The techniques themselves were intact, but the secret method accompanying one particular technique, the heavenly eye, was lacking. This secret method possesses the ability to perceive fortune and dispel illusions. Yuan was not surprised by the existence of fortune in this world. In general, this secret method is quite remarkable. Particularly, the function of perceiving fortune not only allows one to observe individuals but also objects. With this secret method, venturing into various mystical realms to seek opportunities would become significantly easier. As the technique integrated into his being, Yuan naturally mastered the heavenly eye secret method. Subsequently, the cultivation of the Dharma aspect merged seamlessly with Yuan himself. The cultivation of Yuan began to surge dramatically, swiftly ascending from the realm of divine powers to the realm of Dharma manifestation. In the Dharma manifestation realm, one enjoys a lifespan of 2,000 years. As the name suggests, practitioners in this realm can condense their own Dharma appearance, which, while not an exact replica of the practitioner, bears a resemblance of 3 parts. The distinction lies in the fact that the Dharma appearance exudes a greater majesty. Furthermore, the Dharma appearance is more attuned to the essence of the universe than the physical body of the practitioner. Therefore, when the Dharma appearance is invoked, its combat prowess far surpasses that of the corporeal form. The strength of a practitioner in the Dharma manifestation realm is significantly greater compared to one in the realm of divine powers. The disparity between the two is akin to that of heaven and earth. Indeed, as one progresses to higher realms, the gaps between the levels become increasingly pronounced. As Yuan's cultivation reached a state of stability, the 5th volume of the immortal scroll of the eternal life technique seamlessly integrated into his consciousness. There were 2 primary reasons for Yuan's choice of the immortal life technique as his 3rd reward. Firstly, Knight Xiaobai possessed only the first 4 volumes of the Immortal Scroll, thus indicating the necessity of the subsequent techniques for the immortal life. Secondly, the system allowed him to directly learn and successfully cultivate the techniques upon exchange. Therefore, Yuan had initially opted to exchange for this corporeal technique. As the technique melded into his mind, the corporeal form of Yuan commenced a profound transformation: skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood, corresponding to the 5 volumes of the Undying Scroll. The transformation of Yuan did not bring forth any sensations of suffering or hunger. It can solely be attributed to the system, which is remarkably powerful. Before long, Yuan's corporeal metamorphosis was complete. His flesh, muscles, bones, and blood were all enhanced. At this moment, Yuan, imbued with formidable physical strength, no longer feared the beasts of the same realm. Within the 5th volume of the Immortal Scroll, 5 secret techniques were also included. The first volume, Throat-Crushing Lock; the second volume, Mountain-Shattering Strike; the third volume, Immortal Restraint; the 4th volume, Indomitable Emperor's Fist; and the 5th volume, Divine Slaughter. Yuan has also learned the art of connection. However, in comparison to the secrets of the immortality technique, he still prefers to wield his divine powers. As Yuan emerged from his seclusion, his divine consciousness scanned Knight Xiaobai and Han Feiyu. After their breakthrough to the 7th layer of Qi gathering, they had continued to cultivate the immortal longevity technique. Now, Yuan had also mastered the immortal longevity technique and was perfectly poised to offer guidance on their cultivation. Xiaobai Feiyu, Yuan called out. Inside the room, Yu Xiaobai and Han Feiyu immediately emerged. Master, what is it? Yu Xiaobai inquired. I have made some progress in the immortal lifelong skill, and I shall guide you in your cultivation to save you some time. Yuan gazed at the 2 individuals and remarked, Master is truly formidable. Knight Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly replied, Let us commence. Yuan took a seat and commenced instructing the 2 individuals. He primarily elucidated the cultivation of the first volume, detailing the initiation process and emphasizing the essential precautions. The guidance provided proved far more beneficial than solitary contemplation. The pair, who had previously made no progress in the art of immortality, began to experience a semblance of advancement. They started to perceive unusual sensations coursing through their skin. However, mastering the technique would still require a considerable amount of time. After Yuan imparted lessons to the 2 individuals, he subsequently shared the esoteric technique of the Heavenly Eye from the Tao Sutra. Although this secret method consists of but a single practice, it is accessible to anyone who has cultivated the Tao Sutra, regardless of their level of mastery. While it is indeed singular in nature, its efficacy amplifies in accordance with the practitioner's cultivation and the depth of their Tao comprehension. A month later, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu successfully completed the cultivation of the Undying Skin. However, the suffering endured during this process was considerable. Yi Xiaobai could not help but wail in agony, while Han Feiyu, though possessing a greater tolerance, still emitted muffled groans that reached Yuan's ears. During their cultivation, both were drenched in sweat. Upon completion, as the pain subsided, they were immediately beset by a profound hunger. Master, I am famished, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed, approaching Yuan with an expression that suggested impending demise, utterly drained of energy. Han Feiyu was not in a much better state. The 2 appeared as if they were on the brink of starvation, their bodies reduced to mere skin and bones. Upon witnessing the situation, Yuan took out some spiritual food. However, after the 2 of them devoured it in a whirlwind, they still found themselves quite hungry. At this location, only a limited quantity of spiritual sustenance had been procured, thus only a few fasting pills could be offered to the 2 individuals as sustenance. After consuming the fasting pills, they felt somewhat rejuvenated, yet it was still insufficient. Consequently, the 2 of them descended the mountain together, making their way towards the spiritual dining hall. Yuan did not contribute much more to the 2, as Yu Xiaobai was already quite affluent. Chapter 25, The Disciple Competition. On that very day, Yu Xiaobai and Han Feiyu became renowned within the sect. Whispers spread outside that 2 insatiable gluttons had descended upon the spirit food hall, devouring hundreds, if not thousands, of dishes. The staff at the food hall were nearly overwhelmed, their frying pans almost smoking from the effort. Of course, the rumors grew increasingly exaggerated. Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu had not actually consumed hundreds or thousands of dishes. It was merely a few dozen. Spirit food, unlike mundane fare, significantly alleviated their hunger. Even so, the cost of those few dozen dishes was not insignificant. Fortunately, Yi Xiaobai's contributions were ample. Otherwise, this meal would have left them bankrupt. After their meal, both let out a sigh of relief. Junior brother, this insatiable hunger from the immortal longevity technique is truly unbearable. Master doesn't seem to suffer from it as we do. Yi Xiaobai remarked, turning to Han Feiyu. After pondering for a moment, Han Feiyu replied, after all, master is master. Perhaps his formidable cultivation allows him to evade such hunger. Indeed, junior brother. Now that we are full, let us depart, Yi Xiaobai said, rising and patting his stomach. They had certainly indulged today. Thank you for today. Han Feiyu expressed again once he stood, acknowledging that Yi Xiaobai had treated him. With a grin, Yi Xiaobai wrapped an arm around Han Feiyu's neck and replied, isn't it only natural for an elder brother to take care of his younger sibling? There is no need for thanks. Han Feiyu nodded with a smile. Having spent several months together, he had willingly come to regard this somewhat naive and pure-hearted elder brother as a true sibling, despite the latter's occasional childishness. After finishing their meal, they returned to Yudao Peak. Upon their return, they noticed Ji Yuan and Yu Ming exiting the main hall of the peak. The two immediately cupped their fists in greeting, exclaiming, "Greetings, martial uncle." Yu Ming nodded slightly. "Junior brother, as agreed, I shall take my leave now," she said. Then turned to Ji Yuan. "Safe travels, martial sister," Ji Yuan inquired. Subsequently, Yu Ming departed with his sword. As they watched Yu Ming leave, the three of them made their way to the backyard. "Master, what were you and uncle discussing?" asked the audacious Yi Xiaobai, walking alongside. "Oh, it was nothing of great consequence. We merely spoke of the divine medicine ceremony scheduled for 2 months hence. Your uncle wishes for me to accompany him." I agreed. "And it would be a splendid opportunity to bring Fei Yu along to witness and partake in the teachings." Ji Yuan replied that there were no restrictions on the number of participants for the divine medicine convention. Upon learning that Ji Yuan was also an alchemist, and with the addition of his disciple Yi Xiaobai attending, Yun Ming extended an invitation to Ji Yuan to accompany them. For various reasons, Ji Yuan consented, as he indeed needed to venture out. "Wonderful!" Yi Xiaobai exclaimed upon hearing Ji Yuan's words, overwhelmed with joy. With both his master and junior brother attending, he would not feel lonely. The undying skin had already been mastered by them in the previously determined martial competitions, which were to be held every 7 days. With their full dedication to cultivating the undying longevity technique had yet to take place. Thus, it was decided that those competitions would commence today. Ji Yuan glanced at the two individuals. Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu exchanged a knowing glance. Yi Xiaobai wore a bitter expression, realizing there was no escaping this. Nonetheless, he took solace in the fact that he had cultivated his indestructible skin during their sparring. Any strikes received would likely not be too painful. However, it dawned on him that his junior brother had also mastered this technique. "Master, where shall we hold the competition?" Han Feiyu inquired, directing his gaze towards Ji Yuan. "Follow me," Ji Yuan replied. Ji Yuan spoke as she made her way towards the courtyard entrance. The two followed her through the back door, and Ji Yuan led them to a clearing not far from the spiritual field. With a casual wave of his hand, a circle materialized upon the ground. "Within this delineated boundary, you shall engage in a contest. Should one be expelled from the circle, that individual shall be deemed the loser." Ji Yuan turned to the two individuals and spoke. Knight Xiaobai's mind raced as he contemplated whether he could successfully step out of the circle with a clever performance. Ji Yuan seemed to perceive the thoughts swirling within his mind. He continued, "Make sure to give it your all. If anyone holds back, you shall no longer engage in friendly sparring with each other, but rather with me." "Yes, master," the two responded, clasping their fists. Subsequently, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu stepped into the arena. "Junior brother, could you perhaps go a bit easier on me?" "Senior brother, that's not an option. If we are discovered, we will have to spar with master, and that would only mean enduring a thorough beating." Yi Xiaobai nodded in agreement. "There will be no holding back. Let us commence." Ji Yuan spoke up. The two stood facing each other. Han Feiyu cautioned, "Senior brother, be careful." With that warning, he enveloped himself in purple energy and launched a flying kick towards Yi Xiaobai. In response, Yi Xiaobai swiftly surrounded himself with purple energy and activated his defensive artifact. The fierce battle between them ensued for a while. Ji Yuan observed the skirmish between the two and discerned their evident immaturity. In truth, Han Feiyu exhibited a semblance of competence, while Yi Xiaobai refrained from retaliating, resorting instead to mere defense and evasion. "What are you so afraid of? It is not a life and death duel. Muster the courage to fight back." Ji Yuan looked towards Yi Xiaobai and called out to him. Yi Xiaobai pretended not to hear. Ji Yuan observed the still evasive and defensive Yi Xiaobai, feeling a twinge of frustration. However, a sudden thought struck him, and he called out, "Whoever emerges victorious shall be rewarded with a longevity pill." Upon hearing the mention of the longevity pill, Yi Xiaobai seemed to trigger a response, muttering the words to herself. Consequently, she ceased her passive defense and began to launch an offensive. Witnessing Yi Xiaobai finally engage earnestly in the battle, Ji Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ji Yuan retrieved a chair and seated himself to watch the performance. The two individuals were evenly matched, their abilities comparable. They practiced the same cultivation techniques and spells, with the sole distinction being that Han Feiyu possessed an offensive artifact, while Yi Xiaobai wielded an artifact that enhanced speed. Ultimately, the disparity between them was negligible. After an extensive bout, neither emerged victorious. Moreover, given their accomplishments in body refinement techniques, neither was particularly fatigued. In the realm of fate, it seemed as though the two could engage in combat for an entire day. However, they did not truly fight for the whole day. Knight Xiaobai, relying on the agility bestowed by his enchanted shoes, darted back and forth with remarkable speed. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Han Feiyu harnessed the momentum to grasp Knight Xiaobai and cast him out. Knight Xiaobai was abruptly propelled out of the circle. "My longevity pill!" he exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in despair, wailing in anguish. Ji Yuan truly wishes to take a decisive step forward. Ji Yuan retrieved a first-tier longevity pill and tossed it to Han Feiyu. Approaching Yi Xiaobai, Han Feiyu offered the longevity pill, saying, "Senior brother, I have no need for this. Please accept it." Yi Xiaobai promptly declined. "No, junior brother, it is yours for winning." Although he coveted the longevity pill, he did not wish to acquire it in such a manner. "Senior brother, I truly do not require it. Besides, you just treated me to a meal today. Consider this pill my gesture of gratitude." "No, truly, you should keep it, junior brother," insisted Yi Xiaobai. The two engaged in a charming exchange of insistence and refusal. Ji Yuan departed without casting a glance back. Chapter 26. Old Turtle, why did you not speak sooner? In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. During this period, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu engaged in their training sessions every 7 days, their exchanges evolving from initial clumsiness to a more proficient mastery. However, this does not imply that they have become exceptionally formidable. Ultimately, they have merely sparred with one another and have yet to face external opponents. Over the course of these 2 months, in addition to enhancing their practical combat abilities, both have mastered the secret techniques of the Heavenly Eye from the Tao Scripture as well as the Throat Lock from the first volume of the Undying Scroll. They have also diligently pursued alchemy, particularly Han Feiyu. Before advancing to the Spirit Sea realm, he is eager to test himself against the trials of the Lingyao Tower. Moreover, both have reached the 9th layer of Qi gathering and have been able to condense a new drop of moonlight spiritual liquid in recent days. At that juncture, they will be poised to break through at any moment. Lastly, Han Feiyu has embarked on an agricultural venture. Ji Yuan did not provide the two with an endless supply of spiritual plants. After all, the inventory at the Tao-seeking peak was rather limited. It could not be entirely depleted by their whims. Exchanging contribution points within the sect for spiritual plants would certainly not be a prudent choice. Thus, they opted to purchase some seeds of spiritual plants and commence their cultivation in the spiritual fields. Han Feiyu's small green vial also began to prove useful. In the spiritual fields, Han Feiyu was engaged in planting spiritual plants while Yi Xiaobai accompanied him, choosing not to disturb Han Feiyu, but instead sitting beside the old turtle. "Old turtle, why do I feel such a comfortable sensation when I am near you?" Yi Xiaobai inquired, glancing at the long-lived spiritual turtle lying nearby. "Comfortable? Perhaps it is due to my innate racial talents. My kind is known as the long-lived spiritual turtle, possessing an extraordinarily long lifespan. Within a certain radius of our kind, the spiritual energy becomes denser, which is remarkably beneficial for spiritual plants. Furthermore, this spiritual energy promotes longevity," replied the long-lived spiritual turtle. What did you say?" Yi Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. Han Feiyu turned his head in confusion to look at Yi Xiaobai. Yi Xiaobai, with an expression of shock, gazed at the old turtle. "Staying near you can extend one's life? Why didn't you mention this sooner, old turtle?" After speaking, he displayed a pained expression, as if regretting a significant loss. "You didn't know? I assumed you were aware," the old turtle replied nonchalantly. Despite not understanding Yi Xiaobai's intense reaction, he chose not to inquire further, feeling indifferent. The old turtle had adopted a somewhat lazy demeanor. Ever since Ji Yuan placed him in the spiritual fields, he had scarcely moved, lying there peacefully. "If you didn't say anything, how could we know?" Yi Xiaobai clutched his chest in dismay. "You never asked." The old turtle retorted. Yi Xiaobai feigned a dramatic expression as if he were about to spit blood. Han Feiyu observed him, unbothered, and continued his work. Yi Xiaobai ceased his antics, placing a hand on the old turtle's shell, adopting a familiar demeanor. Old turtle, stop sleeping here every day. Come sleep in my room. I'll give you my bed while I'll take the floor. That is not permissible. The master has instructed me to oversee the spiritual fields, the old turtle insisted. What is there to oversee? The first-tier spiritual plants that my junior brother and I planted are not at risk of being stolen, Yi Xiaobai replied, shaking his head. That is not negotiable, the old turtle maintained, resolute. Fine, if you want to go, I shall bring you with me, Yi Xiaobai said with a smile. Embracing the old turtle's shell, viewing him as a treasured companion. Once Han Feiyu completed the planting of the spiritual plants, he utilized the small green vial to harvest a batch of them. After exhausting the green liquid, he sowed additional seeds or seedlings. Upon finishing, Han Feiyu stood up, preparing to return. Junior brother, I'm leaving, Han Feiyu called out to Yi Xiaobai. Senior brother, you may return alone. I shall remain here from now on. Yi Xiaobai waved his hand. Han Feiyu looked at him, bewildered. Senior brother, what are you up to this time? Yi Xiaobai promptly explained the old turtle's remarkable abilities. Upon hearing this, Han Feiyu immediately understood. It can extend life? No wonder you wish to stay. It makes perfect sense. Senior brother, I'll take my leave then. Go on, but could you bring my bedding from my room? Yi Xiaobai waved his hand. Are you serious, senior brother? Certainly. Yi Xiaobai responded earnestly. Very well. As long as you are happy, Han Feiyu said, not pressing further. He understood that once Yi Xiaobai heard terms like longevity and eternal life, there would be no dissuading him. Yi Xiaobai was indeed quite resolute. That very day, he took his bedding and moved into the spiritual fields. Yuan was truly exasperated with this fellow. The following morning, he came to find Yi Xiaobai sleeping beside the eternal spirit turtle. With a flick of his finger, Yuan concentrated his spiritual energy into a forceful tap on Yi Xiaobai's forehead. Ouch! Yi Xiaobai yelped, sitting up abruptly. Upon seeing Yuan, he expressed his grievances, saying, Master, what are you doing? Why are you sleeping on the floor with just a blanket? It's ridiculous. If others see this, they'll think that I, as a direct disciple of the Tao-seeking peak, can't even secure a proper room. Yuan truly wishes to take a step forward. Master, there is no need for further words. I simply desire to remain with my brother Gue. Yi Xiaobai displays an unwavering demeanor, as if deaf to all counsel. Yuan could no longer endure the situation and acted impulsively. Who has prevented you from being with him? I find that your mind tends to short-circuit at times. Why can't you gather some bricks and wood to construct a shelter in the spiritual field? Must you lie on the ground, using the sky as your blanket and the earth as your mat? Yuan found it unbearable that this individual had suffered a mental lapse and insisted on enduring hardship unnecessarily. Indeed, master, I shall attend to it at once, Knight Xiaobai replied with a smile, promptly rising to seek out tasks. He first located Han Feiyu and invited him to join in the endeavor of gathering some timber. The two then set about their work, preparing to construct a wooden cottage beside the spiritual field. Both were of mortal origin, and though they lacked expertise in building, they possessed a rudimentary understanding of the task at hand. After a flurry of activity, they erected a small wooden house next to the old turtle. While the cottage appeared rather unsightly, Knight Xiaobai remained unconcerned, even breaking into a silly grin at the sight. To him, having a shelter from the wind and rain felt splendid, as it spared him from the necessity of sleeping outdoors. That very day, Knight Xiaobai moved into the cottage and extended an invitation to Han Feiyu, suggesting they could construct another cottage beside his should he wish to reside there as well. Han Feiyu declined the offer, as he was not as obsessed with longevity. He understood that as one's cultivation improved, so too would their lifespan. Thus, he often found it perplexing why Knight Xiaobai remained so fixated on the pursuit of extended life. It was akin to a fear of insufficient firepower. One might not require it, yet the desire to prepare more in case of unforeseen circumstances lingered. After all, having a little extra would not be a loss. Chapter 27. The Valley of Divine Herbs. A few days later, Knight Xiaobai and Han Feiyu finished organizing their belongings. Yuan retrieved the flying artifact and departed from the Ciudao Peak with the two individuals. Today, they were destined to embark on their journey to the Divine Medicine Valley. Yuan led the two of them to Ling Miao Peak, where they reunited with Yunming. Yuan led the two individuals to a quaint square on Ling Miao Peak, where they beheld Yunming and several disciples. Yuan gazed at Yunming and clasped his fists in greeting, "Senior sister." Yunming nodded slightly. "Everyone is here, so let us set forth." As she spoke, she produced a flying vessel. The craft expanded in the air, transforming into a grand ship. This was a second-tier exceptional flying artifact, a rarity within the entire Qingshan sect. "Junior brother, please," Yunming gestured invitingly. "Senior sister, shall we go together?" As Yuan concluded his words, Yunming nodded in acknowledgement. Beneath their feet, each of them summoned a flying sword, and with grace, they ascended to the vessel above. Yi Xiaobai and the others also retrieved their respective flying artifacts, soaring upwards in succession. This time, Yunming brought along 5 disciples, all of whom hailed from Lingyao Peak. Among them was a familiar face to Yi Xiaobai, his first friend from Qingshan sect, Song Dahai. Once aboard the vessel, Yunming activated the artifact, and the ship began to glide forward. Turning to the disciples from the various sects behind him, Yunming urged them, "Feel free to explore the interior of the vessel." Within the ship, there were numerous vacant chambers available for selection. The journey was long, and they would not reach the Divine Herb Valley for another 3 days. Understood. The group responded with cupped fists. Yuan and Yunming soared to the terrace atop the flying vessel. They chose not to linger below, for the presence of their disciples would undoubtedly induce discomfort. "Junior brother, please take a seat." Yunming graciously invited Yuan to sit. "Thank you, senior sister." Yuan politely replied, and then took a seat. Yunming turned to Yuan and said, "In the coming days, I will need your assistance in keeping an eye on the situation along the way." "Of course," he responded. Yuan smiled and nodded. This time, the journey to the Divine Medicine Valley was long, and they might encounter some unruly beasts or other troubles along the way. So both of them needed to remain fully alert. Meanwhile, as Yuan and Yunming departed, Song Dahai turned to Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu with a smile. "Junior brother Xiaobai, junior brother Feiyu, I didn't expect to see you here as well. Allow me to introduce you to a few of our fellow disciples." Song Dahai promptly and warmly introduced both parties to each other. The other 4 disciples from Lingyao Peak, 2 males and 2 females, were quite curious about Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu. They were not foolish, only recently. A mysterious disciple who had made a name for himself on the Jia list had emerged from the Lingyao Tower, and now, during this expedition to the Divine Medicine Valley, 2 disciples from the Seeking Dao Peak had joined. There was certainly something amiss. However, since their relationships were not yet familiar, they refrained from probing further. And Song Dahai also did not inquire too deeply. Among them, Song Dahai quickly established a pleasant rapport. As all were direct disciples, there was no room for discord or animosity. After all, the first assessment for entering the Qingshan sect was one's character. Even a disciple of Han Feiyu's modest talent could evoke envy and jealousy among the outer disciples, who could only wish to replace him, an unavoidable reality. Over the next 3 days, no unexpected incidents occurred. The journey was smooth and uneventful. They did encounter beasts twice, but these were mere coincidences, and their strength was not formidable. Yunming handled both situations effortlessly, requiring no assistance from Yuan. During these 3 days, the camaraderie among Yi Xiaobai, Han Feiyu, and the others grew stronger. Particularly, their discussions often revolved around alchemy and botanical knowledge, areas in which Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu displayed remarkable proficiency. Observing their ease with such knowledge endeared them further to the group. In the blink of an eye, the flying vessel had reached the outskirts of the Divine Medicine Valley. Upon arrival, the surroundings began to bustle with activity. Various flying artifacts from other sects appeared, and the city below was teeming with life. Unlike the Qingshan sect, which was built upon the mountain, the Divine Medicine Valley had constructed a large city within the valley itself, aptly named Divine Medicine Valley. The city comprised an inner and outer section. The inner city housed the sect's cultivators, while the outer city accommodated various families and wandering cultivators from the cultivation world. The flying vessel gradually descended, landing on a clearing just outside the Divine Medicine Valley. A few individuals departed from the flying vessel, while Yunming retracted the craft. Simultaneously, several figures approached from the side. At the forefront was a couple who stepped forward to greet the group. "Yunming, my friend, it has been quite a while," the woman among them remarked with a smile. Yunming returned the greeting with warmth. "Taoist Song, Taoist Li, it has indeed been some time. Allow me to introduce you. This is the esteemed Master Yuan, the leader of the Qiushan sect's Qiudao Peak." Yuan nodded respectfully as the couple saluted him. Ming then introduced the couple to Ji Yuan. This is Daoist Li Song and Daoist Song Yu. Ji Yuan returned the gesture of respect with a fist salute. The two individuals were elders of the Lingjian sect, whose strength was comparable to that of the Qingshan sect, and the relationship between the two sects was rather amicable. Fellow Taoists, let us converse as we walk, Yun Ming suggested, glancing at the two men. Please, Song Yu gestured invitingly. The four of them, accompanied by disciples from their respective sects, entered the city. At the city gate, the disciples of the Divine Herb Valley did not obstruct anyone. As the grand ceremony of the Divine Herb was imminent, and the gatekeepers were already familiar with several prominent figures from various sections. Upon entering the bustling city, Yi Xiaobai gazed around. Had it not been for Ji Yuan and Yu Ming's presence, he might have already begun to explore. Han Feiyu was equally curious. It was their first visit to a city of cultivators, and the atmosphere was distinctly different. The shops and stalls they passed were all engaged in businesses related to cultivation. The group traversed through the outer city and arrived at the gates of the inner city, where two disciples of the Divine Herb sect approached them. May I inquire if you are the esteemed elders of the Qingshan sect and the Lingjian sect? One of the disciples asked with a fist salute. Yu Ming nodded slightly. Esteemed elders, our sect leader invites you. Allow my junior brother to escort your disciples to their accommodations, the disciple continued. What matter does sect leader Sun wish to discuss? Li Song inquired, noting that there was no precedent for visiting the sect leader before such gatherings. The disciple shook his head, indicating uncertainty. Lead the way, fellow Taoists. What do you propose? Yu Ming pondered briefly before speaking. Li Song and Song Yu nodded in agreement. They reminded the disciples from both sects not to wander off, and then followed the disciple of the Divine Herb Valley. The disciple led them to a grand hall, which was already filled with numerous attendees. Li Song, Song Yu, and Yu Ming exchanged greetings with those present. Yu Ming also greeted a few individuals and casually introduced Ji Yuan beside him. Through their conversations, Ji Yuan discerned the identities of those in attendance. All were high-ranking members from various sects within the ancient domain. Before long, three individuals entered the hall, a diminutive elder, a tall and curvaceous woman, and a bald monk. Upon recognizing them, the group of cultivators immediately greeted, "Greetings, sect leader Sun, sect master Zhang, and abbot Wuchen." Ji Yuan recognized the three individuals, who were the leaders of the three major sects of the ancient domain: Sun Xian, the master of the Divine Medicine Valley; Zhang Shui, the head of the Divine Sword sect; and Wu Qin, the abbot of the Golden Mountain Temple. As the esteemed leaders of the three great sects, they all possessed the cultivation of the Tao platform realm. Do not stand on ceremony, please take a seat. Sun Xian warmly gestured. As he spoke, the trio took their seats at the elevated dais in the hall, where three chairs were arranged. Only after they settled did the representatives of the other sects take their places along the sides. This divine medicine ceremony was arranged to bring you all here in advance for a matter of discussion. Sun Xian addressed the assembly, a burly man among the crowd. Upon hearing Sun Xian's words, smiled and clasped his fists. What business do you have, Master Sun? Please, speak freely. Sun Xian nodded with a smile. Recently, our sect has discovered a hidden realm, he began slowly. The audience perked up at the mention of a hidden realm, which signified opportunities. Why would the Divine Medicine Valley share this discovery with them? Surely, they did not intend to share the fortune. The crowd remained silent, patiently awaiting Sun Xian's elaboration. To speak candidly, our sect possesses some knowledge regarding this hidden realm. It contains a plethora of rare spiritual plants, but it also harbors certain dangers. Only cultivators at the Gathering Qi realm may enter. As you are aware, our disciples in the Divine Medicine Valley are not particularly adept in combat, especially those at the Gathering Qi stage, who are quite poor in martial prowess. Moreover, the hidden realm can only be accessed once every 50 years, and each opening is limited to a mere 5 days. If we were to explore it alone, our gains would be minimal. Therefore, I am willing to share this opportunity with all of you. You may dispatch your disciples into the hidden realm. However, half of the harvest must be surrendered to us. The hidden realm will open after the conclusion of the divine medicine ceremony, so please take your time to deliberate and reach a decision before the ceremony ends. After finishing his address, Sun Xian surveyed the audience. The assembly, stirred by his words, began to confer among themselves. On the side of Yun Ming, her brow furrowed as she turned to Ji Yuan. What are your thoughts, junior brother? I believe it may be wise to refrain from involvement, he replied. Do not concern yourself with my opinion, sister. There remains a considerable time until the conclusion of the divine medicine ceremony. You may wish to consult with our sect and discuss this matter with our 2 elders and the sect leader. Ji Yuan spoke without hesitation, displaying no interest in matters of opportunity or fortune. Even if presented with a secret realm abundant in rare spiritual plants, he would remain utterly unmoved. Yuming nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, someone turned to Sun Xian and inquired, Master Sun, is it true that we only need to surrender half of our gains? Indeed, there is no cause for concern. You are all aware of our sect's reputation, Sun Xian affirmed. Another voice arose, asking, Master Sun, what is the level of danger within the secret realm? There are some first-tier demon beasts, but they are few in number. Most disciples should return safely, Sun Xian continued. A pivotal question emerged, Master Sun. What rare spiritual plants can we find within the secret realm? Sun Xian smiled at the crowd and replied, the realm contains many materials for refining spirit seed pills, and one might even discover materials for forging spiritual artifacts. Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback, with some individuals rising abruptly. Master Sun, our sect wishes to join. So do we. Several sects expressed their eagerness to participate in the exploration of the secret realm. Resources for cultivation in the ancient lands were scarce, and materials for spirit seed pills were limited, even more so for forging spiritual artifacts, which were nearly non-existent. However, both spirit seed pills and spiritual artifacts were essential for cultivators. Notably, some exceptionally gifted individuals could ascend to the spirit seed realm without relying on spirit seed pills. But to advance to the Dao platform realm, the use of spiritual artifacts was indispensable, while it was possible to attain a pseudo-Dao platform without them. Such cases were exceedingly rare, often resulting in a stagnant lifespan and strength equivalent to merely the first layer of the Dao platform realm. Yuan was a unique case, having received direct rewards from the system without the need for any breakthrough aids. Observing that numerous sects had already chosen to participate in the exploration, Yuming turned to Yuan and remarked, Junior brother, it seems there is no need to consult our sect. This expedition is imperative. While materials for spirit seed pills can be found elsewhere, spiritual artifacts must not be overlooked. If we fail to seek them out, others will, and by then, their enhanced power could jeopardize our sect's standing. Thus, this expedition became unavoidable. Even if Yunming contacted their sect, it would surely permit disciples to venture forth. Soon, nearly all the sects that had been invited opted to partake in the exploration of the secret realm. The group conversed with Master Sun for a while longer, inquiring how the distribution would work if only one piece of a spiritual artifact was found. Master Sun explained that each sect could contribute a treasure worth half the artifact's value to acquire the entire piece. If unable to afford it, they would have to surrender it to the Divine Medicine Valley, which would then compensate them with treasures of equivalent value. After finalizing this arrangement, the disciples of the Divine Medicine Valley bid farewell to the cultivators from various sections. As they exited the hall, the cultivators promptly contacted their sects, urging them to send their most skilled disciples proficient in combat to the Divine Medicine Valley. In the hall, Zhang Shui turned to Sun Xian and remarked, Old man's son, no wonder you've orchestrated the Divine Medicine Convention over the past few centuries. It has all been for this day. Sun Xian chuckled and shook his head. Friend Zhang, you misunderstand. The original intention of the convention was merely to forge friendships. Oh, please. That secret realm resides within the Divine Medicine Valley. You must have some ulterior motive for this event, Zhang Shui retorted skeptically. Haha, well, it is true that part of the motive is to cultivate relationships and enhance the reputation of the Divine Medicine Valley, so that the various sects may trust us and be willing to explore the secret realm together, Sun Xian admitted with a smile. Zhang Shui pressed on. Do you have any other motives? Friend Zhang, do not think too poorly of our sect. We harbor no ulterior motives. We simply understand that one cannot prosper alone. This is a guiding principle of our sect, Sun Xian responded, shaking his head. Yuan and Yunming returned to the residence arranged for them at the Divine Medicine Valley. Yunming hurriedly went to contact the sect. The destiny lies in finding Knight Staobai and a few others. I have something to share with you. Yuan conveyed the secrets of the mysterious realm mentioned by Sun Xian today to a select few. He then remarked, I have conferred with my senior sister, and if any of you wish to enter the mysterious realm, you may do so together when the time comes. The spoils of this expedition will be distributed as follows. 50% will be submitted to the Divine Medicine Valley, 20% to the sect, and the remaining 30% will belong to the individual. Chapter 29, Forging the Dao Spirit Objects. Master Ji. How shall we divide the Dao Spirit Objects if we find them? Inquired one disciple. Like the elders of the sect, they were equally concerned about the distribution of the Dao Spirit Objects. Yuan responded, this matter must await the sect's decision. Very well, thank you, Master Uncle. The disciple nodded and clasped his fist in gratitude. Yuan waved his hand. This evening is destined to be one where many will find themselves unable to sleep. The term Zhu Dao Lingwu lingers in the hearts of numerous individuals. Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu swiftly parted ways with the other disciples and arrived at Ji Yuan's dwelling. What are your plans? Shall we venture to give it a try? Ji Yuan gazed at the two individuals and inquired. Both possessed a cultivation level of 9 layers of qi gathering, complemented by several first-grade exceptional magic artifacts, and their indestructible skin had already been refined. The spells they learned were also of the first-grade Dao category. It was not only qi-gathering realm cultivators who would suffer greatly at their hands. Even those newly entering the Spirit Sea realm could easily fall into peril if not cautious. With such prowess, entering the secret realm posed no extraordinary danger. However, one must always be wary of unforeseen circumstances. I wish to give it a try, Han Feiyu stated directly. Yi Xiaobai, somewhat reluctant, looked at Han Feiyu and cautioned. Junior brother, the secret realm may be fraught with danger. I am aware, senior brother, Han Feiyu replied. Yet, to forge Dao spiritual items, one must take risks. We are on the verge of breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm, and it is time we prepared for the forging of Dao spiritual items. Han Feiyu nodded resolutely. His determination palpable. He was not oblivious to the dangers. No one yearns for peril. Yet, when it concerns the path of the Dao, he could not shy away from risk. He was uncertain if, upon reaching full completion in the Spirit Sea realm, they would have another opportunity to find Dao spiritual items. Thus every chance must not be squandered. Junior brother, have you truly made up your mind? Yi Xiaobai asked again, scrutinizing Han Feiyu. Han Feiyu nodded, his resolve unwavering. Observing this, Yi Xiaobai patted Han Feiyu's shoulder and declared, in that case, I shall accompany you. Together as brothers, we shall face any danger that arises. It will be mere trifles. A wave of gratitude surged within Han Feiyu. Thank you, senior brother. For what? Yi Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. Upon witnessing the scene, Ji Yuan revealed a faint smile and remarked, You rascal, were you not terribly afraid of death? Master, I am not afraid of death. I merely wish to live, Knight Xiaobai promptly corrected Ji Yuan's statement. They are essentially the same. Not at all. I cannot allow my junior brother to embark on this perilous journey alone. I am, after all, his senior. Knight Xiaobai muttered, then elaborated loudly. Very well. Since you have made your decision, then go forth. Ji Yuan gazed at the two individuals, smilingly nodding as he spoke. To be candid, he had been wavering moments ago, contemplating whether to permit them to embark on their journey. The so-called forging of spiritual artifacts held little value for him. He could easily advance such resources through the system. His hesitation stemmed from a desire for Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu to undergo trials and tribulations, yet he feared for their safety, concerned that they might inadvertently meet their demise. If they wished to forge a path ahead, it was improbable for them to rely on the system for immediate cultivation as he did. Thus, various forms of training were indeed essential. Since both had already chosen to venture into the mysterious realm, Ji Yuan chose not to dwell further on his thoughts. His support was unwavering. However, prior to this, he needed to ensure that both of them were equipped with means of survival. The following day, the Grand Convention of Divine Elixirs commenced in the inner city square. Sun Xian erected a towering platform and began imparting knowledge to the gathered cultivators. This lecture would span 3 days, and Yu Ming and the others were attentively absorbing the teachings. On the very first day, Ji Yuan slipped away. Upon returning to his residence, he retrieved several pieces of jade and began to carve them into the shape of jade tokens. Thus commenced the crafting of divine talismans. Although divine talismans belong to the realm of talismans, they possess distinct characteristics. The creation of these talismans does not necessitate proficiency in talismanic arts, however. It does require a practitioner of at least the realm of divine abilities to undertake their fabrication. In simpler terms, it involves inscribing divine power onto an object, thereby manifesting what is known as a divine talisman. The process of crafting these talismans is far from straightforward. It demands that the practitioner has a complete mastery of divine abilities and also has specific requirements regarding materials. Within the treasure vault of the Seeking Dao Peak, one would scarcely find a few materials that meet these stringent requirements. In this instance, Ji Yuan has efficiently utilized all the materials required to meet the demand. Over the span of 3 days, he crafted 6 divine talismans, 2 prohibitive talismans, 2 botanical talismans, and 2 navigational talismans. Due to the inferior quality of the materials, which were merely of the second tier, the efficacy of these talismans is consequently limited. Nevertheless, should the information regarding the secret realm provided by Sun Xian prove accurate, these talismans will suffice to serve as life-saving artifacts for Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu. Once the 3-day lecture concluded, the Divine Herb Valley was once again graced by a multitude of cultivators from various sections. Leading the delegation from the Qingshan sect was the esteemed ancestor, the father of Yunming. Given the gravity of matters concerning the secret realm and the forging of spiritual artifacts, it was imperative for the sect to dispatch an elder for assurance. Other sects, possessing cultivators at the Dao platform realm, also sent representatives of the same caliber. Yunming ventured outside the city to welcome her ancestor. Upon returning to their residence after the lecture, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu sought out Ji Yuan. "Master, why have you returned early?" Yi Xiaobai inquired. While others displayed patience during the lecture, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, upon discovering Ji Yuan's absence, assumed he had departed ahead of time. Even Yunming might have entertained a similar notion. In truth, he had discreetly slipped away from the outset, all for the purpose of preparing life-saving provisions for you. Ji Yuan began to speak. Ji Yuan spoke as he handed 6 sacred talismans to the 2 individuals. The binding talisman, when activated, can restrain others within a certain vicinity. The blade talisman, once employed, manifests a surge of sword energy that strikes forward. The speed talisman, upon activation, grants you an unparalleled swiftness. Utilizing these is quite straightforward. Simply channel your spiritual energy. These artifacts are rare, so use them judiciously. Ji Yuan briefly explained the functions of the 3 divine talismans. "Thank you, Master," Yi Xiaobai said with a playful smile. His curiosity piqued as he toyed with the 3 talismans, eager to experiment with them directly. However, Ji Yuan had cautioned him, and thus he refrained from recklessness. "Thank you, Master." Han Feiyu also expressed his gratitude hastily, feeling a surge of excitement within. Yi Xiaobai, unfamiliar with the nature of the talismans, recalled having seen them during his time in the Scriptures Pavilion. Only cultivators at the Divine Ability realm could craft such talismans. This implied that Ji Yuan was at least of that esteemed level. The greater the mastery of the master, the more delighted the disciple felt. For Ji Yuan was indeed his pillar of support. The 2 of them carefully stored away the divine talismans. After a brief while, Ji Yuan also exited the house. Soon after, Yunming arrived at the courtyard accompanied by the venerable ancestor and several disciples of the sect. The residence allocated by the Divine Herb Valley for the Qingshan sect was a spacious courtyard, ample enough to accommodate the venerable ancestor and his companions. They greeted the venerable ancestor with respect. As several individuals observed the venerable ancestor, they clasped their fists in greeting, exclaiming, "Let us converse inside." The ancestor responded with a warm smile, exhibiting no pretense, entirely unlike a typical patriarch of a sect. Chapter 30. Making preparations in the hall. Once everyone had entered, the ancestor took his seat and instructed the others to do the same. After all were seated, he turned to Yi Xiaobai and the others, inquiring, "Is there anyone among you disciples who wishes to abstain from entering the secret realm for the upcoming divine medicine ceremony?" Upon hearing his words, silence ensued. Do not refrain from responding merely because I posed the question. If you do not wish to go, then do not. The ancestor continued. "Ancestor, we are eager to proceed," one disciple declared, clasping his fists. "So are we," several others echoed in succession. The ancestor nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yunming, however, glanced at Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, questioning, "Do you both intend to join?" "Indeed, Master Uncle," the 2 replied. "Perhaps you should reconsider. This expedition is not without its perils. Setting aside the beasts within the secret realm, you must also be wary of disciples from other sects, as conflicts for opportunities are inevitable once we enter." Yunming cautioned them. Having only joined the sect for less than a year, she harbored concerns about their abilities, particularly Han Feiyu, whose talent seemed insufficient. He might still only be at the first level of qi gathering. "Senior sister, there is no need to worry about them. They are aware of their own capabilities." "As am I," another voice interjected. Ji Yuan cast a glance at Yunming, who seemed hesitant to speak. She was genuinely reluctant to let Yi Xiaobai embark on a perilous journey. After all, it had taken the Qingshan sect many years to produce a disciple worthy of the A-list. Such a prodigious talent must be nurtured carefully, rather than thrust into the unknown realms. Ji Yuan, as the master, had already voiced this sentiment, and thus, further debate seemed unnecessary. The ancestor interjected, having lived for centuries. He possessed a profound understanding of the Qiu Dao Peak. The individuals at Qiu Dao Peak, though singularly focused on the pursuit of the Dao, acted with remarkable prudence rather than recklessness. When faced with an opportunity, they would never charge in without adequate assurance. "Very well," Yunming nodded, choosing to remain silent. You all may retire for the evening, the ancestor commanded, ushering the disciples out of the hall. Soon, only the ancestor, Yuan, and Yuan remained in the spacious chamber. The ancestor turned to the two, stating, "The opening of the Divine Herb Valley, which will be shared among the sects, presents both opportunity and potential peril. Regardless of whether the Divine Herb Valley genuinely wishes to share its fortune or harbors ulterior motives, be prepared for any eventuality. A challenging confrontation may lie ahead, and we must be adaptable." Yuan and Yuan nodded slightly, both comprehending the ancestor's implication. Should fortune smile upon them and they procure a Tao-forging spiritual artifact, such treasures are exceedingly rare, unlikely to be acquired by every sect. At that juncture, one must ponder whether others would covet their Tao-forging artifact. Thus, simply obtaining a Tao-forging spiritual artifact from the secret realm does not guarantee that it will truly belong to their sect. Yuan soon departed from the hall and went to find Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu. Yuan contemplated the forthcoming expedition into the secret realm. He had granted the two individuals means of survival, yet it was insufficient. Both possessed a potential of 9 stars, and upon utilizing his celestial eye to observe their fortunes, he found them to be truly resplendent. Thus, during their journey into the secret realm, they might genuinely acquire the ethereal artifacts of forging paths. "Hand over your storage bags to me." Yuan gazed at the two individuals, Knight Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, as they produced their storage bags and handed them over to him. "I shall return these to you in a few days," he assured. "I will arrange a concealed space within your storage bags, where, should you truly acquire any forging spirit objects within the secret realm, you may safely stow them away. Do not fret about being discovered. The people of the Divine Herb Valley will not perceive the subtle modifications I shall make." Yuan looked at the two and said, "Master, make it larger. We can hide the spiritual herbs and such inside." Yi Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly replied. Yuan shook his head, stating that the spiritual herbs should not be concealed. Ultimately, the secret realm belongs to the Divine Medicine Valley, and it is only reasonable to receive a harvest equivalent to half of the spiritual herbs contributed. The meaning of Yuan is quite apparent. The harvest of spiritual plants can be submitted as half of the admission fee. However, when it comes to forging spiritual artifacts, one cannot possibly surrender half. "Very well. I shall heed my master's words." Yu Xiaobai nodded. "The alchemical competition shall commence tomorrow. Ensure that you are well prepared." Yuan turned to the two and spoke, "Master, what if I cause a celestial phenomenon during the alchemy competition tomorrow?" Knight Xiaobai asked Yuan nervously. On the day of the alchemy contest, it was evident that many people would gather, as disciples from various sects would converge. If he were to conjure a strange rain, wouldn't he be in dire peril? "Fear not," Yuan reassured. "The alchemy competition will occur simultaneously among all sections. If you do not speak of it, and we remain silent, who would know that the celestial phenomenon originated from you?" Yuan gently patted Yu Xiaobai's shoulder and said, "Indeed." Instantly, Yu Xiaobai felt a wave of courage wash over him. "However, you mustn't shield yourself from the rain. You too must face the consequences, for only then will your true identity remain concealed." Yuan then remarked, "Very well." Yu Xiaobai appeared somewhat taken aback, yet still nodded. "Master, I shall not participate in tomorrow's contest." Han Feiyu quickly interjected, "Junior brother, how can you refrain from participating? We, as brothers, should join forces and triumph over the other sects." Yu Xiaobai hastily grasped Han Feiyu's shoulder. "Senior brother, you know well that my alchemical skills are limited. With you competing, it will suffice. You are certain to secure victory for our sect." Han Feiyu, in a moment of self-deprecation, praised Yu Xiaobai, which greatly pleased him. Yu Xiaobai smiled and acquiesced. All right. In truth, Han Feiyu believed that having Yi Xiaobai was sufficient for another reason. He wished to avoid the peculiar and bizarre rains conjured by Yi Xiaobai. Over the past few months, he had witnessed their effects, rains that could transform one into a towering pillar, induce dire stomach ailments, or corrode garments. Soon after, Yuan returned to his chamber. He then retrieved the forging furnace and commenced the process of reforging the storage bags for Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu. Enhancing a storage bag with an additional concealed space was no simple feat. Firstly, augmenting the space itself posed significant challenges. Secondly, ensuring that this added space remained undetected was equally arduous. After a night of arduous effort, Yuan successfully forged one of them. A fragment of Yuan's consciousness clung to the storage bag. Had it not been for the Law Avatar realm, one might have overlooked the concealed space within. Moreover, Yuan could utilize this fragment of consciousness to ascertain the bag's location, akin to having a tracking device. In the plaza of the Divine Medicine Valley, representatives from various sects gathered. The number of attendees today surpassed that of the previous days, as many more had arrived just yesterday. At the forefront of the plaza, on the upper floor of a pavilion, stood Sun Xian, Zhang Shui, and Wu Chen. Before long, several others flew over, including the elder from the Qinshan sect. Among the myriad sects in the ancient domain, only 3 held the status of first-rate powers: the Divine Medicine Valley, the Divine Sword Sect, and the Diamond Temple, each possessing practitioners of the Divine Passage realm. There were 7 second-rate powers, including the Qinshan sect and the Spirit Sword sect, all under the protection of Dao Platform Realm Masters. Countless other factions lacked Dao Platform Masters, while those with Spiritual Sea Realm practitioners could be considered third-rate powers, though they were not overly abundant. In contrast, the number of factions without any noteworthy practitioners was overwhelming. In the upcoming alchemy competition, the 3 major sects would not send their disciples to participate. Their stakes were merely offered as gifts. Even if their chosen participants were victorious, they would not claim the wagers but would instead revel in their triumph and boast to the other 2 major sects about their discernment. Conversely, second-rate, third-rate, and lesser factions could send representatives to compete, though only the 3 major sects and the 7 Qinshan sects were permitted to place bets. It was anticipated that the 7 sects would wager on their own participants, while the 3 major sects would make their choices casually, treating the event as a mere game. If the victor was not one of the 7 sects, the entire wager would belong to the winning faction. In the eyes of the 3 major sects, this competition was trivial, yet for the third-rate and lesser factions, it represented a rare opportunity, often unattainable. Historically, the victors of the Divine Medicine Grand Ceremony were predominantly from one of the 7 sects, making it exceedingly difficult for the lesser factions to claim victory even once. Previous rewards for wagers placed by the 3 major sects and the 7 sects had been respectable but not particularly precious. However, this time was different. Previously, representatives had been elders of the Spiritual Sea Realm, whereas now, the participants were masters of the Dao Platform Realm. Zhang Shui addressed the gathering. Esteemed friends, it is a rare occasion to convene. For this competition, I shall wager a third-grade lower-tier flying sword artifact on the victory of the Spirit Sword sect. Since friend Zhang has wagered a third-grade artifact, I shall contribute a third-grade lower-tier golden body pill and a second-grade premium silver bone pill. Betting on the victory of the 10,000 Methods sect, Wu Chen, the monk, added as he twirled his prayer beads. Sun Xian smiled at the 2. You both exhibit great generosity. As the host, I too must not fall short. I shall wager a third-grade premium ice lotus pill on the victory of the Qinshan sect. Master Sun, a third-grade premium ice lotus pill? You truly are magnanimous. Do not go back on your word, Zhang Shui remarked. Of course not, Sun Xian replied with a smile, producing a small wooden box to reveal a white pill within, emanating a slight chill and a rich aroma that invigorated all who inhaled it. The ice lotus pill was a unique concoction of the Divine Medicine Valley, renowned for its potent healing properties. Wu Chen's golden body pill and silver bone pill were also noteworthy. They were exclusive to the Diamond Temple and part of a series of pills designed to enhance the physical body. When combined with the temple's body-refining techniques, their effects were significantly amplified. After the 3 major sects presented their third-grade treasures, the remaining 7 sects felt compelled to contribute as well. Albeit their wagers were of second-grade artifacts, albeit of premium quality. Each participant now harbored hopes for their disciples' success. The elder from the Qinshan sect exuded confidence, believing that this year, their sect had produced an alchemical prodigy. Without any disciples from the Divine Medicine Valley in the competition, victory seemed assured. Sun Xian's choice to bet on the Qinshan sect was not arbitrary. The Divine Medicine Valley had long been aware of the Qinshan sect's Lingmiao Tower and had taken an interest in it. Sun Xian had visited the Qinshan sect years prior and had seen the Lingmiao Tower, though he had not been able to participate in its trials. However, he had gleaned enough about the tower's evaluations to understand the significance of the recent emergence of a disciple who had achieved a top-tier ranking. Esteemed friends, let the competition commence, Sun Xian proclaimed, and the others nodded in agreement. He then addressed the plaza. The competition begins now. Those watching should step back from the competition area. Participants may enter and choose their positions. His voice resonated throughout, prompting a crowd to retreat, leaving behind a group of youths. Numerous low tables had been set up in the plaza, each adorned with a small alchemical furnace and various spiritual herbs. The youths selected their spots and seated themselves. Yi Xiaobai picked up a furnace, examining it. He had previously utilized the large furnace at the Seeking Dao Peak, so this smaller one was unfamiliar to him. However, he found it manageable, noting that while the size of the furnace could affect the difficulty of alchemy, it was contingent upon the type of pill being produced rather than simply the size of the furnace. Once all the young participants were settled, a disciple approached Sun Xian with a tray bearing several small scrolls. Sun Xian casually selected one and unfurled it, revealing the inscription Rejuvenation Pill. He addressed the youths in the plaza. The competition's focus is the Rejuvenation Pill. Let us begin. The examination content has been revealed. A group of youthful individuals in the square commenced gathering materials from a pile of spiritual herbs on the table. At this moment, Yi Xiaobai's heart leaped with joy. The revitalizing pill, what a fortuitous discovery. It is the most common healing elixir among first-tier medicinal pills. Yi Xiaobai, who harbors aspirations for longevity yet possesses a fear of death, had been unable to concoct longevity elixirs due to a lack of materials at the path-seeking peak. Thus, during his usual alchemical endeavors, he predominantly focused on healing potions. He had lost count of how many times he had practiced the common revitalizing pill, accumulating abundant experience. Yi Xiaobai retrieved the necessary materials and began his alchemical process. Surrounding him, many others were also engrossed in their own pursuits, each wholly devoted to their craft, with little regard for their neighbors. During the competition, it was unlikely that any disturbances would arise. Yuan swiftly returned, seizing the moment to complete the remaining storage bag with precision. Drawing upon the experience gained from the first, the creation of the second storage bag proceeded with remarkable efficiency. By the time he finished and made his way back to the square, the competition was still ongoing. Upon Yuan's return, he observed that several individuals had already successfully refined their elixirs, with many more on the verge of achieving the same. At this moment, Yuan, Yun Meng, and the esteemed elder Yun are all focused on Yi Xiaobai, who is on the verge of completing his alchemical endeavor. Simultaneously, the sky becomes shrouded in dense clouds. Observing the ominous gathering of clouds, Han Feiyu assesses their extent and retreats behind the crowd. Chapter 32. Indeed, Han Feiyu's actions go unnoticed by most. The attention of the crowd is entirely captivated by the alchemical competition, who would pay heed to an individual amidst the throng. Meanwhile, many onlookers, noticing the sudden change in weather, expressed their bewilderment at the unexpected storm. With a sweeping gesture, Sun Xian unleashes a gust of wind magic, attempting to disperse the ominous clouds above the square. However, the fierce winds are swiftly engulfed by the clouds, failing to create even a ripple. This leaves Sun Xian and several other practitioners of the Dao platform realm momentarily perplexed. What is happening? Sun Xian voices his confusion. Before they can comprehend the nature of the ominous clouds, Yi Xiaobai has already succeeded in his alchemical endeavor amidst the crowd. Boom. Following this, a resounding roar echoes from the heavens, and an intense downpour begins within the confines of the square. However, the rain possesses an unusual hue, tinged with green. Anyone witnessing this peculiar precipitation would undoubtedly sense something amiss. At this moment, within the first floor of the pavilion, the practitioners of the Spirit Sea realm from various sects stand in astonishment. Yun Ming gazes at the bizarre rain and recalls the strange rainfall that occurred 3 months prior at the Qingshan sect. She suddenly turns to Yuan, and the two share a knowing glance. Yuan turned his gaze outward, and Yu Ming understood. Indeed, whether it was she or the sect leader of Qishan, they had previously believed that the bizarre downpour was emanating from the Lingmiao Tower, potentially linked to Yi Xiaobai, but more so attributed to the tower itself. However, it now appeared that the Lingmiao Tower on Lingmiao Peak had little to do with it. As the rain fell, a cacophony of murmurs erupted in the square. Why had it suddenly started to rain? The color of the rain seemed off. Why was it only raining here? My hair. No. Soon. The crowd was filled with wails as many found their hair inexplicably falling out after being drenched. In mere moments, those who had been caught in the rain were left bald. To avoid detection, Yi Xiaobai did not shield himself from the rain, and he too was not spared. Some men remained relatively unscathed, but many women were on the verge of madness. The square echoed with lamentations. Yi Xiaobai shivered in fright, silently repeating to himself that he must not be discovered as the cause of this calamity. Sun Xian and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. What was happening with this rain? Sun Xian's gaze instinctively drifted towards the monk Wuchan, and the others could not help but do the same. It was evident that many in the square were casting angry glances towards Wuchan and the disciples of Jinshan Temple. They dared not act, yet their eyes brimmed with fury. An inexplicable deluge had left a group of cultivators bald. The strangeness of the rain eluded their comprehension. Yet the sight of bald heads inevitably led their thoughts to Jinshan Temple and the monk Wuchan. Wuchan felt somewhat wronged. do not blame this humble monk. I too am perplexed by this occurrence. Not only do I lack the means to cause such a transformation, but even if I possessed them, why would I wish to render these juniors bald? This matter bears no benefit for me. You have misunderstood. We harbor no suspicions against you. Sun Xian replied with a smile, and the others nodded in agreement. Wu Chan could only offer a bitter smile and fell silent. If they truly had no doubts, they would not be looking at him so intently. Among Sun Xian's group, only Elder Yin felt that Wu Chan might indeed be innocent. The bizarre reign at Qishan's sect had not spread beyond their immediate circle. Even Sun Xian was aware only that a portent had appeared after the renowned figures of the A-list made their entrance. However, the nature of this portent was kept shrouded in mystery by Qishan's sect, for it was simply too peculiar. The unexpected downpour caused many disciples, who had yet to successfully refine their elixirs, to falter, leading to complete failures in their attempts. Their mistakes were not due to the rain disrupting the flames, but rather the shock of witnessing their own hair fall away, which rendered them incapable of maintaining their focus on the cauldron. The rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. As the clouds receded, sunlight poured down once more. Those at the periphery of the square suddenly found the scene blinding. As the reflection of the sun off numerous bald heads increased the brightness of the square significantly. Han Feiyu, noticing this, instinctively touched his hair, relieved to remember his senior brother's formidable prowess. Otherwise, he too might have been left bald. As the rain subsided, many onlookers with newly shorn heads hastily fled, not wishing to face the crowd with such an embarrassing appearance. Some participants in the competition contemplated leaving as well, overwhelmed by the humiliation. Nearby Xiaobai, a few competitors were angrily discussing the situation. One person shouted, "This rain must have been conjured by those from Jinshan Temple." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's mind sparked with realization, and he quickly nodded in agreement. That's right. Another voice chimed in angrily, who else could possibly turn people bald besides them? Xiaobai exclaimed, exactly. They think they can act with impunity just because they belong to one of the three major sects. It infuriates me. Feeling reassured, Xiaobai forgot that among the competitors were several senior disciples from Lingmiao Peak. While the senior brothers seemed indifferent, the senior sisters fixed their gaze upon Xiaobai, clenching their fists, exuding an aura as if they wished to devour him whole. Xiaobai remained oblivious to this tension. On the other side of the pavilion, Yuming glanced at Xiaobai and then at Ji Yuan. Surrounded by people, she chose to remain silent, yet her expression betrayed a hint of helplessness. On the second floor of the pavilion, Sun Xian addressed the square. Those who have not yet succeeded in refining their elixirs should not be swayed by this unusual rain. Continue your work. His voice carried across the square, prompting those who had just failed to hastily retrieve their herbs and resume their efforts. This competition allowed for multiple attempts within a designated time frame to produce a single elixir. In other words, if one were swift, they could exhaust all the materials from the Divine Herb Valley and select the finest elixir from among their creations for evaluation. Others continued their refining, while those who had successfully completed their elixirs took their seats in the square, awaiting the next steps. Once time had passed, Sun Xian called out again, "All participants, cease your refining." Following his command, several disciples from the Divine Herb Valley approached the square to begin assessing the elixirs produced by the competitors. These disciples collected the elixirs, placing them into vials labeled with slips of paper bearing the competitors' names and origins, such as Qishan's sect, Xiaobai for the elixir belonging to Xiaobai. The first round of assessments was conducted by the disciples of the Divine Herb Valley, who then sent the first-tier premium elixirs to the second floor of the pavilion for Sun Xian, Zhang Shui, and Wu Chan to evaluate and determine the winner of the competition. Among the assessed elixirs, a significant number were classified as first-tier premium, amounting to several dozen vials, predominantly from disciples of the 7 sects of Qingshan. These vials were delivered to the second floor of the pavilion, where Sun Xian waved his hand, causing the vials to hover in midair. The labels faced away from the 3 evaluators, obscuring their identities unless they chose to scrutinize them with their spiritual senses. As the vials floated, the elixirs within began to soar out one by one. "Let us examine them together," Sun Xian gestured invitingly. The 3 then commenced their inspection of the rejuvenation elixirs. Sun Xian, an expert in this realm, quickly zeroed in on Xiaobai's elixir after casting a few glances over the dozens of elixirs. Xiaobai's presence on the A-list of the Lingmiao Tower was not merely a stroke of luck, it was a testament to his capabilities, as one could not achieve such recognition without excelling in all aspects of the tower's rigorous assessments. "Which elixir do you believe is superior?" Sun Xian inquired of his companions. Sun Xian did not speak first. Instead, he allowed Zhang Shui and Wu Qin to select who they deemed the victor. Both were unlikely to resort to deceit for this minor contest and straightforwardly picked the elixir they believed to be the finest. "I choose this one," Zhang Shui declared, pointing to the rejuvenation pill crafted by Yi Xiaobai. Wu Qin, the monk, spoke while fiddling with his prayer beads. "I too shall select this one." In truth, neither Zhang Shui nor Wu Qin were alchemists, but as cultivators at the Dao platform realm. They could easily discern the best amongst several first-tier top-grade pills with a mere moment of perception. Observing this, Sun Xian smiled and remarked, "It appears our opinions are quite aligned." With a gentle wave of his right hand, the jade vial beneath the chosen pill turned to reveal its label. The ancestors of the seven sects watched with bated breath, hoping it would signify a disciple from their own sect. As the vial revealed its contents, the label read, "Qingshan Sect, Yi Xiaobai." Elder Yuan was overjoyed, and Sun Xian also displayed a hint of a smile. Zhang Shui turned to Sun Xian and said, "Congratulations, Sun old friend. Your luck is quite remarkable." Wu Qin offered his congratulations as well. Several individuals beside Elder Yuan instantly exhibited expressions of disappointment. However, 2 or 3 still graciously congratulated him. "I hereby announce that the victor of this divine medicine grand ceremony is Yu Xiaobai of the Qingshan sect," Sun Xian proclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the square. In the midst of the crowd, Yu Xiaobai beamed with joy. Some disciples of the Qingshan sect, including Song Dahai, expressed a degree of surprise, which somewhat alleviated their earlier desire to eliminate Yi Xiaobai. Nevertheless, the 2 senior sisters, upon noticing their lost heir, resolved to demand an explanation from Yi Xiaobai. They were not particularly surprised by Yi Xiaobai's triumph, as they had surmised that either he or Han Feiyu must be the little turtle who had made a name for himself on the Lingmiao Tower's merit list. The sudden, peculiar downpour had further convinced them that the little turtle was indeed Yi Xiaobai. In the pavilion, Yun Ming wore a smile, pleased with the outcome, as Yi Xiaobai's victory brought considerable honor to the Qingshan sect. Meanwhile, several cultivators at the Dao platform realm began to retrieve their wagers and hand them to Elder Yuan. He accepted their bets with a chuckle, saying, "My dear friends, I shall not be modest." Elder Yuan collected all the wagers into his storage bag, awaiting the opportunity to share a portion with Yi Xiaobai once he returned home. Sun Xian then addressed the gathering. "Esteemed guests, the alchemical contest has officially concluded. You may spend the next 3 days exploring the Divine Medicine Valley. After 3 days, we shall open the secret realm." Upon hearing Sun Xian's announcement, the crowd began to disperse, particularly those who had lost their hair, who hurriedly departed. Once most had cleared out, the 2 senior sisters from Lingmiao Peak approached Yi Xiaobai with a glint of menace in their eyes. Sensing the impending trouble, Yi Xiaobai thought to himself, "This is bad. I forgot about my senior brothers and sisters." He instinctively took a half-step back as the 2 sisters, wearing fierce smiles, warned, "Little Bai, if you dare to run, we shall break your legs." "Sisters, what are you doing?" Yi Xiaobai's voice quivered with trepidation. As they flanked him, one hand pressed upon each of his shoulders, they demanded, "Little Bai, do explain what transpired." With a pitiful expression, Yi Xiaobai replied, "I truly do not know." "You don't know? Nonsense. Do you think we are ignorant of what happened 3 months ago? If you claim it has nothing to do with you, do you expect us to believe that?" The 2 sisters were utterly unconvinced. At that moment, Song Dahai and the other senior brothers, along with Han Feiyu, approached. Yi Xiaobai quickly called out, "Senior brothers, save me." "Little Bai, we are afraid we cannot assist you." Song Dahai and the others waved their hands dismissively. Han Feiyu also cast an apologetic glance at Yi Xiaobai, saying, "There is nothing we can do." Soon after, Yi Xiaobai spotted Ji Yuan and Yun Ming approaching. He cried out, "Master, uncle, help. Enough, let go of your junior brother. Save the punishment for when we return to the sect." Yun Ming instructed her 2 disciples. Being a woman herself, she understood the significance of hair to them and thus sided with her disciples, especially since one was her own student. Out of respect for Ji Yuan, she refrained from allowing them to punish Yu Xiaobai then and there. The 2 female disciples reluctantly released Yu Xiaobai, who wore a sorrowful expression as he looked at Ji Yuan. "Do not look at me. This trouble is of your own making." Nevertheless, the sight of the several bald disciples was indeed rather unappealing. Ji Yuan spoke as he produced a jade vial. Upon uncorking the vial, a few drops of water burst forth, landing upon the heads of several disciples of the Lingmiao Peak, including Song Dahai. In the next moment, hair instantaneously sprouted atop their heads, growing at an astonishing rate. With a casual wave of his hand, Ji Yuan effortlessly trimmed the hair of a few individuals. The disciples eagerly tied their hair up, filled with joy. "Master uncle, what kind of treasure is this?" asked Tang Ying, one of the 2 female disciples and a student of Yun Ming. "Ah, This is a peculiar rain produced by your junior brother by while refining pills. Once touched, it causes hair to grow wildly in the areas it is soaked. Yuan explained. Upon hearing this, several individuals fell into silence, glancing at Yi Xiaobai. Truly a talent, indeed. What does this signify? Within 100 steps. There must be an antidote? Noticing their gaze, Yi Xiaobai smiled unabashedly. Junior brother, why is it that your alchemy results in such peculiar rain? Tanging inquired. Looking at Yi Xiaobai. With a helpless sigh, Yi Xiaobai responded, I too wish to know. As a mere chi-gathering cultivator, how could I produce such phenomena? It is indeed strange, yet perhaps it is not entirely unfavorable. Perhaps the unusual rain is a consequence of your junior brother's extraordinary alchemical talent, Yun Ming speculated. Chapter 34, The Great Liquid Sail on the second floor of the loft, although Sun Xian and others had not yet departed. They were oblivious to the situation involving Yuan and his companions. After all, who among them had the leisure to eavesdrop on others? Zhang Shui turned to Sun Xian, asking, what exactly is going on with that rain? I do not know. I shall inquire with the ancestor upon my return to see if he can elucidate the matter. However, do not worry too much. This rain appears only to induce hair loss, with no other apparent issues, Sun Xian replied, shaking his head. Wuchan monk. Is your Golden Mountain Temple plotting to turn the entire human race in the ancient domain into bald heads? Zhang Shui jested, smiling at Wuchan. Wuchan's expression turned bitter as he replied, Dao friend Zhang, please do not jest at my expense. The Golden Mountain Temple is not so idle. Esteemed ones. I shall take my leave, Sun Xian stated, offering no further words as he departed the loft. Zhang Shui, Wuchan, and several other ancestors soon followed suit, leaving only Elder Yin remaining. Elder Yin descended to the first floor and approached Yuan and the others in the courtyard. Greetings, Elder. Yi Xiaobai and the other disciples clasped their fists in respect. Elder Yin smiled and nodded, then turned to Yi Xiaobai. Well done, young one. Yi Xiaobai grinned. All thanks to my master's excellent teachings. I only taught you alchemy, not how to summon rain, Elder Yin remarked. Yuan smiled and said, when it comes to this rain, you must remember not to disclose that it originated from Yi Xiaobai. Elder Yin turned to the others and cautioned them. Yes, they replied in unison. Elder Yin then produced 3 treasures, specifically the 3 stakes put forth by Zhang Shui and the monk Wuchen, a low-grade 3rd-tier flying sword, a low-grade 3rd-tier golden body pill, and a premium 2nd-tier silver bone pill. The flying sword lay alone on one side, while the 2 pills were placed together. You may choose one of these 2 items, Elder Yun stated, addressing Yi Xiaobai. He did not present the premium 3rd-tier ice lotus pill, which was exceedingly precious, especially for someone at the Gathering Chi realm. Such a vital item for survival must be preserved carefully. Unaware of this, Yi Xiaobai pointed to the 2 pills and inquired, Elder, what are these 2 pills? Elder Yun replied, these are the low-grade 3rd-tier golden body pill and the premium 2nd-tier silver bone pill, both of which enhance physical strength. However, without training in the unique body-refining techniques of Jingshan Temple, the effects of the pills cannot be fully realized. Nodding, Yi Xiaobai glanced at the flying sword and then at the pills. Ultimately, he decided to choose the flying sword. Elder, I choose the flying sword. Very well, Elder Yin said, handing the sword to Yi Xiaobai. In truth, neither reward particularly excited Yi Xiaobai. He selected the flying sword with the thought that he might exchange it for a defensive artifact later. Additionally, you may choose 2 more items from these 7. Elder Yin continued, revealing 7 more items, which were the stakes from their 7 sections. Upon inspecting them, Yi Xiaobai noticed the absence of a longevity pill, which left him somewhat disappointed. In the end, he selected 2 premium 2nd-tier artifacts, a shield and another flying sword. It must be said that Elder Yun was indeed quite generous, especially given the exceptional circumstances that had enhanced the stakes. Even so, providing Yi Xiaobai with 3 rewards, including 1 3rd-tier treasure, was commendable. Other sects would typically be content to offer just 1 item to their disciples. After distributing the rewards, the group departed from the square and returned to their lodgings. Upon their return, Yuan returned the prepared storage bags to the 2 individuals and then handed them several jade vials. These vials contained the various peculiar rains that Yi Xiaobai had collected. Some of these rainwaters might be useful as artifacts in future endeavors. It was fortunate that the ancestors of Chiodao Peak had inexplicably left behind a batch of vials capable of holding large volumes of liquid. Otherwise, he would have had no means to store the rainwater that Yi Xiaobai had gathered. Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu accepted the jade vials, and Yi Xiaobai entrusted the 3 artifacts given by Elder Yun to Yuan for safekeeping, as he was still merely at the Gathering Chi realm. He could not yet utilize second-tier or third-tier artifacts. While he might manage with a low-grade second-tier item, the premium second-tier one posed a significant challenge. Lacking full control over them, they might hinder him in battle. The following day, the group began to explore the inner city of the Divine Medicine Valley. Elder Yuan led Yun Meng, Yi Xiaobai, Han Feiyu, and Tang Ying, along with several disciples from Lingmiao Peak, to engage in discussions about alchemy or trade some items. Meanwhile, the other disciples who had accompanied Elder Yuan to the secret realm sought out shops and stalls within the inner city selling artifacts and pills, hoping to discover some treasures to prepare for their expedition 3 days hence. As for Ji Yuan, he chose not to accompany them. Instead, he wandered through the outer city. His agreement to accompany Yun Meng to the Divine Medicine Valley was not solely for Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, but also to seek out the next disciple. Having reached a reputation level of 3, he could not afford to let the third task hold him back. Thus, he activated the system to assess the talent potential of others and strolled through the outer city, hoping to find promising candidates. He did not venture into the inner city, where most residents were disciples from other sects or from the Divine Medicine Valley. Only in the outer city could he find individuals who had not yet joined a sect. In the inner city, a peculiar group of cloaked individuals suddenly appeared. These figures, clad in hoods, walked with their heads down, exuding an air of secrecy. However, many recognized the situation. It wasn't their furtiveness, rather, it was the discomfort of venturing out while sporting bald heads. Upon the arrival of Yi Xiaobai and his companions, they quickly drew attention, as they were not bald. Many from various sects recognized them as disciples of Qishan's sect, who had participated in the trials and had seemingly been turned bald by the peculiar rain. Yet now, their hair had grown back. Disciples from Lingjin's sect approached the Qishan sect disciples to inquire how they had managed to regrow their hair. They learned that one of the peak masters from Qishan's sect possessed a treasure capable of inducing rapid hair growth. Further inquiries revealed that Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu were disciples of that very peak master. A group of female disciples, their eyes gleaming with excitement, surrounded Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, eager for them to procure the hair-growing treasure. As they spoke, they began to fervently bid, some even producing spirit stones or artifacts and pills. Faced with this array of treasures, Yi Xiaobai, caught between conscience and the prospect of wealth, unhesitatingly produced the jade vials. Dear brothers and sisters, the hair growth elixir is on sale, Yi Xiaobai proclaimed, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. Chapter 35. Let us call it a day, brother. That day, a group of bald heads regained their hair, and Yi Xiaobai enjoyed a windfall, brimming with excitement. The individuals who had regained their hair were equally pleased, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. Yet, Han Feiyu pondered a troubling thought. What if one day these individuals discovered that the peculiar rain was caused by Yi Xiaobai, who had profited significantly from them? He dared not dwell on it. Let us call it a day, brother. It's too late for that, junior brother. That evening, Ji Yuan was aware of Yi Xiaobai's endeavor to profit from the rainwater that stimulated hair growth. Yet he paid it little mind. It was a trivial matter. Once their journey into the secret realm concluded, Yi Xiaobai would be poised for a breakthrough. At that juncture, reaching the spiritual sea realm would ensure that, even if discovered, he would not be easily vanquished by a throng of gathering Qi realm cultivators. As long as he remained unscathed, that sufficed. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Ji Yuan wandered through the outer city for 3 days, yet failed to find a satisfactory match. It was not that he had not encountered individuals who met the system's criteria. The outer city was bustling with people, and it was not uncommon to come across those with a talent potential reaching 3 stars. However, none could compare to the remarkable presences of Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu. Ji Yuan was well aware that disciples like Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu were rare treasures. A fortuitous encounter indeed. To encounter 2 of them at once was akin to stumbling upon a stroke of luck. However, having tasted the meager sustenance of life, he found himself unable to settle for mere plain fare. Thus, he established a singular criterion for the apprentices he would accept. Talent was of little consequence. Yet the potential should ideally be at the level of 9 stars. Should he fail to find another with such potential, he would reluctantly settle for lesser prospects. 3 days swiftly passed. Within the inner city square, representatives from various sects had gathered. Furthermore, the venerable ancestor of the Divine Herb Valley made an appearance. This elder, upon arrival, commanded the respect of all present, who bowed in unison. He hovered in mid-air, his spiritual energy radiating around him. Ji Yuan took a glance and swiftly gauged the elder's cultivation level, early stage of the divine power realm. Presumably, Sun Xian had already briefed everyone on the rules for entering the secret realm. As the time for the secret realm's opening approached, the elder instructed, before we enter, ensure that all spiritual plants in your storage bags are removed. However, the disciples preparing to enter had already emptied their bags of any spiritual flora. Before long, Sun Xian turned to the elder and bowed. "Elder, the time has come." The elder of the Divine Herb Valley nodded slightly. Subsequently, he produced a token and tossed it into the air above the square. A surge of spiritual power coursed through the token, unleashing a formidable pressure that left many gasping for breath. Moments later, a colossal vortex materialized above the square. The gate to the secret realm is now open. Remember, it will remain open for only 5 days, 60 hours. After 60 hours, regardless of whether you have returned, the gate will close. If you wish to avoid being trapped in the secret realm for 50 years, keep track of the time and return early, the elder reiterated. The adherents of various sects bowed in acknowledgement. Following this, the disciples of the Divine Herb Valley were the first to retrieve their flying artifacts, soaring into the secret realm in unison. Though the disciples of the Divine Herb Valley were not adept in combat, they had opened the secret realm for all sects to share. Nevertheless, they still dispatched their own disciples into the realm, not seeking grand opportunities but hoping to acquire even a single spiritual plant. Once the disciples of the Divine Herb Valley entered, those from the Sword of Divine Swords and the Golden Mountain Temple followed suit. Though no specific order had been established for entry, an unspoken understanding prevailed among the participants. After the 3 major sects had entered, the disciples of the 7 minor sects began their ascent. Finally, the members of third-rate and lesser factions made their move. These lesser forces often lacked even a single flying artifact, and some simply leaped into the swirling vortex with all their might. As the last of the disciples entered, the square became noticeably emptier. Elder Yuan turned to Yun Meng and Ji Yuan, saying, "I shall wait outside for the next few days. You are free to attend to your own matters." "Father, I will wait with you," Yun Meng replied, shaking her head. "Elder, senior sister, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Ji Yuan announced. Ji Yuan gazed at the 2 individuals and nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, he departed from the inner city. After 5 days of idly waiting in the square, he realized it would be a waste of time. Instead, he decided to seize the opportunity to explore the outer city, as there were still places he had yet to visit and individuals he had yet to meet. The outer city awaited. Ji Yuan arrived at the outermost alley of a distant city, his gaze drifting towards a little girl not far away. Seated at the entrance of her home, gnawing on a flatbread larger than her own cherubic face, the girl, appearing to be merely 5 or 6 years of age, delightedly swung her small legs as she munched on the bread, her endearing demeanor making her utterly charming. Ji Yuan was captivated not by the girl's charm, but rather by the remarkable potential that radiated from her. Her innate talent was rated at 8 stars, while her potential soared to 9 stars. This extraordinary gift far surpassed that of Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, marking it as the most formidable talent Ji Yuan had ever encountered. In recent days, he had observed the talents and potentials of many individuals, and the strongest he had previously witnessed barely reached 4 or 5 stars. Ji Yuan approached the little girl. Upon noticing the presence of an individual before her, the girl looked up intently at Ji Yuan. "Uncle, do you need something?" she inquired. Ji Yuan crouched down and inquired of the little girl, "What is your name?" The girl glanced at Ji Yuan before responding, "My name is Yu." "And what about you, uncle?" The little girl seemed entirely unperturbed by the encounter. Ji Yuan smiled and replied, "My name is Ji Yuan, Uncle Ji Yuan. Would you like some cake? I can share a bit with you, but only a little." And you glanced at Ji Yuan and then at the large cake in her hand. Reluctantly, she tore off a piece and offered it to Ji Yuan. "Please enjoy it. I have come to seek your elder. Is your elder at home?" Ji Yuan shook her head, declining Yu's offer of the cake. It was not the cake she desired, and Yu instantly beamed with delight, her eyes narrowing into a joyful smile. Aunt was busy washing clothes inside the house. Yu replied, "Could you take me to find your aunt?" Ji Yuan smiled and inquired, then presented a skewer of candied hawthorn to Yu. During his recent leisurely strolls, he had indulged in purchasing an array of delightful snacks, consuming them as he meandered. Now, his storage bag still contained several uneaten treats, and Yu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the candied hawthorn. "Is this for me?" she asked, gazing at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, uncle. Please follow me." Yue took the candied hawthorn and led Ji Yuan into the courtyard. She then called out to the inner courtyard, "Auntie, there is an uncle here to see you." Ji Yuan entered the courtyard, and soon a middle-aged woman, her hands still damp, emerged. "Who are you?" she inquired, approaching Ji Yuan and realizing she did not recognize him, a look of curiosity crossing her face. Chapter 36. The third disciple. I am Ji Yuan, the master of the Seeking Tao Peak of the Qinshan sect. Ji Yuan introduced herself. Those who reside in the Valley of Divine Medicines are either cultivators or their family members. Thus, they should be well aware of the significance of the Qingshan sect. Indeed, upon hearing this, the lady promptly bowed and said, I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed immortal. May I inquire what brings you to seek me? I expressed my desire to take this young girl as my disciple, yet considering her tender age, I felt it necessary to inform her family first. Ji Yuan elucidated the purpose of his visit. Inyu, though merely 5 or 6 years of age, required her parents' consent to accept her as a disciple. Upon hearing Ji Yuan's words, the aunt understood immediately and turned to Inyu, saying, Little Inyu, you may go and play. Inyu nodded enthusiastically, replying, Auntie and Uncle, I shall go play now. With that, she joyfully took her cake and candied hawthorn, skipping off to sit by the gate of the courtyard. Once Inyu had departed, the aunt turned her attention back to Ji Yuan, stating, Esteemed sir, little Inyu is now without family. The aunt then succinctly recounted Inyu's circumstances. Originally, their family comprised 4 members. Inyu had lived with her parents and grandfather in the outer city of the Divine Medicine Valley. Tragically, shortly after her birth, an unfortunate incident claimed the lives of her parents. Following their passing, her grandfather raised her, but 2 years ago, when Inyu was merely 3, he too departed from this world. Before his demise, the old gentleman expended his savings, bestowing all of their belongings upon several trustworthy neighbors, hoping they would care for little Inyu as she grew. These neighbors, though unable to provide the best of care, were indeed kind-hearted, ensuring that Inyu was never without her daily meals. For the past 2 years, Inyu has been shuttled from one home to another, spending a few days with one family before being sent to another, in a continuous cycle. The young Inyu, still so tender in age, found little joy in such a life. Yet, she recalled her grandfather's words, who had advised her to be well-behaved and sensible in his absence, to listen to the uncles and aunts, and to live dutifully. She had always complied, striving to honor her grandfather's wishes and to survive. Thus, Ji Yuan gathered a clearer understanding of Inyu's plight. Ji Yuan remained somewhat silent. This young girl is indeed a person of misfortune. Although she has encountered a few amiable neighbors, the existence of living under the roof of others is one that, if given the choice, no one would wish to endure. Ji Yuan returned to the entrance and once again crouched before Xiaoan Yue. Xiaoan Yue, I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you consent? Ji Yuan smiled and inquired, what does it mean to take on a disciple? Inyu tilted her head slightly, puzzled by the question. It means that if you are willing, I shall become your master, and you will be my disciple. From now on, you will follow your master, no longer needing to worry about food and lodging, for I shall also teach you the ways of cultivation. Ji Yuan patiently spoke to the young girl. As Anyue listened to his words, memories of the past 2 years filled her mind, and tears welled up in her eyes without her noticing. Her voice began to tremble slightly as she asked, Will you send me away to someone else? Ji Yuan understood that Inyu's words conveyed a deep-seated fear. She was apprehensive that Ji Yuan might treat her as those uncles and aunts had over the past 2 years, sending her from one household to another. Each time she was relocated, she felt as though she was merely a burden, prompting others to part ways with her. The moments when she had to transition to a new home were the most daunting for her. No, from now on, you shall remain by my side. So, if you are willing, you may call me master. Ji Yuan gently wiped away the tears from the little girl's eyes. Master, master, she called out. Her gaze fixed intently upon Ji Yuan, repeating his title twice. All right. Ji Yuan revealed a gentle smile as she affectionately patted the little girl's head, then effortlessly lifted her into her arms. My dear disciple, I shall take you with me shortly. Accept these spirit stones as a token of gratitude for the care you have bestowed upon her over the past 2 years. Ji Yuan turned to the woman in the courtyard and took out some low-grade spirit stones, handing them to her. There's no need for that, esteemed one. Before this girl's grandfather passed away, he left us quite a few items. She continued, Please wait a moment, esteemed one. The girl's family also set aside some belongings for her. I will fetch them. The woman hesitated to accept. Aware of Ji Yuan's significant status and recalling that Inyu's grandfather had indeed provided spirit stones in the past. As she spoke, the woman stepped inside the house. Shortly after, she emerged with a rather large wooden box, which contained some clothing belonging to the young girl and various trinkets left by her family. My dear, are these your belongings? Ji Yuan gazed at Xiaoan Yue and inquired. Xiaoan Yue nodded repeatedly. Then, master will take care of it for you. Ji Yuan spoke as she directly stored the wooden box into her storage bag. Subsequently, She forcefully placed a handful of spirit stones into the hands of the elderly woman. Here, take this. After bestowing the spirit stones, Yuan turned her gaze toward the little girl. Child, it's time to depart. Say your goodbyes to your aunt. Xiao Yuan, having shed tears moments ago, now wore a face resembling that of a little calico cat, with a soft and delicate voice. She looked towards the elderly woman inside the house. Annie, farewell, and thank you for taking care of me and Uncle Lil. The elderly woman replied, Xiao Yue. As you accompany your master to the Qingshan sect, remember to practice diligently and eat well. At this moment, the elderly woman felt a tinge of reluctance. Having cared for the little girl for 2 years. And you nodded vigorously. She then grasped a large pancake and a sugar-coated hawthorn skewer in one hand, while tightly clutching Yuan's clothing with the other, as if fearing that Yuan might change her mind and no longer accept her as a disciple. Yuan soon took the little girl out of the courtyard. Subsequently, he asked her to lead the way to several other households that had cared for her. Regardless of whether their intentions were purely altruistic or motivated by the wealth bestowed upon them by the little girl's family, these individuals had looked after her for 2 years. Therefore, before their departure, Yuan ensured that the little girl bid farewell to each household and left behind some spiritual stones at every doorstep, repaying a debt of gratitude on her behalf. After Yuan departed from the alley with the young girl, he first took her to a clothing shop, where he purchased several dresses and changed her into a new outfit. He did not dispose of her old clothes, but instead kept them safely. Subsequently, Yuan returned to the inner city with the girl and brought her to a restaurant there. He could discern that she had a great fondness for food, so he intended to treat her to a delightful meal. Yuan arrived at the tavern and ordered several first-tier spiritual dishes. Although the ingredients for these spiritual dishes are derived from various spiritual plants or beasts, it is generally understood that ordinary mortals should not consume them casually. However, the art of spiritual cuisine has flourished over time, leading to the emergence of numerous dishes suitable for mortals. The effects of such dishes are mostly ineffectual for cultivation, nonetheless. They can enhance the physical well-being of ordinary individuals. Chapter 37, The Sacred Body of Sword Tao. If one were to encounter more potent spiritual dishes, would they not also possess the capacity to elevate certain innate qualities? After Yuan finished ordering the dishes, it was not long before the waiter brought them all to the table. The young girl sitting opposite Yuan, holding a half-eaten pancake, gazed intently at the array of dishes laid out before them. As the delightful aromas wafted through the air, she could hardly contain her saliva. Yuan smiled as she picked up a pair of chopsticks and handed them to the young girl. Do you know how to use chopsticks? Yuan inquired. The little girl immediately nodded. Then, let us not stand on ceremony and begin to feast. The master had previously assured you that there was no need to worry about food and lodging. You can eat without concern. Yuan continued. The young girl took the chopsticks and gazed at Yuan, saying, Thank you, master. Yuan smiled gently. The little girl picked up her chopsticks and eagerly glanced at the dishes on the table. However, she appeared to harbor some reservations. Ultimately, she selected a portion of the vegetarian dish. Even though it was vegetarian, it was crafted from spirit herbs, resulting in a delightful flavor. After consuming it, she felt a warm and comforting sensation. The little girl did not waste the unfinished pancake in her hand and promptly took a couple of bites. Yuan noticed her slight hesitation and promptly picked up his chopsticks, placing several pieces of meat into the young girl's bowl. Thank you, master, she expressed once more. Please enjoy your meal. Yuan gazed at the little girl, who soon became engrossed in her meal. Gradually, she began to shed her initial shyness. Dishes were devoured with remarkable enthusiasm, leaving nothing but empty plates in her wake. It was a mystery where all that food had vanished, for she appeared so petite and was merely 5 years old. After finishing her meal, the little girl noticed Yuan's attentive gaze and, feeling a bit bashful, looked up at him and smiled, expressing her gratitude with a heartfelt, Thank you, master. Are you full? Yuan inquired, and the young girl promptly nodded. Then let us proceed. Yuan picked up the little girl and departed from the tavern. After leaving, he took her back to the accommodation arranged by the Divine Medicine Valley. On their way back, Yuan's attention was focused on the system. After receiving Yue, the system had already indicated that the task was complete. Yuan could now advance one more reward. Before claiming it, he pondered a certain matter. And you possessed an 8-star talent to reach such a level. This young girl must surely have some extraordinary constitution. In this world, there exist uniquely blessed individuals endowed with special physiques. Those who possess such exceptional constitutions have truly boundless futures ahead of them. Yuan has not encountered any extraordinary constitutions, but is aware of their existence. Additionally, through a casual read, it has come to his attention that there are 3 classifications of special constitutions: spiritual body, divine body, and sacred body. Given Xia Anyue's 8-star talent, it is highly likely that she possesses either a divine body or a sacred body. When Yuan cradled Xiao Anyue, he had once probed with his consciousness. He could indeed sense that Xiao Anyue was extraordinary, yet the specifics of her uniqueness eluded him. He pondered whether he could devise a strategy through the system to discern the nature of Xiao Anyue's constitution. Yuan gazed at the system panel and proceeded to search for exploration of physique in the query bar. In no time, the system panel revealed a collection of redeemable rewards. At the forefront was a jade plaque. Advanced reward, 3,000 jade. Advanced task, assist the disciple in you in successfully channeling energy into the body. 3,000 jade refers to the name of the plaque. Within the jade plaque is inscribed the essence of 3,000 physiques. However, 3,000 is merely a figurative number, and the physiques recorded within may indeed exceed this count. The purpose of the plaque is to ascertain the innate physique of an individual, provided that such physiques are documented within. As a product of the system, the treasures it offers should encompass a remarkably comprehensive array of physiques. Yuan contemplated for a moment and opted for an advance. Understanding Anyue's innate talent would facilitate guidance and enable the fullest realization of that potential. In the small courtyard, upon their return, Yuan led Yu into his dwelling. "Come, child, take hold of this jade token." Yuan retrieved a piece of jade, shimmering in a pristine white hue, and handed it to Yu. The jade, roughly the size of Yuan's palm, was rectangular in shape, its edges adorned with intricate patterns. Young Yu, ever obedient to Yuan's guidance, readily accepted the jade tablet. In the next moment, the tablet emitted a faint glow, signifying that the bearer possessed a unique physique. Yu gazed curiously at the jade in her hand, as the radiance soon faded. Simultaneously, inscriptions began to appear upon the surface of the jade: sacred body, innate sword body, born for the sword, the strongest physique of the sword path. After casting a glance, Yuan noted that the jade pendant exhibited quite impressive attributes. Not only did it display the name of the physique, but it also indicated its level, accompanied by a brief commentary. Is it truly the most powerful sword physique? This assertion remains to be verified. However, the designation of a sacred body undeniably suggests that Xiao Anyue possesses an exceptionally formidable constitution. The innate sword body, as the name implies, is clearly suited for sword practice. Subsequently, it would be prudent to exchange for a sword-related spell for Anyue. Ideally, the technique should not be a Taoist scripture, but rather one that pertains to the sword. Given her innate talent in swordsmanship, it is only fitting that she selects the most appropriate technique without resorting to Taoist teachings. Nevertheless, whether it pertains to techniques or spells, patience is required. We must await the breakthroughs of Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu before any opportunity for advanced rewards can arise. "Master, what is inscribed here?" The young girl inquired after studying the characters upon the jade pendant for a moment, then looked up at Yuan. "Are you still unable to read?" Yuan inquired with a smile. The young girl, slightly embarrassed, nodded her head. "It's all right. Master will first teach you to recognize characters," Yuan remarked. Just at this moment, the young girl has yet to acquire a suitable cultivation technique. She might as well begin by learning to read and write. Yuan then began to teach her literacy. In the secret realm, after Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu entered, they dispersed from the senior brothers and sisters of their sect, embarking on their exploration. Their objective was clear. Rather than searching for spiritual plants, they sought the treasures of the path of forging. "Senior brother, please guard me as I attempt to use the heavenly eye," said Han Feiyu, glancing at Yi Xiaobai. "Rest assured, junior brother," Yi Xiaobai nodded in affirmation. Han Feiyu, though still unaccustomed to the secret technique, activated the heavenly eye, a flicker of brilliance shining in his gaze. In the blink of an eye, he perceived an array of energies emanating from myriad beings and objects. Accidentally, he caught a glimpse of Yi Xiaobai, whose fortune appeared extraordinarily radiant, almost blinding. Hastily, he turned away, refraining from gazing at her further. Indeed, Yuan had previously remarked on the potent fortunes possessed by both of them. Han Feiyu calmed his mind and surveyed the surroundings, soon identifying a particular direction where the aura gleamed most brightly. "Senior brother, over there," Han Feiyu declared, retracting the heavenly eye technique and pointing towards the luminous direction. Let us go, Yi Xiaobai responded. Subsequently, they retrieved their flying artifacts and soared towards the path indicated by Han Feiyu. Chapter 38. The lake. While traversing towards the place of abundant fortune, a giant bird suddenly surged forth, charging at them. Han Feiyu reacted swiftly. Drawing the first-tier exceptional offensive artifact that Yuan had previously permitted him to select, a cerulean flying sword. The sword leapt from his storage pouch, entwined in purple energy, transforming into a streak of light that cleaved towards the beast. In an instant, the sword light flashed, severing the creature's head, and the massive bird's body began to descend gently towards the ground. Observing this, Han Feiyu hurriedly stowed the beast's corpse into his storage pouch. Though merely a first-tier beast, the carcass still held some value. Why not take it? This marked Han Feiyu's first genuine combat experience against a beast, and he executed the task with remarkable efficiency, devoid of any sense of naivety. Junior brother, impressive, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed, unabashedly giving a thumbs up. Senior brother, should I handle the next beast we encounter? Han Feiyu joked. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaobai quickly shook his head. No need, you can take care of it. After all, Yi Xiaobai was someone who would rather avoid combat. Senior brother, you can't continuously abstain from fighting. It's better to practice now than to be caught off guard by an ambush later, Han Feiyu suggested. Some truth in that. Yi Xiaobai pondered for a moment. I'll think it over. As they conversed, they pressed on towards the area of abundant fortune. Along the way, they encountered several more beasts. Han Feiyu dispatched the majority, while Yi Xiaobai, sensing the first-tier beasts posed little danger, also agreed to take action. Yi Xiaobai resolved several beasts as well, albeit relying on the techniques of purple energy and the Undying Scroll's secret method to crush their throats, resulting in a rather brutal melee, despite his aversion to combat. In contrast, Han Feiyu's fighting style, characterized by elegant control of the flying sword, appeared swift and clean, devoid of excessive bloodshed. This prompted Yi Xiaobai to conclude that he would not seek to exchange the two flying swords left with Yuan. He too desired to wield a sword and not be a mere brawler. Their journey continued, where they not only faced beasts but also encountered numerous disciples from other sections. However, no conflicts arose, as they had not sought any spiritual plants. While the duel remained untroubled, skirmishes had already erupted among various sects within the secret realm, primarily instigated by simultaneous encounters with spiritual plants, leading to conflicts over possession. In this lawless environment, such confrontations often escalated into life and death struggles. After several hours of travel, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu arrived at a basin. At the center lay a vast lake. They approached its edge. Junior brother, take another look, Yi Xiaobai urged Han Feiyu. Han Feiyu nodded, activating the heavenly eye once more. The aura materialized before him. Brother, this lake is indeed a place of abundant fortune, Han Feiyu stated. Could the water be a treasure? Yi Xiaobai mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Let us collect some water for examination, Han Feiyu suggested, crouching down to gather a sample. To ensure safety, he enveloped his hand in purple energy, forming a bowl-like shape to prevent direct contact with the water while collecting a substantial amount. Both examined the lake water closely. After careful observation, they found nothing amiss. Even upon probing with their spiritual senses, nothing extraordinary was detected. Finally, Han Feiyu set the water aside and scrutinized it with the heavenly eye, discovering its aura was shallow. This indicated that the opportunity did not lie within the lake water. Yi Xiaobai then directly touched the lake water, feeling no discomfort. Junior brother, it seems there is only one possibility left, Yi Xiaobai remarked, looking at Han Feiyu. Understanding. Han Feiyu nodded. If the water was not the opportunity, it was highly likely that the opportunity lay at the bottom of the lake. Brother, I shall dive down to investigate. You wait for me above, Han Feiyu proposed. Yi Xiaobai hesitated, not wishing to take risks, yet felt concerned for Han Feiyu's safety. After a moment of inner conflict, he decided to throw caution to the wind. All right, I'll go down with you. If anything happens below, I won't be able to assist you from above. Very well, Han Feiyu replied with a smile. The two then enveloped themselves in purple energy and leaped into the lake. Upon entering the water, the purple energy shielded them from discomfort, but they still needed to adjust to moving underwater. They descended deeper into the lake, soon spotting a cavern at the bottom. Exchanging glances, they made their way towards the cave. Upon reaching its entrance, they discovered something peculiar. A faint green barrier shielded the cave's mouth. Inside, it appeared devoid of water. After sharing a look, Han Feiyu took the initiative and extended his hand. To his surprise, his hand passed through the barrier without incident. Contemplating for a moment, he then stepped fully through. Once inside, he confirmed that indeed, there was no water behind the barrier. Seeing that all was well, Yixibai followed suit. Brother, let us proceed deeper. Hanfeiyu spoke up, and Yixibai nodded in response. The two then proceeded down a descending passageway, strewn with luminescent stones that, while not particularly significant, emitted enough light to illuminate the way and prevent the cave from becoming shrouded in darkness. As they ventured deeper, they maintained their protective aura and cautiously summoned their defensive artifacts, despite the continuous drain on their spiritual energy. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, they arrived at an expansive chamber, dominated by a grand palace. The area was also dotted with glowing stones, casting a soft radiance throughout. Hanfeiyu activated his celestial vision, perceiving the palace exuding a vibrant aura. This must be it. The spiritual artifacts for forging the path are likely within the palace, Hanfeiyu declared. Then let us proceed. Yixibai replied, and together they approached the palace. At this point, Yixibai refrained from expressing any fear, having already come so far. Upon reaching the entrance, they found the massive doors opening of their own accord before they could even push against them. As they peered inside, a blinding white light obscured their view, rendering the interior invisible. All right, I'm starting to feel a bit anxious. It feels like a trap, Yixibai confessed. Brother, should I go in first and take a look? Hanfeiyu suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Yixibai resolutely replied, No, let us go in together. We still have the talismans given by Master. Yixibai placed great trust in Yuan. With no further discussion, the two entered the palace. As they crossed the threshold, the grand doors closed behind them. Upon traversing the white light, they found themselves in a courtyard. However, the most striking aspect was not the courtyard itself, but rather the sight of a clear blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds above them. Brother, it appears we are in a secluded space, Hanfeiyu observed. A secret realm within a secret realm? Yixibai offered, and Hanfeiyu nodded in agreement. Let us not dwell on that. We should explore and see if we can uncover any treasures, Yixibai suggested. Agreed, Hanfeiyu responded, and they began to wander about the expansive area. The courtyard was quite large, comprising 3 sections, yet the rooms were limited, 3 in the front, 3 in the middle, and 3 in the back, totaling 9 rooms, with all but the main room in the front locked. After surveying the premises, they returned to the main room in the front and pushed the door open. Inside, they discovered several treasure cabinets, each displaying an array of objects, all radiating a rich spiritual energy. Hanfeiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, these are the spiritual artifacts for forging the path. What? That can't be right. How could there be so many? Aren't these artifacts exceedingly rare? Yixibai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. His limited reading had not equipped him with the knowledge to recognize the artifacts as such. Hanfeiyu approached one of the cabinets, using his spiritual senses to probe and confirm. Brother, it's true. These are indeed spiritual artifacts for forging the path. A surge of excitement washed over him as he realized the sheer quantity before them. Incredible! To find so many artifacts in a single secret realm is quite extraordinary. However, after the initial thrill, Hanfeiyu quickly regained his composure. The entire ancient domain was home to only a handful of cultivators at the Dao platform level, with many at the spiritual sea level unable to ascend due to a lack of these very artifacts. Let us collect them first, Yixibai declared, promptly retrieving his storage pouch to begin gathering the artifacts. Hanfeiyu, after some deliberation, decided to follow suit. As they collected the items, they counted a total of 99 spiritual artifacts. Once they finished gathering, they examined the room for any other items, but found nothing of note before stepping out. Yet, the moment they exited, a powerful force suddenly pried open their storage pouches, causing the artifacts to fly back to their original places. Hanfeiyu pondered, this makes sense. It would be too easy to let us take away 99 artifacts without a hitch. Wait, we can only observe, not take. Oh, 3 of them remained, Yixibai exclaimed in frustration. Upon checking, he discovered 3 artifacts still within his storage pouch. Hanfeiyu immediately examined his own pouch, finding none left behind. Is it the case that regardless of the number of participants, only 3 can be taken at once? He speculated, sharing his thoughts with Yixibai. 3 is still acceptable. After all, if we took more, Master's small space in our pouches wouldn't suffice. Yixibai reassured himself. Brother, let us not rush to leave. Since we can only take 3, let us choose wisely, he suggested. Hanfeiyu glanced at Yixibai, who nodded in response. The two then returned indoors, placing the 3 casting spiritual objects back in their original positions to begin their selection anew. Before their arrival, Elder Yuan had shared some information about casting spiritual objects with the disciples. For instance, casting spiritual objects vary in quality and are categorized into 4 tiers: superior, high grade, medium grade, and low grade. Utilizing higher quality casting spiritual objects for breakthroughs would enhance their strength. Furthermore, due to their different types, certain casting spiritual objects may be more suitable or less suitable for cultivators. When selecting casting spiritual objects, one should strive for the most fitting choice. Elder Yuan had merely advised them to trust their instincts when touching the casting spiritual objects, as they would experience an inexplicable sensation. In simpler terms, it was a matter of intuition. To discern the tier of the casting spiritual objects, one could directly probe their spiritual energy. However, this posed a challenge for Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai, as they had never encountered casting spiritual objects of various tiers and were unfamiliar with the intensity of their spiritual energy. Additionally, they discovered that the 99 casting spiritual objects present exhibited similar levels of spiritual energy, implying that they were all of the same tier. Thus, the prospect of selecting a higher tier object was futile, and they instead focused on finding the most suitable ones for themselves. After thoroughly examining all 99 casting spiritual objects, Yi Xiaobai chose a turtle shell, while Han Feiyu selected a segment of bamboo. For the third item, they casually picked a wooden sword that caught their eye. With their selections made, the two exited the room. Junior brother, let us think of a way to see if we can access the other rooms. We've already obtained 3 casting spiritual objects from just one room. If we could enter others, we would truly strike it rich. Yi Xiaobai exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Indeed. Han Feiyu nodded in agreement. They then attempted for quite some time to open the door, but the lock remained obstinate. They even tried to force the door open, yet they could not budge the gate that secured the courtyard. How on earth do we open this? Yi Xiaobai pondered, feeling a bit frustrated. Han Feiyu surveyed the lock before suggesting, perhaps it can only be opened with a key? We haven't found any keys inside the courtyard. Could they be with the people from the Divine Herb Valley? After all, this secret realm belongs to the Divine Herb Valley. Yi Xiaobai speculated. That is possible. But senior brother, I just thought of something. We have searched this small courtyard, but we haven't explored outside yet, Han Feiyu remarked, glancing toward the direction beyond the courtyard. Let us go take a look. Yi Xiaobai promptly retrieved a flying artifact, eager to soar over the courtyard, only to realize that some form of restriction prevented him from taking flight. No matter, if I can't fly, I'll just jump out, he declared. Approaching the wall beside the gate, Yi Xiaobai leaped effortlessly atop the barrier, followed closely by Han Feiyu. They decided against using the main entrance, as they had entered through it, uncertain if exiting that way would allow them to return. To be cautious, they opted to scale the wall first. Chapter 40. The Key Beast. Upon reaching the top of the wall, they peered outside. Beyond stretched a grassy expanse where a sheep grazed peacefully. The creature appeared to be an ordinary sheep, yet its mundanity raised suspicion. They exchanged a glance. Junior brother, something about that sheep seems off, Yi Xiaobai remarked. Let us capture it and investigate, Han Feiyu suggested. They quickly descended the wall and dashed toward the sheep. Their sudden movement startled the creature, causing it to flee with astonishing speed. What appeared to be an ordinary sheep was surprisingly swift, and in the blink of an eye, only its retreating form remained. Both Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu were caught off guard. How fast? They exclaimed in unison. That sheep is definitely unusual. I'll use a divine talisman to catch it, Yi Xiaobai declared. Save your talisman for now, Han Feiyu cautioned. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaobai activated a movement talisman, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Though the sheep was quick, it could not outpace Yi Xiaobai, who soon caught up to it. As he ensnared the sheep, it unexpectedly transformed into a key in his grasp. A key, Yi Xiaobai thought, elated. With several locked rooms in the courtyard, he was convinced this key was connected to the locks. He hurriedly returned to Han Feiyu, waving the key excitedly. Junior brother, look, a key, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed, recounting the encounter. Han Feiyu pondered for a moment. There are 8 locked rooms. It's likely that there are multiple keys. Yi Xiaobai scanned the surroundings, noting the emptiness and the absence of other creatures. When I chased that sheep, I didn't see any other animals. It seems like there are no other sheep or beasts here, he remarked. Perhaps the other keys are not within this small space, but rather outside in the secret realm, he concluded. That complicates things, senior brother. Let us first unlock the door with this key, Han Feiyu suggested. Yi Xiaobai nodded in agreement. They then jumped back into the courtyard, still avoiding the main entrance. Inside, they began trying the key on each of the locked doors, progressing from the front yard to the backyard. Finally, They succeeded in unlocking the door to the main room in the rear courtyard. They exchanged delighted glances, their eyes sparkling with joy, having successfully opened the lock. Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu stepped inside. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by a striking sight, a three-legged bronze cauldron, ancient and imposing, adorned with numerous mysterious engravings. Approaching closer, they discerned a fragrant liquid contained within. Both were alchemists and instinctively recognized it as some sort of medicinal liquid, though its effects remained unknown. The fact that this treasure was kept in the same small space as the casting spiritual objects, which were not locked away, indicated its significance. Junior brother, let us see if we can take it with us, Yi Xiaobai suggested to Han Feiyu. I agree, but be careful not to spill the liquid, Han Feiyu warned. If we can bring it back, Master should be able to identify its effects. Yi Xiaobai nodded, then retrieved a storage bag, carefully placing the bronze cauldron into its hidden compartment. Let us go. As Yi Xiaobai spoke, he made an attempt to step outside. Upon crossing the threshold, the bronze cauldron within his storage bag did not automatically return to the room. Both Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu exchanged smiles. Senior brother, there is still ample time before the secret realm closes. Let us venture out and see if we can discover a few more keys, Han Feiyu suggested. Indeed. Yi Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Just as the two were preparing to find a way to leave, an idea struck Yi Xiaobai. The bronze cauldron from the back courtyard had been taken, yet the front courtyard still housed numerous casting spiritual objects, and leaving the door wide open was quite unsafe. Yi Xiaobai promptly removed the lock from the back courtyard door and proceeded to secure the front courtyard door. Observing this, Han Feiyu silently thought to himself that his senior brother was courting danger. It was puzzling how Yi Xiaobai, who was so fearful of death and sought longevity, often engaged in such reckless behavior. Senior brother, is this really wise? Han Feiyu inquired, glancing at Yi Xiaobai. We may only take 3 this time, but when the secret realm opens again, we should be able to acquire 3 more. Although we certainly will not be in the Qi gathering stage then and won't be able to enter, there will still be disciples from Qin Shan sect who can. By locking the door and retaining the keys, even if others discover this hidden space, they will not be able to seize the casting spiritual objects before us. Yi Xiaobai rationalized. He understood that the secret realm belonged to the Divine Herb Valley. Yet he could not help but think that one must seize opportunities that come their way, as it is only human nature. Very well, Han Feiyu conceded, choosing not to contest Yi Xiaobai's decision. After all, if circumstances permitted, both he and Yi Xiaobai would have emptied the 99 casting spiritual objects already. They locked the door and approached the main entrance. Upon opening the door, a brilliant white light enveloped them. As they stepped through the light, they did not return to the cavern beneath the lake, but instead found themselves on a cliff within the secret realm. It seems we have been randomly transported to a location, Han Feiyu observed as he surveyed their surroundings. This is fortuitous, junior brother. Let us search for keys. Yi Xiaobai declared, rubbing his hands together. Agreed, but senior brother, if we encounter any spiritual plants along the way, we should collect them. If we emerge without any gains in our storage bags, it will certainly raise suspicions, Han Feiyu suggested. Yi Xiaobai nodded in agreement. The two then began to scour the secret realm for sheep, as they theorized that the other keys might have transformed into sheep as well. Of course, they were open to the possibility of encountering other strange creatures, and they planned to seize any peculiar animals they came across. Meanwhile, as the two were being transported, several disciples clad in green from the Divine Herb Valley arrived at the core basin of the secret realm. Senior brother, we have found it, one exclaimed. At last. It is unfortunate that our founding ancestor did not leave behind a map. We cannot know if someone has reached it before us. Such a possibility is utterly improbable. Who would have anticipated that the opportunity within the secret realm would reside in a lake? The leader of the group asserted. Very well, Wang Feng and Zhang Long. Follow me into the water. The rest of you search within the secret realm for the key beasts, he commanded. Yes, senior brother, the group replied respectfully. Subsequently, the 3 disciples of the Divine Herb Valley submerged themselves into the water, while the others departed to seek the key beasts they had just mentioned. Chapter 41. Arriving late, the 3 from the Divine Herb Valley located the entrance to the cavern at the lake's bottom. As they descended deeper into the cave, they arrived at a palace within. Excitement was evident on their faces. The opportunity lies before us, they declared as they entered the palace, successfully accessing the small courtyard within the hidden space. Indeed, according to the information passed down from our ancestor, there are a total of 9 rooms, and the one containing the casting spiritual objects should not be locked. Let us ascertain which room remains unlocked, the eldest among them stated. The other 2 nodded in agreement. The rooms were few in number, and in no time, they reached the back courtyard, noticing that the main room in the back was indeed unlocked. Ecstatic, they rushed over and pushed the door open, only to be greeted by an empty chamber. The three stood frozen in disbelief. "Senior brother, did we perhaps open the door incorrectly?" One queried. "Yes. Could there be a particular ceremony for opening the door?" Another pondered. "No. There should be no special method for opening the door. This is unexpected. How could the information from our ancestor be erroneous? We followed the clues to reach here. Yet where are the casting spiritual objects? The records explicitly stated that the unlocked room would contain high-grade casting spiritual objects. How can this be just an empty room?" The eldest exclaimed in disbelief. "Surely, the casting spiritual objects did not sprout legs and flee?" One of them suggested. Another chimed in with a troubling thought. Could it be that someone arrived before us? At this, the other two shuddered. That's impossible, or is it? The eldest instinctively refuted the idea, yet his mind began to spiral into doubt. Others, lacking the ancestral knowledge, would surely be unaware of the true source of opportunity. However, what if someone had leaked the information? Although those who entered the secret realm were trusted individuals, all aware of the core location of the opportunity, one could not guarantee that none among them had divulged the details. If that were the case, what should they do now? One of them asked anxiously. In my opinion, we should not have allowed other sects to enter the secret realm. Now, the opportunity is lost. Another complained. Silence. This was the decision of our ancestor. Do you dare to speak out against it? The eldest reprimanded, though he harbored similar sentiments, believing the secret realm should not have been opened. Especially knowing the existence of this opportunity, he understood that the ancestor's decision was final. Let us proceed to find the key beasts. Since there is a possibility that the information has been leaked, we must locate the 9 key beasts as swiftly as possible. As for the casting spiritual objects, I trust our ancestors have contingency plans. The senior among the three spoke, and the others nodded before swiftly departing from the small space. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu aimlessly wandered about, having seen no trace of sheep. However, they did gather a considerable amount of spiritual herbs along the way. The duo attempted to activate their celestial eye to locate the key, only to discover that while the key possessed remarkable fortune, it was not as abundant as that found in the lake area. The secret realm itself was imbued with substantial fortune, thus beneath the celestial eye. The surroundings shimmered with a glow of fortune. If the object they sought did not possess sufficient fortune, it would be virtually impossible to ascertain the key's approximate location from a great distance. Yet, once the key became visible to the naked eye, they could discern that it was not an ordinary creature but the key itself. However, this proved futile, since it was already visible. There was no need for the celestial eye. Consequently, they were left searching aimlessly like headless flies. Nevertheless, their spirits remained relatively high. Finding the key would be splendid. But if not, it mattered little, as their journey had already yielded bountiful rewards. As days passed, the 5th day arrived. With only 12 hours remaining before the secret realm would close, disciples from various sects began to make their way towards the entrance of the realm. On this particular day, 3 beams of light shot towards the heavens, swiftly heading in 3 distinct directions within the secret realm. Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu glanced at the initial position of these beams, which seemed to originate from the lake. Could it be the key? The two hurriedly pursued the nearest beam of light, joined by others who, unlike them, speculated that it might be a spiritual artifact for forging paths. They had not forgotten the greatest opportunity within the secret realm, the forging path spiritual artifact, as everyone rushed towards the location of the 3 beams of light. The disciples from the Divine Herb Valley were no exception. They were well aware that the beams indeed signified the forging path spiritual artifacts. The information shared by the Divine Herb Valley was not false. One could truly find forging path spiritual artifacts within the secret realm, and not solely in the core area. According to the teachings passed down from the valley's ancestors, on the last day of each opening of the secret realm, several forging path spiritual artifacts would appear. Their number and location uncertain, entirely random. The quality was also unpredictable. They could range from inferior to middle grade or superior. As for the top grade artifacts, those were only found in the unlocked rooms of the core area. It is worth noting that the information from the Divine Herb Valley was incomplete. They believed there would only be 1 or 2, at most 3 or 4 top-grade forging path spiritual artifacts in the core area. In reality, there were numerous. Thus, the Divine Herb Valley did not anticipate that someone had changed the locks, concealing the other top-grade forging path spiritual artifacts, leading them to believe they had all vanished. With the disappearance of the top-grade forging path spiritual artifacts, They had searched for days, ultimately finding only one key beast. Although their acquisition of a key that led to a legacy of alchemy, including that of a 6th-tier alchemist, was commendable, the thought of the missing top-grade Forging Path spiritual artifacts left them feeling their gains were too meager. Therefore, they could not afford to miss out on the randomly appearing Forging Path spiritual artifacts on the final day and were determined to try and secure them first. Each additional Forging Path spiritual artifact could potentially grant their sect another Dao platform realm cultivator. As Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu rushed towards the nearest beam of light, Han Feiyu suddenly halted Yi Xiaobai. "Wait, I believe I just spotted a cow, a common yellow cow," he exclaimed, pointing towards a room. "A common cow?" Yi Xiaobai immediately turned to look, and both activated their celestial eyes. The glow of fortune emanating from the cow mirrored that of the key in their possession. "Capture it," Yi Xiaobai decisively declared. The two were oblivious to what the beams of light truly represented, but with the key now in sight, they had to seize it. Chapter 42. Oh no, it's locked. The two dashed towards the yellow cow, which, sensing their approach, bolted away at a speed surpassing that of the previous sheep. "Why do these key-turn creatures run so swiftly?" Yi Xiaobai exclaimed in exasperation. "Brother, I will chase it," Han Feiyu responded, already activating his travel talisman and transforming into a streak of light as he pursued the fleeing yellow cow. The divine talisman intended for the escape of the two was not utilized for its intended purpose. Instead, it was wholly employed for something else. After accelerating his speed, Han Feiyu quickly caught up with the yellow cow. According to Yi Xiaobai's instructions, capturing the yellow cow was essential. Han Feiyu reached out and grasped the cow's tail. In the next instant, the yellow cow vanished. Simultaneously, a key and a lock appeared in Han Feiyu's hand. He stared at the key and lock in astonishment. Why was there a lock? Moreover, this lock was identical to the ones found in the small courtyard. Unlike traditional locks used by the folk, this lock had a rectangular structure that would adhere to the door upon contact, securing it. Only the key could unlock it, and no other means could break the lock. Of course, it was also possible that he and Yi Xiaobai lacked the strength to do so. Han Feiyu returned to Yi Xiaobai's side, saying, "Brother, I've caught it. But there is not only the key but also a lock. I tested it, and they are a pair." He showed the key and lock to Yi Xiaobai. Could this lock have originally belonged to the courtyard? If so, it's of no use to us now, as we have already taken everything. Should we return the lock? Yi Xiaobai replied somewhat helplessly. The two examined the lock and key and deliberated whether to pursue the flowing light or take another course of action. Han Feiyu proposed returning to the small courtyard, asserting that the lock and key couldn't be mere coincidences. As for the flowing light, he felt it might not be a key, especially since the key had already materialized and no flowing light had appeared. Thus, the flowing light could potentially be a forging spiritual object, considering it had emerged from the direction of the lake, likely from the main house of the front yard. The flowing light had undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. If they were to pursue riches, they might not be able to seize anything. Furthermore, they already possessed 3 forging spiritual objects. And the room containing these objects in the small courtyard was locked, with the key in their possession. Therefore, in the face of new forging spiritual objects, their desire was not particularly fervent. Rather than vying for them, they decided to explore what the lock and key might yield. Yi Xiaobai supported Han Feiyu's idea. The two swiftly made their way to the lake, with only 11 hours remaining before the secret realm closed. They needed to hurry, lest they miss their chance. Meanwhile, at the sight of the 3 streams of flowing light, numerous disciples from various sects were already scouring the area surrounding the landing of the flowing light. While searching, they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Before long, 2 of the forging spiritual objects had been discovered, and they were quickly claimed by members of the Divine Sword sect and the Spirit Sword sect. After the Divine Sword sect's acquisition, few dared to forcefully snatch them. Conversely, many from the Spirit Sword sect took action, only to flee with the forging spiritual objects. Once they exited the secret realm, their ancestor and the sect elders awaited them outside, alleviating their concerns. As for the third location, a group searched for a long time without finding the forging spiritual object. Of course, it was also possible that someone had already found it and quietly concealed it. When the disciples from the Divine Herb Valley arrived at the area of the Divine Sword sect and saw the forging spiritual objects being taken away, they did not engage in conflict but instead congratulated the Divine Sword sect before continuing their search for the key beast. At the lake, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu submerged once more and made their way to the palace. Upon entering, they returned to the small courtyard. After their return, they examined the lock and key, which elicited no particular reaction. Brother, should we lock the door to the back courtyard as well? If we secure all 9 rooms, there might be an unexpected change, Han Feiyu suggested. Yu Xiaobai nodded. Let us give it a try. They proceeded to the back courtyard. Upon arrival, they noticed the large door of the main house in the back courtyard was wide open. They exchanged glances, clearly remembering that they had closed the door when they left a few days prior. The door couldn't have been blown open by the wind, as there was no wind in this small space. It appears someone has been here, Han Feiyu remarked. Yu Xiaobai chuckled. It's likely the people from the Divine Herb Valley. They might know about this place, but I wonder how they felt when they found the empty rooms. Brother, don't just too soon. If the people from the Divine Herb Valley truly knew about this place, they would also be aware that someone had taken the forging spiritual objects. After we exit the secret realm, we may have to undergo inspection by the Divine Herb Valley, Han Feiyu replied, somewhat helpless. Yu Xiaobai took this to heart. Glancing at his storage bag, I hope the hidden space crafted by my master is effective enough to avoid detection, he said. Han Feiyu smiled. Brother, let us lock it up. Yu Xiaobai nodded. Subsequently, they closed the large door and placed the lock against it. The moment the lock touched the door, it adhered automatically, securing the door. At the same time, the small courtyard indeed underwent a transformation. The 9 locks of the 9 rooms seemed to trigger a chain reaction, forming an array that locked all 9 doors. Purple light patterns emerged on the locks. Oh no, this isn't good. Yu Xiaobai felt a sense of foreboding. He hurriedly attempted to remove the lock with the key, only to find the key would not fit. Both Yu Xiaobai and Han Feiyu were taken aback, exchanging anxious glances. They quickly returned to the main house of the front courtyard, where the same purple light patterns appeared on the lock, and the key would not fit there either. Brother, have we caused a disaster? Are these rooms completely locked now? Yu Xiaobai's voice trembled slightly. Han Feiyu calmly pondered. That's unlikely. Brother, don't worry. The lock cannot truly be completely sealed. There must be a way to open it. Perhaps after some time, the door can be reopened. But we might have to wait until the next opening of the secret realm. Yu Xiaobai, feeling a bit agitated, scratched his head, hoping this would indeed be the case. Otherwise, the remaining 90-some forging spiritual objects in the front courtyard would be in vain. Alas, we can only hope for that. Brother, let's go. We don't know where the random teleportation will take us. We need to hurry out, Yu Xiaobai sighed. As they spoke, they left the small courtyard. Meanwhile, the people from the Divine Herb Valley acquired another key and were swiftly making their way toward the core of the secret realm. Chapter 43. Who did this? The senior brother from the Divine Medicine Valley led Wang Feng and Zhang Long as they submerged into the depths of the lake, arriving at the passageway at the bottom. The secret realm was on the verge of closing, and only the 3 of them had come. The others had departed earlier. As the trio made their way towards the palace, Wang Feng spoke up. Senior brother, should we not leave someone to guard the courtyard? Might the one who hastened to seize the forging material also capture the key beast and obtain the opportunities within the courtyard? The leading brother, Sun Song, chuckled. Junior brother? There is no need for concern. Such a scenario is utterly improbable. As you witnessed during the capture of the key beast, its speed is astonishing, and its reflexes are swift. Without the treasures left by our forebear, no practitioner at the Gathering Chi stage could possibly capture the key beast. The treasure Sun Song referred to as a jade rod, nameless yet potent. When in proximity to the key beast, the rod would prevent it from fleeing. However, this was its only function. To capture the key beast, they first needed to locate it, a task far from simple. Thus, over the past few days, they had managed to find only 2 key beasts. What my senior brother says is true, Zhang Long chimed in with a smile. As they conversed, they reached the palace. Upon entering the courtyard, they immediately began attempting to unlock the front gate. Approaching a room, they noticed a purple glow on the lock. Senior brother, this is unusual. What is this glow? Wang Feng inquired, puzzled. Sun Song, equally perplexed, examined the glow but found nothing exceptional. I do not know. Let us disregard it for now and seek our opportunities. With that, Sun Song produced a key, preparing to unlock the door. In the next moment, they realized something alarming. The key would not fit. The trio stood frozen in shock. Sun Song suddenly recalled something. This is bad, he exclaimed, immediately sprinting towards the backyard, with Wang Feng and Zhang Long following closely behind. Upon arriving at the backyard, they discovered that the main door had been locked. Damn it! Who did this? Who could it be? Sun Song shouted in fury. Senior brother, this could spell disaster. Anyone who finds their way here may also capture the key beast. Wang Feng remarked. It is impossible. It should not be. Without the rod left by our forebear, how could a practitioner at the Gathering Chi stage capture the key beast? Sun Song pondered, bewildered. Senior brother, what shall we do now? Zhang Long asked. Sun Song regained his composure. We must leave at once and report this to the sect master and our ancestor for their judgment. The Nine Locks formation has been activated. We cannot attain the second opportunity now, and we must wait for 50 years. According to the ancient texts passed down by the forebear of the divine Medicine Valley, Sun Song and his companions understood that there were 9 key beasts and 9 locks. The locks could not be simultaneously engaged if all 9 were locked at once. They would form a formation that would render all locks inoperable, making the key useless. They would have to wait 50 years until the 9 locks formation naturally released, allowing them to use the key again. Knight Xiaobai and Han Feiyu had inadvertently ensnared the divine Medicine Valley in this predicament, an outcome far from their intentions. They were unaware of such consequences. At this moment, Sun Song and his companions were deeply troubled. As for the individuals who had also arrived at this location, they harbored a desire to strip them of their very skin. After all, they had lost the forging material and now the second opportunity as well. Although they had found the key for the second opportunity, obtaining it would still require a wait of 50 years. Who could predict what unforeseen events might transpire during that time? Furthermore, the disciples who accessed the opportunity in 50 years would not share the same credit as those who brought the opportunity out this time. In the divine Medicine Valley, Yuan had little to occupy his time in the past few days, merely wandering the city with little ennui. He also introduced the young girl to Elder Yuan and Yun Ming. The two did not comment on Yuan taking a disciple. But according to the rules of the Qinshan sect, the girl would need to undergo a temperament assessment upon reaching adulthood. In the beginning, Yuan was directly assessed by his master and fellow disciples, with a supplementary evaluation of character occurring upon reaching adulthood. Generally speaking, disciples of this nature seldom encounter issues during their character assessments. After all, such disciples are typically quite young when taken in, allowing them to mature within the relatively favorable environment of the Qinshan sect. Furthermore, their masters intentionally guide them, ensuring their character remains commendable. Most character flaws are not innate. Rather, they arise from external influences. While it is true that a few may possess inherently flawed dispositions, such cases are rare. The time is drawing near for the closing of the secret realm. Yuan, accompanied by the little girl, arrived at the square of the inner city, awaiting the return of Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu. Although he did not harbor excessive concerns for their safety, the arrival of his new disciple, An Yue, had brought about some changes to his system panel. A personal panel for disciples was now available, albeit in a rudimentary form, merely documenting their names, cultivation levels, and life statuses. Despite its simplicity, this panel assured Yuan that both of his disciples were safe. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air in the square, announcing the arrival of individuals. The crowd looked up to see disciples from the Sword God sect descending on flying artifacts. The elder from the Divine Herb Valley stepped forward, instructing them to present their storage bags. The disciples complied without objection, as the terms had been clearly stated prior to entering the secret realm. With a sweeping motion, the elder caused the storage bags to hover in the air, and in an instant, they opened, releasing their contents. Numerous first and second tier spiritual plants emerged, alongside a few third tier ones, and notably, a glowing cup, a Dao forging spiritual artifact. This spectacle caught the eye of many, including Zhang Shui from the Sword God sect, who could not suppress a smile. Congratulations, Daoist Zhang. Did you acquire this Dao forging artifact at half price, or did you pay the full amount? Sun Xian inquired with a grin. Naturally, I shall purchase it. Zhang Shui replied without hesitation. Each Dao forging artifact was exceptionally precious, and as one of the 3 major sects in the ancient domain, they could not afford to miss such an opportunity. After careful inspection, she noted that it was a medium-grade Dao forging artifact, quite a rarity in the ancient domain, where most cultivators at the Dao platform realm utilized inferior-grade ones. Sun Xian nodded, proceeding to accept half of the spiritual plants brought by the disciples of the Sword God sect. As for the funds needed to purchase the Dao forging artifact, he was not in a rush, knowing Zhang Shui would not default on her obligations. Zhang Shui had already informed her sect to send resources for the purchase of the artifact. Meanwhile, the entrance and exit of the secret realm gradually saw the emergence of more sect disciples, in contrast to the relatively unscathed disciples of the Sword God sect. Many of the newcomers bore visible injuries, with several comrades having perished within the secret realm. The 3 major sects had managed to return without losses, while other sects faced the norm of casualties. As more disciples emerged, the elder from the Divine Herb Valley meticulously inspected their storage bags, ensuring none harbored concealed treasures. In the presence of a powerful elder, the disciples dared not resist. The elder's scrutiny alleviated any worry Yuan and Sun Xian had regarding potential treasure theft. Soon, disciples from the Spirit Sword sect appeared, also revealing a Dao-forging artifact, bringing joy to their elder. However, he soon became troubled, for even at half price. Acquiring a medium-grade Dao-forging artifact posed a significant challenge for the Spirit Sword sect, as it could disrupt their operations. The prospect of returning to the sect with such an artifact was daunting. Noticing the elder's distress, Sun Xian discreetly conveyed, "Do not fret, my friend. Besides purchasing the Dao-forging artifact, you could opt to sell it. Should you choose to sell, the Divine Herb Valley will include an inferior-grade Dao-forging artifact in your resources." While maintaining confidentiality, the elder's surprise was palpable, and without much deliberation, he agreed to Sun Xian's proposition, opting for the latter option, acknowledging that the former was beyond his sect's grasp. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu departed their small courtyard, encountering a contingent from the Green Mountain sect on their way to the exit. Upon seeing that the two were unharmed, Tang Ying and Song Dehai felt a wave of relief wash over them, as the disciples from Lingmiao Peak had been quite concerned for their safety in recent days. The duo joined the Green Mountain sect's party and faced the scrutiny of the elder from the Divine Herb Valley. As they produced their storage bags, the elder continued his examination, extracting items from within. Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu felt a twinge of anxiety, for they possessed 3 Dao-forging artifacts, a bronze cauldron, and 2 keys. This was the most significant haul from the secret realm, contingent upon remaining undiscovered. Soon enough, some spiritual plants floated out of their storage bags. Yet nothing else emerged, allowing them to exhale in relief as the elder remained oblivious. In the square, Yuan held Anyue in his arms, pointing towards Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu. "Little Anyue, those two are your senior brothers. This is your eldest brother, Yi Xiaobai, and your second brother, Han Feiyu." Anyue's wide eyes gazed intently at Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, striving to discern their features clearly. Yuan conveyed to her that her senior brother was akin to an elder brother, thus she would have 2 brothers from that day forth. Yuan observed with keen insight that the young girl harbored a profound longing for familial connection. Furthermore, referring to the senior brother as an elder sibling is not entirely misplaced. In the air, as Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu completed their examinations, half of the spiritual plants were confiscated and their storage bags returned to their possession, allowing them to relax entirely. However, on the other side, Tang Ying's storage bag was opened, from which unexpectedly emerged a crafted spiritual artifact. Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu exchanged glances, both taken aback. Ancestor Yuan and Yun Ming also expressed their delight. Sun Xian inquired through a sound transmission to Ancestor Yuan, questioning whether the crafted spiritual artifact was to be purchased or sold to the Divine Medicine Valley. Tang Ying had obtained merely a low-grade crafted spiritual artifact, which was within the purchasing capacity of the Qinshan sect at half its price. Ancestor Yuan, unwilling to relinquish this crafted spiritual artifact, naturally opted to acquire it. Understanding Ancestor Yuan's intention to purchase, Sun Xian refrained from further comment, instead transmitting to Ancestor Yuan that the Divine Medicine Valley could publicly declare that it had acquired the artifact. Upon hearing this, Ancestor Yuan felt an immense gratitude and expressed his thanks repeatedly. Sun Xian smiled and chose not to elaborate further. This had been a long-standing decision of the Divine Medicine Valley. Regardless of whether the forces obtaining the crafted spiritual artifact chose to buy or sell, the Divine Medicine Valley would consistently assert that it had purchased the artifact. Thus, whether outsiders believed it or not, each sect would acknowledge a favor owed to the Divine Medicine Valley. Once the disciples of the Qinshan sect completed their inspections and collected their respective storage bags, the crafted spiritual artifact remained temporarily in the hands of the ancestor of the Divine Medicine Valley. The disciples then returned to the side of their elders. Upon returning, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu found Yuan embracing a small girl, and before they could articulate a word, Yuan began by introducing the two. "Allow me to present to you your junior sister, Inyu." Upon seeing their young junior sister, both were quite pleased. "Master, may I hold our junior sister?" Yi Xiaobai eagerly exclaimed. Yuan gazed at Inyu and said, "Little girl, your senior brother wishes to embrace you. Would you be willing?" Inyu glanced at Yi Xiaobai, then at Yuan, and nodded earnestly. Yuan smiled as she handed the little girl to Yi Xiaobai, who immediately embraced her with a warm smile. Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu soon began to play with the child, neither mentioning the matters concerning the secret realm. Nor did Yuan inquire, as the presence of many people made the atmosphere delicate. As time passed, disciples from the Divine Herb Valley emerged. The Valley's elder did not inspect their storage bags but sensed something amiss in their expressions, prompting a foreboding feeling within him. Sun Xian also noticed this and quickly called them aside to inquire about the situation within the secret realm. Upon learning that someone had entered the core area before them and taken the forging spirit artifact from within, Sun Xian felt a headache coming on. He was further astonished to discover that the intruders had captured the key beast and locked the main gate, preventing the disciples of the Divine Herb Valley from obtaining opportunities in the core area even after finding a second key. Sun Xian was bewildered. Although he had never personally ventured into the secret realm, he understood from the disciples' accounts and the teachings of their ancestors just how formidable the key beast was. How could a mere group of chi-gathering cultivators possibly capture such a creature? Even spirit sea cultivators might struggle with that task. Yet, this was not the worst news. As the last few individuals exited, the gate to the secret realm closed. The elder of the Divine Herb Valley found neither the key nor the forging spirit artifact on any of the departing disciples. He hastily checked their bodies and storage bags, confirming the absence of both items. Both Sun Xian and the elder began to ponder the various possibilities. The core room being locked indicated that someone had either leaked information or had entered the core area by chance. However, the absence of the key and the forging spirit artifact led them to consider 4 possible scenarios. First, the ancestors' information might be erroneous, suggesting that no forging spirit artifact existed in the core area, and that the individual who found the key had concealed it within the secret realm. Second, the ancestors' information could be accurate, but the person who obtained the key and the artifact had hidden them within the secret realm. Third, the individual who acquired the key and the artifact might still be inside the secret realm. Fourth, the person had exited but had evaded search for the key and the artifact. Sun Xian and the elder leaned towards the first possibility as the most likely. The second scenario seemed less plausible. While hiding the key could be logical, concealing the artifact made little sense, as it was a resource that needed to be brought out for any real benefit. The third scenario was conceivable but unlikely, unless the individual had met with an accident or was mentally unstable. There was always the possibility that they intended to remain in the secret realm for 50 years in pursuit of invincibility. The fourth possibility was deemed the least likely by both the elder and Sun Xian, especially since the inspection was conducted personally by the elder, a being of immense power, and without the presence of the elders from the Sword Sect and the Golden Mountain Temple. What shall we do now? Sun Xian asked the elder. After a moment of contemplation, the elder responded, "This matter is difficult to investigate, but it is evident that someone has discovered the core area. This bitter pill must be swallowed for now. In 50 years, when we send disciples to infiltrate again, I will instruct a few to guard the core area and identify those who uncovered it. By then, we shall unravel the mystery of this secret realm." Understood, Sun Xian replied, acknowledging the elder's plan. The Divine Herb Valley would endure this setback quietly and proceed with their affairs. Sun Xian stepped forward in front of the gathered cultivators and presented 2 storage bags to Elder Yuan and the elder of the Spirit Sword Sect, purchasing the Forging Spirit artifact. He then handed over the Divine Sword Sect's Forging Spirit artifact to Zhang Shui, selling it off. The storage bag given to Elder Yuan was empty, merely a fade, as the transaction for the Forging Spirit artifact would be conducted privately. The storage bag for the elder of the Spirit Sword Sect, however, did contain a low-grade Forging Spirit artifact and some other resources. The elder of the Spirit Sword Sect appeared pleased but concealed his emotions, feigning disappointment over missing out on a mid-grade Forging Spirit artifact. Elder Yuan mirrored this sentiment, presenting a facade of regret over being unable to afford the artifact. Regardless of others' beliefs, they maintained their pretense. Before long, members of various sects began to disperse. Upon returning to their quarters, Elder Yuan summoned Yun Ming and Ji Yuan to his room to discuss the superficial sale of the Forging Spirit artifact while secretly acquiring it. Although they had put on a show, Elder Yuan was aware that this was not entirely secure. There would always be those willing to gamble for such treasures. Thus, he sought the counsel of the 2 regarding their next steps. "Father, why don't I and my junior brother take the disciples and leave first? You could conduct the transaction a few days later. If you travel alone, even if you encounter bandits on the road, you could still escape back to the sect," Yun Ming suggested. Ji Yuan pondered for a moment and remarked, "If there are indeed those who intend to ambush us, whether they act in unison or separately, it would be futile. They could easily seize us first and then threaten the ancestor." Ji Yuan's words resonated with wisdom, and the old ancestor Yun nodded in agreement. Yun Ming furrowed her brow and suggested once more, "Should we not summon Mother to come here? With both ancestors away from the sect, it stands vulnerable, and one cannot dismiss the possibility of impending calamity." Ji Yuan spoke once more, affirming his previous statements. Master Yun nodded in agreement, acknowledging Ji Yuan's wisdom. Yun Ming felt a pang of frustration. Yes, He is utterly correct. So why summon me here? Father. I can't shake the feeling that we are not truly father and daughter. You two seem more like father and son. Clearing his throat, Master Yuan interjected, What nonsense. Indeed. Yuan's observations are astute. This matter is undeniably complex, and there may well be eyes upon us, scrutinizing whether we venture to the Divine Medicine Valley. With a hint of resignation, Master Yuan continued, If it were only him present, it would be manageable. But with his daughter and a multitude of disciples from the sect involved, the situation becomes rather intricate. Turning to Yuan, Yunming inquired, Junior brother. You are quite resourceful. Do you have any prudent suggestions? Yuan pondered for a moment and then said, I do have an idea. Upon hearing this, Elder Yun became intrigued and urged, Please, do elaborate. Let us remain in the Divine Herb Valley without taking the Tao Casting Spirit artifact away. The sect can decide who shall receive this Tao Casting Spirit artifact, and we shall summon them here. Those individuals would not dare to seize the artifact within the Divine Herb Valley, nor would they risk confronting us. Once the sect's representatives arrive to utilize the artifact, naturally, there will be no further scrutiny upon us. Yuan expressed his thoughts. That makes sense. Yunzong nodded in agreement. This approach would not only safeguard the forging of the Tao artifact, thereby increasing the likelihood of producing another Tao platform realm cultivator within the sect, but it would also ensure the safety of the disciples residing in the Divine Herb Valley. After further deliberation on the details, Yunzong and the two others resolved to proceed as Yuan suggested. Yunzong then contacted the sect, summoning the master of the Zhengfa Peak to the Divine Herb Valley. The master of Zhengfa Peak, having attained the culmination of the Spirit Sea realm, was merely one Tao artifact away from making a breakthrough. There were indeed several cultivators like him within the ancient domain, all hindered by the absence of a Tao artifact, thus remaining stuck at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. Such Tao artifacts are exceedingly rare in the ancient domain. Once their discussions concluded, Yunjing and Yuan departed. Yunjing went to inform the other disciples that they would be staying in the Divine Herb Valley for an extended period. Yuan then proceeded to his room. Inside, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu were engaged in playful activities with Xiaoan Yue. Upon noticing Yuan's entrance, both turned their attention towards him. Why not share the insights gained from this journey? There is no need to worry about being overheard, as others cannot discern what transpires here. Yuan glanced at the two individuals. As he spoke, he returned the belongings he had kept for them, such as Yi Xiaobai's tortoise-patterned pot and Han Feiyu's small green vial. Prior to their entry into the secret realm, these items had been entrusted to Yuan for safekeeping. Yuan believed that their journey would undoubtedly yield significant rewards, for the fates of the two were indeed remarkably auspicious. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu instantly broke into smiles, their spirits lifted at the prospect of their forthcoming gains. After tidying up their belongings, Yi Xiaobai began to rummage through her storage pouch. Chapter 46, The Resonance of the Key and the Tao Foundation Master. Look! Yi Xiaobai exclaimed somewhat proudly as she retrieved 3 crafted Tao spiritual objects from her storage pouch. Yuan cast a glance at the 3 forged spiritual artifacts. Recognizing their exquisite quality, he was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that this secret realm is so abundant in resources, possessing 3 supreme forged spiritual artifacts? Although Yuan had never encountered a Tao casting spirit object before, when he advanced his cultivation to the Tao platform realm within the system, the requisite Tao casting spirit objects materialized within him as a kind of preemptive reward. In essence, Yuan himself was a supreme Tao caster, fully aware of the characteristics of such exquisite Tao casting spirit objects. Furthermore, having observed the 3 Tao casting spirit objects obtained by others from the secret realm in the square today, he had discerned the varying degrees of spiritual potency among inferior and middle-grade Tao casting spirit objects. Thus, when a Tao casting spirit object lay before him, he could instantly ascertain its grade. A supreme Tao casting spirit object. Both Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu were taken aback by Yuan's words, their hearts racing as they recalled the chamber in the core of the secret realm containing 96 such Tao casting spirit objects. Master, we are destined for greatness. Yi Xiaobai hurriedly recounted the details regarding the core area of the secret realm. After listening to Yuan, he fell into a contemplative silence. This secret realm seems excessively abundant. 99 exquisite forging spirit objects, along with the occasional appearance of middle and lower grade forging spirit objects. The Divine Medicine Valley is likely unaware of the existence of these 99 exquisite forging spirit objects. Otherwise, they would never consider sharing the secret realm with others. This time, the Divine Medicine Valley has suffered a significant loss. Master, here are the key and the cauldron. Please take a look, Han Feiyu said. As he retrieved the bronze cauldron and 2 keys from his storage space, Yuan's gaze fell upon 2 keys, and an inexplicable thrill coursed through his body. This sensation emanated from the foundation of his Tao within. The 2 keys appeared to be drawing him in, as if they were magnetically entwined with his very essence. What could this mean? Yuan picked up 2 keys and felt an inexplicable connection, as if he could refine and absorb them at will. How could the treasures within the secret realm of the Divine Medicine Valley resonate with him in such a manner? The Tao Platform Realm, also known as the Tao Foundation Realm, signifies a crucial stage for practitioners in the Spirit Sea Realm who aspire to transcend into the Tao Foundation Realm. To achieve this, one must utilize Tao forging spiritual artifacts to establish a solid foundation for the Great Tao. Consequently, every practitioner within the Tao Platform Realm and beyond possesses their unique Tao foundation. The quality and shape of this foundation depend on the cultivation methods employed and the Tao forging spiritual artifacts utilized. The foundation of Tao within Yuan's advanced cultivation manifests as a large purple seal. Upon the seal rests a majestic mountain peak. Yuan felt a profound connection with the key. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the key and instantaneously refined it. Following this transformation, the key seamlessly penetrated Yuan's body. The swiftness of this refinement exceeded Yuan's expectations. Upon the key's entry, Yuan attained a deeper comprehension of the resonance between the key and his own essence. The affinity shared by these 2 keys and Yuan stemmed from the nature of the cultivation method he practiced. What relationship exists between the scripture of cultivation and the secret realm of the Divine Medicine Valley? Yuan contemplated the possibility of conducting an investigation in the future. Suddenly, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed as he witnessed a key penetrate Yuan's body. "Master, what is happening?" Han Feiyu inquired hastily. "It is nothing." These 2 keys seem to resonate with the Tao scriptures for some unknown reason. "In due time, I shall elucidate this matter," came the composed reply. Yuan shook his head and said, "Why do my junior brother and I not share such a feeling?" Yi Xiaobai glanced at the remaining key and asked in confusion, "Could it be related to your insufficient cultivation? Once your cultivation reaches the Tao Platform Realm, you will likely experience the sensation I described," he replied. "This key is remarkable. Although its purpose remains unknown for now, be sure to keep it safe," Yuan said as he handed the key to the 2. "Master, you take it for now. It serves no purpose for us to hold on to it at this moment." Yi Xiaobai shook his head. "Very well." Yuan accepted the key and then cast his gaze towards the bronze cauldron beside him. Before the fateful encounter, Yuan had advanced the inheritance of a 4th-tier artifact craftsman. After a brief observation, it became evident that this cauldron was most likely a 3rd-tier treasure. Without the prowess of a celestial being, it would be a formidable challenge to activate such a 3rd-tier artifact. As for the medicinal liquid contained within the bronze cauldron, Yuan conducted an examination and discerned the effects of the medicinal liquid. This elixir is a treasure utilized for the enhancement of one's physique and the purification of the marrow. Its potency is gentle, making it accessible even to ordinary individuals. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare, and its worth is arguably on par with that of the bronze cauldron. Yuan shared his conjectures with the 2. "We cannot utilize the 3rd-tier treasure, so it would be best to have Master use it first. What do you think, junior brother?" Yi Xiaobai inquired. Han Feiyu nodded in agreement. "As for this medicinal liquid, junior brother, you should take it," Yi Xiaobai continued. Since Han Feiyu's aptitude is inferior to his own, it is only natural to prioritize giving such a valuable item to Han Feiyu. Han Feiyu felt somewhat touched, yet after a moment's contemplation, he declined, saying, "Why not let junior sister have it instead? You need not worry about An Yue. She does not require any treasures to enhance her aptitude." Yuan shook her head. Bearing the sacred body and possessing an 8-star cultivation talent, there was little need for her to enhance her qualifications. Perhaps you might derive some benefit. But rather than bestowing it upon that young girl, it would be far more advantageous to give it to Han Feiyu. After all, Han Feiyu's talent was merely 1 star, which was indeed rather insufficient. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu immediately grasped that their junior sister appeared to be a prodigy. "Junior brother, there's no need for further discussion. Just use it," Yi Xiaobai remarked, directing her gaze towards Han Feiyu. "Very well," Han Feiyu replied, setting aside any reservations. After agreeing, he turned to Yuan and inquired, "Master, how is this to be used?" "Simply remove your clothing and immerse yourself within the cauldron," she instructed. "Xiaobai, taking you out to enjoy yourself. I will remain here to watch over Feiyu." Yuan spoke. "All right, master." Knight Xiaobai nodded in agreement and then turned to Xiaoan Yue, saying, "Junior sister, come. Your senior brother will take you out for some fun." "MHM," Xiaoan Yue replied obediently, taking Knight Xiaobai's hand and following him out. Subsequently, Han Feiyu shed his garments and entered the bronze cauldron. Upon entering, he immediately felt a wave of comfort enveloping him. The medicinal liquid was gradually beginning to take effect. Yuan watched closely, and seeing that Han Feiyu encountered no unforeseen mishaps, he felt a sense of relief. As time passed, after the span of an hour or so, the potency of the medicinal liquid within the bronze cauldron had completely dissipated. Yuan has activated the system's exploration feature. Talent, 5 stars. Potential, 9 stars. This item possesses extraordinary power. Han Feiyu, who initially had a 1-star talent, has remarkably ascended to 5 stars. After absorbing the medicinal essence, Han Feiyu emerged from the bronze cauldron, using spiritual energy to disperse the moisture from his body before donning his garments. Chapter 47, Sword Classic, Master. Once dressed, Han Feiyu turned to Yuan and called out to him. Yuan nodded slightly. How do you feel? It feels wonderful. At this moment, I sense that once I achieve perfect chi gathering, I might be able to break through even without the spirit sea pill, Han Feiyu replied. Your intuition is correct. Your current talent has likely improved to about 5 zhang. Yuan did not mention the evaluation given by the 5-star system, instead opting to directly convert it into the aptitude test for the entry assessment. Upon hearing this, Han Feiyu was taken aback. 5 zhang. He then felt a sense of indebtedness towards Yi Xiaobai, as they had discovered the treasure together. Initially, he had anticipated that after using it, his aptitude would merely reach Yi Xiaobai's level. However, to his surprise, after utilizing it, his aptitude not only surpassed Yi Xiaobai's but exceeded it by a considerable margin. Consequently, he found himself feeling somewhat guilty. Yuan noticed the trace of guilt on Han Feiyu's face and spoke. Do not overthink it. Go and retrieve your senior brothers. We shall remain in the Divine Medicine Valley for some time. You two might as well break through here today. Tasks 1 and 2 have been pending for quite a while. Complete the tasks swiftly, so that I may advance a suitable technique for Yu and begin her training. Understood, Han Feiyu replied with a cupped fist. He then exited the room to seek out Yi Xiaobai. Before long, Han Feiyu returned with Yi Xiaobai and Yu. Each held a skewer of candied hawthorns, their faces radiating delight. It appeared that Yi Xiaobai had quite the knack for endearing himself to children. Master, we are back, Yi Xiaobai announced with a smile upon entering. Yu imitated him, her voice sweet and soft. Master, we are back. After speaking, she dashed over to Yuan, extending her skewer towards him. Master, please have some. I shall not, Yu. Sit and play for a while, he replied. Yuan smiled as she gently patted Yu's little head. All right. Little Yu responded and then climbed onto a chair, sitting there while savoring her candied hawthorn. All the while observing the 3 individuals. Yuan retrieved 2 jade vials and handed them to the 2 individuals, saying, This is the Linghai Dan. Let us commence. Despite possessing a 5-star talent, both Yuan and Han Feiyu knew that it was implausible to achieve a breakthrough without the aid of the medicinal elixir. After all, a single pill was hardly a burden to procure, and a more cautious approach was undoubtedly preferable. Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu accepted the elixirs and promptly seated themselves on the floor of the room. They produced the Moonlight Spirit Orbs, first consuming a drop of the prepared Moonlight Spirit Liquid, followed by the Linghai Dan. As the Moonlight Spirit Liquid and the Linghai Dan were ingested, the spiritual energy within their bodies began to surge, reaching the pinnacle of chi gathering. Subsequently, an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy poured into their beings. The spiritual essence in the vicinity of the Divine Herb Valley was extraordinary. The 2 cultivators simultaneously and harmoniously broke through without any complications. Moreover, with Yuan's protective measures in place, no one even noticed the emergence of 2 chi-gathering practitioners undergoing their transformations. At that moment, Yu observed the scene with keen curiosity, her gaze fixated on her 2 senior brothers, pondering what thoughts might be occupying their minds. Yuan noticed and sat down beside Yu. He looked at the young girl, smiling as he asked, Do you wish to cultivate? Yu nodded eagerly. The senior brother had mentioned that through cultivation, one could attain longevity and subsequently relish all the delicacies the world has to offer, the little girl said earnestly. Yuan smiled. The young girl beamed with joy, swinging her little legs. Time passed. Han Feiyu was the first to break through, officially reaching the first level of the Spirit Sea realm. Yi Xiaobai lagged slightly, yet soon achieved a successful breakthrough as well. At this moment, Yuan received a notification from the system. Tasks 1 and 2 were completed in their entirety. Aha! I have surpassed 200 years of life, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed joyfully. Han Feiyu, witnessing this, also smiled. His happiness stemmed from the enhancement of his own strength. Master, shall we dine out? Let us celebrate the breakthroughs of both me and my junior brother into the Spirit Sea realm, Yi Xiaobai suggested to Ji Yuan. Very well. Since you have earned quite a bit of money this time, it is your turn to treat us. Ji Yuan gazed at Yi Xiaobai and spoke. Ji Yuan spoke of the incident where Yi Xiaobai profited from the rain that stimulated hair growth. No problem. Yi Xiaobai readily agreed. He had earned quite a sum from that venture. Treating them to a meal was a trifling matter. Shortly thereafter, Ji Yuan and the others exited the courtyard and made their way to the inn in the inner city that Ji Yuan had previously visited with Yu. Upon arriving at the inn, Yi Xiaobai commenced ordering the dishes. Ji Yuan cast a glance towards a particular direction outside the window. After stepping out, he became aware that they were being followed. Upon probing with his spiritual consciousness, he discovered that two groups were indeed tailing them, members of the Blood Fiend sect and the Poisonous Serpent sect. Both of these sects belong to the seven sects but are notorious for their nefarious practices, maintaining a severely strained relationship with the Green Mountain sect. Were it not for the sacred grounds of the Divine Herb Valley, it would be entirely commonplace for the practitioners of these two sects to engage in a lethal confrontation with those from the Green Mountain sect. It seems these two sects have set their sights on the Green Mountain sect's artifact of pathforging. They must believe that the Green Mountain sect will sell the artifact outright, prompting them to keep a watchful eye on its members. Ji Yuan cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. Let love gaze if it wishes. It is best not to court disaster, for otherwise he may have to demonstrate the formidable power of the grass character divine ability. After Yi Xiaobai completed the order, the trio of disciples engaged in light-hearted conversation. Ji Yuan did not partake in the matter. Instead, he summoned the system panel, preparing to advance new rewards. The first of these rewards was a martial art technique. The search for the technique of fate has yielded intriguing results. Upon refreshing the panel, I noticed that among the recommended techniques, one has notably advanced from a relatively obscure position to the prominent second place. This technique is known as the Sword Classic. Its name bears a resemblance to the Dao Classic. Although the title is simple, its system recommendation undoubtedly signifies its exceptional nature. Moreover, the system exhibits remarkable intelligence. Prior to the acquisition of Yu, this technique, while still recommended, occupied a less favorable position. However, upon the acquisition of Yu, it ascended to the forefront. Ji Yuan glanced at other cultivation methods, but found himself more inclined toward the sword scripture recommended by the system. He subsequently chose to advance his rewards. The advanced reward consisted of the first 5 volumes of the sword scripture, while the task was to teach his disciple, Yi Xiaobai, a second-tier Dao item spell. Upon completing the advancement, the contents of the first 5 volumes of the sword scripture surged into Ji Yuan's mind. As he already possessed a cultivation method, Ji Yuan did not directly master the sword scripture. However, he gained profound insights into it, making it absolutely feasible for him to teach others. He discerned the differences between the sword scripture and the Dao scripture. Both methods were formidable in their own right. Practitioners of the Dao scripture enjoy the advantages of a more substantial spiritual power, a swifter recovery rate, and the famed heavenly eye secret method. Even the treasure-seeking function alone was exceedingly useful. Conversely, practitioners of the sword scripture boasted significantly greater lethality, enhanced to an extraordinary degree. And each volume of the first 5 of the sword scripture was accompanied by a unique sword-related secret method, unlike the Dao scripture, which currently only featured the heavenly eye secret method. Chapter 48, 5th Rank Alchemist. Ji Yuan's gaze once again turned towards the system panel. Presently, he possessed a solitary opportunity for an advance. However, he found himself devoid of any particular desires. After careful contemplation, Ji Yuan chose to advance to the inheritance of a 5th-tier alchemist. In truth, securing the inheritance of a 5th-tier alchemist at this juncture held little utility. Constrained by the scarcity of cultivation resources in the ancient domain, even the materials required for 4th-tier elixirs were exceedingly difficult to procure, let alone those for 5th-tier elixirs. The materials for 5th-tier elixirs could perhaps only be discovered within the chambers and secret realms of ancient cultivators. Ji Yuan also contemplated that it would eventually be of use in the future, thus he proceeded with the advance. Once the reward advance concluded, the legacy of the 5th-tier alchemist surged into his mind. After receiving the inheritance, Ji Yuan cast a final glance at the system panel. Host, Ji Yuan. Reputation, Level 3, 312. Advanced Quantity, 0. Advanced Type. Search, Advanced Reward. The first 5 volumes of the Sword Classic. Advanced Task, Teach Disciple Yu Xiaobai a second-tier Taoist spell. Advanced Reward, Inheritance of a 5th-tier Alchemist. Advanced Task, Instruct Disciple Han Feiyu in a second-tier Taoist spell. Advanced Reward, 3,000 Jade. The 3 tasks were hardly daunting. Ji Yuan withdrew her gaze as the dishes were served in the restaurant. Subsequently, the four began their meal. After dining, they returned to their lodgings. On that day, Elder Yuan ventured out to seek Sun Xian for the procurement of forging spiritual items. The resources required for acquiring these forging materials were some that Elder Yuan had brought along, readily accessible. When approaching Sun Xian, Elder Yuan displayed no signs of concealment. Having devised alternative strategies, there was no need to create the impression that they were selling the forging spiritual items. In fact, it was essential for others to be aware that they had purchased them. 3 days later, when the master of Zhengfa Peak arrived at the Divine Herb Valley, he too would present himself openly. Elder Yuan promptly returned to his lodgings, bearing the forging spiritual items. The patriarchs of the Blood Fiend sect and the Poison Serpent sect observed him with a hint of confusion. Was this old fool truly unafraid of attracting attention? Many were baffled by Elder Yuan's actions. Meanwhile, the Blood Fiend sect and the Poison Serpent sect had also been monitoring the Spirit Sword sect. But the latter had departed that very day, avoiding any further engagement with Sun Xian and the Divine Herb Valley. Moreover, they understood that acquiring mid-grade forging spiritual items was no simple feat for the Spirit Sword sect. Hence, they resolved to forego robbing the Spirit Sword sect and instead focus their attention entirely on the Qingshan sect. Within a grand hall of the inner city, Sun Xian was engaged in conversation with the Elder of the Divine Herb Valley. Elder, is it possible that the individuals who entered the core area ahead of us were from the Qingshan sect? Sun Xian inquired. Based on the Divine Herb Valley's inquiries regarding those who entered the secret realm, it was revealed that on the final day, 3 random forging spiritual items did indeed appear. However, concerning the location where the 3rd forging item descended, no one had seen it, according to the accounts from those who had been there. While it was plausible that members of the Qingshan sect had been the first to discover and take it without being noticed, another possibility remained, that the 3rd forging item had indeed gone unnoticed. The forging materials of the Qingshan sect were obtained from the core area. The Elder of the Divine Herb Valley pondered Sun Xian's words for a moment, stating, "It is unlikely. The area where the 3rd forging item fell was thoroughly searched. It is improbable that no one acquired it. Moreover, the Qingshan sect members could not possibly have captured the key beast. I suspect it may have been the work of either the Divine Sword sect or the Golden Mountain Monastery. If it were truly the Divine Sword sect or the Golden Mountain Monastery, it would be quite troublesome," Sun Xian replied with a hint of resignation. "We shall take it one step at a time and ascertain whether it is indeed them in 50 years. The Elder of the Divine Herb Valley squinted thoughtfully. "Indeed." Sun Xian nodded in agreement. Later that night, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu returned to their respective chambers with a jade slip and commenced their studies of the Purple Qi Control Cauldron. The Purple Qi Control Cauldron, a subsequent spell of the Purple Qi technique, also satisfied the system's requirements as a second-tier Taoist spell. Having practiced the Purple Qi technique, it was relatively uncomplicated for both to continue their cultivation of the Purple Qi Control Cauldron, although it still required some time. In the chamber of Ji Yuan, Xiaoan Yue sat cross-legged upon the bed, while Ji Yuan was imparting to her the preface of the 1st volume of the Sword Scripture. The chapter on guiding Qi into the body. Ji Yuan meticulously narrated the chapter on the introduction of Qi into the body to Xiaoan Yue. Given her tender age and limited familiarity with characters, teaching her required considerable effort and diligence. This was in stark contrast to his experiences with Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, where he could simply impart the techniques and elixirs, allowing them to practice independently. Ji Yuan continued to instruct the young girl until she grasped the concepts. Xiaoan Yue closed her eyes and commenced her cultivation. In but a fleeting moment, a surge of spiritual energy had already flowed into Xiaoan Yue's body. The system announced that Task 3 was complete. Upon witnessing the scene, Ji Yuan could not help but marvel at the extraordinary talent for cultivation displayed by Ba Xing. Without even utilizing the qi-gathering pill, he had effortlessly infused qi into his body in mere moments. After successfully channeling the qi, Inu opened her eyes and looked at Ji Yuan with delight. "Master, as you instructed, I have succeeded." Ji Yuan nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Your speed is considerably swifter compared to your 2 senior brothers." The little girl chuckled with delight, not merely due to her speed surpassing that of her seniors, but rather because she felt joy in having accomplished Ji Yuan's guidance. As the hour grew late, she decided to retire for the night, with the promise of learning new things the following day. Ji Yuan remarked. "All right," replied An Yue with a nod, and then she nestled into the cozy blankets. Ever since Ji Yuan brought her back, she had been sleeping alongside him for the past few days. Seeing An Yue drift off to sleep, Ji Yuan gazed at the panel. Task 3 was accomplished, allowing him to once again anticipate the rewards. Yuan contemplated whether to advance another Moonlight Spirit Pearl for Yu. However, considering the girl's innate holy body and her 8-star talent, she might not even require the Moonlight Spirit Pearl, as her cultivation speed would likely not be slower than that of Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, who possessed the pearl. Thus, he decided against advancing the Moonlight Spirit Pearl for now. Yuan has advanced the 5th volume of the Divine Refinement Technique. Previously, when he advanced the technique, his credibility level was only 2, thus he could only access the first 4 volumes. Now, he has successfully advanced to the 5th volume as well. With the advancement of the 5th volume, its contents flooded into his mind. The power of Yuan's spiritual consciousness has quintupled, meaning it now reaches 6 times that of an ordinary practitioner at the law manifestation stage. Although the spirit refinement technique does not come with any secret methods, this enhancement is undeniably formidable, particularly for practitioners at the law manifestation stage. A significant portion of their manifestations might derive from the strength of their spiritual consciousness. Yuan Shou possessed the art of divine refinement, endowing him with an unparalleled prowess that surpassed his peers within the same realm. Even now, he was well equipped to confront celestial practitioners in battle. 3 days elapsed. During this time, numerous sects had departed from the Divine Herb Valley. Yet the Qingshan sect showed no inclination to leave. This prompted the Blood Slaughter sect and the Poison Serpent sect to remain, intrigued by Qingshan sect's intentions. On this day, Zhou Zheng, the master of the Law Peak, made his grand entrance into the Divine Herb Valley. His arrival made it abundantly clear to the members of Blood Slaughter sect and Poison Serpent sect. Curse be it, Ancestor, what shall we do now? An elder of the Blood Slaughter sect inquired of his ancestor. After a moment of contemplation, the ancestor replied, I shall remain to observe. You take your disciples and return. Yes, ancestor, the elder responded with a respectful bow, aware of the gravity of his ancestor's command. While the ancestor of the Blood Slaughter sect chose to stay and assess the situation, the elders and disciples prepared to depart. Meanwhile, the Poison Serpent sect deliberated over their next course of action. They had no intention of retreating. Rather, they planned to ambush the members of the Qingshan sect on their way back to their own sect. This time, however, their motive was not to forge a Dao artifact but to eliminate some members of the Qingshan sect. If Zhou Zheng truly made a breakthrough, he would have to be slain. Given their already strained relations with the Qingshan sect, they were determined not to allow another Dao platform practitioner to emerge from their ranks. The ancestor of the Poison Serpent sect sought an alliance with the ancestor of the Blood Slaughter sect, proposing that they strike together. Even if they could not vanquish Elder Yuan, they could at least eliminate Zhou Zheng. The ancestor of the Blood Slaughter sect did not give an immediate assent, merely stating that they would observe further. After the ancestor of the Poison Serpent sect departed, the Blood Slaughter sect's elder pondered his departure. Sensing the deep-seated animosity the Poison Serpent sect harbored towards the Qingshan sect, while the Blood Slaughter sect's discord with the Qingshan sect stemmed from differences in conduct and interests, the Poison Serpent sect's animosity appeared rooted in something deeper. The Blood Slaughter sect often weighed the merits of their confrontations with the Qingshan sect, while the Poison Serpent sect exhibited a relentless determination to annihilate their adversary. This was not their demeanor with other sects with whom they had strained relations. The reason behind the Poison Serpent sect's fervor remained an enigma to the Blood Slaughter sect. Not only were the Blood Slaughter sect perplexed, but the Qingshan sect was equally in the dark. In the Divine Herb Valley, Sun Xian received the news. Upon hearing it, he couldn't help but chuckle. The Qingshan sect is quite astute. He welcomed their strategic move, as he anticipated that this would inspire other sects to emulate Qingshan sect's tactics when the Divine Herb Valley's secret realm reopened. Consequently, they would exert more effort in assisting the exploration of the secret realm. At the residence of the Qingshan sect, upon Zhou Zheng's arrival, he first sought an audience with Elder Yuan. After greeting the elder, Zhou Zheng, a middle-aged man exuding an aura of righteousness, respectfully bowed. His mere presence instilled a sense of awe among most disciples, as he was responsible for maintaining order and discipline within the sect. Zhou Zheng, the next steps are in your hands, Elder Yuan stated, presenting him with the Dao artifact. This artifact, obtained by Tang Ying, resembled a piece of astonishing wood. Its appearance seemed fitting for Zhou Zheng, though its true compatibility would depend on his own perception. As Zhou Zheng accepted the artifact and attuned himself to its essence, he bowed once more, declaring, Elder, I shall not disappoint. Good, Elder Yuan nodded approvingly. After their exchange, Zhou Zheng departed from Elder Yuan's presence. Instead of retreating to seclusion immediately, he first greeted Yun Meng and Ji Yuan. Following their brief interaction, he entered a chamber to begin his meditation. Elder Yuan remained nearby to protect him throughout this crucial endeavor. Breaking through from the Spirit Sea realm to the Dao platform realm was no trivial task. Even with the Dao artifact, the success rate was far from guaranteed. As Zhou Zheng embarked on his breakthrough, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu simultaneously mastered the art of purple qi control and began practicing the transformation of the spirit sea. And you also learned the purple qi technique, successfully completing 3 tasks concurrently. Yuan has once again acquired 3 reputation points and is eligible to advance 3 rewards. Rather than hastily claiming these rewards, Yuan plans to wait until they are truly needed. 2 days have swiftly passed. A surge of spiritual energy is fervently converging in the room where Zhou Zheng resides. Zhou Zheng has reached the final stage of his breakthrough. Boom. With a faint yet resonant sound echoing, Zhou Zheng successfully achieves his breakthrough, officially ascending to the Dao platform realm. Observing Zhou Zheng's emergence, Yi Xiaobai gazes at him with envy, muttering, Dao platform realm, 500 years of lifespan, 500 years. Well, Elder Yuan cannot contain his smile upon witnessing Zhou Zheng's success. After many years, the Qinshan sect has finally produced another cultivator of the Dao platform realm. Following Zhou Zheng's exit, Yuan and Yunming approach to congratulate him. Senior brother, congratulations on your breakthrough, they exclaim in unison. From this day forth, he shall be regarded as Elder Zhou of the Qinshan sect. Logically, upon reaching the Dao platform realm, Yuan and Yunming ought to address him as Elder. However, prior to his breakthrough, they had already attained the rank of peak masters and elders, thus continuing to refer to him as senior brother is perfectly acceptable. In contrast, when Elder Yuan ascended to his title, most elders of the sect had not yet been born, necessitating the address of elder. Zhou Zheng's face also beams with a smile. Thank you, junior brother and junior sister. Today, my breakthrough is greatly attributed to your disciple. In the future, I shall make every effort to procure a Dao forging spiritual item for your disciple, Zhou Zheng remarks, looking at Yunming. Yunming replies with a smile, senior brother. You must be sincere with your words. Of course, Zhou Zheng responds with a grin. Once you stabilize your cultivation, set forth to return to the sect, Elder Yuan advises. Yes, Elder, Zhou Zheng replies respectfully. Now that you are also of the Dao platform realm, addressing me as senior brother is sufficient. Yes, senior brother, Zhou Zheng acknowledges, adjusting his form of address. Yuan and Yuming refer to Zhou Zheng as their senior brother, while Zhou Zheng addresses Elder Yuan as his senior brother. Yuan referred to the venerable Yuan as old ancestor, while Yuming addressed him as father. In any case, it is a matter of each speaking their own mind. The abode of the Blood Fiend sect was soon visited again by the patriarch of the Poison Serpent sect. What are your considerations? He inquired. Zhou Zheng is a mere 200 or 300 years younger than us. If we do not eliminate him, he will inevitably become a significant threat in the future. Moreover, the first place winner of the upcoming divine medicine competition, that alchemical genius from the Qinshan sect, may also pose a future peril. If we join forces to eradicate these threats, would it not be a delightful endeavor? The patriarch of the Poison Serpent sect spoke candidly. After much contemplation, the patriarch of the Blood Fiend sect nodded in agreement. Very well. Chapter 50. Before the people could even squat, they were annihilated on that day. The patriarch of the Poison Serpent sect, accompanied by his disciples and the patriarch of the Blood Fiend sect, departed from the Divine Medicine Valley. Both sects had been keeping a close watch on the Qinshan sect, and the Qinshan sect had been equally vigilant of them. Upon receiving the news, old ancestor Yuan was in good spirits. The forging of the Dao spirit artifact was secure, there were no observers. And the Qinshan sect had gained an additional Dao platform realm cultivator, a modest double fortune. A few days later, Zhou Zheng had solidified his cultivation, and the members of the Qinshan sect prepared to return to their sect. They boarded a flying vessel, heading in the direction of the Qinshan sect. A day later, in a certain valley, the patriarchs of the Blood Fiend sect and the Poison Serpent sect, accompanied by a group of disciples from the Poison Serpent sect, lay in ambush, awaiting the arrival of the Qinshan sect. The two patriarchs conversed within the valley. Is there some profound grudge between your Poison Serpent sect and the Qinshan sect? The patriarch of the Blood Fiend sect inquired cautiously. The patriarch of the Poison Serpent sect replied nonchalantly, the Poison Serpent sect cannot abide the Qinshan sect. The patriarch of the Blood Fiend sect chuckled softly, choosing not to pry further. Cannot abide? What utter nonsense. The members of the Qinshan sect should be arriving in the next day or two. My friend, when Zhou Zheng appears, I will engage that old fellow Yanhao while you deal with Zhou Zheng. After you have resolved Zhou Zheng, come to aid me. The patriarch of the Poison Serpent sect spoke again. The patriarch of the Blood Fiend sect nodded in agreement. No problem. Both were at the 3rd level of the Dao platform realm, while old ancestor Yuan was at the 4th level. The patriarch of the Poison Serpent sect's arrangement to confront the newly ascended Zhou Zheng suited him perfectly. This time, even if they could not eliminate that old fellow Yuan Hao, they must ensure the demise of Zhou Zheng and those younglings from the Qinshan sect. Meanwhile, the flying vessel was making its way toward this very direction. When they were still some distance from the valley, Ji Yuan's divine sense had already detected the movements within. Unsure if there would be an ambush, he prudently released his divine sense to investigate the situation on the journey back to the sect. He soon discerned the circumstances within the valley, two at the third level of the Dao platform, along with cultivators from the Poison Serpent sect in the Spirit Sea and Qi-gathering realms. If truly ambushed, it would indeed pose a significant predicament. Ji Yuan rose from his seat, preparing to deal with this minor inconvenience. He was averse to complications, if he did not address the issue promptly. Once they reached the valley and the other party clashed with the Qinshan sect, it would indeed be embarrassing to intervene at that moment. And that would truly present a significant dilemma. As soon as Ji Yuan's thoughts stirred, his figure vanished from the room, unnoticed by anyone as he silently departed from the flying vessel. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yuan's presence materialized above the valley. Ji Yuan cast his gaze towards the valley, focusing on the ancestors of the Poison Serpent sect and the Bloodslaughter sect. As his eyes fell upon them, both leaders felt an unsettling sensation in their hearts. Suddenly, they looked up, only to behold Ji Yuan standing in midair. A wave of shock surged through them. Who was this unfamiliar, powerful figure? Despite their probing, they could discern nothing of Ji Yuan's cultivation level. Coupled with his silent appearance, a sense of dread settled within them. They feared they had encountered a reclusive master of the transcendent realm. Greetings, esteemed elder. May I inquire about your business here? The ancestor of the Poison Serpent sect asked, bowing respectfully towards Ji Yuan. The ancestor of the Bloodslaughter sect also bowed, addressing him as esteemed elder. Ji Yuan did not disguise himself. Yet the two individuals still failed to recognize him. Although Ji Yuan outwardly held the position of the peak master of Qinshan sect, he had only recently ascended to this role and had seldom appeared in public. Furthermore, during the recent Divine Medicine Grand Ceremony, he had hardly made any appearances at the Divine Medicine Valley's inner city square. Thus, these two venerable ancestors from different sects did not truly know him. It was only the Qi-concentrating cultivator and an elder from the Blood Fiend sect who recognized him. The elder from the Poison Flood sect promptly interjected. The esteemed individual before us is the peak master of Qinshan sect. Both the elder from the Poison Flood sect and the elder from the Blood Fiend sect were taken aback once more. What sect? Qinshan sect? How is it that such an extraordinary figure has emerged from Qinshan sect? Upon witnessing the commotion below, Ji Yuan chose not to prevent the previously mentioned Spirit Sea Realm cultivator from revealing his identity. After all, they were about to become a lifeless multitude. In their final moments, let them utter a few more words. Run. The ancestral master of the Poison Floodgate bellowed with a grave tone. The cultivators of the Poison Floodgate exhibited no hesitation, swiftly boarding their flying artifacts and fleeing in the opposite direction of Ji Yuan. At that moment, the ancestral master of the Blood Fiend sect felt a surge of regret. Why had he chosen to involve himself in this turmoil? Since they had arrived, they might as well remain and face their fate. Execution awaited. Ji Yuan spoke as he casually waved his massive hand toward the direction where the fleeing disciples of the Poisonous Serpent sect had disappeared. Before everyone's eyes, a single blade of grass materialized. In the next instant, he unleashed an unstoppable sword aura that cleaved through the air, the legendary Sword of Grass. With that single stroke, dozens of Poisonous Serpent sect disciples, along with two of their elders, were obliterated beneath the overwhelming force of the sword's energy, like dumplings plunging into boiling water. Their lifeless bodies plummeted to the ground one after another. The lingering aura and residual power of that single strike alone pressed down upon the two sect ancestors, leaving them gasping for breath. Is this the might of a divine ability realm cultivator? The Blood Fiend sect ancestor paled, his face drained of color. If given another chance, he would never have agreed to the Poisonous Serpent sect ancestors' scheme to ambush the Verdant Mountain sect. In a flicker of movement, Ji Yuan's figure vanished from midair, only to reappear directly before the two trembling elders. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads as they stared at him. Spare us, senior. The Blood Fiend sect ancestor wasted no time, immediately begging for mercy. You, who skulks in the shadows this time, I admit defeat. Kill me if you must. Do as you please. The Poisonous Serpent sect ancestor declared defiantly, his voice laced with resentment. He still refused to accept this outcome. Never had he imagined that a divine ability realm cultivator would stoop so low as to conceal his true strength, masquerading as a mere Spirit Sea Realm practitioner. While he seethed with indignation, the Blood Fiend sect ancestor had already surrendered to reality. At this moment, The latter wished he could slap the poisonous serpent sect ancestor twice across the face. You may want to die, but I have no intention of joining you. Eager to die? Yuan's voice was calm, almost amused. There's no need to rush. Yuan spoke as he extended his hand to touch the forehead of the ancient ancestor of the poison serpent sect. Subsequently, he employed a secret technique of spiritual perception to search the soul. This technique was a legacy of the Qinshan sect, and each lineage within the sect possessed its own variations. Therefore, in times of leisure, Yuan had taken the opportunity to study this esoteric method. The soul-searching technique, however, was not particularly sophisticated. It relied on brute force. To delve into another's soul, one's spiritual perception must be significantly stronger than that of the target. Furthermore, the aftermath of such a soul search would leave the victim's mind severely damaged, ranging from madness to, in severe cases, death. Yuan is undoubtedly indifferent to whether he is alive or dead. Hence, he directly resorted to the soul search. Yuan began to delve into the soul of the adversary, primarily due to the persistent targeting of the Qinshan sect by the poison serpent sect, a matter of which Yuan possessed some knowledge. The Qinshan sect remained perplexed by this ongoing hostility and had yet to ascertain the underlying reasons. In the past, they had captured several disciples of the poison serpent sect who were at the gathering Qi stage and had attempted soul searching, yet yielded no results. The memories retrieved from those disciples revealed nothing. Their actions against the Qinshan sect were merely in obedience to their sect's orders. If the gathering Qi disciples could not provide insights, surely the elder of the poison serpent sect would possess some revelations. Chapter 51. To crush bones and scatter ashes. The elder of the poison serpent sect let out a painful wail. The soul searching had commenced. This process is a profound torment for the one undergoing it. The memories of the opponent began to flash through Yuan's mind. He bypassed the early recollections of the adversary and instead focused on memories from the moment they ascended to the Dao platform stage. A quarter of an hour passed. Yuan retracted his hand, and the long-howling ancestor of the poison serpent sect had already had his consciousness shattered and perished. After searching his soul, Yuan discovered the reason behind the poison serpent sect's persistent hostility towards the Qinshan sect. The poison serpent sect was merely a pawn, acting under orders. It was connected to a force beyond the ancient domain known as the Water Dragon sect. More precisely, the poison serpent sect was a subordinate sect supported by the Water Dragon sect. After receiving this backing, the Water Dragon sect issued a singular command to the poison serpent sect to annihilate the Qinshan sect. This directive was revealed through the memories of the poison serpent sect's ancestor. Yuan discovered that the Water Dragon sect was indeed a formidable power within the northern continent. Yet the rationale behind their desire to annihilate the seemingly insignificant Qinshan sect remained a mystery. If they truly wished to eradicate Qinshan, they could have simply dispatched a skilled practitioner to execute the task. However, the Water Dragon sect chose an unusual approach. They provided resources to the Poison Flood sect in the ancient region, empowering them to undertake this mission. The support they rendered was minimal, merely bolstering the Poison Flood sect's strength to a level comparable to that of the Qinshan sect before withdrawing their aid. This peculiar method led Yuan to surmise that the Water Dragon sect might not genuinely seek the destruction of Qinshan. Perhaps they did harbor such intentions, yet for reasons unknown, they were unable to act with full force. The ancestral figure of the Poison Flood sect remained oblivious to the underlying reasons, having previously inquired with the Water Dragon sect's representatives, but received no satisfactory answer. The Water Dragon sect merely promised that if the Qinshan sect were to be vanquished, further resources would be allocated to the Poison Flood sect, which felt akin to an empty promise. Reluctantly, the Poison Flood sect had no choice but to comply. For defying the Water Dragon sect's orders could spell trouble for them, regardless of Qinshan's fate. Such a troublesome situation, Yuan raised his hand, intending to shatter those corpses with a single strike. However, recalling the cremation practices from his past life, he contemplated the matter further. As his cultivation progressed, he realized that his mastery of fire-based spells had become rather rudimentary, insufficient to support his aspirations for refining elixirs and forging artifacts. In the future, his alchemical and forging skills would only continue to elevate. Thus, it would be prudent to preemptively acquire a more advanced fire-based divine ability. This would not only aid him in the arts of alchemy and forging, but also serve as a formidable weapon in battle. In the face of the need for corpse disposal, a single blaze would reduce the remains to ashes, rendering the entire process environmentally friendly. In contrast, shattering the corpses would only result in a spray of blood mist, an outcome rather unpalatable to him. In his heart, Yuan contemplated as he summoned the system panel to examine the fire-based divine abilities. Subsequently, he advanced a particular skill, fire. The advancement reward was fire, and the task required was to assist the disciple Yuan in achieving the second tier. The fire divine ability could not only be employed for combat, but also for alchemy and artifact forging, making the exchange worthwhile. After advancing the divine ability, Yuan unleashed a sphere of flame, which engulfed the bodies of the poison flood sect's ancestors and others, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Remarkably, the flame spared the surrounding flora, emphasizing an environmentally friendly and pollution-free approach. At that moment, the ancestor of the Blood Fiend sect, witnessing this scene and feeling the essence of the flames, trembled in fear. Yuan then shifted his gaze towards the ancestral figure of the Bloodslaughter sect. "Spare me, esteemed elder," the ancestral figure of the Bloodslaughter sect exclaimed, suddenly kneeling and bowing his head in submission. Yuan gazed at the pleading ancestor of the Bloodsure sect and pondered for a moment. He resolved not to take the life of this individual. Instead, he could retain the old man, allowing him to return and restrain the Bloodsure sect from further hostilities against the Green Mountain sect. As for how to ensure the old man's compliance, Yuan found herself at a loss, yet she possessed an extraordinary advantage. Summoning the system interface, Yuan searched for methods to manipulate her adversaries. In an instant, the system presented a multitude of strategies for subduing her foes. Yuan had set his sights on a remarkable ability known as enslavement. The essence of this power lies in its capacity to subjugate life itself, encompassing not only humans but also spiritual beasts and demonic creatures. However, the enslavement ability is only effective against entities whose consciousness is weaker than that of the wielder. Once the target is enslaved, should they exhibit even the slightest behavior detrimental to the one who has invoked the power, whether directly or indirectly, the force of the ability will automatically activate, leading to the target's silent demise. Furthermore, as time elapses after the enslavement, the ability gradually alters the perceptions of the subjugated individual, instilling within them a profound belief that their enslaver is their true master, ensuring unwavering loyalty and preventing any betrayal. The duration required for this transformation varies according to the disparity in consciousness between the two parties. In cases of significant difference, this process may occur in the blink of an eye. A truly extraordinary gift. Yuan directly opted for an advance reward, enslavement. Advanced task, assist disciple Han Feiyu's deputy in reaching the second tier. Advance completed. Yuan gazed at the elder of the Bloodslaughter sect, commanding him to raise his head. Upon hearing Yuan's words, the elder, unable to defy, promptly lifted his gaze towards Yuan. In the next moment, Yuan's finger pressed against the elder's forehead, startling him, as he feared that Yuan was about to delve into his soul. With a mere touch on the elder's brow, the enslavement technique was activated. An emblem radiating light emerged on his forehead, only to vanish in an instant, merging seamlessly into his being. In the realm of the Dharma manifestation of Yuan, the potency of his spiritual consciousness is an astounding six-fold greater than that of an ordinary practitioner in the Dharma manifestation realm. When he unleashed his divine abilities upon a cultivator at the third level of the Tao platform, it took but a brief moment for the understanding of the venerable ancestor of the Blood Fiend sect to be altered, compelling him to perceive Yuan as his master. "Master," the venerable ancestor of the Blood Fiend sect reverently bowed his head once more and uttered. Yuan smiled with satisfaction and said, "Rise, you shall return shortly. From now on, ensure that the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect are restrained and refrain from further conflicts with the Qingshan sect. Furthermore, regarding the matters of the Poison Flood Dragon sect, if anyone inquires, simply profess ignorance." "Yes, master," replied the ancestral elder of the Bloodslaughter sect, bowing respectfully. "You may return now. I, too, must take my leave." Yuan waved his hand, bidding farewell to his master. The ancestor of the Blood Fiend sect offered a respectful salute. In the next moment, Yuan's figure vanished from the spot. After Yuan departed, the ancestral figure of the Bloodslaughter sect finally vacated the valley and returned to the sect. The flying vessel. Yuan returned to his chamber and began to examine the spoils of his recent endeavors. He first scrutinized the storage pouches belonging to the Qi-gathering realm cultivators. Each one appeared increasingly destitute, filled with a haphazard assortment of items. The most valuable possessions were the magical artifacts, yet they were predominantly of the first tier. With most being of mediocre quality, high-grade ones were a rarity. However, the storage pouches contained a considerable number of spiritual plants, likely the fruits of this secret realm's exploration. In stark contrast, the storage pouches of the two Spirit Sea realm elders and the ancestor of the Poison Serpent sect were significantly more opulent. In a serendipitous encounter, Yuan acquired two third-tier magical artifacts, several third-tier elixirs, numerous first- and second-tier potions, a variety of materials and spiritual herbs, and a collection of sect tokens from the Poison Serpent sect. Additionally, Yuan discovered a cultivation technique capable of reaching the Dao platform realm, along with 2 third-tier spells, all retrieved from the storage bag of the sect's ancient ancestor. It was rather surprising that this old fellow carried such techniques and spells with him. Although these items held little value for Yuan, the fact that they were obtained without effort was undeniably gratifying. Chapter 52. Returning to the sect 2 days later. The Qingshan sect's airship safely returned to the sect. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Qingshan sect, the airship arrived without incident. Yuan glanced at the 3 individuals, Elder Yuan, senior brother, and junior sister. I shall take a few disciples back first, he said. Very well, go ahead. Elder Yuan replied with a nod. Subsequently, Yuan departed the flying vessel, accompanied by Yi Sibai and the others. Upon their arrival at the Chiodao Peak, Yi Sibai animatedly introduced, Junior sister, this is our Chiodao Peak. Soon, senior brother will take you to see our esteemed Elder Turtle. Ever since learning of the formidable powers of the longevity spirit turtle, Yi Xiaobai had taken to calling the old turtle Elder Turtle. For Yi Xiaobai, the prospect of extending one's lifespan warranted such an honorific. He would readily refer to it as Ancestral Turtle if necessary. As they explored the summit of Chiodao Peak, which was typically sparsely populated, they quickly traversed the few structures present. Subsequently, they arranged a room for the young girl in the backyard of the Peak Master's residence. After settling her in, Yi Xiaobai eagerly led her to the spiritual fields. Elder Turtle, this is my junior sister, and you, Yi Xiaobai introduced her to the old turtle. And he gazed wide-eyed at the longevity spirit turtle, her small face reflecting a mixture of astonishment. This was her first encounter with such a large creature. Junior sister. Elder Turtle is not merely remarkable. Staying near it can grant us longevity. Look, senior brother has even moved next door to be closer to Elder Turtle, Yi Xiaobai remarked, gesturing towards the adjacent wooden cabin. He smiled as he showed her his dwelling, and then playfully inquired, Junior sister, would you like to stay here as well? I can build you a wooden house too. Upon hearing this, and Yu shook her head vigorously. Yi Xiaobai, feeling a hint of disappointment, asked, Are you quite sure? It can extend your life. I wish to stay with Master, and Yu explained, shaking her head once more. Very well, Yi Xiaobai conceded, albeit regretfully, lamenting the missed opportunity to have a neighbor. It seems my junior brother and sister failed to see the value of Elder Turtle. If I ever take disciples, I must choose one who desires longevity. He chuckled at this thought, while Yu, noticing the peculiar behavior of Yi Xiaobai, took off running. That evening, Yi Xiaobai made a trip to the spiritual kitchen, returning with several dishes. The 4 of them gathered in the courtyard to enjoy dinner, and Yu was particularly delighted. Having developed a fondness for spiritual cuisine since her first taste, eagerly anticipating mealtimes each day. Master, have you discerned the purpose of refining the key? Yi Xiaobai inquired between bites. Since Yuan had refined the key previously, he understood that it resonated with the Dao Foundation. Yet he remained unclear about its practical applications post-refinement. Yuan shook his head, saying, No, but there is no need for haste. It will be another 50 years before the secret realm of the Divine Medicine Valley opens again. During this time, my master will ascertain the function of the key once it has been refined. Upon finishing her words, Yuan suddenly contemplated that if he were to be granted another 50 years, he would likely become truly invincible. By that time, understanding the significance of the key might not bear much relevance. Even Knight Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, in 50 years, would be able to evolve into formidable beings. Perhaps, by then, this opportunity would no longer be necessary. Starting tomorrow, you shall embark on your journey to become second-tier alchemists. Yuan spoke and then turned to the 2 individuals. They nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the mention of alchemy, Yi Xiaobai was reminded of the Lingmiao Tower. He then looked at Han Feiyu and said, What a pity for my junior brother. He was outside during the breakthrough and missed the opportunity to challenge the Lingmiao Tower. Han Feiyu, upon hearing this, did not feel regretful. With a smile, he shook his head and replied, Senior brother, I am well aware of my own abilities. Not to mention creating my own elixirs, even in terms of basic alchemy, I am not on par with you, nor with Tang Ying and the others. If only I had more time, I might still have the chance to make a name for myself on the B-list. Yuan turned to Han Feiyu and remarked that although Han Feiyu possessed some talent for alchemy, it paled in comparison to Yi Xibai's exceptional skills. However, Yuan's words were merely a form of casual banter. Neither Yuan nor Han Feiyu could afford to invest a significant amount of time merely to explore the Spirit Tower. The rewards for leaving a name on the Spirit Tower's leaderboard were indeed precious for ordinary disciples, yet for them, Dedicating excessive time for such rewards seemed rather impractical. Little girl, both your senior brothers have pursued the art of alchemy. Do you wish to learn it as well? Yuan turned to the earnest Inyu, who was wholly absorbed in her meal. Little Inyu looked up, a smudge of grease lingering by her lips. Master, I wish to learn how to cook. Cough. Junior sister, what do you wish to learn? Yi Xiaobai, sipping water, was momentarily caught off guard by Inyu's declaration. I want to learn how to cook. Inyu replied with earnest determination. Meanwhile, her mind began to wander, imagining the delights of crafting spiritual cuisine. The thought of being able to indulge in whatever she desired made her mouth water in anticipation. Do you aspire to learn spiritual cooking, to become a spiritual chef? Yuan discerned Inyu's intentions and inquired. Inyu promptly nodded. Indeed, her desire was to become a spiritual chef. Junior sister, there's no need for that. If you enjoy the culinary delights, I can take you to the spiritual kitchen every day. There's no necessity for you to learn cooking yourself, Yi Xiaobai interjected. Casting a glance at Inyu, Yi Xiaobai, too, had a penchant for delicacies, yet he had never contemplated becoming a spiritual chef. Rather, he aimed to accumulate contribution values and spiritual stones, subsequently hiring someone to prepare meals for him. This was not out of disdain for the culinary arts, but rather an understanding that they should dedicate more time to cultivation. Although the cuisine of a spiritual chef is beneficial for practice, it ultimately pales in comparison to alchemy. Those who pursue the art of spiritual cooking typically lack the talent for alchemy and seek a secondary occupation that offers financial reward, thus settling for the path of culinary arts. Naturally, there are a few who genuinely harbor a passion for the culinary craft. Little Inyu remained silent. Yet her resolve to learn on her own persisted. Yuan fell into contemplation upon witnessing the situation. Generally, he would not impede his disciples from pursuing their interests. However, it was quite peculiar for someone with an innate sword body to desire to become a chef. One must possess an extraordinary passion for food to entertain such a notion. Nevertheless, if one is determined to learn, then so be it. Have you made up your mind to pursue the culinary arts? Yuan turned to the young girl and inquired. She regarded him with an expression that suggested her willingness to comply. The little girl immediately smiled and nodded. Very well, master. I support your decision. It matters not if you choose not to pursue alchemy. Your master and 2 senior brothers are alchemists, ensuring that you shall never lack for elixirs in the future. Yuan smiled and said, Master is indeed correct. Junior sister, in the future, if you require elixirs, feel free to approach senior brother without hesitation. Yi Xiaobai patted his chest and declared, In the comments section, I noticed 2 inquiries. I shall address them in the author's note of the 2 chapters updated today. Chapter 53, Spiritual Chef. Thank you, Master. Thank you, senior brother, the young girl exclaimed joyfully. If you wish to excel in the art of spiritual cooking, you must dedicate yourself to diligent cultivation. Yuan turned to Inyu and said, The young girl nodded her head enthusiastically. After finishing dinner, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu commenced their practice of the purple chi control cauldron in the spiritual sea transformation. For cultivators at the spiritual sea realm, their primary means of combat, aside from their magical tools, is the transformation of the spiritual sea. The purple chi control cauldron serves to enhance this transformation. Hence, to attain greater strength, both the purple chi control cauldron and the spiritual sea transformation require diligent training. Little Inyu, aspiring to become an excellent cook, also devoted herself patiently to the study of the sword scripture. The 3 disciples each pursued their respective training diligently. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Yuan reclined in the courtyard and summoned the system panel. He then searched for the Ling Chef Inheritance. Advanced Reward, 5th Tier Ling Chef Inheritance. Preemptive Task, teach disciple Inyu a secondary profession, and ensure that the secondary profession reaches the 1st tier. Yuan opted to advance the payment, squandering one such precious opportunity on a mere spirit chef. Yet, who could resist indulging one's beloved disciple? The system of Yuan relies heavily on disciples. If he does not cherish his apprentices, who will? Furthermore, possessing multiple skills is never a burden. Acquiring an additional craft allows one, in moments of leisure, to engage in culinary pursuits. As Yuan's prepayment concludes, the inheritance of the 5th-order spiritual chef floods into his mind. This legacy, akin to that of alchemy and artifact forging, encompasses not only the entirety of 5th-order spiritual chef expertise but also a plethora of recipes. Once the knowledge of the spiritual chef is fully integrated, Yuan suddenly realized that there are indeed numerous similarities between the art of spiritual cuisine and the craft of alchemy. Both involve the meticulous handling of materials, followed by the precise control of heat to create a finished product. with the experience of a fifth-tier spiritual chef now ingrained in his mind. Yuan felt a deeper understanding of alchemy blossoming within him. Clearly, these two complementary disciplines can enhance one another. Furthermore, it was only upon fully embracing the role of a spiritual chef that Yuan truly grasped the complexities inherent in this art. While some spiritual dishes are relatively straightforward to prepare and cannot be compared to the intricacies of alchemy, there exist certain spiritual delicacies that pose significant challenges, rivaling the difficulties found in alchemical creation, and at times, even exceeding them. Naturally, the spiritual dishes crafted are also exceptionally formidable. Yuan now feels a bit restless, eager to personally prepare a spiritual dish and put her skills to the test. However, she ultimately refrains from taking action, planning to attempt it the following day. Unfortunately, there are no ingredients available at Chiodao Peak. While the vegetarian ingredients are somewhat sufficient, there is a true scarcity of those required for meat dishes. The next day, after rising early, Yuan departed from Chiodao Peak. Upon arriving at the kitchen of the Spirit Cuisine House, Yuan sought out the steward. A portly figure hastily approached Yuan, acknowledging him with a respectful nod. "I have met with the esteemed sect master Ji." Yuan nodded slightly and took out a piece of paper, handing it to the steward before her. "Please prepare the ingredients listed here." The steward accepted the paper and glanced at the ingredients inscribed upon it. "I shall attend to this immediately." The steward promptly instructed the staff to gather the necessary ingredients. Before long, the kitchen of the spiritual cuisine chamber delivered the requested items. Yuan retrieved his Peak Master's token and, after allocating a portion of contribution points to the steward of the kitchen, departed with the ingredients. In fact, under ordinary circumstances, the Spirit Cuisine Chamber does not directly sell ingredients to the outside. After all, procuring these ingredients requires considerable effort. However, as the master of a peak, Yuan enjoys certain privileges. After preparing the ingredients, Yuan returned to the quest peak. Upon Yuan's return, Yi Xiaobai and the others had already risen. "Xiaobai, please tidy up the kitchen." Yuan turned to Knight Xiaobai and said, "All right, master." Knight Xiaobai promptly made her way to the kitchen in the rear courtyard. As she pushed the door open, a cloud of dust rushed toward her. The kitchen had been neglected for quite some time. Without delay, Knight Xiaobai entered and diligently set about cleaning the space. Meanwhile, Yuan arrived at the treasure vault of the Dao-seeking peak, beginning his search for a magical utensil. He recalled having seen a pot-like artifact within the vault. In the preparation of spiritual cuisine, a mundane pot would undoubtedly be insufficient, akin to alchemy. One must employ enchanted tools and treasures. After some searching, Yuan discovered a top-tier black pot with a single step. This magical artifact, its origins unknown, may have once belonged to a senior from the Yudao Peak. Perhaps, in times past, there were indeed predecessors at Yudao Peak who were once skilled spirit chefs. Yuan departed from the treasury with the sacred artifact. After Yi Xiaobai tidied up the kitchen, Yuan placed the pot down and retrieved a substantial collection of jade slips, which he entrusted to Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu. These contained the knowledge pertinent to a second-tier alchemist that Yuan had inscribed the previous night. Their next task, reminiscent of their initial endeavor, was to commit this knowledge to memory. Upon receiving the jade slips, both promptly immersed themselves in their studies, and you followed Yuan into the kitchen. Yuan imparted the art of pyromancy to the young girl. The incantation was not particularly difficult, and her remarkable talent, combined with her fervent desire to cook, enabled her to master the spell swiftly. Subsequently, Yuan retrieved several ingredients and demonstrated the process to her. As he showcased the technique, he also shared essential considerations for crafting spiritual cuisine. Soon, a first-tier spiritual dish emerged, releasing a delightful aroma into the air. Yuan offered a taste of the dish to An Yue, who was so enchanted by its flavor that she narrowed her eyes in delight. The culinary prowess of a fifth-tier spirit chef was evident in this first-tier dish, and its taste was nothing short of exquisite. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. At that moment, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu arrived at the kitchen door, their eyes widening at the sight of the spiritual delicacy within. Yi Xiaobai, astonished, inquired, "Master, you can also prepare spirit food?" "Indeed," came the reply. "There are many similarities between the art of spirit cooking and alchemy. If you are interested, you may join in the learning process. With your foundation in alchemy, you will quickly grasp the skills required." Yuan nodded and spoke. Yi Xiaobai began to ponder. Han Feiyu, however, did not hesitate to refuse, saying, "Master, I shall not pursue further studies. One art of alchemy suffices for my learning. Indeed, it would be prudent for me to focus on mastering alchemy as well." Yi Bai likewise relinquished the idea of acquiring another culinary skill, deeming it unnecessary. The two soon departed. Yuan continued to instruct in Yuling in the culinary arts. One dish after another emerged from the stove. And while it remained uncertain how much Yu had truly learned, she certainly relished the delightful feasts. In the ensuing days, Yu Bai and the others diligently pursued their respective auxiliary roles. Yu Bai and Han Fei Yu advanced swiftly. Having completed the jade slips provided by Yuan within a matter of days, committing the knowledge to memory. With Han Fei Yu having attained the Spirit Sea realm and possessing the God-refining technique, his memory could be described as photographic. As for Yu Bai, her innate ability to retain information was already extraordinary. Thus, acquiring theoretical knowledge posed little challenge for both of them. On the other hand, little Yu began to experiment with crafting spiritual cuisine. Despite her petite stature requiring her to stand on a stool to stir the dishes, and her short arms posing a minor hindrance, she adeptly utilized the purple chi technique to grasp the spatula and navigate the cooking process. In her pursuit of becoming a spiritual chef, she simultaneously practiced the purple chi technique. A few days later, a disciple from the Zhengfa Peak arrived at the Qiudao Peak. Chapter 54. Delivering a message. Zhengfa Peak was tasked with upholding the order and discipline of the sect. Consequently, the responsibility of guarding the mountain gate and patrolling the premises also fell to Zhengfa Peak. Naturally, such duties were not assigned to inner sect disciples. Instead, there existed a law enforcement hall within the outer sect, overseen by Zhengfa Peak, which recruited outer disciples to fulfill tasks such as guarding the mountain gate and conducting patrols. Despite the seemingly trivial nature of these duties, many outer disciples vied eagerly for the opportunity to join. After all, this was a domain directly managed by Zhengfa Peak. In addition to the law enforcement hall stewards, Zhengfa Peak also dispatched several inner sect disciples to serve in the law enforcement hall, assuming roles akin to captains. By collaborating with these inner disciples, one might even gain valuable insights and guidance. Half an hour prior, a messenger had arrived at the gate of the Qingshan sect. Claiming to deliver a letter, the gatekeeping disciples inquired about the details of both the sender and the recipient. Learning that the message was intended for the personal disciple of the master of Qiudao Peak. Among the gatekeeping disciples, the leading inner sect disciple from Zhengfa Peak personally bore the letter to Qiudao Peak. Upon reaching the summit of Qiudao Peak, the Zhengfa disciple did not proceed directly into the main hall but instead called out at the entrance, "Disciple of Zhengfa Peak, seeking an audience with Master Ji. Enter." Came the response. The voice of Yuan echoed in the backyard. The individual promptly entered the grand hall, then circled around to the rear courtyard. Upon encountering Master Ji, Brother Yi, Brother Han, and Sister In, he greeted them respectfully. Little Yu was momentarily taken aback. How could this person, who appeared older than her own brothers, address her as sister? Junior brother, is there something you need? Brother Yi inquired, casually placing a hand on the newcomer's shoulder with a friendly smile. The individual swiftly produced a letter. Brother Yi, someone arrived at the mountain gate just now, claiming to be entrusted by Brother Han's family to deliver a letter. Upon hearing this, Han Fei Yu immediately focused on the letter. The newcomer promptly offered it to him. After receiving the letter, Han Fei Yu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother. May I ask where the messenger is now? In response to Brother Han, I inquired, and that person merely passed by Qishan's sect. Therefore, Brother Han's family paid him a sum to deliver the letter, and after its delivery, he departed. The individual replied. Understanding that the messenger had no connection to Han Fei Yu beyond a simple transaction, Han Fei Yu made no effort to detain him. Junior brother, I cannot let you return empty-handed. Here, take this. Brother Yi said, pulling out a vial of chi gathering pills and placing it into the newcomer's hand. This vial, crafted by Brother Yi himself, contained pills of commendable quality, though they were not of the utmost grade. Generally, Brother Yi refrained from bestowing the finest pills upon others, as his generosity had its limits. Although he and Han Fei Yu had no immediate need for such refining aids, Little Yu could certainly benefit from them. Thus, the supreme-grade chi gathering pills were reserved for Yu, while the remainder was kept for future exchanges or gifts. Thank you, brother, the newcomer said with a smile as he accepted the pills. Soon, he departed from Qiudao Peak. On his descent, he glanced at the jade vial containing several superior-grade chi gathering pills, and his heart swelled with joy. Why had he made this journey? Was it not to present himself before Yuan and the others, and perhaps to receive some rewards in the form of pills? However, he did not anticipate Brother Ye's generosity. Simply running an errand had earned him several superior-grade chi-gathering pills. No wonder he had made a name for himself on the Lingmiao Tower's A-list. Since the return of Yuan and the others a few days ago, The events of the divine herb ceremony had circulated throughout the sect. Almost all disciples were aware that the master of Zhengfa Peak had broken through to become an ancestor of the Daodai realm. Likewise, nearly every disciple recognized the identity of the little turtle on the A-list of the Lingmiao Tower. After all, it was no secret that the first place in the divine herb ceremony was claimed amidst an extraordinary downpour. Anyone oblivious to the identity of the A-list honoree would be deemed lacking in common sense. As a result, all disciples now knew that the monumental downpour had been conjured by Brother Yi. Many disciples who had suffered during this time felt a mix of helplessness and resentment, daring not to voice their anger, for he was a direct disciple. Conversely, several disciples who enjoyed alchemy or had already become alchemists began to idolize Brother Yi, as he was the first person in the history of Qishan sect to leave a mark on the Lingmiao Tower's A-list and had brought home the first prize in the divine herb ceremony. Thus, Brother Yi's reputation within Qishan sect soared. In recent days, Brother Yi had been preoccupied with mastering second-tier alchemy on the mountain. Had he been aware of the happenings within the sect, he would have surely ventured out to bask in the glory. In the backyard, after the individual had departed, Little Yu looked up at Yuan and asked, "Master, why did that brother refer to me as sister?" "Because you are my disciple and within our Qishan sect. Disciples are categorized into outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples. As the master of Chiodao Peak, you are my direct disciple. Thus both outer and inner disciples must address you as sister when they see you." Yuan explained with a smile. How peculiar. Little Yue wore an expression that suggested she was both enlightened and perplexed. "Junior brother, do your family require your presence?" Yi Xiaobai inquired, directing his gaze towards Han Feiyu, who was engrossed in reading a letter. Han Feiyu had just finished perusing the correspondence and nodded. "My parents wrote to inform me that my elder brother is to be wed soon and inquired if I would have the time to return home. They hope I can visit." "That is wonderful news, junior brother. Will you be going back?" Yi Xiaobai exclaimed with delight. Han Feiyu nodded. Naturally, he wished to return home, having been away from his hometown in pursuit of enlightenment for nearly a year. "Master, let us accompany junior brother on his journey," Yi Xiaobai suggested, turning to Yuan. "What are you trying to stir up?" Yuan replied. "I merely wish to visit junior brother's home," Yi Xiaobai explained with a grin. Yuan is aware that he possesses a playful spirit. "Your junior disciple is merely returning home to visit family. Why should we accompany him? If you are insistent on following, you might inquire whether your junior disciple would be willing to take you along." Yuan shook his head and remarked, "If my senior brother wishes to go, he is free to do so," Han Feiyu stated directly. Yi Xiaobai smiled with delight and turned to Yuan, saying, "Master, since my junior brother has no objections, shall we go together?" Upon observing the situation, Yuan discerned the intentions of Yi Xiaobai. It seemed that Yi Xiaobai desired to engage in playful pursuits while harboring a fear of death. Thus, the thought of inviting Yuan to accompany them emerged. Should any peril arise, Yuan would be there to safeguard them. Ah, how naive. If one fears for their life, they should refrain from reckless wandering. Yet, if one wishes to roam freely, they must cast aside their fears of mortality. Yuan shook his head. Chapter 55, A Visit Home. "Senior brother, are you still going?" Han Feiyu asked with a faint smile as he gazed at Yi Xiaobai. Upon seeing Yuan's reluctance, Yi Xiaobai began to hesitate, fearing an encounter with a third-tier demon beast or an ancient ancestor of the Dao platform realm, which could jeopardize his life. However, he had already expressed his intention to go, and it felt awkward to back out now. Indeed, why not go? With a firm resolve, Yi Xiaobai nodded. "Junior brother, when shall we depart?" After speaking, Yi Xiaobai turned to Han Feiyu and inquired, "Senior brother, are we truly going?" "Indeed," Han Feiyu confirmed with a nod. "How about today?" Han Feiyu pondered for a moment. "Very well, let us gather our belongings and set off." Yi Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Afterward, he looked at Yuan. "Master, your disciple is about to embark on a journey." "Oh, no, master, we are going quite far." "I understand. May you have a safe journey. Could master provide us with a few more divine talismans?" Yi Xiaobai asked, mustering his courage. Yuan rolled his eyes. "You haven't even used the forbidden and grass characters I provided, have you?" "Master, I actually prefer the action characters." Yi Xiaobai grinned broadly. His thick skin was anything but ordinary. When venturing out, one must always gather as many life-saving items as possible. "Just wait and see." Yuan agreed, for he certainly could not allow those two fellows to encounter any real danger. Coincidentally, having previously eliminated the members of the Poison Serpent sect, he had in his possession several materials within the acquired storage bags that could be crafted into divine talismans. Ji Yuan retrieved several materials and immediately commenced the creation of the talismans. With the experience from his previous endeavor and an enhanced spiritual awareness, his speed in crafting the talismans improved significantly. In no time, he completed 2 third-tier movement talismans and 2 second-tier fire talismans. The third-tier movement talismans would ensure that even if the two encountered an adversary at the Divine Passage realm, they would remain elusive. Naturally, this was contingent upon the opponent not possessing similar movement techniques. Ji Yuan handed the talisman to the two individuals, then retrieved 4 vials of elixirs and presented them to Han Feiyu. This is a vial of longevity elixir. Take it home and administer it to your family, he instructed. Han Feiyu gratefully accepted the elixirs. Thank you, master. Ji Yuan shook his head and replied, it is of no consequence. Speaking of which, there are currently 4 individuals on the quest for the Dao Peak, 3 of whom are orphans. Only Han Feiyu still has parents alive, and he even has an older brother and a younger sister. As for Ji Yuan, Yi Xiaobai, and Yu, they are all bereft of parents and have no siblings. Ji Yuan hardly finds any use for the longevity pills, and it is likely that Yi Xiaobai and the others will not require them either. Therefore, the batch of longevity pills that Ji Yuan previously refined would be better utilized by Han Feiyu, allowing his family to enjoy a few more years of life. Upon hearing about the longevity pills, Yi Xiaobai turned to Han Feiyu with a grin, saying, Junior brother, may I have a look? I am merely curious. Han Feiyu found the situation both amusing and perplexing, yet he handed the pills to Yi Xiaobai, filled with genuine curiosity. Yi Xiaobai uncorked the jade bottle containing the pills and was immediately enveloped by a fragrant aroma, causing him to shudder. Something felt amiss. It was decidedly peculiar. He quickly poured the contents of the bottle into his palm. Despite the jade bottle's modest size, 15 pills tumbled out. The longevity pills, though not large, filled the bottle to the brim. Yi Xiaobai stared at the 15 longevity pills, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wait, master, these 5 are second-tier exquisite longevity pills, aren't they? And these 10 must be above second-tier longevity pills. With disbelief, he gazed at Ji Yuan. Master, with such treasures in your possession, why have you not revealed them sooner? 5 exquisite 4th-tier longevity pills, 5 exquisite 3rd-tier longevity pills, and 5 exquisite 2nd-tier longevity pills. Ji Yuan nodded slightly and then spoke. Hiss. Yi Xiaobai gazed at the elixir in his hand, his eyes gleaming with desire. Yet, he was acutely aware that this precious pill was meant for Han Feiyu's family. Consequently, he hastily returned the elixir back into Han Feiyu's hands, preferring to keep it out of sight to quell his own longing. Nevertheless, the expression on his face betrayed a hint of reluctance. Master, how is it that you possess even the 4th-tier longevity pill? Is there any chance you have another one to spare for me? Yi Xiaobai looked at Ji Yuan, his eyes filled with hope. You spend all your time playing with the turtles. It's surprising you even moved to the spiritual field. Hasn't Feiyu noticed that you are there every day? Ji Yuan shook his head. What should I pay attention to? Yi Xiaobai looked bewildered. Senior brother, haven't you realized that the tree in Ling Tian is a longevity fruit tree? Moreover, it is a 4th-tier longevity fruit tree. In addition, the tree belonging to our master is extraordinarily unique. Its fruits, once harvested, do not dissipate. Han Feiyu observed Yi Xiaobai's expression and elucidated. In the jade slips pertaining to alchemy bestowed upon them by Ji Yuan, there exists a record detailing the appearance of a 1st-tier longevity fruit tree. Although it bears considerable differences when compared to Ji Yuan's 4th-tier longevity fruit tree, a careful examination reveals certain similarities. Subsequently, after inquiring with Ji Yuan, Han Feiyu discerned that it was indeed a longevity fruit tree. Han Feiyu had also utilized his small green vial to hasten the ripening of Ji Yuan's longevity fruit tree, alongside various other materials essential for concocting longevity elixirs. In return, Ji Yuan had offered a substantial amount of spirit stones, and the presence of the longevity spirit turtle had significantly influenced the spiritual field, thereby enhancing its quality considerably. Otherwise, Ji Yuan would have struggled to procure even a dozen longevity elixirs, particularly those of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tiers. Notably, for 4th-tier longevity elixirs, once the concoction reaches the 4th tier, each batch can yield only a single elixir. 5 4th-tier longevity elixirs require 5 4th-tier longevity spirit fruits, in addition to several other 4th-tier spiritual plants. Without Han Feiyu's small green vial, Ji Yuan would currently be unable to gather even the materials for a single longevity elixir. Upon hearing Han Feiyu's words, Yi Xiaobai was taken aback. That tree was indeed a longevity fruit tree. Since his first encounter, he had not paid it much heed. Although he had moved to the spiritual field, his primary focus was on the old turtle, and he had scarcely glanced at the spiritual field thereafter. Unlike Han Feiyu, who frequently visited the spiritual field, Yi Xiaobai now felt a pang of regret for having missed such a significant opportunity. Master, junior brother, why did you not inform me sooner? Yi Xiaobai lamented as he looked at Ji Yuan. It's never too late to learn now. The fruit tree cultivated by Master will not wither after the fruits are harvested, and it will continue to bear longevity spirit fruits in the future. Han Feiyu reassured Yi Xiaobai. Indeed, this tree must be safeguarded diligently to prevent it from being stolen, Yi Xiaobai responded, nodding fervently. Otherwise, do you think the old turtle remains in the spiritual field for no reason? Ji Yuan spoke up, revealing, I see. So even old turtle did not inform me. Yi Xiaobai felt a pang of sorrow, having believed that his bond with the old turtle was profound. Old turtle retorted, not at all. It is you who has been overly sentimental, chattering incessantly. I would prefer you to keep your distance. Chapter 56, Yuan Town Master, these elixirs are rather costly. Han Feiyu remarked, casting a glance at Ji Yuan. Although he wished for his parents and siblings to enjoy longer lives. The exorbitant prices of the 4th and 3rd grade longevity pills were indeed excessive. Do not worry. The materials were nurtured by your efforts. Without your cultivation, these elixirs would not exist. If you wish to take them, then take them. None of us disciples require the longevity pills. It would be better to bestow them upon your parents and siblings. Ji Yuan gently patted Han Feiyu's shoulder and spoke, Yes, master. Upon hearing Ji Yuan's words, Han Feiyu felt a sense of reassurance as he accepted the longevity pill. Master, shall we be on our way? Ninth-Rank inquired, casting a glance at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan nodded slightly, then retrieved a peculiar orb and handed it to the two individuals. This was a unique magical artifact, of little significant utility, however, upon its shattering. Ji Yuan would be alerted. By providing each of them with such an orb, he ensured they were prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Should they encounter an insurmountable predicament? One that even divine talismans could not resolve, this orb could be employed to summon him. Indeed, summoning him was the purpose. Han Feiyu accepted the orb, while Yi Xiaobai, still somewhat hopeful, inquired, Master, are you truly not coming with us? I shall not, came the response. Ji Yuan replied faintly, Sigh, very well, junior brother, let us depart. Yi Xiaobai spoke once more with disappointment. Ji Yuan did not accompany them on their journey, thus he must exercise utmost caution after departing this time. Although he possesses a talisman, it is not infallible. Should he encounter a being of the divine transformation realm or a 4th-tier beast, the talisman may not suffice to resolve the predicament. Fortunately, such occurrences are rare. There are scarcely a handful of beings of that caliber within the ancient domain. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu took to the skies aboard their flying artifact, embarking from the quest for Enlightenment Peak. Once they had departed, Ji Yuan continued to teach Xiaoyu the art of cooking. The young girl has recently become increasingly adept at the culinary craft. On this particular day, she successfully prepared a 1st-tier spirit dish all on her own. The system notified Ji Yuan that the task had been completed. The young girl, having prepared the spiritual food, looked up at Ji Yuan with delight and exclaimed, Master, it is ready. Allow me to taste it. Ji Yuan smiled as she picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. Ji Yuan revealed a discerning expression. The young girl, somewhat anxious, gazed at Ji Yuan and inquired, Master, how is it? Delicious, came the reply. Ji Yuan smiled and said, Really, Master? Why not give it a try yourself? Ji Yuan handed a pair of chopsticks to the little girl. She immediately picked them up and sampled a few morsels, instantly finding them exceedingly delicious. In truth, the flavor could not compare to Ji Yuan's culinary skills. However, the fact that she had prepared it herself filled her with unparalleled satisfaction. The little girl beamed with joy, her laughter ringing out. When my senior brothers return, I shall cook for them, she declared with a smile. Then you must learn diligently. Striving to enhance your culinary prowess even further, came the encouraging reply. Ji Yuan gently coaxed the little girl, who earnestly nodded in response. The girl, possessing the grace of a sword immortal, was preoccupied with thoughts of cooking. After leaving the Qishan sect, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu journeyed towards Han Feiyu's hometown. In the mortal realm of the ancient domain, there existed 3 dynasties, Zhao, Qi, and Jing. The administrative divisions within these dynasties were categorized into provinces, prefectures, counties, and towns. Han Feiyu's home was located in a remote town within Jing, known as Yuan Town. Interestingly, the Qishan sect also fell under the jurisdiction of Jing. Yet due to its status within the cultivation world, the dynasty refrained from interfering. The cultivation world traditionally abstained from meddling in mortal affairs, a tacit rule that governed their interactions. Any unwarranted involvement in the mortal realm would lead to conflict with the entire ancient domain's cultivation community. Yuan town was not far from Qingshan's sect, while it took mortals considerable time to travel for Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, both of whom had reached the Spirit Sea realm. They could arrive within 2 days. The pair made little pause along the way and reached Taiyuan town after 2 days. Upon landing outside the town, they stowed away their flying artifacts and proceeded on foot. After a long absence, Han Feiyu felt a surge of excitement as he approached his home. Their appearance drew the attention of many townsfolk, although their attire was not particularly lavish. It was still striking in this secluded town. Some residents gazed at Han Feiyu, sensing a familiarity. Soon, someone recognized him. Feiyu? Is that you, Han Feiyu? An elderly vegetable vendor exclaimed upon recognizing him. Yes, it's me, Grandpa Lu, Han Feiyu replied, a smile spreading across his face at the sight of his former neighbor. You've changed so much, I barely recognized you, the old man remarked, somewhat awkwardly. As an old neighbor, he was already aware of Han Feiyu's entry into the cultivation world, as he had sent word home after joining the sect. Thus, many in his hometown were likely aware of his current status as a practitioner. Grandpa Lu clearly knew this. In the eyes of ordinary mortals, practitioners were akin to celestial beings. The once familiar neighborhood boy had transformed into an exalted immortal, leaving the old man unsure of how to engage in conversation. Sensing the old man's discomfort, Han Feiyu chuckled, Grandpa Lu, you must be busy. I'll head home now. Yes, hurry home. Your parents must have missed you dearly, Grandpa Lu nodded eagerly. With that, Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai hastened towards his family's residence. In a narrow alley of Taiyuan town, Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. Within, a beautiful young woman was teaching a girl of about 13 or 14 to embroider. Upon seeing the girl, Han Feiyu joyfully called out, Little sister. Hearing his voice, the girl immediately turned towards the entrance, her face lighting up as she spotted him. She cheerfully set aside her work and rushed over, exclaiming, Second brother, you're back. As she ran into his arms, Han Feiyu affectionately ruffled her hair. Yes, I'm back. I missed you so much, she exclaimed, embracing him tightly. I missed you too. Let me introduce you. This is my senior brother. Senior brother, this is my sister. Just call her little sister, Han Feiyu said, gesturing to the two. Yi Xiaobai smiled broadly at Han Xiaomei. Little sister, I'm Yi Xiaobai. You can call me Brother Bai. Brother Bai, Han Xiaomei responded, a bit shy yet polite. Come in. Both of you. Oh, and brother, this is sister-in-law, she added, inviting them into the courtyard and introducing the strikingly beautiful woman. Has brother already married? Am I late? Han Feiyu asked, momentarily stunned. Not yet, but sister-in-law is currently living with us. I'll explain later, Han Xiaomei replied, shaking her head. Han Feiyu nodded, refraining from asking further questions, and simply greeted the future sister-in-law. The woman was indeed stunning. As practitioners, both Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai had encountered many beautiful female cultivators. Yet they could not deny the exceptional beauty of this woman. However, her beauty also made Han Feiyu feel uneasy, having lived in Taiyuan town for over a decade. He had never heard of such a remarkable woman residing here or in the nearby towns. Furthermore, since she had not yet married his brother, it seemed unusual for her to be in their home. After greeting Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai, the future sister-in-law retreated into the house, perhaps to grant Han Xiaomei and Han Feiyu some privacy to catch up. As she left, a contemplative expression crossed Han Feiyu's face. He turned to Han Xiaomei, little sister. What exactly is going on? Please tell me everything. All right, Han Xiaomei replied, then proceeded to explain the background of their sister-in-law. The woman was indeed not from Taiyuan town or any nearby settlements. 2 months prior, Han Feiyu's older brother had found her unconscious on the mountain while gathering firewood. Compassionate at heart, he carried her back home. After a doctor treated her, she awoke with amnesia, having forgotten her origins and many details about herself. Retaining only her name, Bai Shuang, the Han family, seeing the girl in distress, decided to take her in. Previously, they had been too poor to afford such hospitality. But since Han Feiyu joined the Qingshan sect, many had come to curry favor and bestowed gifts upon them, improving their circumstances significantly. Thus, taking care of one more girl was no burden. Gradually, Han Feiyu's older brother and she developed a bond, leading to this engagement. After hearing this, Han Feiyu felt even more suspicious about the girl named Bai Shuang. Silently, he activated his heavenly eye. Yi Xiaobai sensed something but remained silent. Han Feiyu cast a glance towards Bai Shuang's room and noticed the aura emanating from it, which was indeed not typical of an ordinary person. However, the nature of this aura was peculiar, leaving him somewhat perplexed. It was his first encounter with such an aura. Yet, he was certain of one thing. His future sister-in-law was no ordinary individual. The truth of her amnesia remained uncertain, and if it were feigned. He wondered what her true intentions might be. "Little brother, I'll go fetch our elder brother and our parents," Han Xiaomei announced. After Han Xiaomei recounted the origins of Bai Shuang, she turned to Han Feiyu and said, "Take it slow. Don't run too fast and fall." Han Feiyu smiled and nodded. Han Xiaomei chuckled in agreement and then hurried out, intending to summon her elder brother and parents back home. Noticing her departure, Han Feiyu glanced toward Bai Shuang's room and called out, "Miss Bai, may we have a word?" As he spoke, he retrieved a talisman and a bead given by Yuan. Should the lady exhibit any unusual behavior, he would promptly activate the talisman. If that proved ineffective, he would shatter the bead to summon aid. As his words fell, Bai Shuang opened her door and stepped out. "Did you need something, uncle?" she inquired with an air of delicate fragility. "I heard from my sister that you have lost your memory?" Han Feiyu cautiously probed. Bai Shuang's eyes dimmed with a hint of sorrow as she nodded. "Yes, despite the passage of time, I still cannot recall my past. I am grateful for the care of Ah Feng and my sister, as well as your parents." Ah Feng referred to Han Feiyu's elder brother, Han Feng. Listening to Bai Shuang's words, Han Feiyu remained skeptical of her intentions. His spiritual awareness remained attuned to her, revealing no immediate signs of deceit. Yi Xiubai glanced at Han Feiyu and communicated telepathically, "Junior brother, do you suspect her motives?" Uncertain, yet her aura seems peculiar, unlike that of an ordinary person. Han Feiyu replied mentally. The transmission was merely a simple use of spiritual energy and awareness, a skill both had mastered. Yi Xiaobai, upon hearing Han Feiyu's thoughts, silently activated her celestial eye to scrutinize Bai Shuang. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang remained remarkably composed. She had been aware of the Han family's second son entering a cultivation sect, initially feeling apprehensive. However, upon learning that he had just joined, she concluded that even if he were a rare genius, he would still be at the Qi-gathering realm. At this point, the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense. Han Feiyu was convinced that Bai Shuang was not merely an ordinary individual, yet lacking any tangible evidence. And with her soon-to-be a sister-in-law, he could not act against her without justification. The celestial eye had revealed her unusual fortune. But the specific nature of that peculiarity eluded him, complicating any explanation he might give to his parents and elder brother. After a moment of contemplation, Han Feiyu asked, "Miss Bai, what is it that you find appealing about my elder brother? He is rather average in appearance, lacks notable skills, and is quite poor." "Brother, thank you." Han Feng interjected. "Ah Feng is a wonderful person." Bai Shuang's face lit up with a smile of contentment. Han Feiyu, observing her expression, was unsure of its authenticity. Yi Xiaobai, noting her strange fortune, pondered before suggesting, "Junior brother, her fortune is indeed odd. We may not be able to handle this. Perhaps it is best to shatter the bead." Han Feiyu regarded Bai Shuang and then conveyed silently to Yi Xiaobai, agreed. He quietly crushed the bead in his hand. Bai Shuang's presence intertwined with his family, leaving Han Feiyu with little choice. Lacking a solid plan, he opted to summon assistance. As neither he nor Yi Xiaobai could ascertain her true identity or intentions, even their master, Yuan, remained in the dark. Han Feiyu, taking a cautious approach, began a friendly conversation with Bai Shuang about her time since arriving at their home, hoping to maintain her composure while awaiting Yuan's arrival, and to discern any underlying issues through their dialogue. Yuan sensed the bead being crushed and paused momentarily. Hadn't they only departed 2 days ago? At their pace, they should have only reached Yuan town by now. How could they have encountered an insurmountable issue so soon? Yuan glanced at the status panels of the two individuals, noting that their life conditions were both stable. It truly offers no peace of mind. "My dear, master shall take you out for a delightful excursion." Yuan rose to summon you, preparing for a journey to Yuan town. Although the panel indicated that Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu were unharmed, it was possible that trouble had yet to arise. The exact circumstances could only be discerned upon his arrival. Yuan grasped Yu's hand, and in the next moment, their figures vanished from the Qingshan sect. In but an instant, Yuan had already arrived at Yuan town. Yuan, this is not teleportation. It is simply extraordinary speed, so swift that it resembles instantaneous movement. "Master, where are we?" Xia Anyue inquired, glancing around the relatively lively town before turning her gaze to Yuan. "This is Yuan town, the hometown of your second senior brother." As Yuan spoke, she extended her consciousness and swiftly located Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu. At that moment, the two were engaged in conversation with a woman in a courtyard, appearing to be in no imminent danger. However, Yuan understood that the two individuals would not shatter the beads without reason. This implied that the woman must be facing some difficulties that rendered the situation troublesome for them, compelling them to break the beads. However, the specifics of the matter remained unknown to him at this moment. Come, let us proceed to your second senior brother's residence. As Ji Yuan spoke, he led Xiao Yue towards the Han residence. Upon arriving at the Han household, Han Feiyu and Bai Shuang engaged in conversation for a while, finding no issues to address. Yet, he remained unperturbed, contemplating that once his master arrived, clarity would surely emerge regarding the intentions of this young lady. While he pondered, the familiar voice of Xiao Yue echoed from the entrance, Shi Xiao. Both He Xiubai and Han Feiyu, startled by the voice, turned towards the doorway, exchanging a glance of surprise. Goodness, has Master arrived so swiftly? Could it be that she has been following us since 2 days ago? Master, Shimmy, they both exclaimed, promptly rising to welcome the two into the room. At that moment, Bai Shuang's gaze shifted towards Ji Yuan. Han Feiyu's master? She thought. A sense of unease creeping over her. This individual appeared relatively youthful, likely at the Spirit Sea realm, perhaps merely at the Gathering Qi realm. There should be no cause for concern. Yu Xiaobai and Han Feiyu approached Ji Yuan, and Han Feiyu quickly conveyed to Ji Yuan via thought transmission the peculiarities surrounding Bai Shuang, her mysterious origins and extraordinary fortune. Upon hearing these words, Ji Yuan opened his celestial eye and cast a glance at Bai Shuang. He then perceived the peculiar aura surrounding her. His cultivation was profound, allowing him to discern far more than Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu. Indeed, the fortune of the other party was undeniably strange. The divine consciousness of Ji Yuan directly delved into the essence, revealing the true form of the other party. In Ji Yuan's eyes, Bai Shuang had already revealed a form that was half human and half fox. Behind her, a large fox tail unfurled, and her face bore the characteristics of a fox. A demon. No, if she were a demon, her original form should be that of a beast. Thus, is she a hybrid? A half-demon. A word emerged in Ji Yuan's mind. The first time Ji Yuan heard of half-demons was before his master passed away. During a casual conversation, his master spoke of half-demons, describing them simply as beings born from the union of humans with either demon beasts or spirit beasts. Once a demon or spirit beast attains the 4th tier, it can take on a human form. Consequently, the existence of half-demons emerges as these beings adopt human characteristics while retaining certain animal traits. In this world, half-demons occupy a rather precarious position. The human race largely perceives half-demons as demons, while demon and spirit beasts tend to regard them as humans. In essence, despite being born from the confluence of humans and demons or humans and spirit beasts, they face simultaneous rejection and discrimination from both humans and beasts alike. Ji Yuan possesses limited knowledge, yet he recalls that in the ancient realm, there seems to be an absence of half-demons. Of course, it is also possible that the lineage of the Seeking Dao Peak has simply never encountered one. After all, half-demons are simultaneously rejected by both humanity and demon beasts. Furthermore, the 4th-tier demon beasts and spirit beasts in the ancient realm can be counted on one hand. Each remains within its own territory, rarely assuming human form, let alone engaging in romantic relationships with humans. Ji Yuan gazed at Bai Shuang, meticulously discerning the depth of her cultivation. The 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea, impressive indeed. Master, have you discerned anything? Han Feiyu inquired through a mental transmission. Ji Yuan nodded slightly. In the next moment, she extended her hand and invoked the forbidden word divine power, immobilizing Bai Shuang in place to prevent her from fleeing. As Bai Shuang sensed an overwhelming force, her complexion turned pale. Troubled, she realized she had encountered a formidable human power. This was no mere ancient sect of the Qin Shan. How could such a powerful being exist here? Speak. What is your intention in approaching the Han family? Ji Yuan turned to Bai Shuang and inquired. Han Feiyu and Yi Xiubai also exchanged glances, while the somewhat bewildered Xiao and Yu quietly asked Yi Xiubai beside her, Senior brother, what is happening? Little junior sister. Let us refrain from speaking for now and simply observe, Yi Xiaobai gently replied as he lifted Xian Yu into his arms. Xian Yu, in her innocence, nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Ji Yuan's words, Bai Shuang hastily responded, Senior, I assure you, I mean no harm. I merely wish to be with Han Jia's son, Han Feng. I find your words quite hard to believe. You are a half-demon, a being long rejected by both the human and beast races. How could you possibly harbor affection for a mere mortal of the human race? Despite your youth, you have already reached the Spirit Sea realm. Though your cultivation as a half-demon aligns with the human system, talent is often determined by bloodline. You must be a half-demon of no more than 3 generations, I surmise. Ji Yuan spoke slowly. In the nascent stages of their existence, half-demons did not possess any cultivation techniques. It was the prodigious talents among them who Inspired by the methods of humanity, modified these practices to create a unique system of cultivation exclusive to half-demons. The cultivation of a half-demon revolves around the development of their own bloodline. In essence, the innate abilities and cultivation levels of half-demons are largely intertwined with their bloodline heritage. Consequently, the bloodlines of half-demons can be categorized into several generations. The first generation of half-demons arises when one parent is either a beast or a spirit creature. The second generation is born when one parent is a first-generation half-demon, and this pattern continues. As the generations progress, the bloodline becomes increasingly diluted, typically resulting in diminished innate talent. However, this is not an absolute rule. Some half-demons may exhibit ancestral traits akin to those of their beast or spirit counterparts, leading to the emergence of particularly gifted individuals, even among those not belonging to the earlier generations. The system's exploration function has been activated by Yuan. Having examined Baishuang's innate potential, it reveals a talent rating of 5 stars and a potential rating of 5 stars. Such exceptional ratings are indeed remarkable. Thus, the individual is either a half-demon of no more than 3 generations or a half-demon exhibiting ancestral traits. Yuan believes that the former possibility is greater. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Baishuang reiterated, "I am indeed a half-demon of no more than 3 generations, and I am even a first-generation half-demon. However, this does not hinder my affection for A Feng." Yuan was somewhat taken aback. She was indeed a first-generation half-demon. This implies that at least one of her parents was a 4th-tier demon beast or spirit beast. As Yuan pondered, he found himself uncertain whether the other party's claim of affection for Han Feiyu's elder brother was genuine. Furthermore, the individual currently held the identity of Han Feiyu's future sister-in-law, rendering it impossible to resort to coercive interrogation methods. Miss Bai, do enlighten us as to why you were found unconscious in the mountains near to Yuan town, and why you feigned amnesia while staying at my home, Han Feiyu inquired, a frown creasing his brow as he gazed at Baishuang. Chapter 59. Listening intently, the amnesia was feigned, but the unconsciousness was not. 2 months prior, I fled from my home and, upon reaching the ancient domain, was pursued and attacked. Although I managed to escape, I sustained severe injuries and lost consciousness in the mountains. It was merely by coincidence that I was brought here by a Feng. After being taken to his home, I pretended to have amnesia simply because I was at a loss for how to explain my origins. As a half-demon, I am aware of the disdain with which human beings regard my kind. Should I reveal my true heritage, I would certainly be cast out, or worse, hunted by cultivators seeking my life. Thus, I fabricated the story of my amnesia to conceal myself. My escape from home was motivated by a desire to no longer live among the demon race. However, humans also shun half-demons, which led me to the ancient domain, where the spiritual energy is sparse, and 4th-tier demon beasts and spirit beasts are rare, with half-demons being virtually non-existent. Those aware of our existence are exceedingly few. Perhaps no one at all. Originally, I intended to find a place to live quietly among mortals in the ancient domain, but unforeseen events transpired. Yet the outcome was still what I had hoped for, which is why I remained with the Han family. During my time with the Feng, I have indeed developed feelings for him. You may find it hard to believe that a cultivator at the Spirit Sea realm could fall for a mere mortal. But for many half-demons, including myself, we often feel that we are inferior to ordinary humans. Baishuang addressed the group. After hearing her explanation, Yi Xiaobai scratched his head and turned to Yuan and Han Feiyu, asking, "Master, junior brother, what do you think? Is there any truth in what she says?" Yuan pondered for a moment and remarked, "Her talent is exceptional. She may indeed be a first-generation half-demon, regardless of her heritage. Her cultivation in the Spirit Sea realm is genuine. If she is approaching the Feiyu family, she must have ulterior motives. With her prowess, she could easily achieve her aims in the mortal realm without orchestrating such a grand spectacle." Upon hearing Yuan's words, Han Feiyu began to contemplate, could it be that Baishuang's claims were true? Was it conceivable that his rather ordinary, unremarkable, and financially strained elder brother had captured the attention of a stunning Spirit Sea realm cultivator? Although she bore the blood of a half-demon, Han Feiyu felt no aversion or discrimination towards half-demons, as this was his first encounter with their existence. Yet, it all seemed surreal to him, regardless of her lineage. She was still a cultivator, a Spirit Sea realm one at that. How could she possibly develop feelings for his elder brother? Meanwhile, Han Feng, who was en route home, suddenly felt a chill in his heart, an unsettling sensation that came in waves. At this moment, Yuan is examining the system panel. He cannot ascertain the veracity of Baishuang's words. Thus, He decides to utilize the system in hopes of discovering a means to discern the truthfulness of the other party's statements. In the realm of inquiry, various methods are recommended for discerning the veracity of other statements. The system presents numerous techniques for assessing the truthfulness of spoken words. For instance, one might invoke mystical powers or secret arts that compel individuals to speak truthfully, or employ enchanted artifacts or mythical beasts that assist in determining the authenticity of their utterances. Yuan glanced around and found himself captivated by a particular mystical beast. The advance reward was a 5th-tier D-Ting, bloodline level, 6 stars. And the task at hand was to assist the disciple in you in attaining the 4th level of Qi gathering. The D-Ting from Journey to the West? That certainly holds some significance. Although Yuan understood that the D-Ting provided by the system could not possibly compare to that of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. It likely only possessed the bloodline of D-Ting, and thus the 6-star bloodline level was not surprising. Nevertheless, the sight of the D-Ting stirred a desire within Yuan, perhaps due to his familiarity with Journey to the West and the formidable nature of the D-Ting. Moreover, despite the current potential of this advanced D-Ting being merely 6 stars, the system offers methods to enhance potential, alleviating his concerns regarding the future of the D-Ting. It is conceivable that the D-Ting provided by the system could one day rival that of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. In truth, Yuan had the option to advance a D-Ting egg, which could reach an impressive 8-star potential. However, the incubation process demands time, as does the nurturing, requiring both time and resources. Thus, it seems more prudent to directly advance a D-Ting that has already attained the 5th tier. Although he would still need to enhance its bloodline and procure treasures for it later, this approach ultimately saves considerable time compared to advancing a mystical beast egg. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly, he addressed his companions. Yuan cast a glance at Yi Xiaobai and the other two, uttering a single phrase before vanishing from sight. Yuan did not wander far and soon arrived at an uninhabited wilderness, where he summoned his companion, D-Ting. In the next moment, a small golden dog materialized in Yuan's hands. This little dog appeared exceedingly adorable. The pup's form seamlessly embodied the essence of Star Iron's D-Ting. "Woof woof, master," D-Ting exclaimed, barking joyfully at Yuan. The dog's voice resembled that of a young girl, soft and endearing, much like Xiaoan Yue's. Yuan gazed at the little creature and asked, "Why are you a dog?" The creature replied, "Woof. I am not a dog. I merely resemble one when I am in a diminutive form." After a brief pause, it continued, "Listen to my bark." Yuan fell silent for 2 seconds, remarking that if you spoke without announcing yourself beforehand, he would believe your words. However, in the next moment, D-Ting transformed, revealing its true form to Yuan. Once enlarged, D-Ting's appearance indeed underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The originally adorable little yellow dog was now an imposing and formidable beast, adorned with a single horn, canine ears, a dragon's body, a tiger's head, a lion's tail, and the feet of a chelan. Perhaps it would be best for you to revert to your former self. Upon witnessing the situation, Yuan spoke, "All right, master." At once, D-Ting obediently transformed into a small yellow dog. Yuan cradled D-Ting in her hands, playfully rubbing the dog's head. "You are still quite adorable. And the texture is delightful." "Woof." D-Ting let out a contented sound, happily sticking out its tongue. Upon witnessing the scene, Yuan fell into a moment of silence, his mind echoing a singular thought, "You rascal, truly not a dog?" Subsequently, Yuan returned to the Han family's courtyard accompanied by D-Ting. "Master, you're back. And who is this little dog?" Knight Xiaobai inquired curiously upon seeing Yuan return, cradling a dog in his arms. "This is my spiritual companion, D-Ting. D-Ting possesses the remarkable ability to discern all things in the world and to keenly listen to the hearts of men." Yuan briefly recounted the events and then gently patted the dog's head. Turning to Bai Shuang, he inquired, "Bai Shuang, can you assure me that every word you just spoke is the unvarnished truth?" "Esteemed senior, I assure you, every word I uttered is indeed the absolute truth." Bai Shuang replied with unwavering conviction, even reiterating her previous statements. In truth, had she chosen not to repeat herself, D-Ting would have been able to discern the veracity of her words. However, her decision to restate them was a testament to her clear conscience. Once she concluded, Yuan turned to D-Ting and asked, "Is what she said true or false?" "Wang," D-Ting nodded in affirmation. Yuan, upon witnessing the situation, nodded with reassurance. With the confirmation from D-Ting, he fully trusted Bai Shuang. It was inconceivable that Bai Shuang could have devised a means to deceive D-Ting. If she possessed such capabilities, she would not have orchestrated such a charade for any ulterior motive. Chapter 60. The mysterious token Han Feiyu was unaware of D-Ting's prowess. Yet he placed his faith in Yuan. Observing that Ji Yuan had accepted Bai Shuang's words and had retracted the confinement spell, Han Feiyu clasped his fists and said, "Miss Bai Shuang, I apologize for my misunderstanding." Bai Shuang quickly shook her head. "Uncle, it is of no consequence. There is no need for such formalities." She understood that Han Feiyu's misinterpretation was not entirely unfounded, as anyone might harbor doubts about her. "Miss Bai Shuang, have you truly decided to be with my elder brother?" Han Feiyu inquired, gazing at her intently. Bai Shuang nodded earnestly. Han Feiyu found it perplexing that she harbored feelings for his elder brother. Ultimately, it mattered little. As long as Bai Shuang and his brother were willing, that was sufficient. His primary concern lay elsewhere. The matter of Bai Shuang being half-demon was trivial. What weighed heavily on his mind was the fact that she was a cultivator, whereas his elder brother, Han Feng, was merely a mortal. Even if his brother could consume longevity pills, their use was not without limitation. He had once read that such pills could extend a mortal's life by a maximum of 180 years, considering one's natural lifespan. This meant that if his brother could not become a cultivator, he would likely live just over 200 years. Ji Yuan recently mentioned that Bai Shuang possesses remarkable talent. Having already reached the spiritual sea realm, who knows what heights he may attain in the future, possibly ascending to the Dao platform realm or even beyond. Moreover, Bai Shuang has the option of consuming longevity elixirs. This implies that by the time his elder brother passes away, Bai Shuang will likely still have a considerable lifespan ahead of him. Contemplating this, Han Feiyu felt a subtle sigh escape him, as he found it difficult to envision the scene 2 centuries hence. Second brother, we are back." At that moment, the voice of Han Xiaomei echoed from outside the door. Shortly after, Han Xiaomei entered, accompanied by an elderly couple and a rather unremarkable man with somewhat dark skin. Ji Yuan observed Han Feiyu and his elder brother, Han Feng. The two bore a slight resemblance, both possessing rather unremarkable features, though Han Feiyu appeared more frail and lacked the darker complexion of Han Feng. However, Han Feiyu had been considerably tanned before. It was only through his cultivation that he had gradually lightened in complexion. Upon spotting Han Feng's return, Bai Shuang eagerly approached him. The moment Han Feng laid eyes on Bai Shuang, a radiant smile blossomed on his face. Witnessing this scene, Han Feiyu felt a surge of joy for his brother. As for matters 2 centuries hence, they could be addressed in due time. For at least the next 200 years, his brother would undoubtedly be very happy. Erwa. Han Feiyu's parents entered, visibly excited as they approached him. Father, mother, Han Feiyu embraced his parents warmly before introducing them to his elder brother. "Father, mother, this is my master, and these are my senior brother and junior sister," he elaborated. Upon hearing this, Han Feiyu's parents and Han Feng were taken aback. The mention of Han Feiyu's master implied the presence of a true immortal. Instantly, Han Feiyu's parents felt a sense of unease, unsure of how to interact with Ji Yuan. If it were merely Yi Sibai, it would have been manageable, as he was just the brother of their son. Yet, in the face of Ji Yuan, the weight of his identity was daunting for them. Upon witnessing the situation, Ji Yuan felt it was best not to linger. Although this was the abode of his disciple, the inhabitants were mere mortals, and the presence of a celestial figure from the sect would likely render them restless. "Do not feel constrained. I merely happened to pass by for a visit." Ji Yuan turned to Han's father and mother, then looked at Han Feiyu. "Feiyu, I shall take my leave now. Cherish your time with your family." "Master, allow me to see you off," Han Feiyu replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. Deep down, he wished for Ji Yuan to stay a few more days. However, upon observing his parents' reactions, he understood that they would likely feel overwhelmed. If Han Feiyu were not their biological son, his parents would probably feel uncomfortable even in the presence of his senior brother, Yi Stelbai. "Father, mother, and elder brother, please take care of my master while I accompany my teacher," he said to his family. The three nodded in agreement. Han Feiyu escorted Ji Yuan and Yu to the entrance. Ji Yuan took out another bead and handed it to Han Feiyu. "The previous one had already been crushed by you, so here is another for you." Ji Yuan glanced at Han Feiyu and said, "Yes, master." Han Feiyu accepted the bead and placed it into his storage bag. Subsequently, he looked at Ji Yuan with a hint of hesitation, as if he wished to speak but was uncertain. "If you have something to say, please speak plainly." Ji Yuan gazed at Han Feiyu's countenance and smiled, saying, "Master, could you possibly assist me in discerning whether my parents, as well as my elder brother and younger sister, possess any innate talents for cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Han Feiyu inquired directly. Ji Yuan gazed at Han Feiyu and sighed. "You must have already scrutinized the fortunes of your family with your celestial eye, haven't you?" Han Feiyu nodded with a bittersweet expression. Indeed, he had examined their fortunes. Observing an individual's destiny can indirectly reveal their potential for cultivation. His parents and siblings exhibited fortunes that were merely slightly stronger than those of ordinary mortals, yet not significantly so. This, however, did not imply that they possessed any innate talent for cultivation. Han Feiyu understood that their slightly enhanced fortunes might simply stem from their blood connection to him, essentially. They were basking in his glow. Thus, he remained uncertain about his family's true potential for cultivation. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Ji Yuan's sigh, he comprehended the implication. It seems you grasp the situation. Moreover, I have also assessed the fortunes of your parents and siblings. If they possessed any aptitude for cultivation, their fortunes would not be so feeble. Ji Yuan spoke once more. Han Feiyu possesses a remarkably strong fortune. If any of his parents or siblings possess a talent for cultivation, then his fortune would not merely be slightly superior to that of an ordinary person, it would be significantly greater. Master, I comprehend, Han Feiyu nodded, feeling somewhat perturbed. Go ahead, Xia Anyue and I shall take our leave first. Ji Yuan spoke. Yes, master. As Han Feiyu was about to enter the house, he happened to see Bai Shuang walking out. At that moment, Bai Shuang held a token in her hand. Senior, uncle, she called out upon noticing the two. Sister Bai, do you have any further matters to discuss? Han Feiyu inquired, altering his address. Although Bai Shuang and Han Feng had yet to be wed, he was not one to be overly concerned with such conventions. Indeed, senior, please take this, Bai Shuang said, extending the token to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan, filled with curiosity, took the token and inquired, what is this? Ji Yuan glanced at the token. A circular object adorned with intricate patterns yet devoid of any inscriptions. The young lady was unaware of its significance, only knowing that it was an extraordinary item, a cherished relic bestowed upon her by her mother. Bai Shuang shook her head and explained, your mother's heirloom, what purpose does it serve in my possession? Ji Yuan continued to inquire. Chapter 61, The Water Dragon Sect Revisited. Esteemed Elder, do you recall that I mentioned earlier that upon my arrival in the ancient domain, I was pursued? During my flight, I learned that those who chased me were specifically sent to take my life. I overheard their instructions to locate a circular token. Upon hearing this, I realized it pertained to the token left by my mother. While I am uncertain of its purpose, it is evident that being targeted signifies its significance. Yet, for me, it has become a burdensome liability. If you were to accept it, esteemed elder, you would be assisting me greatly. Bai Shuang turned to Ji Yuan, elucidating the matter. Upon hearing the tale, Ji Yuan immediately inquired, you are being pursued. Do you know who your assailants are? Bai Shuang nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am aware. I have inquired before, and they are members of the poisonous serpent sect. Ji Yuan pondered for a moment. Given this context, it is quite reasonable that Bai Shuang was pursued as soon as she arrived in the ancient domain. After all, the Poison Jiao sect is backed by the Water Dragon sect. Are you familiar with the Water Dragon sect? Ji Yuan turned to Bai Shuang and inquired. Upon hearing that name, Bai Shuang displayed a look of astonishment. Why would the elder mention the Water Dragon sect? She asked in surprise. The Water Dragon sect is indeed quite renowned in the northern continent, as it is one of the foremost powers in that region. Thus, Ji Yuan's familiarity with the Water Dragon sect did not surprise her. What astonished her was the fact that Ji Yuan happened to mention it. Considering she had fled from the Water Dragon sect, what was the matter? Ji Yuan inquired, to be candid, esteemed elder. I am but a humble girl who has escaped from the Water Dragon sect. Bai Shuang replied, please, elaborate on your experiences within the Water Dragon sect. Ji Yuan, intrigued, inquired further. His knowledge of the Water Dragon sect was rather scant, limited primarily to the information gleaned from the soul search of the ancestor of the Poison Serpent sect. Bai Shuang promptly elucidated some details regarding the Water Dragon sect to Ji Yuan. It was then that he discovered that this sect was, in fact, a veritable melting pot. The term melting pot aptly described it, as the sect comprised not only human cultivators but also demon beasts, spirit beasts, and numerous half-demons. Bai Shuang's father held the position of elder within the Water Dragon sect, being a fifth-tier demon beast. The strength of the Water Dragon sect was indeed remarkable, boasting a significant number of Dharma aspect realm cultivators as well as fifth-tier demon and spirit beasts serving as elders. Additionally, there were two ancestors, one a human cultivator at the celestial realm, and the other a sixth-tier spirit beast from the Beast clan. The Water Dragon sect was a large sect, overtly divided into two factions, one for humans and the other for beasts. However, beneath the surface, these two factions were further fragmented into numerous smaller groups. Ji Yuan came to the realization that Bai Shuang's father was neither benevolent nor malevolent towards her. In other words, it was highly unlikely that her father was the one who commanded the poisonous serpent sect to pursue her. It was probably instigated by someone else. However, he remained unaware of the specific identity of that person, and it was equally improbable that Bai Shuang possessed any knowledge regarding it. Yet, he pondered the fact that Bai Shuang, being merely at the Spirit Sea realm, managed to escape from the Water Dragon sect to the ancient domain with such ease. It could very well indicate that someone was subtly orchestrating events behind the scenes. Perhaps they were merely waiting for Bai Shuang to distance herself before striking. If that were the case, this token might indeed hold significant value. Yuan glanced at the token in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a bead and handed it to Bai Shuang. This is a first-tier magical artifact. If you crush the bead, I will receive a signal. The Poisonous Flood sect is backed by the Water Dragon sect, so it is likely that they have set their sights on you. The fact that you managed to escape from the Water Dragon sect to the ancient domain suggests that someone is assisting you. Those who are after you may still track you down. Should you encounter any trouble, simply crush the bead. Thank you, Senior, Bai Shuang replied, accepting the bead with gratitude. It is no trouble, you have already compensated me. Yuan smiled and spoke. Although the purpose of the token remained unclear, it would be inappropriate for him to disregard it, especially since the other party would eventually become Han Feiyu's sister-in-law. Very well, Feiyu. I shall take my leave for now. Yuan spoke as she cradled Diting in one arm and held Xiaoyu's hand with the other, departing. Master, please take care. Han Feiyu offered a bow. Subsequently, Han Feiyu and Bai Shuang entered the house. Yuan did not directly employ the Xingzi divine art to return to the sect with Xiaoyue. Since they had ventured out, they decided to explore the surroundings. Master, may I hold the puppy? Xiaoyue looked up at Yuan and inquired. Here you go. Yuan presented Diting to Xiaoyue. Woof. I am certainly not a dog, Diting exclaimed. Upon hearing a canine articulate human speech, the young girl's eyes sparkled with wonder. She quickly reached out and embraced Diting, her small frame necessitating both hands to hold the creature. Little puppy, is your name Diting? You can speak just like Grandpa Turtle, my master's companion, she inquired excitedly. Why can you and Grandpa Turtle talk? The little girl continued her barrage of questions while cradling Diting. Woof, do not call me little puppy, I am not a dog. Diting protested, slightly displeased. But you are indeed a little puppy, the girl responded, perplexed. Woof, I am not. Little puppy, do you enjoy candied hawthorn? They are delicious, sweet and tangy. She seamlessly transitioned the conversation, disregarding Diting's arguments. Diting was momentarily taken aback. How had their discussion suddenly shifted to food? Was his appetite stirring once more? Yuan smiled as he looked at Yu and asked, shall we go? Little Yu chuckled. All right, master. I will go buy it for you. Yuan remarked, his consciousness sweeping through Taiyuan Town. Taiyuan Town was merely a remote hamlet, devoid of any vendors selling candied hawthorns. However, there was no cause for concern. If they were not found here, surely they must exist in the provincial capital. Yuan vanished into the deserted streets with Xiaoyu and Diting. Jiang City, the capital of Jiang Province, encompasses Taiyuan Town, which is part of this province. Yuan, accompanied by Xiaoyue and Diting, stealthily emerged in a deserted alley of Jiangcheng. Woof, put me down, Diting protested, feeling uncomfortable as Xiaoyue clutched her tightly. Be a good puppy, Xiaoyue gently coaxed Diting. Woof, put me down. I can carry you, Diting growled in frustration. She would rather bear the weight of Xiaoyue on her back than endure being squeezed in this manner. Just listen to her, came the suggestion. Yuan affectionately patted Xiaoyue's head. Oh, I understand, master. The little girl promptly placed Diting on the ground. In the next instant, Diting enlarged significantly, just enough for Xiaoyue to comfortably mount its back. Xiaoyue gazed in astonishment as Diting transformed, her expression a picture of surprise. Woof, come on up, Diting proclaimed with a hint of pride, clearly delighted by Xiaoyue's reaction. Without hesitation, Xiaoyue climbed onto Diting's back, gently stroking its ears. Little dog, you are so impressive. Woof, of course. If I weren't afraid of scaring others, I could grow even larger. And I've mentioned before, I am not a little dog. I am Diting. Diting huffed playfully. Chapter 62. Beast milk. When we join the crowd later, refrain from speaking human language. If you wish to communicate, relay your thoughts to us. Yuan cast a glance at Diting and spoke. I understand. Diting nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yuan strolled down the street, with Diting carrying the little Yu following closely behind. The trio, a person, a dog, and a child, captured the attention of many passers-by. It was indeed a rare sight to behold a child riding on a dog. Numerous children gazed at Yu atop Diting, their envy almost causing them to drool. Ji Yuan swiftly purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn and handed them to Yu. Here, take this. 1 skewer is for Di Ting. You can feed her. All right. The little girl responded eagerly, grasping the candied hawthorn with both hands. In truth, after indulging in numerous spiritual delicacies, she could discern that these treats were inferior. Yet, what did it matter? Could one not embrace a broader range of delights? With a smile, Yu took a bite from the skewer in her left hand. As she savored the sweetness, she extended the other skewer towards Di Ting. Little puppy, you should have some too. Di Ting sniffed the candied hawthorn, then tentatively licked it. It was sweet. With a delighted bark, she took a bite. Woof, delicious. Di Ting exclaimed joyfully. Hee hee, isn't it tasty, little puppy? Once we return, I'll prepare some spiritual food for you. It's equally delightful, the little girl chirped happily. Woof, yes. The two shared a cheerful conversation, appearing to others as merely a girl talking to herself. Subsequently, Ji Yuan strolled through the city with the little girl and Di Ting. After finishing their candied hawthorn, he treated them to some other snacks. The trio enjoyed their treats with great contentment. They soon arrived at a pastry shop. Ji Yuan was selecting some pastries, while the little girl and Di Ting waited nearby. At an uncertain moment, a young boy, seemingly of similar age to Xia Anyue, approached the trio and crouched down to observe Di Ting. The little girl noticed him and inquired, "Who are you?" Upon hearing her question, the boy looked up and replied, "I am Yihao. Why are you staring at the puppy?" The little girl continued to question him. "Miss, could I ride your puppy for a moment?" Yihao gazed at her with pleading eyes. No, the puppy is mine," she responded, clutching Di Ting tightly. Having already grown fond of the delightful sensation of riding Di Ting, she was resolute in her decision. "I will give you some beast milk if you let me ride for just a little while, okay?" Yihao produced a bottle and offered it to her. "Beast milk? What is that?" The little girl asked with curiosity, her gaze fixed on the unfamiliar bottle. "You should try it. It's delicious," Yihao urged, quickly opening the bottle and presenting it to her. The little girl caught a whiff of the sweet aroma emanating from the beast milk, and her mouth watered slightly. "Puppy, he wants to ride you. Do you agree?" she asked, seeking Di Ting's approval before answering. Di Ting rolled his eyes and replied, "Woof, it's fine. Go ahead and agree with him." Upon hearing this, the little girl beamed at Yihao. The puppy has agreed. With that, she dismounted from Di Ting. Yihao quickly placed the beast milk into her hands and joyfully climbed atop Di Ting. Together, they raced around the pastry shop, eliciting cheerful laughter from him. Meanwhile, the little girl took a sip of the beast milk in her hands and exclaimed, "It's delicious." Her eyes sparkled with delight as she gulped down half of the beverage. She saved the remaining portion to offer to Ji Yuan, who had finished purchasing pastries and was watching them from the side. "Master, here, drink this. It's really good," she called out, adding, "But please don't finish it all. Leave some for the puppy." Ji Yuan smiled and shook her head, saying, "I shall not partake. Instead, you may offer it to Di Ting later." After Ji Yuan finished speaking, his gaze turned towards Yihao, who was standing beside Di Ting. Upon hearing the boy's surname Yi and the mention of beast milk, he was struck by a realization and activated his heavenly eye along with the System S exploration function. Indeed, the boy's fortune was remarkably strong, rivaling that of his 3 disciples. Furthermore, concerning Yihao's innate talent and potential, talent, 5 stars. Potential, 9 stars. Thus, he had found a candidate for his 4th disciple. Ji Yuan gazed at Yihao, contemplating a matter of significance. He pondered whether the other possessed a unique physique, primarily because Yihao reminded him of the Emperor of Desolation. Could it be that this young man also harbored the Supreme Bone, which had been extracted? If that were indeed the case, to have the Supreme Bone removed yet still possess a 5-star talent was truly remarkable. After running a few laps with Yihao, Wang Di returned to Ji Yuan and Yu. Yihao also dismounted from Di Ting, though it was evident he felt a twinge of reluctance as he did so. The little girl handed a bottle to Di Ting, saying, "Little puppy, this is for you. At least you have a conscience." Di Ting joyfully barked in response. Subsequently, little Yu fed beast milk to Di Ting, who, after finishing, couldn't help but praise its delightful taste. Ji Yuan cast a glance at the beast's milk bottle and discerned that the milk was not derived from ordinary animals, but rather from spiritual beasts. To a certain extent, it could be classified as a form of spiritual sustenance. However, he had never encountered such milk being regarded as spiritual nourishment before. Perhaps most practitioners deemed themselves too mature to indulge in milk, leading to the oversight that beast milk could indeed serve as an excellent ingredient for spiritual food. "Are you called Yihao?" Ji Yuan glanced at Yihao and inquired. Yihao turned to Ji Yuan and nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Yu finished feeding the beast milk to Di Ting, and, After returning the bottle to Yi Hao, remarked, "This is my master." "Hello, sir." Yi Hao immediately responded with a smile, "This is our first visit to Jianqing. We are unfamiliar with the area. Would you be so kind as to show us around?" Yuan turned to Yi Hao with a smile and inquired. Yi Hao felt inclined to agree, but suddenly recalled something and quickly shook his head. "Uncle, I cannot. I must return. Otherwise, my grandfather will scold me. Uncle, sister, little puppy, I must take my leave. Farewell." Upon finishing his words, Yi Hao hurriedly grabbed a bag of snacks and dashed out the door. He ran swiftly, offering Yuan no chance to speak further. Chapter 63. Bearing the weight of two sacred bodies simultaneously. Yuan is not in a hurry. After all, he has already taken on this disciple. It is indeed a rare occurrence to find someone who aligns with his vision. Let us be on our way as well. As Yuan spoke, she exited the pastry shop with the delicacies she had purchased. Xiaoan swiftly climbed onto Ting's back, who then followed Yuan. Upon leaving the pastry shop, Yuan's consciousness had already honed in on Yi Hao, directing her towards the path he had taken. Ting, with your keen ears that can perceive all things in the world, did you happen to catch anything from that child just now? As Yuan strolled, he cast a glance at Ting and inquired. Ting nodded. That child, Wang, is indeed remarkable. Originally, he possessed two significant sacred bodies, but unfortunately, one of them has been seized from him by another. Two significant sacred bodies? Yuan was taken aback, truly astonished this time. He was not surprised by the theft of the sacred body. Rather, it was the presence of two supreme sacred bodies that caught him off guard. Ting nodded slightly, explaining that young lad originally possessed both the ancient sacred body and the supreme bone. The supreme bone was excavated from him, yet fortunately, he still retains the ancient sacred body. Otherwise, he might have already met an untimely demise. Yuan widened his mouth in astonishment. Initially, he believed it to be the Arid Emperor, only to discover that it was, in fact, a fusion of both the Arid Emperor and the Leaf Emperor. Ting promptly elucidated the concepts of supreme bone and primordial sacred body to Yuan, which were not vastly different from what he already knew. Both are classified as sacred bodies. To be precise, the supreme bone does not constitute a physique. Rather, it is a unique bone, regarded as a special gift. Nonetheless, within this world, such extraordinary talents are considered a distinct physique. Special physiques are categorized into three tiers: sacred body, divine body, and spiritual body. The supreme bone is regarded as a formidable entity among sacred bodies, as its possessors inherently wield a powerful divine ability, alongside capabilities for healing injuries and enhancing resistances. As for the primordial sacred body, it was once deemed the most potent sacred body of ancient times. A sage who cultivates the sacred body to its zenith can contend with emperors. The hallmark of the primordial sacred body lies in its invincibility among peers and the supremacy of its physical form. Regrettably, something transpired in this world long ago, rendering the primordial sacred body unsuitable for cultivation, thus transforming it into a feudal entity. It can be said that Yi Hao, possessing both of these sacred bodies, should have been exceptionally fortunate. However, the presence of the primordial sacred body rendered him ill-suited for cultivation, effectively squandering a prodigious gift. Ting continued. I suspect someone has uncovered the circumstances surrounding this child, contemplating that rather than allowing him to squander the supreme bone, it would be more advantageous to extract it and graft it onto another, thereby creating a genius. Moreover, the individual responsible for the extraction is likely of the same kin. If not of the same lineage, the supreme bone could not be grafted onto another. It must be of the same bloodline, closely related. This little fellow is rather unfortunate. Ting articulated his conjecture, confident in its validity. This was no mere speculation. While he could not directly ascertain from Yi Hao who had extracted his supreme bone, he sensed a profound sorrow emanating from him. This sense of sorrow was likely unbeknownst to Yi Hao himself, as it seemed he had encountered great misfortune, losing the memories associated with the extraction of his bone. Little Yue, upon hearing Ting's words, swiftly interjected, "Master, has that little brother's bone been taken away by someone? Who could be so wicked as to extract a little brother's bone?" She felt a pang of empathy for Yi Hao. Although she did not yet fully comprehend the concepts of sacred bodies or supreme bones, she understood that a piece of bone had been taken from Yi Hao. The thought of a bone being removed from one's body surely must be excruciating. She recalled the pain from a simple fall. Though she did not know the full extent of the situation now, she would come to learn in time. Let us go find him. Master will take you as a junior disciple. Yuan gently ruffled Xiaoan hair. Junior disciple? A glimmer of light sparkled in Xiaoan eyes. Her initial impression of Yi Hao was quite favorable. Primarily, it was because he had offered her some beast milk. which was rather delightful. Anyone who provided her with such delectable treats could not possibly be of ill character. After Yuan finished speaking, his consciousness observed Yihao's actions. He couldn't help but chuckle. This little fellow is quite vigilant. Under the divine perception of Yuan, Yihao departed and continued to run, seemingly in haste to return home. However, he was actually circling through the city several times before finally arriving at a small courtyard. It was evident that this young man was fearful of being followed by Yuan. Upon reflection, Yuan recalled that it was likely his words. "This is our first visit to Jiancheng, and we are unfamiliar with the surroundings. Could you perhaps show us around?" That aroused Yihao's vigilance. When Yuan uttered these words, she indeed harbored the intention of drawing closer to the other party. In a courtyard, Yihao, panting heavily, had just rushed home. "Grandfather. Grandfather, I have returned with snacks." Yihao's voice echoed in the courtyard. "Why are you so out of breath?" Yihao's grandfather appeared. A frail old man with snow-white hair. "I encountered an uncle at the snack shop." Yihao recounted his meeting with Yuan to the elder. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression became grave. "Something is amiss. The little girl among the two and the dog has been conversing with the dog, which seems capable of carrying people. This is no ordinary dog. It is likely a domesticated demon beast or a spirit beast. If it were merely an ordinary person approaching Yihao, I would not be overly concerned. However, if it is a cultivator..." The old man suddenly raised his head sharply, his gaze piercing towards the doorway. Outside, Yuan had just arrived within Yu and Ting. "However, hold on to grandfather tightly," the elder whispered, sensing the unusual atmosphere. Yihao quickly grasped one of the elder's hands. At that moment, a knock resounded on the door. Shortly thereafter, Yuan's voice emerged from outside. "There is no need for concern. My intentions are benign." The elder pondered for a moment. If they truly sought them out, they would have likely burst through the door by now. With a wave of his hand, the door swung open. The old man then beheld Yuan and Yu. "And Ting, who are you?" The elder positioned Yihao protectively behind him as he inquired. "I'm Yuan, the peak master of the Seeking Dao Peak of the Qingshan sect." The old man pondered the origins of the young man who had introduced himself. Upon reflection, he recalled the Qingshan sect, a modest sect from the ancient domain. If the young man was reluctant to divulge his identity, there seemed little reason to deceive the elder. With such formidable cultivation, it was impossible for the elder to discern his true nature. He could not possibly be one from the ancient domain. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he emanated a presence that was far from insignificant. Yuan has already sensed the other's cultivation. This elder is in the realm of divine power, and indeed at its pinnacle. However, it is of little consequence. For Yuan, subduing him with a mere hand is an effortless task. I have not deceived you, and you must understand, if I harbored any ulterior motives, I would have already taken action, and you would be powerless to stop me. There is no need for me to engage in such superfluous dialogue. Yuan spoke, exuding a faint aura. A wave of energy surged forth, causing the old man to feel a sense of discomfort. This was the realm of Dharma manifestations, and not just any ordinary one. Was this an individual from the ancient domain? Chapter 64. Should I give it a try? The old man glanced at Yuan, then shifted his gaze to the seemingly harmless in Yu. "What brings you here?" he inquired, no longer preoccupied with whether the other was affiliated with the Qingshan sect, but rather directly asking about their intentions. "I wish to take him as my disciple." Yuan gestured towards Yihao. Yihao appeared somewhat bewildered, and the elderly man was momentarily taken aback. "Are you saying that you wish to take this grandson of mine as your disciple?" The old man inquired with a look of confusion. "Indeed." Yuan nodded slightly. The old man gazed at Yuan and spoke. "What if I refuse to acquiesce?" The origins of this connection remain enigmatic, and its purpose is unclear. How could he possibly consent? Nevertheless, the act of accepting disciples must align with your intentions. If you are truly unwilling, I shall not impose. However, should you wish for your grandson, who bears the ancient sacred body, to succeed in his cultivation and achieve remarkable accomplishments, it would be prudent to reconsider. Yuan smiled as he spoke. The ancient sacred body is notoriously regarded as a feudal vessel, ill-suited for cultivation. However, being unsuitable for cultivation does not necessarily imply that it cannot be cultivated. The first formidable challenge that the ancient sacred body faces in its quest for cultivation is the process of drawing in qi. For those endowed with a sacred physique, this task is as effortless as drinking water, easily accomplished in mere moments. Take for instance Yu. Once she comprehended the technique, she effortlessly succeeded in drawing in qi in no time. Now, with the ancient sacred body rendered a mere husk, this challenge becomes exceedingly arduous. It is said that in order for the ancient sacred body to successfully draw in qi, it requires 8th-tier spiritual herbs along with a substantial amount of resources. Such a demand could certainly be met by a powerful faction. However, drawing in qi is merely the first obstacle that the ancient sacred body must confront. Countless challenges lie ahead, and few factions would choose to nurture the ancient sacred body. The immense resources expended on a single ancient sacred body would be better allocated to supporting other sacred bodies. Despite the ancient sacred body's claim of being invincible among its peers while it remains in the qi-gathering realm, its contemporaries may have already ascended to the Tao platform realm or beyond. No matter how invincible it may seem at its level, it remains a futile endeavor. The elderly man chuckled at these words. That you may surpass me, you are but at the Dharma aspect realm. Even the majority of celestials would hesitate to assert they could aid the ancient sacred body in drawing in qi. The resources required for the ancient sacred body's first step in drawing in qi are far beyond what a Dharma aspect cultivator could provide. The opportunity lies before you. My friend, whether to seize it or to attempt is a decision solely yours to make. Yuan continued with a sense of calmness. Although Yi Hao's extraordinary talent reminded him of the Emperor of the Desolate and the Emperor Yi, he would not press the elder if he were to decline. Across the vast expanse of the world, there would undoubtedly be no shortage of disciples that met his criteria. He had already extended the opportunity. Now it awaited the elder's response. Upon hearing this, the elder displayed a hint of perplexity. He mused inwardly that such confidence from this individual might suggest the possession of an 8th-tier spiritual herb. Yet, it seemed implausible. How could such treasures exist in this humble ancient domain? Furthermore, it was reasonable to assume that there should not be any practitioners of the law avatar realm present, which left the elder somewhat perturbed. Do you genuinely wish to take my grandson as your disciple? We share no prior connection, having only just met today. If you intend to cultivate him, it would be a venture fraught with peril for you. I must inform you that my grandson and I are currently being pursued. Should you take him as your disciple, you would incur the wrath of celestial beings, or even saints, the elder cautiously inquired. Cultivating the ancient sacred body was no ordinary feat. Even a common saint would hesitate to undertake such a task, especially considering their precarious circumstances. What is your consideration, my friend? Yuan did not respond, but rather continued to inquire. The lack of an answer was, in itself, a response. The elder regarded Yuan thoughtfully. At that moment, Yi Hao spoke up. Grandfather, I wish to cultivate. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, the elder turned his gaze towards him. The youthful Yi Hao's eyes shone with determination. The elder sighed with resignation. However, it is my inadequacy that prevents me from guiding you and channeling your energy. After speaking, the elder looked back at Yuan, acknowledging the gamble he was taking. Yet, upon hearing his grandson's plea, he resolved to take that risk. If Yuan could not assist his grandson, he would accept it. Very well, the old man agreed. However, bow down and pay your respects to your master, the elder said, turning to Yi Hao. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao directly knelt before Yuan and proclaimed, Master. Little and you observed this scene with delight. Was she about to gain a junior disciple? She already had 2 senior brothers, but had yet to welcome a junior brother. She began to envision the future, wondering when she might have a junior sister. Excellent. At that moment, Yuan nodded with a smile. Then lifted Yi Hao with his spiritual energy. Since you have taken your vows, I shall assist you in drawing energy into your body today. With a smile, Yuan remarked that since he had already taken on a disciple, he would formally assist his 4th student. It is worth noting that Yuan had previously been unaware of how to help the primordial sacred body channel energy into itself. However, he had inquired with Ting, who provided him with 2 potential solutions. The first involved the consumption of an 8th-tier spiritual herb, complemented by 12 supreme energy-invoking pills. The second option suggested cultivating a suitable technique, also supplemented by 12 supreme energy-invoking pills, which could likewise facilitate the energy channeling process. As for the former, Yuan was currently unable to procure the 8th-tier spiritual herb. Yet, he could readily provide for the latter, without needing to advance any rewards. Ting informed him that the technique Yuan practiced was indeed suitable for aiding the primordial sacred body in successfully channeling energy. Yuan was already aware of the formidable nature of the Tao Sutra. He simply had not anticipated that it could enable the primordial sacred body, which struggled to channel energy, to achieve success. As Yuan grew increasingly curious about the origins of this lineage at Daobao Peak, he summoned Yi Hao into a chamber, preparing to impart the foundational teachings of the Tao, specifically the technique of qi introduction. However, the subsequent teachings would be reserved for later. The immediate focus was to assist Yi Hao in mastering qi introduction, particularly as he had to surmount the initial formidable challenge of the primordial saint body. Within the confines of the room, after imparting the teachings of Qi introduction, Yi Hao inquired, "Master, am I truly capable of cultivating this?" "Of course," came the reply. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded gently. Ji Yuan spoke, retrieving 12 exquisite Qi-inducing pills. These pills were the fruits of his and Yi Xiaobai's diligent practice. Whether at Ji Yuan's side or Yi Xiaobai's, there remained a considerable number of these pills. "Let us commence." He swallowed all 12 Qi-inducing pills in one go, and then proceeded to cultivate his techniques. Ji Yuan continued, and Yi Hao nodded, his face revealing a mix of excitement and eagerness. He had attempted cultivation before, having been taught numerous techniques by his grandfather, yet none had succeeded in transforming him into a cultivator. He believed he lacked the talent for cultivation. However, his grandfather assured him that it was not a lack of talent, but rather an abundance so great that it incited the jealousy of the heavens. Thus, to achieve success in cultivation and become a cultivator, he required superior techniques. Yi Hao wondered if the methods imparted by Ji Yuan were indeed the advanced skills his grandfather had mentioned. Yet, seeing Ji Yuan's confident demeanor instilled a semblance of hope within him. After all, trying posed no risk. Yi Hao began to consume 12 Qi-inducing pills like candy. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan was assisting him in channeling the Qi into his body when several uninvited guests arrived in the ancient domain. Upon an unnamed mountain, 5 cultivators stood suspended in the air. The leader was an early law-form realm cultivator, accompanied by 4 others at the divine ability realm. "My lord, the spiritual energy in this realm is exceedingly sparse. Are we certain the individual we seek is truly here?" One of the divine ability cultivators spoke, his face contorted with disdain, clearly unimpressed by the ancient domain. Having lived in the eastern continent for so long, merely traveling to the northern continent had already discomforted him. And now he found himself in an even more desolate place. There can be no error. The heavenly mechanism sect in the northern continent is renowned for its stargazing techniques within the cultivation world. The location of that ancient saint body is difficult to divine, and that old man beside him is equally elusive in predictions. We have expended great resources to invite an elder from the heavenly mechanism sect to conduct this divination. And there will be no mistakes, the leader of the law-form cultivator responded slowly. Moreover, while this ancient domain may not be advantageous for us, it serves as an excellent hiding place for that old fellow and the ancient saint body. With that, the leader turned to the 4 companions, instructing, "Split up and locate that old man. Inform the others immediately upon discovery." They had sought assistance to divine the locations of Yi Hao and his grandfather, only to ascertain they were somewhere within the bounds of the ancient domain of Jinghua. The exact location remained unknown, requiring thorough searching. Yet, even this information was considered a significant boon. The 5 began to disperse, initiating their search for Yi Hao and his grandfather within Jinghua. In Jiacheng, while Yi Hao's grandfather waited outside, he observed the playful Yu nearby and kindly inquired, "Little girl, what is your name?" Hearing the elder's words, the young girl turned to him, "Grandpa, my name is Yu." The elder continued to ask, "And who is that person inside?" "He is my master." "Your master? Is he from the Qingshan sect?" "Yes," and Yu nodded. Upon hearing this, the elder slightly nodded, contemplating that such a young girl would likely not deceive him. This revelation significantly enhanced Ji Yuan's credibility. It seemed he was indeed not from the outside world. Unexpectedly, the ancient domain had produced a law-form realm cultivator. Such a cultivator would be considered powerful even in the entirety of the northern continent, let alone in the ancient domain, rendering him virtually invincible there. As the elder pondered, he suddenly sensed a probing consciousness. He quickly looked up to the sky, spotting a middle-aged man. "Yi Hai," the elder muttered gravely. In the air, the middle-aged man, upon seeing the elder, was in high spirits and exclaimed, "Yi Tian, you old fellow, I finally found you. Where is that ancient saint body? Hand him over. And if you are wise, we can avoid any unpleasantness. Dream on if you think I will surrender, however." Yi Tian retorted angrily. "In that case, do not blame me for being rude." Yi Hai's gaze sharpened, and he immediately summoned a flying sword, directing it at Yi Tian. Yi Tian leaped into the air, attempting to draw the battle away from the vicinity. In an instant, the two engaged in combat high above. The clash between the 2 divine ability realm cultivators created considerable commotion, prompting the citizens of Jiangcheng to rush home and seek refuge, too fearful to remain on the streets. Within the courtyard, Ji Yuan also sensed the unfolding situation outside. The mystical power of Ji Yuan forbade any outsider from entering Yi Hao's dwelling. Thus he stepped out of the courtyard. Master, Grandpa is fighting with others," exclaimed Xiaoan Yue, her voice tinged with urgency upon seeing Ji Yuan emerge. "Look at this situation. The little fellow has been thoroughly attacked. Yet his assailants remain relentless, intent on ensuring he meets his demise, remarked Diding, casting a glance at Yuan. Diding had discerned that the recently arrived Yihai, along with Yihao and Tian, shared the same bloodline. Despite the distance between them, it was indisputable that they belonged to the same clan. The aggressors were indeed excessively ruthless. Bang! As Diding spoke, Tian was already sent crashing into the courtyard, subsequently spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although Tian was at the pinnacle of his abilities, Yihai was equally formidable. Coupled with Tian's advanced age and the multitude of hidden injuries he bore, it was no surprise that he soon found himself at a disadvantage. Hand over Yihao, and I shall spare your lives, Yihai declared with a flourish, looking down upon Tian and Yuan from the air. Come down and speak. Yuan extended his hand into the void, and the formidable power of the forbidden word surged towards Yihai, ensnaring him instantly. A wave of alarm washed over Yihai as his complexion shifted. He attempted to break free from this binding force, but his desperate struggles proved utterly futile. In the blink of an eye, the constraining energy yanked him downward, forcefully crashing him onto the ground of the courtyard. As he wrestled against the confinement, a grimace of fury contorted Yihai's features. Who are you? He demanded with indignation. Now that you have been subdued, I advise you to behave appropriately. Yuan gazed at Yihai and said softly, Release me, for I am a member of the Yi clan from the Kingdom of Stone. Yihai appeared oblivious to his predicament, exuding an air of arrogance. Quite audacious, I must admit. I find your demeanor rather appealing. With a smile, Yuan uttered. And another force of divine ability surged into Yihai's body. This time, it was a power of enslavement. Yihai immediately sensed something amiss. What have you done to me? He roared in fury. Moments later, he found himself under the thrall of the divine power. Master, Yihai uttered, bowing his head. Upon witnessing this, Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yuan possessed such formidable means. Is it just you who has come, or are there others? Yuan gazed at Yihai and inquired. Yihai responded, Master, I did not arrive in the ancient domain alone. Alongside me are a practitioner in the initial stage of the Dharma aspect realm and 3 peak practitioners of the divine power realm. When I arrived here, I had already informed them. It is manageable. Let us discuss the Yi clan of the Stone Kingdom. Yuan nodded slightly and then inquired. Having overheard a few remarks from Yihai and Tian, he surmised that they, along with Yihao, hailed from the illustrious Yi clan of the Stone Kingdom. Indeed, Yihai promptly elucidated the essence of the Stone Kingdom and the Yi clan. It is truly a formidable power. The Stone Kingdom does not reside in the northern continent, but rather in the eastern continent, which is significantly more prosperous than its northern counterpart. While the northern continent boasts few celestial warriors, the eastern continent is replete with numerous sages. Furthermore, the Stone Kingdom is not a realm of mere mortals. It is a domain of cultivation. The circumstances in the eastern continent diverge vastly from those in the northern continent. In the northern continent, the mightiest forces are the various sects, and the concept of nations is solely a construct for mortals. However, in the eastern continent, it is the nations, particularly the royal families, that wield true power. The Yi clan serves as the royal family of the Stone Kingdom. Moreover, the Yi clan is an imperial lineage, having once produced a great emperor within its ranks. Although the cultivation realm has not seen a great emperor in recent times, the Yi clan still boasts several sages, underscoring the immense strength of the Stone Kingdom. The name of the Stone Kingdom originates from its first monarch, the Stone Emperor, who was born in a village known as Stone Village. This inaugural ruler was pivotal in elevating the Yi clan to prominence, thus bestowing his name upon the kingdom. Chapter 66, The Most Poisonous of Hearts Yihao, Tian, and the individual before him, Yihai, are all members of the Yi clan, with Yihao being the principal lineage of the clan. After inquiring about the Yeju clan from Yuan, he sought to understand the circumstances surrounding Yihao. What are the main lineage? Why was he being hunted? Upon hearing Yuan's question, Yihai began to respond, while Tian provided supplementary details. Soon, Yuan grasped much of the story. Firstly, it was not the Yi clan that sought to eliminate Yihao, but rather the bone diggers who desired his demise. The one who extracted Yihao's supreme bone was his cousin, Yi's mother. Yihao's grandfather and Yi's grandfather were full brothers. Yihao's grandfather had passed away long ago, and shortly after Yihao's birth, his parents disappeared, leading to Yihao being sent to live with his cousin's family. Subsequently, Yihao was subjected to the extraction of his bone, an act perpetrated by his aunt, who then had that supreme bone implanted into Yi. The Yi clan had long been aware that Yihao possessed both the ancient sacred body and the supreme bone. Although it was regrettable, the clan was powerful. With many talented younger members, and given Yi Hao's status from the main lineage, there was no intention to harvest his supreme bone for others within the clan. At least, most did not consider it. Primarily, the Yi clan's might render the supreme bone a desirable asset, but not an absolute necessity. Tragically, the most venomous hearts often lie within women, with Yi Hao's parents missing and him placed under the care of his aunt, she. Upon observing Yi Hao's extraordinary gifts juxtaposed with her own son's lack of talent, succumbed to malicious intent. After the bone was extracted, as she contemplated the final act of murder, the Yi clan discovered the situation. Consequently, they intervened, preventing her from killing Yi Hao outright. Yet she faced only a minor reprimand from the clan, with her life spared. In their view, given the circumstances, the supreme bone had already been harvested and grafted onto Yi, thus adding a sacred body to the clan was seen as a net positive. After all, Yi Hao, due to his ancient sacred body, could not fully utilize the power of the supreme bone. Moreover, Yi Hao's ancient sacred body ensured that he would not perish from the bone extraction, leading everyone to believe the matter concluded there. However, Yi Yuntian felt otherwise. Although not Yi Hao's biological grandfather, he was the younger brother of Yi Hao's grandfather, making him Yi Hao's great-uncle. Yi's grandfather was Yi Hao's granduncle, and Yi Hao's grandfather held the position of the second among the three. Yi Yuntian wished to seek justice for Yi Hao, believing that the bone extraction should not go unpunished, especially for the wicked perpetrator who faced no consequences. Yet, his own limited power rendered him unable to rectify the situation. He had sought his elder brother's support, but received none. His brother, knowing the wrongs committed against his second brother's family, still favored Yi, his biological grandson. Disheartened, Yi Yuntian resolved to take Yi Hao away from the clan. The entirety of the Yi clan deemed Yi Hao insignificant, regarding Yi, who possessed Yi Hao's bone, as far more valuable. Fearing that remaining within the clan would lead to Yi Hao being harmed by Yi's mother, he seized an opportunity to depart. However, Yi's mother did not relinquish her intent to eliminate Yi Hao. She remained restless, worried that Yi Hao's survival might one day threaten her son's path by reminding him of his supreme bone's origin. Thus, she dispatched individuals to search for Yi Yuntian and Yi Hao's whereabouts. Yi Hai concluded his account. At this moment, Yi Yuntian recalled past events with a face full of fury, clenching his fists. He could not comprehend the depths of human indifference. How could his brother's family be so heartless? He believed that they were entirely unaware of Yi Hao's plight and the assassination attempts against him, which were orchestrated solely by Yi's mother. While his brother and nephew might not have directly engaged, they were likely complicit, silently observing as their kin were harmed. To extract the bone of one's own relative and desire their death, was this still family? He lamented his insufficient strength, wishing he could avenge Yi Hao. With eyes closed and bitterness in his heart, Yi Yuntian spoke. Upon opening his eyes to look at Yuan, he stated, "Now you understand that my words are not mere excuses. If you accept Yi Hao as your disciple, you shall incur the wrath of the Yi clan. Although not the entire clan, the saints are unlikely to intervene, yet the branch you offend carries substantial power. Yi Yunlong is a celestial being. Yi Yunlong is Yi Yuntian's elder brother. A mere celestial being? Since I have taken Yi Hao under my wing, I fear not." Yuan casually remarked. Yuan possesses a profound confidence, believing that soon the system's credibility level will ascend once more, enabling him to attain the status of a celestial being. However, to remain entirely unafraid of the Yi clan, he must cultivate the prowess of a saint. It is improbable that the Yi clan would dispatch a saint to pursue Yi Hao, for the pursuit is merely an endeavor instigated by Yi's mother. With the clan unlikely to endorse such actions, at most, they might refrain from intervening. Nevertheless, as a precaution, it is prudent to buy some time. Thus, Yi Hai must not be killed, nor should the other members of the Yi clan who have entered the ancient domain. Instead, Yuan must subjugate them all, retaining them to ensure their continued interaction with Yi's mother, Zhou Xian, thereby granting Yuan some respite. All he requires is a little time. Once Yuan achieves the status of a saint or even an emperor, it will no longer be a matter of the Yi clan seeking him out for trouble, but rather he himself pursuing the Yi clan to seek justice for Yi Hao. Yi Yuntian observes Yuan's confident demeanor, puzzled by the source of his assurance. Yet, he feels a profound sense that Hao has made no error in choosing him as a mentor. As the two converse, figures appear in the sky, dispatched to locate Yi Hao and Yi Yuntian. The leader bellows, "Yi Yuntian, you have arrived just in time." In a fleeting moment, Yuan appeared before the four individuals, startling them with his astonishing speed. The leader, a master of the low realm, was the first to sense an anomaly. Just as he was about to voice his inquiry, Yuan's forbidden word divine art had already ensnared all four of them. Even this individual, who shared the same realm, found himself instantaneously bound. Yuan does not possess any extraordinary physique. However, with the cultivation directly advanced by the system and various rewards, one could assert that he is invincible among his peers. Chapter 67, The Fourth Disciple. Yuan confined the four individuals and subsequently enslaved their divine abilities, forcibly instilling them within their bodies. The three at the divine realm were swiftly subjugated. The one at the law manifestation realm posed a slight challenge, yet it was not insurmountable. For the essence of the enslavement technique relied upon the user's spiritual consciousness. His spiritual power was, in fact, 6 times that of an ordinary practitioner at the law manifestation realm. In no time at all four were completely ensnared. Yuan led the four individuals back to the small courtyard on the surface. Master Wang, although they have been ensnared by your formidable powers, this enslavement is not invincible. It would be prudent to ensure they do not return to the Yi clan, should they encounter a sage. The sage would undoubtedly sense something amiss and could directly obliterate the divine powers residing within them. Diding communicated after Yuan's return. Upon hearing this, Yuan nodded slightly. It was no surprise that he could not conceal matters from the sage. After all, he was merely at the Dharma aspect stage. And it was already remarkable that he managed to evade the eyes of the celestial beings after being enslaved. Unable to deceive the sage, he resolved to prevent them from returning to the eastern continent. Although, upon their return, it was highly unlikely that they would have the opportunity to meet the esteemed sages of the Yi clan. It was prudent to avoid such a return if at all possible. At this moment, all 5 individuals stood before Yuan. Yuan turned to the 5 individuals and said, "If the other party contacts you again to inquire about your progress, simply inform them that you have not yet found anything." "Yes, Master," the 5 responded as they rose. Yuan observed this scene, feeling a sense of absurdity. What sort of mystical power was this that transformed cultivators of the Dharma realm in such a manner? Meanwhile, within the room, the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge into Yihao's body. Moments later, Yihao successfully drew the energy into himself. The first challenge of the ancient sacred body was the process of energy absorption. This did not imply that Yihao was slow. Rather, it was inherently difficult. Once he overcame this hurdle, his speed in drawing energy would not be lacking, albeit slightly slower than an ordinary sacred body. Typically, an ordinary sacred body could draw energy in mere moments. Yihao, however, took approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Having successfully drawn energy into his body, Yuan sensed the situation within the room and was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. "It has succeeded," he exclaimed, genuinely exhilarated. Given the nature of the ancient sacred body, he had thought Yihao would never again become a cultivator. To his astonishment, Yihao had succeeded in drawing energy today. It is worth mentioning that the Yi clan possessed the means to provide sacred medicine to assist Yihao in this process. Yet the medicine was precious, and Yihao was deemed to have little potential for cultivation, leading the clan to refrain from offering assistance. Without the clan's support, Yihao's parents had to work diligently for the family, hoping to earn enough to procure a sacred medicine for Yihao to help him overcome his first obstacle. Tragically, it was during one of these work endeavors that Yihao's parents went missing, along with several other clan members, lost without a trace. "Grandfather, Master." After successfully drawing energy into his body, Yihao excitedly rushed out of the room. As he emerged, he was taken aback by the disarray of the small courtyard. He then noticed Yuan in a somewhat disheveled state and hurried over, asking, "Grandfather, what happened to you?" Yuan smiled, ruffling Yihao's hair. "I am fine. How are you? Come here and bow to your master." He guided Yihao towards Yuan. Without hesitation, Yihao prepared to bow in gratitude, but Yuan chuckled and stopped him, saying, "You have already bowed to acknowledge me as your master. There is no need to do so again. Assisting you in your cultivation is my duty." "Master, thank you," Yihao said sincerely, looking at Yuan, refraining from bowing again, but expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Yuan smiled gently. "It is indeed a cause for celebration. Yet one must not succumb to arrogance. Your constitution is unique, and there lies a long journey ahead, one that may be fraught with hardship and fatigue. However, as long as you persevere, I have faith in you. Ascension to the realm of the great emperors is not beyond reach. I fear nothing. As long as I can cultivate," Yihao declared, his eyes shimmering with a blend of innocence and resolute determination. "Master, I shall protect my junior brother from now on," spoke Xiaoan Yue from the side. Yuan smiled and nodded. Yuan also smiled with joy, not taking Yuan's words about the Tao Emperor and ascending to the immortal realm too seriously, believing that Yuan was merely speaking whimsically. In truth, Yuan was quite earnest. "Old Yi, next, you should accompany Hauer and me to the Qinshan sect. At this moment, Ji Yuan turned to Yi Tian and remarked, "As long as you do not mind an old man like me." Yi Tian responded with a smile, "By the way, please refrain from calling me old Yi. I do not deserve such a title. Simply call me by my name." Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "There is no need for you to be so courteous, Elder Yi. It is merely a title. Although it is true that in the realm of fantasy, strength commands respect." Ji Yuan does not refute this viewpoint. However, this perspective is context-dependent and varies with individuals. Although Yi Tian is inferior in strength, he is the grandfather of Yi Hao and is also significantly older than Ji Yuan. Therefore, Ji Yuan can readily address him as Elder Yi. It would be unreasonable for him to leverage his superior cultivation to demand that Yi Tian call him senior. From the very beginning, Ji Yuan felt that the notion of might makes right could easily morph into arrogance. It is worth mentioning that throughout my years of writing and reading, I have encountered numerous readers who embody this mindset. They believe that those weaker than the protagonist are mere insects, and any courtesy exhibited by the protagonist is merely sycophancy. It is perplexing how some cannot fathom the virtue of humility. A true master always harbors the heart of an apprentice. Furthermore, while the protagonist may indeed possess a similar demeanor, their politeness is contingent upon the other party's understanding. Should the other party fail to recognize the protagonist's courtesy and take advantage of it, the protagonist will not hesitate to assert themselves. Employing the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger technique, just a playful reference, Yi Tian agreed to depart with Yi Hao. Subsequently, the two began to pack their belongings. In truth, they possessed very few items, and after a brief organization, they prepared to leave. Ji Yuan directly led the two individuals along with several enslaved members of the Yi clan away from Jiang City. The 5 enslaved individuals were, in fact, born into the Yi clan, albeit from collateral branches. As the Yi clan has evolved over the years, the number of main lineage members remains unknown, and the collateral branches are even more numerous. Consequently, most individuals from these collateral branches have become subordinates to the main lineage members. For many from the collateral branches, this arrangement serves as a rather favorable path forward. Seeking the Dao Peak, Ji Yuan swiftly returned to Qiu Dao Peak with a few companions. Upon their arrival, Ji Yuan and Yin took Yi Tian and Yi Hao for a leisurely stroll at the summit, after which Ji Yuan arranged accommodations for the two. Shortly thereafter, Ji Yuan accompanied Yi Tian to Ziyun Peak. As for Yi Hai and the other 5, Ji Yuan instructed them to remain concealed. However, Ji Yuan had no intention of hiding Yi Tian. Rather, he planned to invite him to join the Qing Shan sect as an elder. Yi Tian readily accepted the offer without hesitation. Yet, as an outsider, his admission as an elder required the approval of both the sect leader and the ancestral elder. Thus, Ji Yuan led Yi Tian to Ziyun Peak. At Ziyun Peak, within the main hall of the sect leader, the sect leader was promptly notified and arrived at the hall. Chapter 68. Apologies. I shall try again, junior brother. What brings you to me? The sect leader inquired as he entered the hall. Upon entering, the sect leader noticed Yi Tian beside Ji Yuan and curiously asked, "And who might this be?" "I am an old man by the surname Yi Tianyan." Yi Tianyan replied courteously, introducing himself. Ji Yuan turned to the sect leader and said, "Master, today I ventured out and took on a disciple. This esteemed Elder Yi is the grandfather of my disciple. Elder Yi is no ordinary man. He was once a wandering cultivator of considerable skill, now at the Spirit Sea realm. Therefore, I have come to discuss the possibility of appointing Elder Yi as an elder at the peak of Seeking the Tao." Upon hearing this, the sect leader was indeed pleased that Ji Yuan had taken on a disciple. However, the matter of allowing Yi Tian to become an elder required careful deliberation. The Qing Shan sect holds stringent criteria in this regard. Over the years, very few elders have joined the Qing Shan sect midway and been appointed directly as elders. The ancestors, peak masters, and elders of the Qing Shan sect have nearly all joined in their youth, gradually ascending to their esteemed positions. Nevertheless, this matter is not insurmountable. If the ancestors approve, it can indeed be arranged. The sect leader looked at Ji Yuan and remarked, "Junior brother, you have truly presented your elder brother with a conundrum." Ji Yuan smiled and said, "Senior brother, you must assist your junior. You yourself have mentioned the desire for me to take on more disciples. Elder Yi's grandson is now my 4th disciple. While I have accepted the disciple, I cannot simply dismiss Elder Yi. Very well, I shall certainly help you. Please wait here while I seek out our esteemed ancestor." The sect master nodded in response and spoke. "I appreciate your assistance, senior brother." Ji Yuan smiled and expressed his gratitude. The sect master then departed from the grand hall. Ji Yuan and Yi Tian sat down in the grand hall. Yi Tian turned to Ji Yuan and inquired, Was that person just now the sect leader of the Qingshan sect? Ji Yuan nodded slightly, affirming the point. Yuan seemed on the verge of expressing something but held back. He effortlessly sensed the cultivation level of the sect leader, the 8th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. He yearned to voice his thoughts, wondering how such a level of cultivation was deemed appropriate. The Qingshan sect, being an ancient sect, was not one of the 3 major sections. Yet, here was Ji Yuan, merely a peak master of the Qingshan sect, possessing the cultivation of the Dharma realm. Was this reasonable? My friend, does the Qingshan sect remain oblivious to your true strength? Yuan inquired, turning his gaze towards Ji Yuan. After Ji Yuan insisted on being addressed as Yuan, he allowed Yuan to call him by his name directly. However, Yuan hesitated to comply. Recognizing that Ji Yuan was a cultivator of superior standing, making the use of a direct name rather inappropriate. As for referring to him as senior, Ji Yuan was also disinclined. Thus, Yuan opted to emulate the manner in which Ji Yuan had initially greeted him, addressing him instead as fellow cultivator. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded at Yuan's words, admitting his ignorance. Indeed, I was unaware. When I introduced you to my senior brother, the sect leader, I mentioned that you were merely at the Spirit Sea realm. Yilao, you should refrain from revealing your true status in the future. Yuan chuckled and nodded in understanding. I comprehend. If a practitioner at the Spirit Sea realm were to join the Qingshan sect, it would require deliberation among the sect's elders and the sect itself. If they were to discover that a practitioner at the Divine Power realm intends to join the Qingshan sect, Ji Yuan, wishing to remain incognito, found himself in a situation where, unaware of his formidable prowess, the initial thoughts of those around him were far from astonishment. Instead, their minds were consumed with the apprehension that he might be intent on seizing control of the Qingshan sect. Before long, the sect master and Zhou Zheng arrived at the grand hall of the sect master. Master Shixiang, Brother Zhou. Ji Yuan noticed 2 individuals approaching and called out, Junior brother. The 3 ancestors have agreed. Henceforth, fellow Taoist, you shall serve as the elder of the quest for Dao Peak. The sect leader smiled as he addressed Ji Yuan and Yuan. Thank you, senior brother, responded Yuan. There's no need for such formalities. However, although the ancestors have consented, Brother Zhou still wishes to inquire about fellow Taoist Ye's circumstances, the sect leader continued, glancing at Yuan. He also took the opportunity to introduce Zhou Zheng, the newly appointed ancestor of the Qingshan sect. Regarding Ji Yuan's desire for Yuan to assume the role of elder immediately, the 3 ancestors indeed upheld a favorable stance. After all, the Qingshan sect now boasted 3 ancestors, with Zhou Zheng being relatively young, thus alleviating concerns about potential disturbances within the sect. Consequently, the appointment of an additional elder from outside, particularly one at the Spirit Sea realm, was deemed a minor affair. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to meet this external elder and assess his capabilities. The 3 ancestors were aware that Ji Yuan had only recently entered the Spirit Sea realm. Should they recruit an elder whose strength surpassed his own, they feared Ji Yuan's well-intentioned actions might inadvertently lead to unfavorable outcomes for him. In their eyes, Ji Yuan was still quite young, and thus the 3 venerable ancestors naturally felt inclined to take extra care of him. Soon after, Zhou Zheng approached. Upon his arrival, he scrutinized Yuan closely. Noticing his advanced age and apparent superficiality in cultivation, he realized that, like Ji Yuan was merely at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm. This observation alleviated any excessive concerns for Ji Yuan. The 4 then engaged in a brief and casual conversation. Before long, Zhou Zheng took his leave, and Ji Yuan along with Yuan bid farewell to the sect leader. Making their way back to the Qidao Peak. On their return journey, Yuan spoke, My friend, the atmosphere at Qingshan sect is truly delightful. Having grown accustomed to the indifference prevalent within the esteemed Leaf clan, he found the camaraderie among the higher-ups of Qingshan sect to be exceptionally refreshing. A question lingered in Elder Ye's mind. Why would a practitioner of the Dharma aspect realm serve as the leader of a lesser sect? Hearing this, Ji Yuan smiled and remarked, Over the years, the Qingshan sect has always left him with a favorable impression. He has long regarded the Qingshan sect, and the Qiudao Peak as his home. Yuan slightly nodded, genuinely feeling that staying in the Qingshan sect might indeed be a wise decision. Of course, this is contingent upon his elder brother's faction not causing any trouble. At this moment, he could only hope that Ji Yuan could manage to keep Yuhai and his companions occupied, thereby stalling his elder brother's faction. Qiudao Peak. After Ji Yuan and Yuan departed, Yu led Yihao into the kitchen, intending to prepare a spiritual meal for him to showcase her culinary prowess, especially since she had recently tasted Yihao's beast milk. The enticing aroma of the spiritual dish wafted through the air, causing Yi Hao's mouth to water. Beside him, Di Ting's saliva was already trickling down. As the spiritual food was served, Yi Hao barely had a chance to glance at it before Di Ting opened its wide mouth and devoured the entire bowl in one gulp. And Yi Hao stood frozen in disbelief. Di Ting, with eyes squinted in delight, wore a beaming smile. Yi Hao, feeling a sense of injustice, lamented. You consumed the meal I prepared for myself. Little puppy, how could you do this? This was meant for my junior brother. And you exclaimed, hands on her hips. Glaring at Di Ting, though her tone lacked any real menace. Di Ting responded with a playful bark. Woof, I'm sorry. I'll do it again next time. Observing and Yu's annoyance, Di Ting barked once more before apologizing. You must behave. I'll let it slide this time, and you said. Nodding in satisfaction as she patted Di Ting's head. Yi Hao, feeling somewhat aggrieved, pointed out, Sister, she said she would dare again. And you widened her eyes in realization. Chapter 69. I am still a child, you disobedient little puppy. I will inform Master when he returns. And you glared at Di Ting, fuming. Woof, I was wrong. Di Ting quickly capitulated. No more stealing spiritual food, and you instructed sternly. Di Ting nodded repeatedly. And you glanced at Di Ting before returning to her culinary endeavors. After preparing another dish, she cautiously eyed Di Ting, who had intended to open its mouth but quickly shut it instead, wiping away drool and huffing in displeasure. How dare that little girl not trust me? Junior brother, please eat, and you urged, handing Yi Hao a pair of chopsticks. Thank you, sister, Yi Hao said. His spirits lifted as he eagerly dug in. Delicious, so delicious. Di Ting watched the scene unfold, barking indignantly. Woof, I want some too. That little puppy, you must behave. And you said, squatting down to look at Di Ting. Di Ting nodded vigorously. All right, good puppy, I'll make more, and you said. Her heart filled with joy as she affectionately patted Di Ting's head before energetically returning to her cooking. After consuming half of the spiritual meal, Yi Hao glanced at Di Ting and offered the remaining portion, saying, De Huang, this is for you. Whiff, really? Di Ting exclaimed joyfully. However, in the next moment, its expression shifted to one of anger. Woof, what did you call me? De Huang, all the yellow puppies I've seen before were called De Huang. Are you not De Huang? Yi Hao replied earnestly. Woof, my name is Di Ting, Di Ting. Di Ting shouted, furious. She, the esteemed Di Ting, could accept being transformed into a puppy, but to be called De Huang was intolerable. De Huang sounds less appealing. You should just call me De Huang from now on. Yi Hao suggested sincerely, assuring it was not an act of revenge. Woof, I'll bite you to death. Di Ting lunged forward, playfully sinking its teeth into Yi Hao's calf. However, it was merely a jest, as she would never truly harm him. After all, Yi Hao was Yuan's disciple. And you paid no mind to the playful antics between Yi Hao and Di Ting, fully engrossed in stir-frying vegetables. She found great joy in preparing spiritual meals. Indeed, passion is the finest teacher, and her culinary skills were swiftly improving. Once again, and you completed a spiritual dish. And the trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, gathered around the stone table in the courtyard to share their meal together. After Yuan and Tian returned, the trio, consisting of 2 individuals and 1 dog, were engaged in their meal. Master, you're back. Little Anyue exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yuan. Grandfather, Master. Yi Hao also shouted with delight. Di Ting continued to relish his food. You may carry on with your meal, he said. Yuan smiled as he gazed at the 2 individuals. After speaking, he noticed that Di Ting didn't spare him a glance, engrossed as she was in her meal. Changing the subject, he called out, Di Ting, come here for a moment. Di Ting turned her head in confusion to look at Yuan, questioning, Are you targeting me? Come here. I need to discuss something. Yuan directly reached out and lifted Di Ting into his arms. Di Ting struggled violently, exclaiming, Wang, put me down. Put me down. Is there anything that cannot wait until after I finish eating? I am still a child. I need to eat. How could you? A dignified 5th-tier spirit beast with the bloodline of Di Ting dare to claim that you are merely a child? Yuan smiled and said, What has happened to Wang Wujie? What is the matter with Di Ting? Does Wujie no longer require sustenance? Is Di Ting exempt from the need for nourishment? Wujie truly does not need to eat. You shall not perish from hunger. As Yuan spoke, she cradled the listening dog and returned indoors. Upon witnessing this, both Xianyu and Yi Hao couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Tian, however, was profoundly astonished that Yellow Dog was, in fact, a 5th-tier spirit beast. This implied that the creature possessed greater prowess than he did. Grandfather, would you like to eat? Everything here is made by me. Xianyu addressed Tian. Yes, grandfather, the dishes prepared by my senior sister are exceedingly delicious. Yi Hao concurred with a nod. Is that so remarkable? Then, grandfather, shall you give it a try? Yun Tian playfully coaxed Xian Yu. With a smile, Xian Yu handed Yun Tian a pair of chopsticks. Inside the room, after Ji Yuan carried Diding back, Diding gazed at Ji Yuan with a lingering resentment. I have only just been born for less than a day. I am still a child. How can you deny a child their meal? Diding began to reproach Ji Yuan. Enough, enough. That you may have just entered this world. You are Diding, a fifth-tier spirit beast. You must regard yourself as the elder sister of Shaoan Yue and Hauer. How can you, as an elder sister, have the audacity to compete with your younger siblings for food? I have every right to feel this way. Why should I feel any shame? They are human. And so am I. Why should I be deprived of my meal? Diding replied, somewhat dejected. Let us not dwell on this any longer. I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. Once we resolve it, I shall prepare a spiritual dish for you. I taught Shaoan Yue the art of spirit cuisine, and you relish her creations, but I assure you, my culinary skills surpass hers. Ji Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Di Ting could not help but chuckle as well, knowing well that the master's skills undoubtedly surpassed those of the apprentice. Moreover, little Inyu was still quite young. Di Ting immediately adopted a rather eager demeanor, sticking out his tongue and exclaiming, Woof, my master. Please feel free to share any matters with me. Now, what is this curious pair of items? What purpose do they serve? Ji Yuan retrieved the key to the secret realm of divine medicine from within, along with the token bestowed by Bai Shuang. Listening intently, he cast a glance at the key and the token before speaking directly. Woof, this key and token are both manifestations of the authority of the secret realm. Authority of the secret realm? Ji Yuan inquired. Every secret realm possesses its core, commonly referred to as authority. This authority is not merely a singular object. It can be divided into several fragments. To master the entirety of a secret realm's authority is to seize control of the realm itself. Furthermore, certain secret realms can only be accessed by those who hold the realm's authority. This particular token pertains to such a realm. Entry is permitted solely to its bearer. Diding elucidated, this key originates from a secret realm within the ancient domain of Divine Medicinal Valley. According to the inhabitants of the valley, this realm opens only once every 50 years. Is this true? Ji Yuan continued to inquire. Di Ting nodded slightly and replied, Indeed, master. However, should you possess complete authority, you may amend this rule. Furthermore, if you reach the celestial realm and hold one of the powers, you can disregard this rule and enter the secret domain at will. Why is it that only those in the celestial realm may enter freely? This is because practitioners of the celestial realm possess the distinctive ability to resonate with the heavens and the earth, harnessing the spatial forces of the universe for spatial traversal. Thus, holding authority is akin to providing a celestial practitioner with a coordinate and a key, enabling them to traverse space and access the secret domain. Without this coordinate and key, a celestial practitioner's manipulation of spatial forces is too feeble to forcefully penetrate the secret domain. The nature of a secret domain is intrinsically tied to spatial power. It is either naturally born from the cosmos or established by sages or even emperors. The mere existence of such realms is not trivial. Consequently, while some secret domains may offer little in terms of treasures or benefits, the domain itself is, in fact, the most significant treasure. Chapter 70. It consumes resources exorbitantly. Only those in the celestial realm can enter freely. Therefore, there is no rush to explore the divine herb secret domain. I shall wait until I break through in due time to peruse it. Ever since Ji Yuan sensed that the key to the divine herb secret domain, which corresponds to the authority of the domain, is related to the Tao scriptures, he has resolved to thoroughly explore this secret domain. Can you discern the location corresponding to this token? Ji Yuan turned to Di Ting and inquired. Di Ting nodded. Wang resides in the ancient domain. What a coincidence! Ji Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. However, this secret realm remains in a state of closure and has never been opened. One must gather all the tokens of authority to gain entry. The token we possess is merely 1/5 of the complete authority. Thus, to enter, we require the remaining 4 tokens. Furthermore, if the secret realm is indeed sealed and has never been accessed, even those of celestial stature may find it impossible to breach, with only saints having a potential chance. Diding spoke up. Let's set aside the matter of the tokens for now. Ji Yuan nodded in response. There was no rush regarding the secret realm associated with the token. Everything would wait until he achieved the breakthrough to transcendent status. For now, he would first explore the realm of divine herbs. Master Wang, have you finished your inquiries? If so, isn't it time for me to receive my reward? Di Ting playfully stuck out his tongue and remarked. Very well. Ji Yuan spoke as he rose to head towards the kitchen. He did not turn his back on those he knew. After all, He could not let his own dog go hungry. In Yuan town, the following days saw Han Feiyu's elder brother, Han Feng, formally wed to Bai Shuang. The wedding day was a bustling affair for the Han family, filled with numerous relatives and friends, even those who were not well acquainted with the family from Yuan town, coming to offer their gifts. This was largely due to Han Feiyu's presence. Despite the lively atmosphere, no one dared to disturb Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai. The sycophants were wise enough to curry favor with Han Feng and Han Feiyu as family instead. They understood that their mortal status rendered any attempts to ingratiate themselves with an immortal futile. It was far more prudent to seek the goodwill of Han Feiyu as kin. After Han Feng and Bai Shuang's marriage, Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai intended to return to their sect after a brief stay. Before departing, Han Feiyu seized the moment while the family was gathered and presented the longevity pills that Yuan had given him. Mother, father, brother, and sister, he said. Here are some longevity pills for you to share. Please take them. Second child, is this an immortal pill? It would be a waste for us to consume it. You should keep it for yourself. His mother promptly refused. His father chimed in, second child, heed your mother's words. We cannot partake in such immortal pills. Father, mother. These pills are plentiful as my master has an abundance. Please, do not argue. Consuming them could extend your lives by a century. And I wish for you to live longer. Han Feiyu grasped his parents' hands, feeling a pang of emotion. Yi Xiaobai observed this moment, her gaze somewhat distant. As thoughts of her own parents surfaced, the notion of living for a century was daunting for Han Feiyu as parents, who trembled at the thought. Han Feng and Han Xiaomei also felt a shiver run through them. Mortals seldom dared to wish for such longevity. Most barely reached the age of 60. Second child. You should consume it yourself, his mother urged, her voice quivering. Mother, it's of no use to me if I consume too much. It can only extend life by a maximum of a century and 80 years. I have already taken some. Han Feiyu shook his head. In truth, he had not consumed any. As a cultivator, he did not need to concern himself with lifespan. He only spoke of the pills being plentiful to persuade his parents to accept the longevity pills. Are you truly giving this to us? His mother inquired. Han Feiyu nodded affirmatively. His father, eyeing the longevity pills, finally conceded, very well, we shall heed our second child. Indeed, our second child is now an immortal. We shall benefit from his grace and extend our years a bit longer. Han Feiyu eagerly agreed. All right, second child, I will take it, his mother affirmed. Han Feiyu promptly retrieved 4 longevity pills, one of each tier from 1 to 4, and placed them into his mother's hands, watching as she consumed them. The first tier longevity pill grants 10 additional years, the second tier bestows 20, the third tier offers 50, and the fourth tier provides a century. The 4 pills together promised a total of 180 additional years, the utmost limit for mortals. After distributing the pills to his mother, Han Feiyu swiftly turned to his father, Han Feng, and Han Xiaomei. Finally, he hesitated for a moment before offering the last pill to Bai Shuang. She perceived something but remained silent. After accepting the pill, she feigned consuming it, choosing instead to keep it. The others were oblivious to this exchange. Yet Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai noted it. However, they chose not to comment, understanding that Bai Shuang was a cultivator who was not in haste to extend her life. Though they were curious about her reasons for abstaining, they felt no need to pry. Han Feiyu was content with ensuring that his family received their longevity. Once matters at home were settled, one night, after his parents and siblings had drifted into slumber, Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai quietly departed. As they stepped out of the courtyard, Han Feiyu gently closed the door behind them. Shitty, aren't you going to say goodbye? No, I'd rather not stir their emotions. I too would feel reluctant, he replied. Very well, let us be on our way. With that, the two soared into the sky on their swords, disappearing into the clouds. Unbeknownst to them, the Han family remained awake, watching through the window as Han Feiyu departed. This farewell left uncertainties about when they might meet again. At the foot of the Tao-seeking peak, recently, Yuan has begun to comprehend the immense resource consumption associated with the ancient sacred body. Both he Hao and Yu possess the sacred body. Yuan bestowed upon Yu a qi gathering pill, and after a few days of casual cultivation, Yu effortlessly ascended to the second level of qi gathering. Meanwhile, Yi Hao also dedicated several days to his practice. However, despite consuming dozens of qi gathering pills, he had yet to make any progress and likely required an additional 10 or so pills. It is no wonder that the Yi clan hesitated to support his cultivation endeavors. Transitioning from the first to the second level of qi gathering necessitates nearly 100 qi gathering pills. The elixir provided to the two individuals is undoubtedly a first-rate gathering essence pill. As for the resources required in the future, Yuan finds himself somewhat troubled by the thought. This represents the second formidable challenge of the primordial sacred body. Although it is termed the second, it is, in fact, a lifelong obstacle that encircles him. The primordial sacred body is indeed an insatiable consumer of resources. Ting informs Yuan that the resources necessary for cultivating the primordial sacred body are approximately 100-fold greater than those required by other cultivators. Moreover, this demand for resources will only escalate as Hao's cultivation level rises. In Chapter 71, it becomes evident that nurturing a primordial sacred body necessitates resources equivalent to those required for the cultivation of 100 sacred bodies. While this may sound exaggerated, it is merely a cautious estimate. The reality is likely even more daunting. Yuan could not help but exclaim that it seems unreasonable to blame the Yi clan for not nurturing Hao. Moreover, the ancient sacred body faces a total of 4 formidable challenges throughout its existence, and what has been mentioned pertains only to the initial 2. Thus, it is understandable why the world regards the ancient sacred body as a defective form. The latter 2 challenges are realms that Hao will not encounter in the near future. These subsequent challenges are related to the attainment of higher realms. The ancient sacred body struggles to resonate with the heavens and the earth, which will present significant obstacles for its ascension to the celestial realm, potentially even leading to the calamity of tribulation. Such tribulations were previously encountered only by ordinary cultivators during their ascension to immortality. The final challenge lies in the difficulty of attaining the status of a great emperor. However, this is a concern for another time. It seems that something has transpired in this world, as it has been an extended period since a great emperor has emerged. Consequently, it is not solely the ancient sacred body that faces this challenge, others do as well. The most pressing issue now is how to resolve Hao's need for cultivation resources. Originally, Yuan believed that with a system in place, acquiring resources would be a trivial matter. Yet, it now appears that it poses a certain degree of trouble. Hao requires a substantial amount of resources. He can advance his rewards, but he is limited to only 1 reward at a time. Yuan also discovered the first drawback of advancing rewards, the inability to withdraw a substantial amount of resources at once. Therefore, relying on the system to provide resources for Hao may prove less beneficial than depending on Han Feiyu's small green vial. In conclusion, relying on the system for resources is undoubtedly unfeasible, as the costs far outweigh the benefits. However, if one could advance a treasure that generates sustainable resources, it would be acceptable. For instance, the Moonlight Spirit Pearl could serve this purpose, though its level is rather low at present. It is only sufficient for Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, certainly inadequate for Hao. Thus, Yuan plans to seek out the system for a higher-grade sustainable resource treasure once the system's credibility level rises another tier. On this day, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu returned to the Qingshan sect. As they entered the sect, several disciples quickly surrounded them. "Senior Brother Yi? You must be Senior Brother Yi. I have seen your portrait countless times. At last, I am seeing Senior Brother Yi in person. You are truly remarkable." The excited remarks from the crowd left both of them momentarily bewildered. As more people gathered, Han Feiyu, the rather unassuming senior brother, was inadvertently pushed aside. Yi Xiaobai, in a state of confusion, asked, "Dear junior brothers and sisters, what is happening?" "Senior Brother Yi, we are aware that you are the mysterious figure who made a name for himself on the Spirit Tower SA list." "Yes, indeed. I heard you secured the first place for our Qingshan sect in the Divine Medicine Convention. How is your alchemy so extraordinary? Could you possibly teach us, senior brother?" The cacophony of voices grew louder. Gradually, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu began to comprehend the unfolding situation. Yi Xiaobai's bewildered expression swiftly transformed into a joyous smile. "I never expected that after hiding for so long, I would still be discovered. I wish to remain low-key, yet it seems my brilliance is simply too radiant to conceal." Yi Xiaobai reveled in the adoration he was receiving. Han Feiyu chuckled and shook his head, communicating through thought to Yi Xiaobai that he would return to the Quest Peak first. With that, Han Feiyu departed. Upon returning to the rear courtyard of Quest Peak, Han Feiyu greeted Yuan, "And in you, master, junior sister, I have returned." Yuan smiled and nodded slightly. Subsequently, Han Feiyu turned his gaze towards Yi Tian, Yi Hao, and the yellow dog that Yu cradled in her arms. How could the Tao-seeking peak become so lively after just a few days? Senior brother, this is junior brother," Yu exclaimed excitedly as she approached Han Feiyu, grasping one of his fingers to introduce Yi Hao. "Greetings, senior brother. I am Yi Hao," Yi Hao said, smiling as he greeted Han Feiyu. Yuan spoke up. "This is my newly accepted disciple, your junior brother. Additionally, this is Hao's grandfather, who is now also an elder of our Chiodao Peak." You may address him simply as Elder Yi, just as I do. Upon hearing this, Han Feiyu respectfully bowed to Yi Tian. It was evident that this elder had been arranged by Ji Yuan, and Han Feiyu naturally held great respect for those whom Ji Yuan selected. Yi Tian smiled and nodded, forming a favorable first impression of Han Feiyu. Soon after, Xiaoan Yue took Yi Hao and Han Feiyu aside to play, and with her presence, the relationship between Han Feiyu and Yi Hao gradually became much more amicable. Senior brother. Where's the eldest senior brother? Xiaoan Yue suddenly asked, realizing she had not seen Yi Xiaobai. Your eldest senior brother is currently surrounded by others. Han Feiyu replied with a smile, recalling Yi Xiaobai's gleeful demeanor. Why is he surrounded? Is he being bullied? We should go help him. Let us set the dog on them. Xiaoan Yue exclaimed, a hint of anxiety in her voice. No. Your eldest senior brother is simply being admired by the other junior brothers and sisters. They all look up to him. There is no need to worry. He'll return once he is tired of playing. By the way, junior sister, why do you keep holding on to Diting? Han Feiyu inquired. Noticing the spirit pet nestled in Xiaoan Yue's arms. Diting, Ji Yuan's extraordinary spirit companion, was no ordinary dog. At that moment, it resembled a little girl clutching her cherished doll. Upon hearing Han Feiyu refer to her as senior, Diting's eyes sparkled. After several days, I have finally encountered someone with discernment, she mused. For days, Xiaoan Yue had referred to her as a little dog, and she had grown weary of correcting those foolish individuals. Initially, she had felt angered. After all, she was Diting, a creature of divine bloodline and a fifth-tier spirit beast. Did she not deserve some dignity? What? A guarantee of food and shelter? She quipped. Woof. Master said to let the little doggy play with me, Xiaoan Yue replied in response to Han Feiyu's remarks. At this moment, Diting attempted to wriggle free from Xiaoan Yue's grasp to showcase her elegance to Han Feiyu, the perceptive young man. However, Xiaoan Yue tightened her hold, saying, Little doggy, be good and don't move around. Diting, feeling somewhat helpless, ceased her struggle and gazed at Han Feiyu, her tone a blend of pride and delight. Woof. Young man, you possess good taste. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to seek my assistance. Chapter 72. The foolish dog. Han Feiyu observed the plight of Diting, stifling a laugh as he respectfully responded, Thank you, senior. Diting, in high spirits, nodded with a smile. The title of senior was indeed music to her ears. Junior sister, junior brother, continue your play. I shall retire to my training for now. Han Feiyu declared, wishing to swiftly master the second-tier alchemy techniques. All right, Xiaoan Yue and Yi Hao replied in unison. With that, Han Feiyu bid farewell to Ji Yuan and Yi Tian before returning to his chamber to delve deeper into the art of alchemy. Ji Yuan was quite pleased with the situation. He had taken on 4 disciples, and among them, Han Feiyu was undoubtedly the one who required the least supervision in his cultivation. He was well aware of his own aspirations and never needed anyone to spur him on. In contrast, Yi Xiaobai was currently entertaining a group of junior brothers and sisters with tales of his arduous journey to the Qingshan sect, recounting the struggles he faced to etch his name on the esteemed rankings, as well as his triumph in securing first place in the Divine Herb Grand competition. The area was crowded with disciples, utterly captivated by his stories. One might mistakenly believe he was on the verge of embarking on a career in entertainment. As evening approached, Yi Xiaobai reluctantly concluded his storytelling and made his way back to the Chiodao Peak. Master, I have returned, he called out exuberantly as he burst into the courtyard. Inside, Ji Yuan and the others were enjoying their meal, completely ignoring him, unfazed by the lack of attention. Yi Xiaobai nonchalantly moved closer and pulled up a chair beside Xiaoan Yue. Master, why didn't you call me for dinner? He inquired. Call you? Wouldn't that detract from senior brother Ye's glory? Ji Yuan smiled as she spoke, her voice warm and soothing. However, Yi Xiaobai detected an undercurrent of sarcasm. Ahem, master. It's merely that the junior brothers and sisters are overly enthusiastic, Yi Xiaobai replied, revealing a look of discomfort. Ji Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xiaobai, who, unabashed, chuckled softly before turning to Yi Tian and Yi Hao. May I inquire who these 2 gentlemen are? Han Feiyu took the initiative to introduce them. Our ranks at the Seeking Dao Peak are certainly swelling, Yi Xiaobai remarked with evident delight, for he was a person who relished a lively atmosphere. In comparison to the typically tranquil Seeking Dao Peak, he genuinely yearned for a greater influx of people. Brother, if you do not eat soon, we shall finish everything. Han Feiyu gently reminded, noticing Yi Xiaobai's incessant chatter. Do take your time. Yi Xiaobai promptly seized a pair of chopsticks, eagerly joining the feast. After the dinner concluded, Ji Yuan turned to Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai. You both need to swiftly master the second-tier alchemy techniques. Furthermore, could one of you lend me your Moonlight Spirit Pearl? Master, here, Han Feiyu said as he took out the Moonlight Spirit Pearl and handed it to Ji Yuan. After receiving the token, Ji Yuan presented it before Di Ting. Di Ting was momentarily puzzled, then opened his mouth. Ji Yuan swiftly retracted his hand and remarked, "Foolish dog, I did not intend for you to consume it. Listen closely. The Moonlight Essence condensed from the Moonlight Spirit Pearl this month. What effects would it have if administered to Hauer? A single drop of this essence can elevate a practitioner in the Qi-gathering realm by an entire level. This substance appears to be unbounded by innate talent. Previously, Han Feiyu, with merely a one-star talent, was able to break through a level after consuming just a drop. Thus, I am quite curious whether a drop of Moonlight Essence would be beneficial to Yihao. If it proves advantageous, then Yihao need not worry excessively about resources for at least the first 3 realms." Upon hearing Ji Yuan call her a foolish dog, Di Ting let out a displeased hum. Then, with a bark, she responded, "With the ancient sacred body, to be precise, faces 4 significant tribulations that are, in essence, a curse imposed by the heavens. The efficacy of the Moonlight Essence is indeed remarkable, regardless of one's innate talent. A single drop can enhance the Qi-gathering realm by 1 level. Alas, the resource tribulations of the ancient sacred body are a curse bestowed by the heavens. Thus a single drop of Moonlight Essence cannot directly elevate the ancient sacred body by a level. However, the Moonlight Essence is not trivial to enhance the ancient sacred body. It requires not 100-fold but merely 10-fold. After listening to Ji Yuan, he pondered for a moment. In other words, it is indeed useful, albeit with limited effectiveness. Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, relying on the Moonlight Spirit Pearl, broke through to the Spirit Sea realm in less than a year. If Yihao were to depend solely on a single Moonlight Spirit Pearl, it would take him 7 to 8 years. However, with several such pearls, this duration would undoubtedly be shortened. Ji Yuan pondered, formulating a plan. He decided to first evaluate the credibility ranking once he attained level 4. He would explore whether he could acquire something from the system that was nearly as effective yet superior to the Moonlight Spirit Pearl. If successful, it would be ideal. If not, he would preemptively obtain several additional Moonlight Spirit Pearls. Subsequently, Ji Yuan returned the Moonlight Spirit Pearl to Han Feiyu. Han Feiyu, storing the Spirit Pearl away, inquired with curiosity, "Master, what is the ancient sacred body?" Yi Xiaobai also gazed at Ji Yuan with intrigue. Ji Yuan looked at the two and replied, "You must be aware that the talents of each practitioner vary in their levels." The two nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Yuan continued, stating that certain individuals, endowed with extraordinary gifts from birth, possess unique physiques that bestow upon them a remarkable talent far superior to those lacking such attributes. Do you recall the talent testing stone tablet of our Qishan sect? This tablet is only capable of measuring talent up to 5 zhang. However, those blessed with a special physique can surpass this limit, achieving talents of 6, 7, or even 8 zhang. Among these unique physiques, there exists a hierarchy of strength. The most formidable is the sacred body, followed by the divine body, and finally, the spiritual body. Heia possesses one of the sacred bodies, the primal sacred body. Yet, Heia's primal sacred body is somewhat peculiar, as it is a cursed form of the sacred body, which not only fails to grant him talents that far exceed those of others, but also renders his cultivation significantly more arduous than that of his original self. Ji Yuan spoke, casting a glance at Han Feiyu. Both Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai immediately comprehended that Ji Yuan's words implied an even greater challenge than what Han Feiyu had encountered. Initially, Han Feiyu's talent was merely rated as 1 star. Despite possessing the illustrious saint body, which sounds impressive, he found himself facing a more arduous path to cultivation than those with only 1-star talent. What a lamentable constitution this is. Han Feiyu and Yi Xiaobai couldn't help but ponder. Ji Yuan subsequently engaged in a thorough discussion with the two individuals regarding the unique attributes of the primordial sacred body, elucidating the arduous nature of its cultivation. Upon concluding their discourse, Han Feiyu spoke up, saying, "Master, my junior brother aspires to cultivate, yet requires a substantial amount of resources. I find myself unable to assist significantly. However, I can provide some spiritual herbs. I am also capable of alchemy." Yi Xiaobai chimed in as well, both eager to offer their support to their junior brother. "Your intentions are commendable. If you wish to aid your junior brother, I urge you both to swiftly master the second-tier alchemy techniques." Ji Yuan smiled as he looked at the two and said, "Yes, master." Both nodded in agreement. They assumed that Ji Yuan's intention was for them to become second-tier alchemists in order to better assist Yihao. In truth, Yuan meant for them to expedite helping him complete his task, so that once his credibility level increased by one more rank, he could advance better treasures to aid Yihao. Chapter 73, Beast God Pill in the following period. Yihai and the other four were all dispatched by Yuan to search for treasures on his behalf. In the system, Yuan can indeed advance many rare treasures. Yet he finds himself significantly lacking in some commonplace cultivation resources. For instance, despite having achieved the 5th tier in alchemy, he has yet to concoct a single 5th tier elixir, and has only managed to produce the longevity potion of the 4th tier, primarily due to a scarcity of materials. It is said that a skilled artisan cannot work without raw materials. Fortunately, with 5 subordinates at his disposal, it is only natural to dispatch them to seek out resources for him. A figure at the law manifestation realm, accompanied by 4 at the divine ability realm, and bearing the identity of the Yi clan from the eastern continent, should be able to procure a substantial amount of resources. On the other hand, Han Feiyu has been wholly dedicated to the study of alchemy during this period. Although Yi Xiaobai does not match Han Feiyu's diligence and occasionally meanders through the outer sect like a slacker, his innate talent in alchemy surpasses that of Han Feiyu. Consequently, both have managed to preliminarily grasp the 2nd-tier alchemy technique and successfully concoct 2nd-tier elixirs within a similar time frame. Task 1 completed. Task 2 completed. Host, Yuan Reputation, Level 3, 1012. Advanced Quantity, 2 Advanced Mall. Search only 2 reputation points remain. The initiation of advanced rewards by Yuan will only lead to the emergence of tasks once the rewards have been preemptively claimed, thereby enabling the completion of these tasks to acquire credibility points. Yuan swiftly advanced 2 rewards. The system panel unveiled Task 1 and Task 2. The first advanced reward, the inheritance of a 5th-tier weapon refiner. The corresponding task, assist the disciple Yu Xiaobai in achieving the 4th level of the Spirit Sea. The second advanced reward, the Beast God Pill. The task entails aiding the disciple Han Feiyu in reaching the 4th level of the Spirit Sea. The third advanced reward, the 5th-tier Insight, Bloodline level, 6 stars. The task requires supporting the disciple in Yu in attaining the 4th level of Qi gathering. Tasks 1 and 2 are unlikely to be completed in a short span of time. Upon receiving the rewards in advance, Yuan felt the legacy of the 5th-tier blacksmith surge into his mind. Once he had fully absorbed this inheritance, he subsequently produced the Beast God Pill. This particular elixir was previously unknown to Yuan, having only been discovered within the system's advanced shop. According to the system's description, the 5th-tier Beast God Pill possesses the extraordinary capability to elevate a 4th-tier spiritual beast or demon beast cultivation to the 5th tier. The potency of a single pill to enhance an entire level is truly formidable. Yuan glanced at the 5th-tier Beast God Pill, and with his discerning eye, he could ascertain that this elixir was exceedingly remarkable, composed of extraordinary ingredients. The pill emanated a potent aura of blood, suggesting the inclusion of some formidable beast's essence. Could it possibly be concocted from the blood of a divine beast? His curiosity regarding this elixir was piqued, and he noted that the system also offered the option to prepay for the recipe. However, he refrained from doing so, as acquiring the recipe seemed imprudent. Opportunities to utilize such a potion were scarce. It would be more judicious to directly procure the finished product. Furthermore, if he were to prepay for the recipe, he would need to contemplate the sourcing of the materials. Merely glancing at them had already led him to conclude their complexity. It would be regrettable to possess the recipe without the necessary components, necessitating further prepayments for materials. Thus, opting for the finished Beast God Pill appeared to be the superior choice. Ultimately, the Beast God Pill was the system's most recommended reward for enhancing the cultivation of spirit pets. Its endorsement by the system indicated its exceptional quality. Acquiring it sufficed. There was no need to pursue the recipe. Additionally, beyond augmenting strength, the Beast God Pill could elevate the bloodline rank of spirit pets. Should a spirit pet consume a 5th-tier Beast God Pill while its bloodline rank stood at merely 4 stars, the rank would be elevated first, and only upon consuming a second pill would its cultivation be enhanced. The Beast God Pill, Yuan Advance, is intended for the old turtle. As dieting is currently at the 5th tier, it is imperative that he does not neglect the old turtle and must assist in elevating it to the 5th tier as well. Yuan arrived at the spiritual field and administered the Beast God Pill to the old turtle. Old turtle, upon consuming this elixir, you too shall ascend to the 5th tier. The old turtle accepted the pill and expressed gratitude, uttering, "Thank you, master." Subsequently, it was enveloped by a surge of spiritual energy, encased within a translucent sphere as it commenced its advancement. This process required a significant passage of time, during which Yuan remained in the spiritual field. As time flowed, The sphere began to shatter, and the old turtle emerged, its vitality and essence now profoundly enriched, having successfully ascended to the 5th tier of spiritual beasts. However, the old turtle had reached the zenith of its potential. Any further progress within the 5th tier would be limited. To attain the 6th tier, an enhancement of its bloodline was imperative, as there was no hope otherwise. Consequently, for Yuan to further elevate the old turtle, he would need to utilize a 6th tier beast god pill to enhance its bloodline. To cultivate the old turtle to the 8th tier, it would necessitate the advance of 7 beast god pills. In contrast, had Yuan initially opted for the spiritual pet egg, despite its higher bloodline potential, reaching the 8th tier would require the advance of 8 beast god pills. Thus, for Yuan, the former option was indeed more advantageous. Moreover, the primary benefit of the former choice lay not solely in the reduction of one advance but in the considerable time saved. Yuan does not concern himself with whether he advances his benefits one more time or one less. After all, the rewards are effortlessly acquired. As long as it saves time and effort, that is sufficient. Opting for a direct advance of Spirit Beast certainly simplifies matters and conserves time. In contrast, choosing to advance Spirit Pet Eggs merely escalates the cost in terms of time. Yuan is unafraid to advance his Beast God pills several times. In fact, he welcomes the opportunity as it allows him to accrue additional credibility points and elevate his reputation level. His only concern lies in the consumption of time. Thank you, Master. After Old Turtle completed his breakthrough, he gazed at Yuan and expressed his gratitude. Yuan waved his hand, saying, "No need for gratitude. It is only proper. Initially, the intention was for you to guard the spirit field. However, given your current abilities, there is no necessity for you to remain there at all times. You may occasionally visit the courtyard to play with those little ones or share a cup of tea and a game of chess with Elder Yi." The old turtle nodded in agreement, yet his tranquil nature compelled him to prefer the serenity of the spirit field. It would be even better if Night Xiaobai were not nearby. On the other hand, Diting's disposition was entirely different. She thrived on movement, resembling Night Xiaobai in that regard. Night Xiaobai delighted in accompanying Yu and Yi Hao in their playful antics. Diting, despite often being cradled by Yu and occasionally wearing an expression of exasperation, was, in truth, quite pleased. 2 months later, Yuan has once again completed a task, this time accomplishing Task 3. Indeed, Xiaoan Yue's talent is extraordinary. She spends relatively little time on her training, often indulging in play instead. Nevertheless, she has managed to reach the 4th level of Qi gathering in just over 2 months, thus earning a pre-allocated attempt. Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to advance another spirit companion, this time intended for Yi Hao. The motivation behind this decision stemmed from the influence of the spirit companion, Diting. Although Diting was said to belong to Yi Hao, it had come to resemble more of a possession of Xiaoan Yue. Neither Yi Xiaobai nor Han Feiyu would dare to compete with their junior sister for Diting. As for Yi Hao, despite often accompanying Xiaoan Yue and Diting in their playful endeavors, it was evident that Diting shared a closer bond with Xiaoan Yue, likely due to her culinary prowess in spirit cuisine. Considering that both children were still young, it seemed prudent to arrange a spirit companion for Yi Hao as well. After all, it was neither unfeasible nor beyond their means. Additionally, given that Yi Hao's cultivation progress was expected to lag behind that of the other 3, he would undoubtedly benefit from having a formidable spirit companion by his side, providing protection and guidance on his path. Yuan turned to Yi Hao and called out. Upon hearing Yuan's voice, Yi Hao promptly approached him, asking, "Master, what is the matter?" Chapter 74. The Divine Monkey. Do you desire a spirit pet as well? Yuan gazed at Yi Hao and inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao's eyes sparkled, and he fervently nodded in agreement. He indeed felt a sense of envy towards Xiaoan Yue, admiring her ability to embrace the spirit beast, Ting, even in slumber. However, Ting was reluctant to allow him the same privilege, often retorting, with such a loud bark, "Do you think I would let you hold me? What kind of spirit pet do you fancy?" Yuan inquired once more. "Master, any kind will do. I like them all." Yi Hao responded with a smile. "As long as it is a spirit pet, I am not particular." "Then, what kind of animal do you prefer?" Yuan inquired once more. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao fell into deep contemplation, yet he found himself rather perplexed. It seemed he was uncertain about which animals he truly favored. To be precise, he held no particular affection for any creature, nor did he harbor any aversion towards them. Thus, he concluded that any choice would suffice. The dilemma was then cast upon Yuan. "You may go and amuse yourself. Allow me a moment to ponder." Yuan turned to Yi Hao and spoke, then fell into deep contemplation. Yi Hao nodded and then went over to play with Xiaoan Yue. Yuan pondered. contemplating that since one could not select based on Yihao's preferences, it would be prudent to choose according to Yihao's needs. Perhaps one could consider a spirit pet that would be of assistance to him. Yuan contemplated this and summoned the system panel, conducting a search for spiritual pets. The system promptly displayed a selection of recommended spiritual companions. Upon a cursory glance, Yuan found the system's recommendations rather commendable. Among them was the duo Elrad, adept at resource acquisition, and the Yaoling, a spirit creature capable of producing resources through the transformation of spiritual plants into beasts. It seemed the system was aware that Yihao's primary dilemma lay in the scarcity of resources. However, Yuan did not place much value on these options. After all, resource exploration could be sufficiently managed with the heavenly I learned from the Tao Sutra, complemented by the ability of listening to the truth. As for self-producing resources, while appealing, such spirit creatures were comparatively feeble in strength when juxtaposed with the other recommendations. Thus, he set his sights on a monkey known as the Golden Silk Divine Monkey. Although the Golden Silk Divine Monkey might not excel in resource generation relative to other spirit creatures, its prowess was undeniable. According to the system's description, the Golden Silk Divine Monkey boasted formidable strength, a robust physique, and potent divine abilities. The role of spirit creatures sometimes extends to safeguarding one's path, and insufficient strength is simply unacceptable. Moreover, the Golden Silk Divine Monkey possessed unique abilities related to resource management, which, when weighed against the aforementioned options, made it his choice. This ability, while termed as such, could also be regarded as a craft. The Golden Silk Divine Monkey had a talent for brewing wines and various beverages. The concoctions crafted by the monkey were not merely indulgences for the palate, they were imbued with extraordinary effects. Yihao had a penchant for drinking beast milk, and it was plausible that he would also relish the beverages crafted by the Golden Silk Divine Monkey. Additionally, the monkey was capable of procuring beast milk, not through its own production, but by gathering materials and blending them with other ingredients to create superior beast milk. Thus, this became his selection. Yuan was not overly troubled. Although he was intrigued by the other spirit pets recommended by the system, his preference remained steadfast for the Golden Silk Divine Monkey. To be candid, this inclination was partly influenced by the legendary figure of Sun Wukong. As a traveler from another realm, how could he not harbor affection for monkeys and the great sage equal to heaven? Advanced reward. 5th tier Golden Silk Divine Monkey, bloodline level, 6 stars, advanced task, assist disciple in you in achieving the 7th level of Qi gathering. As Yuan completed the advance payment, a golden-haired monkey materialized out of thin air in his embrace, unnoticed by those around him. The monkey looked up at Yuan and called out, "Master." In the courtyard, Xiaoan Yue and Yihao, hearing the commotion, turned their heads to look. "What a lovely little monkey!" exclaimed Xiaoan Yue upon seeing the divine creature. Yihao, filled with excitement, dashed back to Yuan, gazing intently at the monkey. Yuan, observing the scene, smiled and addressed the divine monkey, saying, "From now on, you shall accompany Howard. He is my disciple." "Yes, master," the divine monkey responded, leaping from Yuan's shoulder to stand before Yihao, gazing up at him and exclaiming, "Thank you, master." Yihao replied joyfully, turning to Yuan with a beaming smile. He then scooped up the divine monkey and made his way towards Xiaoan Yue. "Sister, I too have a spiritual pet now." While the peak of seeking the Tao enjoyed tranquility, the ancient realm of cultivation had not been peaceful in the past 2 months. 2 months prior, following the conclusion of the Divine Medicine Convention, all members of the Poison Flood sect who attended the event vanished without a trace, from the Grand Ancestors to ordinary disciples. All were gone. The remnants of the Poison Flood sect were thrown into chaos. One of the Grand Ancestors promptly took it upon himself to investigate, insisting that whether dead or alive, their people must be found. Even if they had perished, locating their bodies was imperative. However, the investigation yielded no results. They did discover that the sect's members had left the Divine Medicine Valley in the company of the Blood Slaughter sect's Grand Ancestor. Yet, when they approached the Blood Slaughter sect, he, now aligned with Yuan, denied any wrongdoing, claiming that although they departed together, he had parted ways with the members of the Poison Flood sect midway. Whether or not the Poison Flood sect believed him was inconsequential. They had no choice but to accept his word. After all, with one Grand Ancestor of the Poison Flood sect missing, the Blood Slaughter sect still had 2. Though the members of the Poison Flood sect had vanished, their Grand Ancestor harbored a persistent suspicion that their disappearance was somehow linked to the Blood Slaughter sect, and likely involved the Green Mountain sect as well. It was conceivable that the Blood Slaughter sect had conspired with the Green Mountain sect to annihilate their members. Within the Grand Hall of the Poison Flood sect, the remaining Grand Ancestor and the sect leader convened to discuss their dire situation. This is intolerable. Brother Wang and the other disciples must have met with misfortune. The culprits are likely the Blood Slaughter sect and the Green Mountain sect. The Grand Ancestor exclaimed angrily. Brother Wang referred to the other Grand Ancestor of the Poison Flood sect, who had been eliminated by Yuan. Originally, there were 2 Grand Ancestors, and now only one remained. The sect leader, hearing his master's words, felt a headache coming on. Master, if they indeed orchestrated this, and they could eliminate our uncle, they could easily do the same to us. The Grand Ancestor's eyes flashed with a glint of murderous intent. He understood this truth all too well. At this juncture, it mattered little who had attacked his brother. What was crucial was that since they had killed his brother, would they allow him to remain unharmed? I shall contact them right away. Those scoundrels only ever command us to strike at the Green Mountain sect, but never allocate sufficient resources. If only they would cultivate a few more Dao platform cultivators for our sect, we could annihilate the Green Mountain sect and the Blood Slaughter sect at will. The Grand Ancestor's tone was harsh. While he did not openly name anyone, the sect leader understood he was alluding to the Water Dragon sect. Being the sect leader and a disciple of the Grand Ancestor, he was privy to certain matters concerning the Water Dragon sect. That day, the Grand Ancestor of the Poison Flood sect utilized a magical artifact to contact a representative of the Water Dragon sect, who had maintained ties with the Poison Flood sect. He informed them that the Green Mountain sect had risen, now boasting a Dao platform Grand Ancestor, and had ambushed the Poison Flood sect, resulting in the demise of one of their Grand Ancestors, several elders, and dozens of disciples. Chapter 75, The Alliance of Mountain and see if the Green Mountain sect were permitted to continue unchecked, they might soon produce cultivators of the divine ability realm. He exaggerated the situation, as he was uncertain how his brother had actually died. Yet, it was true that the Green Mountain sect had acquired a new Grand Ancestor, and he aimed to place the blame squarely on them, as he understood that the Water Dragon sect did not wish to see the Green Mountain sect grow powerful. By framing the narrative this way, he sought to secure the greatest advantage. With the Grand Ancestor of the Poison Flood sect contacting the Water Dragon sect, a swift response came from their representative. In due time, the Water Dragon sect would dispatch envoys to the ancient realm to train 2 more Dao platform cultivators for the Poison Flood sect. Although this news did not entirely satisfy the Grand Ancestor, he refrained from voicing any further complaints. He had long suspected that the Water Dragon sect was somewhat deranged. They demanded that the Poison Flood sect target the Green Mountain sect while simultaneously refusing to allow them to grow stronger. For many years, whenever the Poison Flood sect faced decline, the Water Dragon sect would assist in cultivating them to a level comparable to the Green Mountain sect, only to withdraw their support thereafter. Was this not madness? It seemed as though the Poison Flood sect was merely a sharpening stone for the Green Mountain sect. Were it not for the fact that the Poison Flood sect had genuinely killed many during their confrontations with the Green Mountain sect. And considering the Water Dragon sect's overwhelming power, one might truly believe they viewed the Poison Flood sect as nothing more than a tool. 2 months passed. The envoys from the Water Dragon sect had finally arrived in the ancient realm. One early morning, the Grand Ancestor and sect leader of the Poison Flood sect awaited the arrival of the Water Dragon sect's envoys. They were greeted by a man and a woman, both of whom were cultivators of the divine ability realm. Greetings, esteemed ones, the Grand Ancestor and sect leader respectfully addressed them upon their arrival. The 2 envoys offered a slight nod before being escorted to a grand hall where they were invited to sit and enjoy tea. Enough pleasantries, let us get to business. Bring forth 2 promising cultivators from your sect, the man said coldly, his impatience evident. Yes, I shall do so immediately, the Grand Ancestor replied, lowering his attitude significantly as he and the sect leader exited the hall. Despite harboring some resentment towards the Water Dragon sect, he dared not express it openly. The man turned to the woman beside him and remarked, "Junior sister, must you constantly keep a watchful eye on your senior brother?" The woman replied coolly, "Forgive me, senior brother, but I simply do not trust you." "I see. The first statement is fine, but the second is rather harsh," he complained suddenly. "Esteemed ones, we have brought the individuals," the Grand Ancestor of the Poison Flood sect announced, quickly presenting 2 individuals, one of whom was a Grand Ancestor of the Poison Flood sect. Both were cultivators at the 8th or 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm. "Here, take these elixirs, and also these 2 low-grade Dao forging spiritual artifacts. Prepare for your breakthroughs as soon as possible," the man instructed, distributing the items. "Thank you, esteemed one," the 2 recipients replied, their excitement palpable as they accepted the elixirs and hurried off to begin their cultivation. Once they departed, the Grand Ancestor of the Poison Flood sect pondered for a moment before mustering the courage to address the man again. "Esteemed one, I have a question that has long weighed on my heart." "Speak," The man replied, "May I inquire as to why the upper sect supports us in our efforts against the Green Mountain sect yet does not provide full backing? If you two could simply come and eliminate the Green Mountain sect, why not do so? Do not ask questions that do not concern you," the woman interjected coldly. The Grand Ancestor bowed, silencing himself and forcing a bitter smile. This question had been posed by several generations of Grand Ancestors. Yet the answer always remained the same: do not ask questions that do not concern you. At that moment, the man chuckled and said, "Are you eager to know?" The Grand Ancestor of the Poison Flood sect was momentarily taken aback. Could this time yield an unexpected revelation? The Patriarch of the Poison Serpent sect nodded slightly. The man, unconcerned, remarked, "If you wish to know, I have no qualms in sharing. The previous individuals refrained from telling you, merely out of a sense of pride. Unfortunately for them, I am not one to cling to such notions. There is no extraordinary reason behind it. The founding master of the Qinshan sect originally hailed from the same lineage as the Water Dragon sect, but the Qinshan sect offended our revered ancestor. The ancestor sought to annihilate the Qinshan sect, yet another elder from the Water Dragon sect intervened. Thus, both ancestors compromised, leading to the current situation where your Poison Serpent sect has been cultivated to counter the Qinshan sect, albeit with restrictions to prevent you from becoming too powerful and obliterating them outright." Upon hearing this, the woman could not help but smirk coldly. The Water Dragon sect and the Qinshan sect both originated from the immensely powerful entity known as the Mountain Sea Palace on the same continent. Within the Mountain Sea Palace, there were two factions, the Mountain Sect and the Sea Alliance. The Mountain Sect comprised mortal cultivators, while the Sea Alliance consisted of beast clans and half-demons. The relationship between the two factions had never been particularly harmonious. The downfall of the Mountain Sea Palace was partly attributed to internal strife. However, after the sect's destruction, many survivors began to unite once more. The present Water Dragon sect is essentially a reformation of the surviving members from both the Mountain Sect and the Sea Alliance. Consequently, the Water Dragon sect has naturally evolved into a faction that embodies both lineages. What she found somewhat amusing was that although the Qinshan sect originated from the Mountain Sect, the elder targeting the Qinshan sect was not from the Sea Alliance, but rather from the Mountain Sect itself. The woman was oblivious to the reasons behind the Mountain Sect elder's animosity towards the Qinshan sect. She was aware only of the internal discord within the Mountain Sect. Had it not been for the old ties between their Sea Alliance elder and the Qinshan sect's elder, the latter might have already faced destruction. Nevertheless, this discord was an internal matter for the Mountain Sect, and thus the Sea Alliance did not extend too much assistance to the Qinshan sect. This culminated in the current predicament where there are factions within the Mountain Sect supporting the Poison Serpent sect against the Qinshan sect, yet refraining from outright extermination. After all, both ancestors had already made concessions, allowing the Mountain Sect to abstain from dispatching forces to obliterate the Qinshan sect. However, the absence of extermination does not preclude suppression. The support for the Poison Serpent sect primarily serves to keep the Qinshan sect in check, ensuring they remain subdued. The elder of the Poison Serpent sect, having listened to the man's words, began to grasp the intentions behind the support for their sect. In the grand scheme of power struggles, the weak often suffer at the hands of the powerful. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He had no other choice. He was acutely aware that the Poison Serpent sect was merely a tool in the hands of these powers. However, there was little recourse. With limited strength, one must accept the role of a weapon. Should one refuse to wield the blade, many others the delicate balance must be maintained. The day after the two envoys from the Water Dragon sect arrived at the Poison Serpent Gate, the man was prepared to venture out. The woman did not follow, as her primary task was to ensure that the man did not provide excessive support to the Poison Serpent Gate, preventing them from becoming overly powerful. Thus, her main focus remained within the confines of the Poison Serpent Gate. As for the concern that the man might turn his attention to the Green Mountain sect, she felt no apprehension. The annihilation of the Green Mountain sect was a decision reached by the two ancestral elders after much deliberation. The man lacked the audacity to disrupt such a resolution. Just as the woman anticipated, the man indeed refrained from making any rash moves. However, his departure from the Poison Serpent Gate was not merely for leisure. He sought someone. Before arriving in the ancient domain, his master had instructed him to locate a semi-demon of spiritual sea realm, known as Bai Shuang, and retrieve a token from her, ultimately leading to her demise. Although he was uncertain of her identity, he speculated that she might be connected to the Sea Alliance. Understanding the gravity of this task, he realized it was far from a trivial endeavor. Yet, it was a command from his master, and he dared not disobey. Failure to locate her would result in dire consequences upon his return, much like the predicament he faced at the Poison Serpent Gate. He was trapped in a web of obligation. The man first sought out the Elder of the Poison Serpent Gate. When Bai Shuang first arrived in the ancient domain, the Poison Serpent Gate had initiated a pursuit. But she managed to escape, leaving the sect's members unable to find her after extensive searches. Upon learning of Bai Shuang's last known whereabouts, the man proceeded directly to seek her out himself. He steeled himself, preparing for the possibility that if he did find Bai Shuang, his sole responsibility would be to seize the token. He had no intention of confronting Bai Shuang directly. He planned to hand her over to the Poison Serpent Gate, allowing them to take action. Although this might seem unnecessary, prudence dictated that he distance himself from the situation. Months passed. The sect leader of the Poison Serpent Gate successfully broke through to the Dao platform realm. Unfortunately, another elder failed in his breakthrough. However, due to the presence of a Dao-forging spiritual object, he did not perish. Nonetheless, one such object was wasted. The envoy from the Water Dragon sect, the man, presented another inferior Dao-forging spiritual object along with additional resources to the Poison Serpent Gate, facilitating the cultivation of a new elder in the spiritual sea realm. During this time, the man finally located Bai Shuang in Yuan Town. In Yuan Town, the Han family. Several months had elapsed since Han Feng married Bai Shuang. The couple treated each other with respect, and their life together was quite harmonious. One day, Bai Shuang was in the courtyard engaged in handiwork with Han Xiaomei when the figure of the Water Dragon sect envoy appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Bai Shuang immediately sensed a terrifying aura and turned her gaze towards the entrance. Recognizing the attire of the individual as that of the Water Dragon sect, she felt a sense of foreboding. Shielding Han Xiaomei behind her, she swiftly crushed the bead given to her by Yuan. Finally found you, the man spoke. You are from the Water Dragon sect. What is your true intention? I managed to escape to the ancient domain, and it must have been your machinations that allowed that. Bai Shuang inquired, her mind racing with thoughts of stalling for time. Enough with the pleasantries. Do you possess a token? Hand it over, the man demanded. Unwilling to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuang replied, the token is with my father, Bai Yang, an elder of the Water Dragon sect. If you possess the ability, go and demand it from him. Realizing the arduous nature of his task, the man understood that Bai Shuang was indeed a formidable opponent. While he did not know her personally, he was well aware of Bai Yang's reputation as an elder of the Sea Alliance and a fifth-tier cultivator, corresponding with the Dharma manifestation realm. Forgive me, junior sister, I must obey my master's command, he uttered as he prepared to take action. Aiming to subdue Bai Shuang and ascertain whether the token was truly absent from her person. In that fleeting moment of his assault, Yuan suddenly appeared before him. A flicker of terror crossed the man's face. Before he could react, he found himself utterly immobilized. Senior, Bai Shuang exclaimed, visibly relieved at the sight. Yuan slightly nodded and inquired, is it the disciples of the Water Dragon sect who seek to trouble you with their cultivation at the Divine Ability realm? Bai Shuang affirmed with a nod. Let me ascertain the situation. Yuan extended his hand slightly. The man from the realm of divine powers was swiftly ensnared by Yuan's enslavement technique. What brings you here? Yuan gazed at the man who had already been enslaved and inquired. Subsequently, the man swiftly began to respond to Yuan's questions. Based on his answers, Yuan gained a deeper understanding of the Water Dragon sect and discerned why the Poison Flood sect targeted the Green Mountain sect. This matter was something even Bai Shuang had been unaware of. Although Bai Shuang was the progeny of Elder Bai Yang of the Water Dragon sect, it is accurate to say that she was not truly a member of the Water Dragon sect. Bai Yang, as an elder and a fifth-tier beast, had a limited number of offspring, yet they were not insignificant. Almost all of them were offspring of demonic beasts. Bai Shuang was his sole half-demon progeny. Her existence was an unexpected occurrence. She could be considered an illegitimate child. Not all demonic beasts and spirit beasts aspired to have a half-demon offspring. While Bai Yang did not harbor animosity towards half-demons, he belonged to a category that regarded them with disdain. It was only because Bai Shuang's mother hailed from the mountain sect lineage that her birth was even conceivable. In any case, this detail is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is that Yuan has finally unraveled the circumstances surrounding the Water Dragon sect. Furthermore, there are individuals within the mountain sect lineage of the Water Dragon sect who are intrigued by the mysteries behind the token. In order to obtain the token, Bai Shuang's escape from the Water Dragon sect likely had someone orchestrating events from the shadows. After all, despite being an illegitimate child, Bai Shuang had previously resided within Bai Yang's domain, where opportunities to seize the token were scarce. However, with Bai Shuang's flight, the chance to acquire the token has now arisen. I shall take this individual with me for the time being. It is unlikely that anyone will pursue us further. Yuan cast a glance at Bai Shuang before preparing to depart. As he was leaving, he prudently left behind a pearl for Bai Shuang. Chapter 77. The Celestial Being at the Peak of Seeking the Tao. Yuan directly brought back the individual from the Water Dragon sect. Yuan gazed at the individual, deep in contemplation. Pray tell, how should I address the matter of you all? Yuan murmured to herself. The Water Dragon sect possesses remarkable strength. However, it is unfortunate that just moments ago, and you achieved a breakthrough to the 7th layer of Qi gathering. In a month's time, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu will also reach the 4th layer of the Spirit Sea. The system panel summoned by Yuan. Host, Yuan, credibility, level 4, 024. Advanced quantity, 2, advanced mall, search. Yuan's credibility level has reached the 4th tier, and today he shall attain the status of a celestial being. At that point, the dangers posed by the Water Dragon sect will be of no concern. However, he finds himself somewhat speechless upon discovering that the Water Dragon sect and the Green Mountain sect share a common origin, both stemming from a formidable force known as the Mountain Sea Palace from many years ago. It is no wonder that certain elements within the Green Mountain sect appear to surpass what ordinary factions might possess. He is resolute in his intention to eliminate the celestial ancestor of the Water Dragon sect, a figure from the Mountain sect lineage. The targeting of the Green Mountain sect ultimately traces back to this individual. Although the Green Mountain sect has managed to survive thus far, countless elders and disciples have perished at the hands of the Poison Serpent sect over the years. Perhaps those who were slain in the past bear little connection to Yuan. Nevertheless, as the current leader of the path-seeking peak, he cannot overlook the continued oppression of the Green Mountain sect by the Water Dragon sect. Thus, he feels compelled to settle the score. As for the Poison Serpent sect, their entrapment is of no concern to Yuan. The lives lost within the Green Mountain sect are all attributed to them, since they have become adversaries. There is no room for mercy. Hence, he will first annihilate the Poison Serpent sect and then return to the Water Dragon sect to unleash chaos. Before settling the score, he will serve them a prelude of what is to come. Yuan gazed upon the enslaved man and spoke. The man bowed and replied, "Yes, my master." Upon receiving the command, he departed. Yuan gazed contemplatively in the direction of the Poison Serpent sect, lost in thought, perhaps to the ancient ancestor of the Mountain sect. The Qing Shan sect appeared no more significant than mere ants. Nurturing the Poison Serpent sect to suppress the Qing Shan sect offered him little advantage. Driven solely by personal whims, he had instigated a conflict between the Poison Serpent sect and the Qing Shan sect that had persisted for many years. If those who perished from the Qing Shan sect were to learn that their demise was merely the result of one man's capriciousness, they would be at a loss for words. Indeed, whether in the previous world or in this fantastical realm, the essence of existence remains steeped in cruelty. The strong thrive while the weak perish. Only the formidable are capable of seizing their destinies. Retreating into seclusion, with thoughts swirling in her mind, Yuan entered the room and gently closed the door behind her. Subsequently, she summoned the system panel and advanced to the 6th volume of the scriptures. The techniques surged into her consciousness, and soon after, Yuan tapped into her cultivation. She contemplated the essence of the universe, shattering the void around her. Yuan swiftly attained the realm of the celestial being. Following this breakthrough in cultivation, the inaugural task of Mission 4 was to recruit a disciple with talent or potential reaching 3 stars. Yi Hao naturally fulfilled this requirement, thus completing the task effortlessly. Consequently, Yuan's credibility points increased by 1, while the pre-allocated attempts diminished once more. Yuan did not hesitate much and advanced to the 6th volume of the Divine Refinement Technique. This time, the task was to assist Yi Hao in channeling energy into his body. Having accomplished that, Yuan proceeded to advance to the 6th volume of the Eternal Life Technique. The task this time was to teach Yi Hao a first-tier Taoist spell. Although Yi Hao's cultivation level was still modest, he had already mastered the Purple Qi technique, thereby fulfilling the task once more. The 6th volume of the Eternal Life Technique had now reached the volume of longevity. Yuan's physical form has not only grown stronger, but his lifespan has also doubled. Originally, the typical lifespan of a celestial being is 5,000 years. However, the 6th volume of the Immortal Longevity Technique, the Longevity Volume, has directly extended Yuan's lifespan to an astonishing 10,000 years. At this moment, both his physical form and consciousness have reached a terrifying pinnacle. Although his cultivation is merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm, he dares to proclaim one thing: he is invincible among those of the celestial realm. Yuan gazed at the system, continuing to advance his rewards. The joy of recruiting disciples ahead of time lies in the ability to receive multiple rewards in one go. Tasks are accomplished the moment they arise. Yuan gazed at the panel, having once again advanced a 6th-tier beast god pill. The task was straightforward as always. This time, the objective was to teach Yihao a secondary profession and help him attain the first tier. Yihao had already acquired the secondary profession. Unlike the others, he was distinct from Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu, who focused on alchemy, and in Yu, who specialized in spiritual cuisine. Yihao, however, diligently pursued both alchemy and spiritual cuisine. This was unavoidable, due to the resource demands of the primal ancient sacred body. He knew he had to master alchemy to forge his own pills once he procured the necessary spiritual herbs. As for learning spiritual cuisine, that was purely driven by his passion for food. Yuan now has only one final opportunity for an advance. This time, the task is to assist Yihao in breaking through to the fourth layer of qi gathering. Despite consuming numerous qi gathering pills over the past few months, Yihao's cultivation remains at the third layer of qi gathering. To achieve a breakthrough to the fourth layer, he still requires some time. The final opportunity for pre-advancement bestowed by Yuan is reserved for Yihao. He commenced a search for treasures suitable for Yihao. Soon, Yuan discovered a sixth-tier treasure remarkably akin to the fourth-tier Moonlight Spirit Pearl. According to the system's description, the Moonlight Spirit Pearl serves as a lower-tier substitute for this treasure. Pre-advancement reward. 6th-tier Sun and Moon Divine Pearl pre-advancement task. Assist disciple Yihao in achieving the fourth layer of qi gathering. The Moonlight Spirit Pearl absorbs the essence of the stars and moon, condensing the Moonlight spiritual liquid. In contrast, the Sun and Moon Divine Pearl harnesses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, extracting the quintessence of the sun, moon, and stars to form the divine liquid. The efficiency of production for both treasures is equivalent, yielding 1 drop per month. The divine liquid is typically utilized to aid practitioners in transcending minor realms within the realms of divine ability, law manifestation, and celestial beings. Generally, cultivators below the divine ability realm cannot use the divine liquid, as they lack the capacity to absorb its potency. However, the ancient sacred body is an exception. Due to the curse of heaven and earth, the ancient sacred body can consume the divine liquid without the risk of failing to absorb its effects. If a practitioner of the qi gathering realm were to partake in a drop of the divine liquid, they would meet with catastrophic demise. In contrast, the ancient sacred body would merely find the effect to be rather mundane. Yuan directly advances the Sun and Moon Divine Pearl. Listen attentively. Yuan glanced outside and called out. Outside, the curious dog, Ting, who was playing with the newly empowered Shaoan Yue, perked up at Yuan's voice. Woof. Put me down. Little pup, hurry back. Shaoan Yue released Ting, who dashed into Yuan's house. Woof. What do you need, master? Ting barked upon entering. Come take a look at this divine liquid condensed from the Sun and Moon Divine Pearl. I wonder what effects it would have if given to Hauer. Yuan retrieved the Sun and Moon Divine Pearl, which appeared far more exquisite than the Moonlight Spirit Pearl. Ting cast a glance and remarked, if Yihao were to consume it, its effects would be tenfold that of the Moonlight Spirit liquid. Upon hearing this, Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. In other words, in the realm of qi gathering, a single drop from Yihao could elevate one's cultivation by an entire level. Consider it a reward. Yuan spoke as he took out the 6th-tier Beast God pill and tossed it to Tiding. Upon seeing the Beast God pill, Tiding's ears twitched slightly, and she immediately comprehended its significance. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaped up and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Chapter 78. The Annihilation of the Poisonous Flood Dragon Sect. After ingesting the Beast God pill, Tiding commenced her transformation. It remains uncertain whether it was the effect of the pill, but during her ascension, she was enveloped in a spherical aura. This orb concealed her progression from 5th tier to 6th tier, resulting in minimal disturbance. Yuan stepped out of the room. In the courtyard, Yu, who was engrossed in play, noticed Yuan's arrival. She turned to Yuan and inquired, Master, where is the little dog? Yuan replied, she has a few matters to attend to and will return shortly. Yuan replied. Oh, Shaoan Yuan nodded in understanding. Yuan subsequently retrieved the Sun Moon Divine Pearl and handed it to Yihao, saying, Hauer, come, take this. Intrigued, Yihao approached Yuan. Master, what is this? He inquired as he accepted the Sun Moon Divine Pearl. This is the Sun Moon Divine Pearl, Yuan explained. This pearl possesses the ability to absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, condensing the quintessence of the sun, moon, and stars. Each month, it can gather a drop of divine liquid. Consuming a drop of this divine liquid will elevate your cultivation by 1 tier in the gathering qi realm. Fortunately, there is currently a drop of divine liquid within the pearl. You should consume it. Yuan began to explain. Yihao looked at Yuan with gratitude and said, Thank you, master. Yuan smiled as she gently stroked Yihao's head. Yihao swiftly consumed a drop of divine liquid from the sun and moon divine pearl. Upon ingestion, his cultivation began to ascend. In the blink of an eye, he progressed from the third to the fourth level of qi gathering. The task was accomplished. With the successful completion of Task 4 once again, Yuan continued to advance a 6th-tier beast god pill, which he administered to the golden silkworm monkey. Consequently, the Tao-seeking peak now boasted 3 formidable warriors of the celestial realm. After their breakthroughs, the appearances of the golden silkworm monkey and the listening truth remained unchanged. Yet their powers genuinely reached the 6th tier. Given their extraordinary lineage, their strength, while not on par with Yuan's, was nevertheless formidable enough to be deemed invincible among celestial beings. With these 2 guardians in place, Yuan felt a sense of security. He planned to visit the Water Dragon sect next, but first, he decided to wait and observe Li Xian's actions, the man he had enslaved from the Water Dragon sect. Upon leaving Tao-seeking Peak, Li Xian swiftly returned to the Poison Flood sect. Once there, he unleashed his divine powers and began a ruthless slaughter of the sect's members. Waves of mystical energy were unleashed, resulting in the demise of numerous disciples and the destruction of the sect's structures and landscape. In mere moments, the Poison Flood sect lay in ruins under the assault of a celestial practitioner. Soon, Lin Shuang and the elder of the Poison Flood sect appeared before Li Xian, both appearing bewildered. Lin Shuang, a disciple from the Water Dragon sect, was affiliated with the Sea Alliance. Messenger, what is the meaning of this? The elder of the Poison Flood sect asked, his face contorted with anguish as he surveyed the devastation. Poison Flood sect, since you dare to oppose the Qingshan sect, today shall mark your annihilation, Li Xian declared, hovering in the air with an authoritative voice. The elder was taken aback. Isn't it your command to deal with the Qingshan sect? He turned to Lin Shuang, messenger, what is happening? Lin Shuang remained silent, unable to comprehend the situation. She pondered whether Li Xian had lost his sanity. Prepare to meet your end. Li Xian had no intention of engaging in further dialogue with the Poison Flood sect members and charged towards the remaining practitioners. Run. Everyone, flee. That man has gone mad. The elders shouted desperately. In the next moment, the members of the Poison Flood sect scattered in all directions, entirely devoid of the will to resist against a celestial practitioner. The elder, too, fled in a frenzy. His heart was heavy with despair, just as he had learned why the Water Dragon sect sought to target the Qingshan sect. He had prepared to navigate the waters, leveraging the support of the Water Dragon sect to grow in strength while allowing the Qingshan sect to flourish. Yet, before he could act, they were now facing annihilation at the hands of this madman. Wait a moment. The elder suddenly realized something crucial. How did he come to know of the Water Dragon sect's intentions to nurture the Poison Flood sect? It was Li Xian who had revealed it to him. Why had Li Xian disclosed this? Observing Li Xian's current actions, it became clear that this had been a premeditated plan for the eradication of the Poison Flood sect. The Water Dragon sect intended to abandon them, not merely abandon, but to obliterate them entirely. The elder's eyes blazed with fury. There were indeed inconsistencies in this entire affair, such as why Li Xian had not acted to destroy the Poison Flood sect from the outset, or why Lin Shuang had not intervened. However, the elder could no longer contemplate these matters. In his view, now that Li Xian had struck, it was evident that the Water Dragon sect had forsaken the Poison Flood sect. Damn the Water Dragon sect! The elder cursed. In the next instant, a flying sword shot forth from behind the Poison Flood sect, piercing the elder's skull. As the elder of the Poison Flood sect, Li Xian could not allow him to escape. Despite the chaos as the sect members fled in all directions, Li Xian, being a celestial practitioner, swiftly dispatched each one. The Poison Flood sect was officially eradicated. Once he had accomplished this, Lin Shuang approached Li Xian. Why did you destroy the Poison Flood sect? What schemes does your mountain sect have in mind? Junior sister, do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. I must return to my sect. You may handle the rest as you see fit, Li Xian replied before departing in a determined direction. He refrained from engaging with Lin Shuang further. Yuan had to confront the lineage of the mountain sect. Thus, there was no need to complicate matters. After all, Lin Shuang was also a practitioner of extraordinary abilities. Watching Li Xian depart, Lin Shuang was genuinely perplexed. She could not discern whether Li Xian had truly lost his sanity or if some command had been issued to him by the ancestors or elders of the mountain sect. The divine consciousness of Yuan has been closely observing Li Xian. Upon noticing Li Xian's intention to return to the Water Dragon sect, Yuan plans to wait until Li Xian's return before proceeding to the Water Dragon sect. At present, Yuan has attained the celestial realm, further augmented by the power of enslavement, which positions him advantageously. Upon Li Xian's return to the Water Dragon sect, he shall ascertain its location, enabling him to traverse the void and swiftly arrive at his destination. From what he had previously gathered, the Water Dragon sect resides in a region of the northern continent known as the Lan Domain, which is situated at a considerable distance from the ancient domain. Separated by several realms, Li Xian possesses a flying artifact rented from the sect. Even with this aid, his journey from the ancient domain back to the Lan Domain would require several days. In a few days, I must embark on a journey, which may conclude swiftly or extend over several days. Monkey, during my absence, I entrust the protection of the Tao-seeking peak and the Green Mountain sect to you, an old turtle. Yuan gazed at the golden-furred divine monkey and said, "Very well, my master." The golden-furred divine monkey nodded in acknowledgement. Yuan glanced at Diding, saying, "You shall accompany me when the time comes." Chapter 79, The Secret Realm of Divine Medicine. Diding's hearing was exceptionally keen. As they set out on this journey, they might encounter perplexing phenomena. With Diding by his side, Yuan felt reassured that he would not be at a loss for understanding. "All right." Diding nodded in agreement. Yuan bestowed upon him a beast god pill, and she remained in high spirits. In response to Yuan's command, she readily agreed, her joy evident. "Master, where are you going? Can you take me along?" Xiaoan Yue exclaimed, her voice filled with eagerness. She looked at Yuan with a pitiful expression, her large eyes seemingly pleading. "You've taken the dog with you. You cannot leave me behind. I will be departing in a few days for about, and this time, I shall not take you with me," came the reply. Yuan gently ruffled Xiaoan Yue's hair and said, "Very well." Xiaoan Yue, obedient as ever, ceased her insistence on accompanying Yuan. "Senior sister, Monkey Brother has concocted a new fruit beverage. Let us go and taste it." Upon hearing this, Yihao planned to divert Xiaoan Yue's attention. Indeed, her interest was piqued, and she joyfully followed Yihao and the divine monkey to the room where the divine monkey crafted his drinks. Ever since the divine monkey revealed his skill in beverage crafting, he has garnered considerable favor among the disciples of the Seeking Tao Peak. Not only the two little ones, but also Yuan, Yu Tian, and even Yi Xiaobai, Han Feiyu, Old Turtle, and Di Ting, all cherished the drinks produced by the divine monkey. Speaking of Yu Tian, since his appointment as an elder of the Seeking Tao Peak, he has not conformed to the previous norm of solitary cultivation. Perhaps out of gratitude towards Yuan, he felt compelled to contribute to the Seeking Tao Peak and the Qingshan sect. Thus, he took up the role of the external elder responsible for imparting teachings. It is noteworthy that previously, there was no such position as an external elder, although there existed a hall of teachings. It was managed by an attendant at the 8th or 9th level of Qi gathering. Yu Tian is likely the first to hold the title of external elder. He does not merely occupy the title, he frequently visits the hall of teaching to conduct lectures and guide external disciples in their cultivation. As for why he insisted on serving as an external elder, it is simply because the Seeking Tao Peak lacks inner disciples. In contrast, other peaks within the inner sect have their own halls of teaching and elders. However, the Seeking Tao Peak is sparsely populated. Not only is there no hall of teaching, but there are also no inner disciples. It would be rather inappropriate for him to venture to other peaks and usurp the roles of their elders. Those familiar with Yu Tian's character understand his good intentions, while those unfamiliar might misconstrue his actions as attempts to poach disciples. In any case, since Yu Tian has assumed the role of external elder, the reputation of Seeking Tao Peak within the Qingshan sect has significantly risen. Many external disciples, after attending his lectures, often inquire whether they could join Seeking Tao Peak upon passing the inner sect examination. As Yu Tian's reputation flourished within the sect, Yi Xiaobai began to experience a decline in popularity. Initially, he was quite sought after by the disciples. However, his penchant for seeking the spotlight gradually dwindled his circle of admirers, particularly after several demonstrations of alchemy, which he enthusiastically showcased. He neglected the fact that his alchemical endeavors came with a negative buff. Following a few mishaps that caused distress among the other disciples, many now avoid Yi Xiaobai, associating him with various misfortunes. As Di Ting prepared to join in the feasting, he was suddenly lifted by Yuan. "Let us go. I have now reached the celestial realm and should explore the secret realm of divine herbs." As Yuan spoke, he retrieved a key from within himself. Having attained the celestial realm, his connection with the key deepened profoundly. The next moment, Yuan, cradling the divine listening, vanished from the summit of Seeking the Tao, only to reappear in the vicinity of the Valley of Divine Herbs. Yuan cast a glance towards the direction of the Divine Medicine Valley. Subsequently, he utilized the key to lock onto the secret realm, shattering the void. With a single step, he directly entered the interior of the Divine Medicine secret realm. This secret realm is rather ordinary. There is nothing of value on the outskirts, remarked the dog, Ting. According to the accounts of Xiaobai and Feiyu, the authority within this secret realm should reside internally, merely transformed into the guise of animals. It is prudent to seize the authority first. As Yuan spoke, his consciousness extended outward. In an instant, it enveloped the entire secret realm. One by one, the key beasts were identified by Yuan, and then, with an unseen force, they were drawn towards him. Yuan reached out into the void, and a set of keys fell into his grasp. With 5 keys in total, coupled with the 2 in my possession, it appears that the individuals from the Divine Medicine Valley have taken 2. It seems I must pay another visit to the Divine Medicine Valley, for acquiring the keys is no simple task. I shall first venture to the core of the secret realm. Yuan spoke up. Subsequently, Yuan vanished from the original location with the figure of Ting, and soon arrived at the small courtyard at the heart of the secret realm. Yuan overheard the conversation between Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu regarding the room and the lock. Pray tell, what is the nature of these locks? Yuan turned to Ting and inquired. Ting glanced at a set of locks and remarked, these 9 locks form a formation that will automatically unlock when the time is right. Alternatively, gathering all 9 keys will also suffice to unlock the formation. There is also the option of brute force to break the formation. However, such an approach would utterly destroy this authentic formation. Nevertheless, this formation is quite impressive. After much contemplation, Yuan ultimately decided against using brute force. The 9 keys were not beyond his reach. He had come for the secret realm, and it was imperative that he acquire all the powers. Thus, gathering the keys was non-negotiable. However, he found himself troubled by the challenge of obtaining the 2 keys from the Divine Medicine Valley. Although his strength was formidable enough to seize them, he was reluctant to resort to such measures. Despite his scant morals, he still possessed a sense of integrity. Primarily, he did not wish to become a person altered by the world around him. He did not aspire to change the world, nor did he desire to be transformed by it. He refused to be the kind of powerful individual who wields a blade against the weak, while the weak in turn target those even more vulnerable, a reality that perpetually unfolds in this world. The Divine Medicine secret realm was, after all, first discovered by the Divine Medicine Valley. It seemed that Ting discerned Yuan's thoughts and spoke up. Master, this world operates on the principle that possession belongs to the one who discovers it first, yet true ownership lies with the one who secures it. Moreover, one must be able to safeguard it to truly claim it as their own. Furthermore, this secret realm was left behind by the former strong of the Mountain and Sea Palace, and the Divine Medicine Valley was founded by the survivors of the palace. Within these 9 chambers, in addition to various rare resources, there should be inheritances of techniques and spells. If you truly feel a sense of obligation, you may consider replicating some of these legacies as compensation to the Divine Medicine Valley, effectively exchanging them for the 2 keys. Upon hearing that the Valley of Divine Herbs was established by survivors of the Mountain and Sea Palace, Yuan felt a sudden sense of understanding. After all, he had long suspected that this secret realm might bear some connection to the Green Mountain sect. The Valley of Divine Herbs possessing various intelligence regarding the secret realm clearly indicated a relationship with it. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable that the Green Mountain sect and the Valley of Divine Herbs were intertwined. He now harbored doubts that the founding ancestors of both sects might have been acquainted. After he learned about the affairs within the Divine Herb secret realm, he returned and conducted a brief investigation, discovering that the establishment of the Green Mountain sect and the Valley of Divine Herbs occurred around the same time. Chapter 80, The Transaction. After listening, Yuan nodded. Subsequently, he departed the Sacred Medicine secret realm accompanied by Ting. Within a courtyard of the Sacred Medicine Valley, the venerable ancestor of the valley was engrossed in meditation. Suddenly, Yuan materialized within his chamber. The ancestor's eyes flew open in shock at the unexpected appearance of Yuan. "Who are you?" he inquired, rising abruptly with a hint of trepidation. As he scrutinized Yuan, a flicker of recognition sparked within him, though he could not immediately recall where he had encountered this individual. This was quite understandable, after all. While Yuan had participated in the sacred medicine ceremony, the ancestor had been preoccupied with his own affairs and had little reason to pay heed to a junior of the Spirit Sea realm. Qishan Sect Estao Peak Master. Yuan responded. Qishan Sect? The ancestor of the Divine Medicine Valley had previously reminded me, and the memories of the grand ceremony of divine medicine resurfaced in my mind. Indeed, I had encountered this young man among that group from Qishan Sect. However, his sudden appearance before me, presenting himself as an ordinary mortal, seems incongruous. This individual is undoubtedly a formidable figure, transcending the realm of ordinary powers. Such a being hails from the Qingshan sect? Senior, may I inquire what brings you to me? The ancestor of the divine medicine valley pondered this, directly addressing Yuan as senior. To be frank, I have come in search of a secret realm. Yuan spoke candidly. The elder of the divine medicine valley felt a weight in his heart. The emergence of the secret realm could be perceived as both a blessing and a curse. At the very least, it was not an endeavor aimed at the annihilation of the divine medicine valley. Although he was unsure how this elder could be affiliated with the Qingshan sect, it was evident that the elder had previously attended the divine medicine convention and was aware that the secret realm opens once every 50 years. I am not attempting to deceive anyone. The elder of the divine medicine valley began, I understand, yet the constraints of the secret realm do not bind me. Within the confines of the divine medicine valley secret realm, I have acquired all but 2 keys. The last time, the divine medicine valley must have obtained those remaining 2 keys, correct? I have come to seek you out for those 2 keys. I am not unreasonable. Given that we are both practitioners from ancient domains, and the divine medicine valley has no previous grievances with the Qingshan sect, I propose a fair agreement. If you grant me the remaining 2 keys, I shall provide you with a copy of the teachings and techniques found within the secret realm as a form of exchange. Yuan continued. The venerable ancestor of the divine medicine valley pondered for a moment, and then directly retrieved 2 keys from his storage pouch, keys that had been obtained by the disciples from the secret realm, along with the jade staff left by the founding ancestor, which was used to capture the key beast. He then handed them over, saying, Senior, I promise to comply. The venerable ancestor of the divine medicine valley did not hesitate for long, primarily because he harbored certain reservations. At this moment, Yuan was still negotiating amicably and offering to trade. Should he prove to be ungrateful, Yuan might very well resort to force. If that were to occur, he would truly gain nothing of value. Upon witnessing the situation, Yuan accepted the 2 keys. The transaction was concluded. Please wait a moment while I retrieve the opportunities within the secret realm. Yuan then turned to the venerable elder of the divine medicine valley and said, Feel free, senior. The elder of the divine medicine valley promptly replied. In the next moment, Yuan vanished before the elder's eyes. This time, the elder witnessed the disappearance firsthand, his heart racing with trepidation. From where had such a remarkable being from the Qingshan sect emerged, only to vanish in an instant? This was likely more than just an incarnation. It could indeed be a celestial being. In the ancient realm of cultivation, while the environment may be mediocre, those of higher cultivation levels were not entirely ignorant. The elder of the divine medicine valley understood that celestial cultivators possess the ability to traverse the void, which, to lower-tier cultivators, manifest as instantaneous movement. Though some arcane techniques and secret methods might achieve similar effects, Yuan's ability to freely enter and exit closed secret realms suggested that he was likely more than just an incarnation. He was indeed a celestial being. In the heart of the divine medicine secret realm, Yuan once again returned to the heart of the secret realm. Retrieving the 9 keys of the divine medicine secret realm along with the jade staff, Ting informed him that this jade staff was also a symbol of authority. Although Ting had not previously revealed how many portions the authority of the divine medicine secret realm was divided into, Yuan had always assumed there were merely 9 keys, leading him to believe that the realm's authority was divided into 9 parts. To his surprise, it turned out there were actually 10. However, it made sense. The divine medicine valley must have relied on some form of power to capture the divine beasts, likely dependent on this very jade staff. After Yuan extracted the jade rod and the 9 keys, a thought crossed his mind, causing the jade rod to soften and transform into a rope. This rope threaded through the holes of each key, linking the 9 keys together. Once interconnected, the keys and the rope emanated a radiant glow. In an instant, the 9 keys merged into a singular entity. Yuan extended his hand to grasp the key, which he immediately refined. The moment the authority of the secret realm was assimilated, Yuan felt a nascent mastery over the secret domain, with his management privileges elevated to their zenith. However, this mastery was merely preliminary. According to Ting, although one in the celestial being realm can wield the authority of the secret realm, complete dominion remains elusive, necessitating at least the cultivation of a saint. This initial grasp signifies that Yuan currently possesses the ability to amend existing permissions but lacks the power to create new ones. For instance, Yuan can alter the inherent rules of the secret realm, such as changing the opening period from once every 50 years to allowing entry only to designated individuals. However, he cannot formulate a new rule within the realm. This limitation is not a matter of authority, but rather a reflection of Yuan's insufficient prowess. Nevertheless, this initial mastery suffices for the time being, enabling Ji Yuan to seize the opportunities within the secret realm. The sole dissatisfaction lies in the constraints of the celestial being cultivation, as Ji Yuan cannot relocate the secret realm. To reposition the realm, one would require the cultivation of a saint. Ji Yuan pondered deeply as the key returned to his being at that very moment. With a grand gesture, Ji Yuan unlocked the locks on the 9 rooms of the small courtyard, swinging the main door wide open. He then began to explore the hidden opportunities within this secret realm. First, he glanced briefly at the main house in the front courtyard. As Knight Staobai and Han Feiyu had mentioned, the main house housed dozens of crafted spiritual items. Ji Yuan then glanced at the left wing of the courtyard. Inside the left wing, there were several bookshelves, yet they stood empty. It seemed that the contents had already been taken away by the people from the Divine Medicine Valley. Ji Yuan paid little attention and proceeded to explore the next room, the right wing of the front courtyard. Upon entering, he found the layout identical to that of the left wing, both adorned with numerous bookshelves. However, unlike before, these shelves were no longer empty. They were filled with jade slips. Ji Yuan casually summoned a jade slip, his divine consciousness sweeping over it as he briefly perused the contents within. It pertained to the heritage of weapon crafting. Ji Yuan cast a cursory glance at the jade slips within the room and discovered that it housed inheritance teachings for weapon forging ranging from the 1st to the 6th tier, which could be deemed quite invaluable. Chapter 81. The Inheritance Within the Secret Realm. Ji Yuan has yet to redeem the legacy of a 6th-tier artifact craftsman. Even if he had, the legacy here holds immense value for him. After all, despite being familiar with much of the content, there remain aspects that Ji Yuan is unaware of, particularly certain crafting blueprints. With a grand gesture, Ji Yuan effortlessly gathered all the jade slips. Subsequently, he prepared to head towards the central courtyard. However, before embarking on that journey, he pondered for a moment and decided to retrieve the remaining 96 exquisite forging spiritual artifacts from the main hall of the front courtyard. These 96 exceptional items were indeed treasures, though he had no immediate use for them. They would undoubtedly serve a purpose for his future disciples in the Qingshan sect in times to come. In the central courtyard, within the 3 rooms, there were abundant valuable items. The main hall housed a plethora of jade slips, encompassing various cultivation techniques, secret methods, and divine abilities. The finest techniques were sufficient to support a cultivator in reaching the celestial realm. The left and right side chambers were filled with legacies of formations and talismans, ranging from the 1st to the 6th tier. Next came the back courtyard. The main hall of the back courtyard was vacant, as it had originally housed a bronze cauldron, which contained treasures for the practitioners to refine their bodies and purify their marrow. When Ji Yuan first beheld the bronze cauldron, he was unable to discern its rank. However, ever since he acquired the legacy of a 5th-tier artifact refiner, he has been able to ascertain that the bronze cauldron is indeed a sacred artifact. Sacred artifacts are mystical tools whose full potential can only be harnessed by saintly cultivators. Upon arriving at the backyard, Ji Yuan made a beeline for the left and right wing rooms. The items within the backyard chambers did not disappoint him. The left wing housed an array of materials, ingredients for alchemy, weapon forging, formations, and talismans, spanning from the 1st to the 6th rank. However, the higher the rank, the scarcer the materials became. As for the right wing, it was even more impressive, containing a variety of elixirs, magical artifacts, formation plates, and talismans, with the higher-ranked items being correspondingly rare. Ji Yuan decided to pack everything and take it with him. Lacking sufficient cultivation, he could not relocate the secret realm to the Qingshan sect. Therefore, Ji Yuan felt it would be wiser to carry it with him rather than leave it behind. This secret realm might have been created by the former powerhouses of the Mountain and Sea Palace, perhaps as a contingency for the survivors of the palace. After Ji Yuan had thoroughly searched the house, he turned to Di Ting and spoke. Di Ting nodded in response. It seems that I have benefited from this situation. No. I am a member of the Qingshan sect, which also traces its origins to the Mountain Sea Palace. Therefore, the items here rightfully belong to me. Ji Yuan chuckled and remarked, Master Wang, you are rather shameless. Di Ting, with a tone of self-destruction, added. Ji Yuan vigorously rubbed the dog's head. Is there anything wrong with my words? Absolutely not. Don't just stand idle. Join me in imprinting these legacies. Ji Yuan continued, stating that although the inheritance obtained this time was exceedingly precious, he had promised to replicate the transferable inheritance for the Divine Medicine Valley and would not retract his word. After all, no matter how splendid the inheritance, it must be wielded appropriately. Subsequently, Ji Yuan and Di Ting began to replicate the inheritance. Soon, they encountered a dilemma. There were insufficient jade slips. After all, who would have the leisure to forge a large batch of jade slips to keep on hand? Consequently, Yuan had to depart to procure more jade slips, and he took the monkey along to assist as a laborer. After one person, one dog, and one monkey had thoroughly replicated all the inheritance within the secret realm, Yuan sent the monkey back and returned to the Divine Medicine Valley with Ting. In the chamber of the Elder of the Divine Medicine Valley, the Elder, having seen Yuan, first attended to an errand before returning to wait for Yuan's return. As Yuan suddenly reappeared before him, the Elder promptly saluted, saying, "Senior, here are the inheritances from the secret realm." Yuan tossed several storage bags to the Elder of the Divine Medicine Valley. After the imprinting process, he did not simply toss all the jade slips together. Instead, he meticulously categorized and placed them into several storage bags. The Elder of the Divine Medicine Valley hastily accepted the storage bags, then retrieved another bag and handed it to Yuan, saying, "Senior, this contains the treasures collected by the disciples of the Divine Medicine Valley within the secret realm. I had them make an imprint as well." Yuan cast a glance at the venerable ancestor of the Divine Medicine Valley. Indeed, this ancestor possessed a remarkable talent for navigating the intricacies of human relations. Yuan took the storage bag, and upon scanning it with his consciousness, he discovered it indeed contained the legacy of alchemy, encompassing the first to sixth tiers of knowledge, much like the other three auxiliary positions. Such a treasure was truly invaluable. Thus, he decided to accept it. As Yuan accepted the storage bag, the esteemed ancestor of the Divine Medicine Valley inquired, "Elder, I have one more question." He continued, "Will the secret realm ever be opened again?" The ancestor of the Divine Medicine Valley understood that henceforth this secret realm would belong to Yuan and the Qingshan sect. Thus, the decision regarding the reopening of the secret realm was no longer within their purview. Although it was likely that all the significant opportunities within the realm had been seized by Yuan, the myriad spiritual plants flourishing outside the core area still held considerable value. If they could return every 50 years to harvest, it would indeed be quite beneficial. Upon hearing this, Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "It shall open once more. However, I must forewarn you that after a period of time, I will relocate the secret realm to the Qingshan sect. When it opens again, should you wish to enter, you will have to journey to the Qingshan sect. The rules shall adhere to what was initially established by your Divine Herb Valley. You may enter to gather spiritual plants and forge spiritual artifacts. Yet half of your harvest must be surrendered to the Qingshan sect." Yuan has resolved to continue the legacy of the Divine Medicine Valley, opting to open the secret realm once every 50 years. However, the collection of entrance fees will now be managed by the Green Mountain sect. After all, the inheritance of refining techniques, formations, and talismans that he entrusted to the Divine Medicine Valley has effectively transferred ownership of this secret realm into his hands. Thus, this realm rightfully belongs to Yuan. The next opening of the secret realm will require another 50 years, during which Yuan is destined to attain the status of a sage. At that time, he will be able to relocate the secret realm. Shouldn't the esteemed elder consider retrieving the spiritual materials for forging from within the realm? Inquire the ancestor of the Divine Medicine Valley, puzzled. No need to do so. Whoever among you can acquire them will simply need to pay half as the entrance fee. Yuan nodded. When it came to the spiritual artifacts that would spontaneously manifest within the secret realm, he realized only after mastering it that these were not pre-prepared inferior artifacts placed there to appear on the final day of the realm's opening. Rather, the secret realm itself possessed the inherent ability to produce these forging artifacts, albeit at a rate of only 3 every 50 years. Typically, these artifacts would be of inferior quality, with the chances of them being of medium quality being rather slim, and high-quality artifacts being exceedingly rare. As for the exquisite ones, it seemed that there might be no opportunity to manifest them at all. In truth, Yuan could entirely withdraw after the condensation, but there is no necessity for such an action. Furthermore, this is not a genuine offering to the outside. After all, even with the external opening, disciples of the Qingshan sect can still gain entry. After 50 years, Yuan has resolved to cultivate the Qingshan sect, and one can hardly fathom the extent of its potential strength in the future. Therefore, it is highly likely that the spiritual artifacts produced within the secret realm will predominantly return to the Qingshan sect. In summary, Yuan's decision to open the secret realm stems from a lack of concern regarding a few spiritual artifacts falling into the hands of other factions. At this moment, he is somewhat intrigued as to why the Divine Herb Valley chose to open its secret realm previously. Was it merely for the sake of fostering friendships? Chapter 82. The construction of the quest for Dao Peak, Ji Yuan soon inquired directly with the ancestral figure of the Divine Medicine Valley about their initial thoughts. Upon hearing Ji Yuan's question, the elder felt a twinge of embarrassment. The underlying reason was not particularly profound. It stemmed from sheer greed. The Divine Medicine Secret Realm opens once every 50 years, and each time it is accessible for merely 7 days. The number of disciples in the gathering Qi realm of the Divine Medicine Valley is limited, and they desired both the opportunities within the core area and those outside of it. With time being so constrained, significant gains were unlikely within just 7 days. Thus, they resolved to open the secret realm, enlisting disciples from other sects to assist them in scavenging resources. Although they could only claim half of what those disciples obtained, it was still far more efficient than sourcing the resources themselves. Most importantly, the Divine Medicine Valley believed that possessing the jade staff left by their founding ancestor would ensure that only they could seize the opportunities within the core area. Little did they anticipate a confrontation with the Green Mountain sect. In the end, they lost access to the secret realm altogether. Had it not been for Ji Yuan's reasonableness in providing a copy of the core area's inheritance to the Divine Medicine Valley, they would have suffered a tremendous loss. Not long after, Ji Yuan departed from the Divine Medicine Valley. As Ji Yuan departed, the venerable ancestor of the Divine Medicine Valley promptly examined the several storage bags bestowed by Ji Yuan. Within them lay the legacies of weapon refinement, formations, talismans, and secret arts. The ancestor was filled with exhilaration. What fortuitous fortune! He had not anticipated that Ji Yuan would be so magnanimous. It seemed that Ji Yuan had indeed held nothing back. After all, the alchemical legacy acquired from the core regions of the Divine Medicine Valley was of a similar magnitude to what Ji Yuan had provided. Such a grand opportunity. And yet he chose to reveal everything without reservation. Truly, this individual possesses a commendable integrity. The ancestor could not help but reflect in his heart. Ji Yuan wishes to express that there is truly no need to hold back. Although these legacies are invaluable, the environment for cultivation in the ancient domain is harsh and resources are scarce. Without the support of a genuine powerhouse, entrusting these legacies to the Divine Medicine Valley will not lead to significant growth. Conversely, the situation is quite different for the Green Mountain sect. For the Green Mountain sect has Ji Yuan. At this moment, Ji Yuan has conceived the notion of supporting the Qinshan sect. After all, having acquired a considerable amount of resources from the Sacred Medicine Secret Realm, it is only logical to put them to use. However, due to the complexities of human relationships, Ji Yuan intends to first elevate the status of the Qidao Peak. Naturally, the resources he allocates to the Qinshan sect must be utilized by the Qidao Peak initially. The Qidao Peak is now poised to begin the recruitment of inner disciples. Previously, Tian had discussed with him the possibility of admitting some inner disciples during the next inner sect assessment. Currently, a significant number of outer disciples are quite eager to join the Qidao Peak. Ji Yuan decided to acquiesce. With resources at hand and personnel in place, he could very well assume the role of a hands-off manager from this point onward. Ji Yuan departed from the Divine Medicine Valley and returned to the Path-Seeking Peak. He first summoned Tian, informing him that during the next inner sect assessment, the Path-Seeking Peak would also recruit a number of inner disciples. However, there were still a few months remaining before that, and it was time for the Path-Seeking Peak to make some preparations. Unlike other peaks, which were equipped with various facilities, the Path-Seeking Peak only had the main hall of the Peak Master and the courtyard where the Peak Master resided at its summit. Therefore, it was imperative for the Path-Seeking Peak to commence its infrastructural development. Ji Yuan entrusted the matter of construction to Tian, who willingly accepted the responsibility. Of course, this did not entail Tian performing manual labor, but rather engaging in communication with the sect's personnel and overseeing the progress. The sect master, pleased to learn that the Path-Seeking Peak would also begin recruiting inner disciples, ordered all members of the Craftsman Hall to set aside their current tasks and proceed to the Path-Seeking Peak to construct various facilities. The Craftsman Hall, part of the outer sect, primarily consisted of miscellaneous disciples, with only a few outer sect disciples and a senior steward at the helm. The responsibilities of the Craftsman Hall included erecting various buildings and repairing roads whenever the sect required assistance, as well as conducting regular inspections and maintenance of the existing structures and pathways. Following the sect master's directive, all personnel from the Craftsman Hall dedicated themselves to the infrastructural development of the Path-Seeking Peak. However, they did not begin work immediately. Instead, several professionals commenced the drafting of blueprints. Upon completion of the designs, they were to be submitted to Ji Yuan, who would nod in approval before work could officially commence. The path-seeking lineage, one of the 7 branches, was on the verge of recruiting inner disciples. And the Craftsman Hall's members were acutely aware of the significance of this event within the sect. Many outer sect disciples were filled with anticipation. The once singular Qingshan sect, referred to as 7 branches, effectively comprised only 6, thus, with the emergence of an additional branch. The outer disciples now possessed an enhanced prospect of ascending to the inner sect. In the Lan region, at the Water Dragon sect, Li Xian had hastened back to his sect. Upon entering the sect, he arrived at a square where several disciples familiar with him greeted him. With a sweeping glance, Li Xian began to select his next targets. The fateful connection allowed him to create quite a commotion, and it was not merely a senseless uproar. Yuan's command was to take action against those who had wronged the Mountain sect and Qishan sect. Li Xian identified a target. A junior disciple who had previously delivered resources to the Poison Flood Dragon sect in the ancient domain. Li Xian locked onto his target and struck decisively. A flying sword was unleashed, catching the disciple off guard and inflicting severe injury. Seizing the moment, Li Xian followed up with a palm strike directed at the disciple. A massive, yellow-brown mountain, somewhat ethereal, manifested above the disciple's head and then crashed down upon him. This divine ability, named Mountain, is one of the core inheritances of the Shanhai Palace and the most formidable technique of the Mountain sect. Li Xian acted with such swiftness that the crowd in the square had yet to react before he had eliminated a fellow disciple. As the mountain vanished, the onlookers finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Li Xian, have you lost your mind? How could you slay a fellow disciple? One of his acquaintances rebuked him. Die. Li Xian retorted, turning his fury towards other disciples of the Mountain sect. However, it wasn't long before an elder of the sect appeared to suppress Li Xian. The elder was none other than Li Xian's master. Li Xian, why did you kill a fellow disciple? His master demanded. Though restrained and unable to move, Li Xian gazed at his master with a sinister smile. Old man, await your demise. The elder's anger flared at Li Xian's insolence. You are truly deranged. With a swift motion, his master delivered a slap to Li Xian. Yet, it was merely a slap. As his disciple, he could not bring himself to kill Li Xian. You all handle this matter. I will take this wayward disciple to see the sect leader, Li Xian's master declared, still harboring some desire to protect him. Hoping that presenting Li Xian to the sect leader might salvage his fate. Chapter 83. An assault on the Water Dragon sect, however, he was perplexed. Could it be that Li Xian had truly gone mad? Although he was aware of his disciple's somewhat erratic nature, Li Xian had always been respectful in his presence, unlike the current state of affairs. That earlier remark, calling him an old man, had genuinely infuriated him. Soon enough, Li Xian was brought before the sect leader. Upon learning of Li Xian's misdeeds, killing an inner disciple of the Mountain sect and injuring several others, the sect leader found himself in a dilemma. Elder Zhao, I am unable to make a decision on this matter. Perhaps we should consult Elder Lu? He suggested, attempting to evade responsibility. If he were to take a stand, it could lead to dire consequences. Sparing Li Xian would undoubtedly offend the deceased disciple's master, who was also an elder. Conversely, punishing Li Xian would antagonize Elder Zhao. He found himself in a precarious position. While he held the title of sect leader, his authority was quite tenuous due to the unique circumstances of the Water Dragon sect, which had 2 ancestors, one a human cultivator and the other of the beast clan. The position of sect leader had been awarded to a half-demon after much debate, leaving him, a half-demon, in a challenging situation regarding internal matters of the Mountain sect. If a disciple from the Mountain sect had harmed a member of the Sea Alliance, it would have been easier to navigate, but now, embroiled in a conflict of their own, he could conveniently defer the decision to the ancestors of the Mountain sect. Elder Zhao, upon hearing this, was not pleased. If he were to take Li Xian to see the ancestor, they would likely uphold the law impartially, sealing his disciple's fate. Old man, await your death. Your end is nigh, Li Xian shouted defiantly. The sect leader paused, perplexed, and inquired, Elder Zhao, is he truly your disciple? Elder Zhao's expression darkened. Wayward disciple, do you think I am without temper? He scolded, then excused himself from the Water Dragon sect leader, taking Li Xian directly to see the ancestor. Whether Li Xian lived or died was of little concern to him now. With his disciple's incessant provocations, he was genuinely enraged and resigned to whatever fate awaited Li Xian. Elder Zhao led Li Xian straight to Ancestor Zhou's residence. Upon arrival, they found an elderly man already present, the master of the disciple Li Xian had slain. Humph! The man scoffed upon seeing Elder Zhao escorting Li Xian. Were it not for the sanctity of the Ancestor's domain, he would have unleashed his fury. Elder Zhao averted his gaze and saluted the closed door of a chamber within. Ancestor, I am aware of the situation. Zhao Yuan, your disciple has slain a fellow disciple. According to our sect's rules, you know the proper course of action. If you cannot bring yourself to act, then let Zhongsong do so. Came the voice of the elder from within. If you are going to act, do so swiftly. The old man inside has entrusted me with a message. Clean your neck. For you await your demise, Li Xian suddenly shouted. Zhao Yuan and the stoic Zhongsong were momentarily stunned. Your disciple is truly mad, Zhongsong remarked. Suddenly, the door burst open with an invisible force. An ancestor emerged, extending a hand to grasp Li Xian by the neck, lifting him into the air. Who do you claim your master to be? Ancestor Shou demanded, sensing something amiss. It is I, came a voice from within the courtyard. The onlookers turned towards the source of the voice, where Ji Yuan had appeared, cradling the being known as Diding. Who are you? Zhao Yuan bellowed. Step back. Ancestor Shou commanded, then turned to Ji Yuan. Are you a traveler from beyond the northern continent? Zhao Yuan could not discern the truth, but he sensed an underlying power. This individual appeared to be at least of celestial status, and he felt a formidable aura emanating from him. Such a powerful being, he surmised, was likely not from the northern continent. Otherwise, as a celestial himself, he would surely be acquainted with them. There is no need for further discourse. I demand to know what grievances you hold against the Qishan sect. Ji Yuan turned to Zhou Tianren and inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianren's heart sank. A sense of foreboding overwhelming him. Do you have a history with the Qishan sect? Zhou Tianren asked. He presumed that Ji Yuan might have been acquainted with the founding patriarch, Qi Long, perhaps a former comrade of his. The thought that Ji Yuan could actually belong to the Qishan sect was too daunting for him to contemplate. You must simply answer me. What grievances do you hold against the Qishan sect? Ji Yuan received no response and continued to inquire. Were it not for his concern over potential unknown matters, he would have acted directly without further discourse. My friend, if you have any past ties with the Qishan sect, I am willing to assure you that I shall refrain from further suppression of the sect henceforth. Zhou Tianren, feeling intimidated and unwilling to provoke Ji Yuan, chose to take a step back. Having held a position of power for an extended duration, he perceived that his statement was a concession and deemed it sufficient. Since you refuse to cooperate, allow me to assist you, he declared, enacting a prohibition. As Ji Yuan spoke, he acted decisively. With a sweeping gesture, the power of the forbidden word entangled his opponent. Do you truly wish to become an adversary of mine? The celestial man's spiritual energy erupted as he began to resist this formidable force, his expression darkening in response. Damn it! A single word was uttered, and a blade of sword grass materialized, cleaving towards the celestial being of Zhou. Mountain! Roared the celestial being of Zhou, invoking his divine powers, causing a great mountain to emerge, seeking to suppress the sword grass. Yet, the strength of divine powers varies. The grass-based divine power surpasses that of the mountain. Ji Yuan surpassed Zhou Tianren in strength. With a single stroke, the sword aura surged through the air, cleaving the mountain in twain. And Zhou Tianren was sent flying by a single sword strike. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Zhou Tianren found himself completely ensnared by Ji Yuan's binding divine technique. Ji Yuan extended his hand, summoning Zhou Tianren before him. Glancing at the trembling Zhao Yuan and Zhongsong nearby, he effortlessly cast a binding spell, immobilizing them in place. Then, Ji Yuan began to invoke the enslavement magic. The old man, initially uncooperative, would inevitably comply once ensnared by the spell. What are you doing? Zhou Tianren exclaimed in terror, sensing the power of the enslavement magic. Chapter 84. Past Grievances. At such an advanced age, one should refrain from excessive outbursts. Ji Yuan smiled as he spoke. Zhou Tianren let out a cry of despair. Soon, the power of the enslavement technique completely infiltrated Zhou Tianren's body, rendering him under control. Master, Zhou Tianren bowed respectfully, gazing up at Ji Yuan. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan and Zhongsong, witnessing this scene, were nearly paralyzed with fear. What kind of sorcery is this? They wondered, recalling Li Xian. No wonder Li Xian had suddenly gone mad. It seemed he had not lost his mind but was instead under the control of the individual before them. Enough, Ji Yuan commanded. Now, speak of your grievances with the Qishan sect. Ji Yuan nodded in satisfaction and then inquired. Just as Zhou Tianren was preparing to speak earnestly, a figure descended from the sky and entered the courtyard. The newcomer was an elderly man with white hair, a sixth-tier demon beast. It appeared to be another ancestor from the Water Dragon sect. I pay my respects to you, fellow cultivator, the ancestor of the Water Dragon sect greeted with a bow. Ji Yuan gazed at the other party, inquiring, Are you another elder of the Water Dragon sect? I am Ao Hai. May I ask your esteemed name? Ao Hai asked with a hint of trepidation. Upon sensing the conflict brewing nearby, he hastily made his way over, only to discover that Zhou Tianren had already been subdued. Recognizing the formidable strength of his opponent, he deemed it prudent to avoid confrontation if possible. "I'm Yuan, the master of the Seeking Dao Peak of the Qingshan sect. Surely you are aware of the reason for my visit?" Yuan cast a glance at Ao Hai, who, upon hearing this, found it somewhat hard to believe that the Qingshan sect could harbor such a formidable cultivator. However, he presumed that the other party was not deceiving him. With a soft sigh, Ao Hai replied, "I understand. What do you intend to do about it, my friend? There is no rush. I shall first listen to what this old fellow has to say." After Yuan finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Zhou Tianren. With utmost respect, Zhou Tianren began recounting the grievances he had with the Qingshan sect. To be precise, his animosity lay with the founding patriarch of the Qingshan sect. Many years ago, Zhou Tianren and the patriarch Qi Lang were actually brothers under the same master. Their conflict, if traced back, could be attributed to their master's decisions. Originally, their lineage comprised 4 disciples: Zhou Tianren, Qi Lang, and a younger sister. All 4 were cultivating in the Lan domain when one day they were besieged by enemies of the Shanhai Palace. At that time, their master possessed 2 teleportation talismans, and Qi Lang and the sister, being younger and more gifted than Zhou Tianren, were his junior disciples. To safeguard their lineage, considering both their talents and youth, their master made the decision to send Qi Lang and the sister away, which was entirely reasonable. Thus, he entrusted the teleportation talismans to them, allowing them to escape to the ancient domain, where they took refuge. As the enemies closed in, Zhou Tianren's master held them off but ultimately perished in battle, allowing Zhou Tianren to escape and survive. Although he lived on, the years that followed were fraught with hardship. Fortunately, he encountered several fortuitous opportunities and gradually ascended to the realm of celestial beings. This past incident instilled a lingering resentment in Zhou Tianren towards Qi Lang. He understood that his master's decision was not inherently flawed, yet he questioned what fault lay with him. Despite his current well-being, he had narrowly evaded death countless times over the years, having achieved the status of a celestial being and freed from the constant fear of enemies. He established the Water Dragon sect and prepared to seek out Qi Lang. However, by the time he found him, both Qi Lang and the sister had long since passed away. Zhou Tianren endured numerous tribulations but also encountered ample opportunities, ultimately attaining the realm of celestial beings. In stark contrast, Qi Lang and the sister, in the harsh environment of the ancient domain, failed to reach even the stage of Dharma manifestation and ultimately succumbed to old age. Upon their arrival in the ancient domain, they chose not to leave in search of greater opportunities or higher realms. Instead, they opted to settle down, as their arrival was not a mere coincidence. Their master had discreetly informed them about the existence of the divine herb secret realm. However, his knowledge was limited after the downfall of the Shanhai Palace. The information that survived was fragmented. He only knew the location of the secret realm, recognized it as a legacy left by formidable figures of the Shanhai Palace, and was aware of some opportunities within. Additionally, he entrusted them with the Jade Staff. Thus, upon arriving in the ancient domain, they decided to take root there. Although the cultivation environment was subpar, its remoteness offered better concealment. They aimed to preserve their sect's legacy and establish their own respective sections. Indeed, they chose to establish separate sects rather than a united one, driven by the belief that it was unwise to place all their eggs in one basket. Qi Lang named his sect after the mountain, founding the Qingshan sect and publicly aligning himself with its lineage. The sister, on the other hand, took on various eclectic traditions, severing ties with the mountain sect to establish the Divine Herb Valley. However, the Divine Herb Valley, located in the vicinity of the valley itself, received the Jade Staff from the sister. Their intentions were straightforward: to ensure that the Divine Herb Valley would thrive and preserve their lineage for future generations. To completely dissociate the Divine Herb Valley from the Shanhai Palace, they never disclosed the connection between their 2 sects to their disciples. As time passed, the only person aware of their sibling connection was Zhou Tianren. After thoroughly investigating the ancient domain, Zhou Tianren discovered little. He remained oblivious to the secret realm or the reasons behind their separate sections. He speculated that Qi Lang might have wished to protect his sister, keeping her in the shadows. After all, there was always the possibility that enemies from the Shanhai Palace might track down the ancient domain. If that day ever came, they would only focus on the Qingshan sect, overlooking the Divine Herb Valley. Regardless of the reasons for Qi Lang and the sister's decision to establish separate sects, Zhou Tianren's investigation into the ancient domain led to the subsequent plan to obliterate the Qingshan sect, which was thwarted by Ao Hai. After some negotiation, Zhou Tianren decided to cultivate the Poison Flood sect to suppress the Qingshan sect. While Zhou Tianren was willing to compromise, he was no sage. He could not dismiss the past entirely. Thus, he sought to suppress the Qing Shan sect to vent his pent-up resentment. He refrained from targeting the Divine Herb Valley. As he was not a villain, he recognized that the use of one teleportation talisman by his sister was entirely justified. But he could not reconcile the fact that the other had been given to Qi Lang. After listening to Zhou Tianren's words, Ji Yuan let out a slight sigh, realizing that grievances could indeed manifest in such a manner. To be candid, from Zhou Tianren's perspective, it is difficult to assert that he has acted incorrectly. Among the three brothers, the opportunity for survival was bestowed upon the other two, and his discontent is only natural. However, he now stands from the vantage point of the Qingshan sect. Countless lives have been lost in the name of the sect, and this debt cannot be overlooked. Upon his initial arrival in this world, Ji Yuan did not experience a soul transference, but rather a corporeal transformation. He was directly shrunk and cast into a dense forest. In the beginning, Ji Yuan found himself profoundly helpless. Had it not been for his master fortuitously passing by and bringing him back to the Qingshan sect's Chiodao Peak, he would have remained lost. If not for today, perhaps I would have perished in the wilderness. My sentiments towards the Qingshan sect run deep. In contemplation, Ji Yuan waved his hand, withdrawing the powers of the celestial beings Zhou Tianren and Li Xian. The enslavement of divine powers is indeed reversible. It can either be undone by the individual themselves or by a being of significantly greater strength. As the divine powers dissipated, a glimmer of terror surfaced on Zhou Tianren's face. Meanwhile, Li Xian appeared genuinely petrified, his complexion drained of color. Both retained memories from their period of subjugation. And Li Xian was utterly shocked. He had committed the unthinkable act of slaying a fellow disciple and had even cursed his master and ancestor. Zhou Tianren quickly concealed his expression of fear, staring incredulously at Ji Yuan. You are truly one of the Qingshan sect? At that moment, his disbelief was palpable. Was he not aware of the circumstances surrounding the Qingshan sect? Did he not know the conditions of the ancient domain? To think that in such a harsh cultivation environment, a being of such formidable strength could emerge, and he had been entirely oblivious to it, such a revelation was laughable. Yet, the reality stood before him. Were it not for the absence of motive for deceit, he would have thought Ji Yuan was mocking him. Since you belong to the Qingshan sect, I comprehend your intent. You seek to avenge those who perish because of us? Zhou Tianren inquired, directing his gaze toward Ji Yuan. Indeed, the number of disciples lost due to your actions is incalculable. I am aware. It cannot simply be dismissed as though it never occurred. Ji Yuan spoke, acknowledging that from the perspective of the Zhou Tian people, they were justified. However, from the standpoint of the Qingshan sect, his pursuit of accountability at this moment was equally valid. The whims of circumstance dictate the mind. Perhaps in the eyes of the Water Dragon sect and these two venerable celestial ancestors, the individuals who perished in the past were merely minor cultivators with nascent spiritual seeds. And since the sect still persists, those bygone events are deemed irrelevant. Yet for the Qingshan sect, the past cannot simply be dismissed. I comprehend the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian closed his eyes and spoke solemnly. Moments later, he opened his eyes and regarded Ji Yuan with a grave expression. After my demise, I implore you, dear friend, to ensure that this matter does not implicate the other disciples of the Water Dragon sect. The affairs of the Qingshan sect are solely the consequence of my actions, and I shall bear the burden alone, throughout my 4,000 years of cultivation. I offer all that I have garnered as a gesture of recompense. With that, Zhou Tian produced a storage artifact, a third-tier treasure in the form of a ring, which possessed a vast internal space. Within it resided nearly everything he had accumulated over his long existence. Very well, he concluded. Ji Yuan nodded in agreement, accepting the ring. Zhou Tianren then turned to Ao Hai and bowed respectfully. Brother Ao, I entrust you with the lineage of the Back Mountain. Ah, I understand. Ao Hai sighed in resignation, nodding in acknowledgement. He refrained from suggesting that Ji Yuan spare Zhou Tianren. In terms of allegiance, he naturally sided with Zhou Tianren. However, he was acutely aware that Zhou Tianren had oppressed the Qingshan sect for many years, resulting in countless casualties among its disciples. Thank you, brother. Zhou Tianren expressed his gratitude upon receiving Ao Hai's consent. He reminisced about the days spent cultivating alongside his master and junior sister, which felt like they had transpired merely yesterday. He pondered whether he would ever reunite with his master and junior sister beneath the Nine Nether. As Zhou Tianren gazed into the distance, he murmured softly. With those words, he clenched his fist, unleashing a surge of spiritual power as he shattered his own foundation. I, Zhou Yin, take my leave. With his final utterance, Zhou Tianren's figure began to disintegrate within the fabric of the universe. vanishing entirely without leaving behind even a trace of his remains. Master. Zhao Yuan and Zhang Song were momentarily lost in their thoughts. Junior brother. May your journey be smooth, Ao Hai whispered softly. After witnessing the other party's suicide, Ji Yuan spoke. Zhou Yin is no more. I shall honor my pledge and refrain from causing any further trouble for the Water Dragon sect. With that, Ji Yuan cast a glance at Ao Hai and the others. If you harbor resentment over today's events, then possess the capability to cultivate to a higher realm and confront me once more. Ji Yuan continued. We all share a common origin. How could it come to this? Ao Hai replied with evident exasperation. Zhou Yin and Qi Lang are still brothers under the same master. I shall take my leave now. Oh. By the way, Ao Daoist, allow me to remind you of something. There are individuals within your Water Dragon sect who have conspired against the daughter of an elder named Bai Yang, inciting her to flee to the ancient domain, where they intend to commit murder and seize treasures, rather than concerning yourself with the matters of the Qinshan sect and the Mountain sect. It would be prudent to first address the issues between your Sea Alliance and the Mountain sect. Ji Yuan cast a glance at Ao Hai and, without further ado, stepped into the void, departing from the Water Dragon sect. Ao Hai's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Ji Yuan's words. This is bad. At that moment, Li Xian trembled in fear. Zhao Yuan also felt a twinge of panic, though he, being an experienced Taoist, managed to conceal it. Ao Hai's gaze swiftly turned to the trio of Zhao Yuan, and he noticed Li Xian's guilty demeanor. He was aware that Li Xian was Zhao Yuan's disciple. Li Xian's guilty conscience undoubtedly implicated his master. Ao Hai's countenance darkened as he directed his gaze at Zhao Yuan, demanding an explanation. It was all under the orders of Ancestor Zhou, Zhao Yuan replied, collapsing to his knees in haste. Ao Hai regarded Zhao Yuan sternly. Ancestor Zhou has perished. Do you intend to concoct a narrative that leaves no evidence of your misdeeds? I assure you, I speak no falsehoods, Zhao Yuan insisted. No falsehoods? Very well. You have witnessed the abilities of that Taoist friend, Ji Yuan. Do you dare to believe I won't summon him to clarify the truth of your claims? Ao Hai's tone was menacing. He had been amiable until now, but the audacity of plotting against the Sea Alliance was intolerable. Zhao Yuan, bearing the weight of the situation, repeated his assurance of honesty while kneeling. He recognized the gamble he was taking. Outright acknowledgement would lead to his demise, but denial would implicate Ancestor Zhou, thus providing a slim chance of survival. Upon hearing this, Ao Hai turned to Zhang Song. As an elder of the Mountain sect, are you aware of this matter? I am not privy to it, Ancestor. Ancestor Zhou is certainly not one to covet the treasures of disciples. This must be Zhao Yuan's treachery. Plotting against his fellow sect members and attempting to frame Ancestor Zhou, Zhang Song declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Yuan in a fit of indignation. His motivation was not mere revenge for his disciple but a desperate need to protect the sect from the fallout of Zhou's death. If Ao Hai discovered that Zhou had conspired against the Sea Alliance, their Mountain sect would be doomed. Furthermore, based on his understanding of Zhou, it was highly likely that Zhao Yuan was the one framing him, seeking to erase all evidence of his guilt. Ao Hai harbored doubts about Zhao Yuan. This is not the work of one alone. Zhang Song, I grant you an opportunity to vindicate your ancestor. Seek out the other elders of the Mountain sect and inquire thoroughly about the situation. Should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory answer, humph. Ao Hai concluded with a scoff, leaving the implications of his words ominous and clear. Subsequently, he summoned Bai Yang, instructing him to accompany Zhang Song in the investigation, while he remained there, awaiting their findings. As for Zhao Yuan and Li Xian, they continued to kneel in the courtyard. As for the Water Dragon sect's affairs, Ji Yuan remained oblivious and indifferent. Although it was he who had initially brought up the matter, he truly had no vested interest, merely a sense of mischief. Chapter 86. Sixth grade formation. Despite his lack of fondness for Bai Shuang, Bai Yang could not disregard her as his progeny. The Mountain sect's machinations against Bai Shuang, including intentions to commit murder and seize treasures, ignited his ire. Consequently, he and Zhang Song commenced a thorough investigation within the Mountain sect. Zhang Song offered no resistance, rather, he wholeheartedly assisted. It was no laughing matter should Zhao Yuan succeed in framing Ancestor Zhou. The Mountain sect would find it nearly impossible to survive in the Sea and Mountain Palace. Without Zhao Yuan's actions, Ancestor Ao would certainly have looked after the Mountain sect. But with this incident, any hope of support was dashed. It was already a miracle if they were not targeted. Ji Yuan, however, remained unaware and unconcerned about the unfolding events within the Water Dragon sect. Although he had instigated the situation, he was entirely disinterested, merely harboring a sense of ill intent. After departing from the Water Dragon sect, Ji Yuan returned to the peak of Seeking the Tao. Upon his return, Yuan resumed a life of leisure and tranquility. Within a couple of days, Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu ascended to the fourth layer of the Spirit Sea realm. The tasks 1 and 2 on this side of Yuan have been successfully accomplished simultaneously. Both tasks have been completed. The reputation points of Yuan have been increased by 2. Simultaneously, Yuan has swiftly advanced 2 rewards. The first advanced reward is the inheritance of the 6th level Talisman Master, with the prerequisite task of assisting the disciple Yi Xiaobai in achieving the 7th layer of the Spirit Sea. The second advanced reward is the inheritance of the 6th level Formation Master, with the prerequisite task of aiding the disciple Han Feiyu in reaching the 7th layer of the Spirit Sea. The choice to advance these 2 secondary professions stems from the previous acquisition of the inheritances of talismans and formations within the secret realm of divine herbs, leading him to believe that he too could learn these skills, which will undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. When discussing the inheritances of talismans and formations, it is worth noting that while talisman masters are relatively common in the ancient domain, formation masters are exceedingly rare, with few to be found. Yuan has advanced the inheritance of formations, which will enable him to arrange a grand array for the Qingshan sect and the Qiu Dao Peak in the future. Formations are not solely for the defense against external assaults. Certain arrays can also enhance the cultivation environment. With the advancement of 2 branches of inheritance, knowledge flows into Yuan's mind. Yuan was soon inundated with a myriad of thoughts. The Qingshan sect aspired to attain greater strength. Yet the current cultivation environment appeared rather inadequate. Nestled atop a 3rd-tier spiritual vein, the quality of the vein was relatively decent. However, it fell short of Yuan's aspirations. Furthermore, the Qingshan sect's utilization of the spiritual vein was woefully underwhelming, failing to harness its full potential. Nonetheless, whether it pertained to arranging formations or contemplating future enhancements and replacements of the spiritual vein, such endeavors would undoubtedly create considerable stir. If he were to act, it would be impossible to keep it concealed from others. Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to set it aside. He would address it later. For now, he would focus on managing Qiu Dao Peak. Yuan assessed the various resources he currently possessed. With the accumulation of resources from the secret realm of the Divine Medicine Valley and the years of effort by Zhou Yin, Yuan found himself exceptionally affluent at this moment. He was wealthier than most celestial beings. Establishing an array to maximize the efficacy of the spiritual veins posed no challenge. Yuan extracted several materials to craft the formation, commencing the intricate process of creating formation flags and discs. As the months swiftly passed, 2 formations were meticulously completed. Before Yuan now floated 2 circular formation discs. Upon one, 3 diminutive blue flags hovered, while the other bore 9 elegant purple flags. The most common practice among formation masters is the very method Yuan employed, crafting formation discs in conjunction with flags for convenient application. Once this formation is established, even those unversed in the art of formations can employ it. The disc serves to control the formation, while the flags are cast forth to manifest the array. This is a creation of Yuan, featuring 2 6th-tier formations, the Triad Gathering Spirit Formation and the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Formation. The purpose of the Triad Gathering Spirit Formation is to maximize the potential of spirit veins. This particular formation is primarily designed for 6th-tier spirit veins, although it can also be utilized for those of a lower tier. Yuan directly forged a 6th-tier Sankai Gathering Spirit Array, thus saving the trouble of replacing the formation once the spiritual veins were enhanced in the future. The 6th-tier formation is durable and not easily destroyed. As for the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Array, it is designed to defend against external threats. Once this formation is established, it can automatically discern friend from foe, and its presence remains inconspicuous. However, should an enemy dare to intrude, the formation will unleash a terrifying lightning known as the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder upon them. No one beneath the saint level would dare to breach this barrier. After the formation was prepared, Yuan emerged from his seclusion. Master. Upon seeing Yuan, the young Anyue and Yi Hao immediately rushed to him. Young Anyue, in her excitement, wrapped her arms around Yuan's leg, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. She exclaimed, Master, why were you in seclusion for so long? Indeed, this was the first time Yuan had secluded himself for such an extended period, 3 whole months. The crafting of a 6th-tier formation is no trivial task, even with the system's advanced inheritance that elevated him to a formation master. It still took him 3 months to forge 2 6th-tier arrays. In the future, as your cultivation deepens, you too may find that a period of seclusion could stretch over several years or even decades, much like your master. Yuan smiled as she gently stroked the little girl's head. The little girl clung to Ji Yuan's thigh, falling silent. Ji Yuan has been in seclusion for 3 months, and she truly misses Ji Yuan. If she were not aware that Ji Yuan was in the room, she might have lost her appetite by now. During my time in seclusion, has anything significant occurred? Ji Yuan crouched down and lifted Xiaoan Yue into his arms, then turned to Yi Hao and inquired, Master, senior brother and second senior brother have departed from the sect to undertake a mission. Yi Hao pondered for a moment and replied, a mission? Has your senior brother also gone? Ji Yuan, filled with perplexity, inquired. If it were merely Han Feiyu undertaking a mission, Ji Yuan would not be surprised. However, Yi Xiaobai, this fellow, who was exceedingly fearful, actually dared to depart from the sect? Yi Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Master Wang, it is indeed because of you. At that moment, Di Ting unexpectedly barked once. What concern is it of mine? Ji Yuan gazed at Ti Ting. Wang, 3 months ago, you instructed that young man from the Water Dragon sect to annihilate the Poison Serpent sect. Before long, news of the Poison Serpent sect's destruction by a mysterious powerful figure spread throughout the ancient domain. Numerous sects within the ancient domain dispatched representatives, eager to seize the treasures left behind by the Poison Serpent sect. Our Qing Shan sect harbors animosity towards the Poison Serpent sect, so it is only natural for us to send individuals to claim those spoils. The sect summoned many to embark on this quest. Even Yi Hao's grandfather joined the expedition. Consequently, the audacious Yu Sibai decided to accompany them. Yi Xiaobai was well aware of Yi Tianyun's true strength, standing at the pinnacle of the Divine Passage realm. Thus, following Yi Tianyun into the fray to seize treasures, he felt no fear. Ji Yuan nodded slightly. Initially, he had contemplated the legacy of the Poison Serpent sect. However, after annihilating the sect, he swiftly evacuated the sacred medicine secret realm, which had granted him considerable wealth, causing him to disregard the meager inheritance of the Poison Serpent sect. Chapter 87. Arranging the Formation. Furthermore, just a few days later, he reaped the rewards of Zhou Yan's legacy from the Water Dragon sect. With these 2 windfalls, he subsequently secluded himself to refine formations, leading him to completely forget about the Poison Serpent sect. What is the current situation? It has been 3 months since the dissolution of the Poison Serpent sect. By now, the remnants left behind should have been entirely plundered. Ji Yuan turned to Di Ting and inquired. The treasures had long been seized. However, as a group of individuals raided the Poison Serpent sect for its inheritance, a hidden realm emerged nearby. This was a naturally formed sanctuary, seemingly untouched until now. Yet, its opening was imminent. Such realms were indeed treasures, with innate authority residing within. Should one uncover this authority, they would gain dominion over the sanctuary. The revelation of this hidden realm prompted the 3 sects of the Divine Herb Valley to venture forth. And now, individuals from various sects gathered near the realm, eagerly awaiting its unveiling. It is indeed a curious turn of fate. Shortly after the downfall of the Poison Serpent sect, a hidden realm appeared in its vicinity, a rather unfortunate twist for the sect. Di Ting continued to speak. After listening to Ji Yuan, thoughts of Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu surfaced. Both are individuals endowed with great fortunes, and the emergence of the secret realm at this juncture may very well be influenced by their presence. Master Wang, shall we embark on a journey and seize the secret realm for ourselves? Di Ting glanced at Ji Yuan and barked once more. Not so fast. Did you not mention that the secret realm has yet to be opened? Ji Yuan spoke as he took out 2 formations, preparing to set up the array. Ji Yuan's divine consciousness extended outward, casting a sweeping gaze over the Qiudao Peak. At this moment, there were no other disciples present on the peak. The artisans of the crafting hall had completed the various structures on Qiudao Peak over the past 3 months. However, due to Yuntian's absence from the sect and Ji Yuan's seclusion, the peak had yet to be officially inspected. Ji Yuan's divine consciousness surveyed the surroundings and found everything quite satisfactory. On the mountain, various essential structures were already in place. However, it felt rather desolate, devoid of any inhabitants. Ji Yuan's divine consciousness glanced once more at the situation within the Qing Shan sect. At this moment, many of the elders were absent from the sect. Among the 3 venerable ancestors of Qing Shan, only Shou remained in the sect, while both Elder Yuan and his companion, Elder Sun, were presumably also en route to the newly discovered secret realm. Ji Yuan retracted his consciousness and began to arrange the formation. The Trinitarian Gathering Spirit Array did not envelop the entire Qing Shan sect, but rather focused solely on the Peak of Seeking the Tao. The formation shrouded the Peak of Seeking the Tao, and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth within soon became significantly more abundant. Subsequently, Ji Yuan set up the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Array, which encompassed the entire Qing Shan sect. Once the formations were completed, Ji Yuan put away the array plate. Ji Yuan turned to Diding and inquired, "Where has the old turtle gone?" "Master Wang, I must confess, please do not hold it against me. After the appearance of the secret realm, I feared that young rascal Yi Hao's grandfather might struggle alone to manage things. Thus, I sent the old turtle over to accompany Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu to safeguard them and, should they encounter any treasures, to seize them discreetly. Initially, the old turtle was reluctant to go, insisting that I had instructed him to protect the Qinshan sect. I jested, for with me and the monkey around, the Qinshan sect would remain secure even if he were to face peril. Hence, I took the liberty of sending him forth." Diding responded with a bark. After listening to Ji Yuan, he flicked his fingers at the head of Di Ting from a distance. "This time, I shall spare you." In truth, he did not harbor genuine resentment towards Di Ting. The old turtle's presence on the mountain was indeed less beneficial than accompanying the two for their protection. Moreover, with the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Array now established, the old turtle was no longer necessary for guarding. Henceforth, the old turtle's role could entirely shift towards that of a protector of the path. With a 5th-tier strength, he was still quite formidable. When Ji Yuan next had an opportunity for advancement, he would elevate the old turtle's cultivation once more. Ideally, he would also secure another spirit pet in the future. At that time, with 4 disciples, none would be lacking. "Woof, thank you, Master," Di Ting said with a joyful smile. "Woof, Master. Let us venture forth and seize the secret realm," Di Ting continued. "Not so hasty, for there are still matters left to attend to," Ji Yuan remarked, casting a glance at the little Inyu nestled in her arms. "My dear child, I see that your energy has reached its zenith. Why have you yet to make a breakthrough?" Little Inyu explained, "I wish to wait until my master emerges from seclusion before I advance." "Ah, then do not hold back any longer. Pursue your breakthrough." Ji Yuan spoke as he retrieved a spirit sea pill. Yet again, it was reiterated that Xia Anyue's talent ostensibly required no such elixir. Nevertheless, as a precaution, possessing a single spirit sea pill was hardly an extravagant expense. Ji Yuan swiftly set Xiao Anyue down. Xiao Anyue ingested the elixir and commenced her breakthrough. The progression of her breakthrough was remarkably swift. From the moment she consumed the elixir to the successful culmination of her advancement, scarcely a stick of incense had passed. Task accomplished. When Xiao Anyue officially reached the Spirit Sea realm, the system prompted a notification. After summoning the panel, Ji Yuan took a glance at it. Upon doing so, he realized something significant. Task 4 had also been completed a few days prior. Task 4 involved assisting Yi Hao in elevating his cultivation to the 7th level of Qi gathering. It was to be expected, as it had been some time since the Sun and Moon Divine Pearl was entrusted to Yi Hao, with a month's time for each level of cultivation. Yi Hao had indeed reached the 7th level of Qi gathering. Ji Yuan once again availed himself of 2 opportunities for advancement. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly advanced 2 6th-tier beast god pills. "Master, I have broken through," Xiao Anyue exclaimed joyfully after her own breakthrough. "Congratulations, congratulations." Ji Yuan smiled and clasped his fists in congratulations to Xiao Anyue. Xiao Anyue beamed with delight, responding with a cheerful laugh. "Senior sister, you are truly remarkable." Yi Hao expressed his admiration at that moment. "Junior brother, you are impressive as well," Xiao Anyue replied with a smile. Yi Hao felt a genuine sense of envy. Although he had already reached the 7th layer of Qi gathering and was closely pursuing Anyue, the disparity between them was stark. His current cultivation had been achieved solely through the Sun and Moon Divine Pearl, while Anyue had not even utilized the Moonlight spiritual liquid. She had relied only on ordinary medicinal pills. Her pace of cultivation was indeed astonishing. How could Yi Hao not feel envious? He was acutely aware that without the Sun and Moon Divine Pearl, advancing his cultivation would be an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Ji Yuan had previously mentioned to him that the Sun and Moon Divine Pearl could only assist him in reaching the realm of supernatural powers. Beyond that, it would no longer directly enhance his cultivation, becoming useful only during breakthroughs. He did not fully comprehend the matters that lay beyond the realm of supernatural powers. However, he was acutely aware of one truth: to grow stronger, to achieve greater heights, an abundance of resources was imperative. Furthermore, he did not wish to perpetually rely on his master, grandfather, or senior mentors for assistance. His intentions were not rooted in sentimentality. Rather, he felt a compelling need to strive independently and exert his utmost efforts. "Master, will you be visiting the secret realm that De Huang mentioned later? Might you take me along?" "I too wish to seek opportunities within the secret realm," Yi Hao said, casting a hopeful glance at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan gazed at Yi Hao, observing the resolute glint in the young boy's eyes, and smiled as he nodded in agreement. "Very well. He did not decline. Although Yi Hao was still in his youth, the presence of the monkey beside him assured that he would remain safe. As for the future, it seems that I shall no longer adhere to a schedule. I will simply share my work upon its completion. Chapter 88. The Unicorn Demon. I want to go too. I want to go too. Xiaoan Yue exclaimed eagerly upon witnessing the scene. All right. You may join as well. Ji Yuan nodded in agreement. After Ji Yuan finished speaking, he turned to Diding and inquired, have you ventured into that new secret realm? Diding replied, I have indeed. Ji Yuan continued, how much longer until that realm opens? While others may be oblivious, you should possess that knowledge, shouldn't you? Ji Yuan continued to inquire. Diting nodded. If we calculate the time, there are still 3 days left. Very well, we shall proceed after the secret realm opens in 3 days. Ji Yuan nodded and spoke. Frostmoon Mountain. This mountain, located near the poisonous serpent sect, is named for the abundant frostmoon trees that flourish upon its slopes. The frostmoon tree is not a mystical plant, rather, it is a type of sturdy, ordinary timber. Recently, practitioners from various sects in the ancient domain discovered a new secret realm poised to open on Frostmoon Mountain. At this moment, various sects have already set up camp near the secret realm. The cultivation environment in the ancient domain is quite favorable. The 3 major sects are relatively reasonable and do not act tyrannically. Therefore, regarding the impending opening of the secret realm, there have been no attempts to jointly seal off Frostmoon Mountain or expel other sections. They are willing to explore the secret realm collaboratively with other forces. 3 days later, at the Qingshan sect's camp, inside a tent, Yi Xiaobai, Han Feiyu, Yi Yutian, and the old turtle were gathered. Elder Yi, with your vast experience, do you think this new secret realm will have entry restrictions like the sacred herb realm? Yi Xiaobai inquired if it is indeed like the sacred herb realm, allowing only Qi gathering realm practitioners to enter. Our efforts would be in vain. Yi Yutian shook his head. It's uncertain, but it's highly probable that there will be no restrictions. Secret realms are naturally formed, especially those that have never been opened before. They are likely to have no limitations. Typically, restrictions on entry are rules established later by those in power. Elder Yi, old turtle, we are relying on you for this journey. Feiyu and I lack the strength to procure anything of value. Alas, I wonder when my master will emerge from seclusion. If he were to join us, our gains would surely be substantial, Yi Xiaobai continued. Knowing that you are lacking in strength, you should focus on your cultivation. I have heard that you have been somewhat negligent in your training these past 3 months. Ji Yuan's voice resounded from behind him. Immediately, Ji Yuan reached out and tapped Yi Xiaobai on the head. Ah, master! Yi Xiaobai exclaimed in pain, turning around in surprise to see Ji Yuan. Master! Han Feiyu quickly rose to greet him. Peak Master! Yi Yuntian also stood and bowed respectfully. Yi Yuntian had come to regard Ji Yuan as the Peak Master, truly considering himself a disciple of the Qingshan sect in Sudao Peak. Please, have a seat. Ji Yuan waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Yi Xiaobai turned to Ji Yuan and said, Master, do not heed Diting's baseless accusations. I have not been idle. I merely spend some time accompanying my junior sister each day. To which Wang interjected, I am not speaking falsely. You have indeed neglected your training, preferring frivolous pursuits instead. Diting stated without hesitation. Enough, Ji Yuan replied, as long as you are aware of your own circumstances. Should your junior brothers and sisters surpass you in strength, do not lament the time you squandered instead of diligently honing your skills. Ji Yuan turned to Knight Xiaobai and said, Master, I will certainly cultivate diligently. Knight Xiaobai bore a serious expression. Recently, he had indeed sensed that Han Feiyu was on the verge of surpassing him in both magical prowess and physical strength. As the eldest disciple, he could not bear the thought of being surpassed by his junior brothers and sisters. It would be a blow to his pride. Old turtle, this is for you. After Ji Yuan finished speaking, he took out 2 beast god pills and tossed them to the nearby old turtle. The eternal spirit turtle's eyes brightened, and it promptly opened its mouth to consume the 2 pills. Upon ingestion, the old turtle commenced the elevation of its bloodline and the advancement of its realm. At this moment, the secret realm had yet to be unveiled. Before the secret realm's opening, the old turtle was expected to ascend to the 6th tier. Ji Yuan turned to Yi Xiaobai and declared, from now on, the old turtle shall accompany you. Yi Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, Master, is that truly the case? If you no longer wish to keep him, I would gladly accept. Thank you, Master. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. It was no jest. He had long coveted the old turtle. Previously, the old turtle was Ji Yuan's spirit pet, indifferent to Yi Xiaobai's presence. However, the situation had changed. Since Yuan had announced that the old turtle would accompany him henceforth, it meant that the creature would effectively become his spirit pet as well. The old turtle remarked, "Think carefully. The reason for my indifference towards you may not be as simple as it seems." Yuan then turned to Han Feiyu and said, "Feiyu, your senior brothers and junior sisters have all acquired their spirit companions. As your master, I cannot be biased. I have also prepared a spirit companion for you. Do you have any particular desires for the type of spirit companion you wish to have?" Upon hearing this, Han Feiyu quickly replied, "Master, I will be content with whatever spirit companion you prepare for me. Another one without any specific requests. I shall ponder this further." Yuan glanced at Han Feiyu and pondered for a moment. Previously, Yihao had no particular demands. "By the way, do you have a favorite animal?" Yuan inquired once more. "Does the animal you like include cows?" Han Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Cows? Yes, they count." Yuan slightly nodded. "It suffices to have someone you cherish." Yi Xiaobai, upon hearing this, interjected, "Junior brother, what are you talking about? You desire a dragon?" Han Feiyu chuckled. "As long as I have a spiritual pet, it matters not whether it is a dragon or not. Our master's spiritual pets are undoubtedly exceptional." "The second senior brother is right. I simply adore puppies," remarked Shaoan Yue while cradling the listening beast. Yi Xiaobai, with a look of dismay, exclaimed, "Given our close relationship, how could you side with your second senior brother? Moreover, what you have there is hardly a puppy." Although Yi Xiaobai was uncertain of the true classification of the listening beast, he was certain it was anything but a dog. "I shall return shortly." At this moment, Yuan rose and spoke. The next second, Yuan departed from the tent and ventured into the wilderness. Yuan summoned the system panel, preparing to advance a spirit pet. In the 3 days following Yuan's emergence, another task was accomplished. Task 3 involved instructing Yu in a second-tier Taoist spell. Within this brief span, Yu successfully mastered the advanced technique of Zikiyuting. This achievement can be attributed both to Yu's remarkable talent and the fact that she had previously observed the Zikiyuting spell in practice. Having witnessed Yi Xiaobai and Han Feiyu engage in their sparring sessions, thus possessing a foundational understanding, let us return to the main subject. As Yuan summoned the panel, he searched for spirit pets and beheld a bovine spirit creature featured in the recommendations. The advanced reward was a 6th-tier unicorn beast, and the prerequisite task was to assist his disciple, Yu, in reaching the 2nd tier. The unicorn beast, also known as the Horned Azure Bull, was indeed the very same Azure Bull belonging to the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, the esteemed mount of the revered deity. As Yuan contemplated this, he directly summoned his spirit pet. Chapter 89. Upon entering, he arrived at the core. In the next moment, a unicorn blue ox appeared before Yuan. "Master." The blue ox bowed its head respectfully and addressed him. "Please, shrink a little." Yuan turned to Qingyo and spoke. Upon hearing this, Qingyo immediately shrank in size. Subsequently, Yuan brought the now diminutive Qingyo back to the tent. Inside the tent, Yi Xiaobai was inquiring why Han Feiyu had a fondness for cattle. Han Feiyu explained to Yi Xiaobai that it stemmed from a time before he sought immortality and wisdom when his family lacked oxen for farming, forcing his father to toil the fields alone. As a child, he envied those who owned oxen and often observed them from afar. Thus, when asked about his favorite animal, the first that came to mind was indeed the ox. Furthermore, aside from oxen, he had encountered few other animals in his past. As the few individuals in the tent continued their conversation, Yuan soon returned, accompanied by the Azure Bull. "Azure Bull, from now on, you shall follow Feiyu." Yuan spoke, indicating who Feiyu was. "Yes, master," Qingyo replied. Han Feiyu was also quite pleased to see Qingyo. The ability to articulate human speech made him realize that Yuan's spiritual pets were extraordinary. As for the origins of these spiritual companions, no one inquired, for it was deemed unimportant. However, Yuntian could not help but ponder the possibility that Yuan was backed by a formidable force. For how else could he continuously produce such remarkable spiritual pets? Take Diding and the monkey, for instance, as a pinnacle being of the divine passage realm. He could not discern their ranks at all. The old tortoise had previously been able to perceive some signs, yet now he could no longer see clearly. As for the newly arrived bull, he remained unable to ascertain its level. It was likely even stronger than he was. This implied that the weakest among them was at least of the 5th rank. He could hardly gauge their true levels. It was likely they exceeded the 5th rank, possibly even reaching the 6th. The thought of them being 7th rank was too daunting to contemplate, for the 7th rank corresponded to a saint. In a world where emperors had not emerged for many years, saints represented the highest existence. After Ji Yuan returned with the Azure Bowl, Han Feiyu engaged in conversation with the creature to familiarize himself. Meanwhile, the old turtle swiftly completed its ascension, officially becoming a 6th-tier spirit beast. Knight Xiaobai gazed at the old turtle, nearly drooling in anticipation. Once the old turtle's ascension was complete, he promptly conveyed his desire to accompany this esteemed creature in the future. The old turtle, however, did not share in the joy. Instead, it felt a wave of darkness wash over it. Yet, given Ji Yuan's words, it could not refuse and had no choice but to submit to Knight Xiaobai. Inside the tent, as the group engaged in conversation, a sudden chorus of shouts erupted from outside. The secret realm has opened! The secret realm has opened! The individuals within the tent sprang to their feet. Yi Yuntian turned to Ji Yuan and expressed concern. Peak Master, with Hao and An Yue entering the secret realm, might it not be prudent? After all, they are still quite young and could face danger. Ji Yuan reassured him, there is no cause for concern. Hao has already reached the 7th layer of Qi gathering, and An Yue is at the spiritual sea realm. They also have the protection of the listening and the monkey, so they will be safe. Ji Yuan shook his head and spoke. I fear the dangers that may lie within the secret realm. Yi Yuntian, still somewhat apprehensive, replied. His concern did not stem from the possibility of harm befalling Yi Hao and in Yu. Rather, it was the trepidation of the unknown perils that the secret realm might harbor. Do not worry, Wang reassured. I have heard that the level of danger in the secret realm is rather low. The listening dog interjected, Grandfather, this is a journey I must undertake myself. I am determined to enter. At this moment, Yi Hao turned to Yi Yutian and declared, So do I. And Yu raised her hand, echoing his sentiment. Very well. But once we enter the secret realm, we must act as one. It is best not to separate. Yi Yuntian nodded and proposed once more. Indeed, indeed. Yi Xiaobai eagerly agreed, relishing the idea of their collective endeavor, for it provided him a sense of security. However, Wang cautioned, it may not transpire as we wish. Upon entering the secret realm, we will be randomly dispersed within its confines. Yet, fret not. We shall be reunited within you and the others in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Yi Tian was taken aback. From the words of listening dog, he discerned that the group was not merely at the 5th level, but had indeed reached the 6th. The presence of 4 6th-level beings entering together offered a considerable guarantee of safety. Yi Yuntian chose to refrain from further comments. At that moment, the individuals from the Divine Herb Valley, Divine Sword Sect, and Golden Mountain Temple had initially dispatched one representative each to venture into the secret realm, intending to assess the situation. However, after their entry, silence ensued. Not long after, one from the Divine Sword Sect emerged, stating that upon entering the secret realm, he had not encountered an exit but had instead spotted a beam of light soaring into the heavens not far away. He rushed over and finally discerned the exit of the secret realm. The 3 sects speculated that entry into the secret realm resulted in random teleportation to various locations within its expanse. This news was not particularly favorable. Randomness was not a boon. Each sect had arrived with a considerable number of members, hoping that collective action would maximize their benefits. Instead, upon entry, they faced the prospect of separation. Furthermore, should there be ferocious beasts within the realm, one could easily find themselves teleported before a creature far stronger than themselves, which would spell certain doom. Of course, randomness could also bear fruit. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them, leading directly to opportunities. The 3 sects promptly informed the other factions of this random teleportation phenomenon. After relaying the information, members began to enter the secret realm. Despite the unfavorable aspect of random teleportation, the allure of exploration proved irresistible. Once the news reached the various factions, none chose to abandon their quest to enter the secret realm. After all, an entirely new realm lay before them. Abandonment was out of the question. At most, the elders of each sect offered a few words of caution, advising members to first seek out their companions upon entry, and if found, to journey together. Subsequently, throngs of cultivators surged into the secret realm. After a few individuals from Jiyuan arrived, the rest of the Qingshan sect had already entered. Please proceed inside. As Ji Yuan spoke, he led a few individuals into the secret realm. Upon passing through the entrance of the mystical domain, Ji Yuan sensed a surge of spatial energy, and shortly thereafter, the group was indeed randomly teleported away. The moment Di Ting, the monkey, the old turtle, and the old bull entered the secret realm, they immediately detected a faint mark left on Yi Xiaobai and his companions, located not far from them. Consequently, They swiftly tore through the void and hastened to the side of Yi Xiaobai and his 3 companions. Upon their arrival, the 4 spirit pets were astonished to find Yi Xiaobai and his companions gathered together. At this moment, Yuan extended his consciousness, enveloping the entire secret realm. This secret realm, though not particularly vast, posed minimal danger, with the fiercest of beasts detected being merely of the 4th tier. As his consciousness permeated the realm, Yuan located Yi Xiaobai and his companions. The fortunate quartet had been directly transported to the core area of the secret realm. The heart of this realm was a towering edifice, before which the 4 stood, poised at the entrance. Although the grand doors of the tower stood ajar, the interior remained shrouded in mystery. They refrained from entering recklessly, opting instead to confer at the threshold. Chapter 90. The 4-tiered space. This tower appears extraordinary. Should we venture inside? Han Feiyu inquired, activating his celestial sight to gauge the tower's fortune. Its auspicious energy was formidable, even if it did not harbor the core opportunity. It still constituted a significant boon. Wait a moment, Diding interjected, observing the tower intently, his ears twitching slightly. Why does this secret realm seem to delight in separating individuals? If we enter this tower, we may be randomly dispersed once more. Do we still wish to proceed? Diding listened attentively to the tower before addressing his companions. Is there any danger? Han Feiyu replied, there shouldn't be any peril. Although the interior of this tower consists of distinct spaces on each level, we may be teleported to different areas, but we will still be able to locate one another. Then it is settled, Han Feiyu declared after a moment's contemplation. Since we have chosen to enter the secret realm, we cannot retreat upon glimpsing an opportunity. With that, the group stepped forward and entered the tower. At this moment, Yuan also appeared outside the tower. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to enter the tower directly. He did not summon Yi Yuntian, but instead conveyed a message to him, informing him of the current situation. With the presence of Di Ting and his own capabilities, he believed that Yi Xiaobai and the others would not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, rather than bringing Yi Yuntian into the tower, it was more prudent to have him remain outside, where he could scour the other treasures within the secret realm while safeguarding the disciples of the Qingshan sect. Although the tower within the secret realm was quite tall, it comprised only 4 levels, and consequently, there were merely 4 levels of space within. As the group entered the tower, Yi Xiaobai, Han Feiyu, and Yu were transported to a specific location on the 2nd level, while Yi Hao found himself on the 1st level. As for Yuan and the 5 celestial beings, they were randomly sent to the 4th level of the tower. While the teleportation within the tower was indeed random, it was not entirely so, at least. It was designed to consider the cultivation level of those entering when determining which level they would be transported to. After the 4 spirit pets of Di Ting entered the secret realm, they swiftly traversed the air, reaching the side of Yi Xiaobai and the others in the 1st level space. Yuan did not rush to leave. Instead, he began to wander through the 4th layer of space. The entire 4th layer was enveloped in ice and snow, presenting a breathtaking expanse of a winter wonderland. Yuan wandered within the secret realm for a while when he noticed a luminous orb swiftly soaring through the air. Out of curiosity, Yuan casually executed a spell, employing the forbidden character divine technique to ensnare the luminous orb, subsequently guiding it into his grasp. The moment the orb settled into his hand, it transformed instantaneously into a jade tablet. Yuan was momentarily taken aback. A sweep of his consciousness revealed that there was, astonishingly, a divine ability within. Wait, this does not seem right. Wasn't this secret realm a natural formation that had never been activated? How could there be a divine ability inside? Such powers should be the creations of cultivators, not something that could be naturally bestowed. Speaking of which, the very shape of this 4-layered space raises questions. In a naturally formed secret realm, if untouched by human hands, why does the exterior of this 4-layered space resemble an ancient, stately tower? The confusion surrounding Yuan primarily stems from his lack of understanding regarding the origins of naturally formed secret realms. Meanwhile, in the 2nd layer of space, upon locating Yi Hao, the monkey guided him directly to this layer, where they reunited with Xiao Anyue and the others. The 2nd layer was characterized by vast deserts and sweltering heat. However, being cultivators, they were largely unaffected by the harsh weather. During their reunion, they encountered luminous orbs and captured 2 of them, which subsequently revealed a 2nd-tier spell and a 2nd-tier magical artifact. Han Feiyu, perplexed, turned to the Elder Ti Ting and inquired, Elder Ti Ting, what is the meaning of this? Is this secret realm not naturally formed? And is it not being accessed for the first time? How can there be spells and artifacts present? Surely, such items cannot originate from a naturally formed secret realm? In response, Ti Ting explained, it is indeed my oversight for not having informed you earlier. First and foremost, secret realms possess a certain sentience. Particularly in the case of those that are naturally formed by the heavens and earth, their sentience is even more pronounced. Thus, it is not unusual for such realms to contain these items. Over the millennia of their formation, they develop small spatial rifts that draw in various peculiarities and unclaimed cultivation resources from the ancient domains and their surroundings. The tower, along with the spells and artifacts within, must have been absorbed during this process. As for the presence of unclaimed cultivation resources, the reasons are manifold. It could be the result of a fierce battle between two cultivators, leading to mutual destruction, with their storage bags subsequently taken by wild beasts and left unclaimed. While such occurrences are rare, numerous factors can lead to resources becoming unclaimed. The formation of a secret realm requires considerable time to accumulate, thereby allowing many resources that have fallen into the wild to be drawn in. Ah, I see. Han Feiyu nodded, then asked Elder Ti Ting, is there any danger within the tower? There is no danger. It is devoid of any demonic beasts, Ti Ting replied with a bark. Someone has entered the secret realm. Qing Niu's voice echoed as Ti Ting's words faded. Upon scanning with her divine sense, Ti Ting indeed observed new arrivals in the second layer of space. However, she remained unfazed, stating, it appears that someone has had the good fortune to discover the tower. Nevertheless, it matters not. We shall accompany you, even if others have entered. There is no cause for alarm. Indeed, there is no danger, yet the newcomers are not among those who initially entered the secret realm, Qing Niu continued. Excuse me? They all looked towards Qing Niu, who elaborated. When we entered the secret realm, I took note of the aura of all cultivators near the camp. Those who have entered the tower are not among them. Brother Niu, why did you bother to memorize everyone's aura? Yi Xiaobai exclaimed with wide eyes. Well, it doesn't hurt to remember, as it might prove useful, Qing Niu explained. Turns out, it indeed has, Han Feiyu pondered aloud, feeling increasingly satisfied with Qing Niu. The spiritual pet Ji Yuan had granted him. I shall listen further. Perhaps there is more to discern regarding any potential dangers, Ti Ting said, her ears twitching with excitement. She and Qing Niu were fundamentally opposites. Qing Niu was steady and contemplative, while Ti Ting was more impulsive. In her initial experience with the secret realm, she had the capacity to glean its essence entirely, yet she had never pursued it. On her first attempt, she merely grasped the nature of the realm and its opening times, then ceased her inquiry. During her second foray, she only sought information about the tower's conditions, learned that it posed no danger, and subsequently teleported to the fourth layer without further exploration. In summary, individuals like Qing Niu and Han Feiyu tended to prepare extensively, considering all possible scenarios and devising solutions in advance. Conversely, Ti Ting harbored no such inclinations, preferring to address challenges as they arose. This was not to say that her approach was flawed. She operated with the confidence of her own strength. Aware of the absence of peril, she saw no need to exhaustively comprehend the realm beforehand. Partly due to her laziness and partly to maintain an element of intrigue, she refrained from preparing as meticulously as Qing Niu and Han Feiyu. In this current situation, her lack of complete knowledge of the secret realm did not pose a threat to her or her companions from the Qiudao Peak. Instead, it added an element of excitement to her experience. Ti Ting then listened in once more to the circumstances of the secret realm, revealing, Ah, I see. This secret realm is quite intriguing. Following its opening, entrances have emerged in the surrounding ancient domains. Those who have entered the second layer are from several neighboring domains. Several entrances and other domains. Han Feiyu furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. Initially, he believed this secret realm would merely serve as a competitive ground for the various sects of the ancient domain. But now it appeared that cultivators from other realms had also entered. He was aware that the cultivation environment in the ancient domain was subpar, and overall, the cultivator's strength, excluding the anomaly of Qiudao Peak, seemed inferior to those from other domains. His concern lay not with his own safety, but rather with that of the other members of the Qingshan sect. The influx of cultivators from other domains significantly heightened the risks faced by his fellow sect members. Counting the ancient domain, a total of 4 domains are encompassed. Ti Ting continued. After pondering for a moment, Han Feiyu addressed the four spiritual pets, esteemed elders, given the unexpected developments within the secret realm. It is possible that formidable beings from the other three domains may also emerge. With several elders and my master present, we needn't worry unduly. However, the safety of the Qing Shan sect may be compromised, and I hope that one of you will keep a watchful eye on the other members of our sect. Upon concluding his statement, Han Feiyu respectfully bowed to the four spiritual pets. I'll take a trip, the monkey offered. Yi Hao, I entrust you to look after them. Thank you, Elder, Han Feiyu replied. No need for thanks, it is only right. Moreover, Elder Yi remains outside, so it is my duty to go. The monkey shook its head and spoke. Subsequently, it departed from the towering structure. To exit the tower, each level indeed possessed an exit door. Yet the monkeys clearly chose not to utilize it, opting instead to shatter the fabric of space to leave. During this time, Yuan observed everything through his divine sense. Hearing their words, he gained insight into the opportunities within this spatial realm and expressed great satisfaction with Han Feiyu's decision to send the monkey out. This was evidently what he wished to see. He hoped that his disciples would develop affection not only for the path-seeking peak, but also for the Qing Shan sect. With the monkey gone, Yuan felt no concern for the situation outside. In the external world, disciples from various ancient sects swiftly discovered numerous first to fourth-tier celestial treasures upon entering the secret realm. Simultaneously, some disciples began to interact with one another. Furthermore, individuals from other realms had already started to be noticed, though conflicts had yet to arise. Everyone had come to seek fortune, not to engage in combat. Thus, in the absence of conflicting interests, there was no immediate necessity for confrontation. However, as previously stated, the lack of conflict could not guarantee lasting peace. For while opportunities within the secret realm were abundant, they were also finite. On an unnamed peak, Elder Yuan led several members of the Qing Shan sect to a rare fourth-tier spiritual herb, the Tongshan grass. Within the realm of fourth-tier spiritual plants, the Tongshan grass was deemed exceedingly precious. Its effects included temporarily enhancing a cultivator's comprehension, aiding those at the Dao platform stage in understanding themselves and condensing their innate divine abilities. This condensation of innate divine abilities posed a formidable challenge on the path to transcending into the divine ability realm. While extraordinary talents might naturally achieve this breakthrough when their cultivation reached a certain level, the majority of cultivators, lacking in innate gifts and comprehension, required external aids. The Tongshan grass served as one of the most accessible treasures for assisting Dao platform cultivators in condensing their innate divine abilities. It could also be used as an ingredient for concocting elixirs, enhancing its efficacy. Elder Yun's excitement surged upon discovering the Tongshan grass, yet before he could harvest it, a cultivator from the divine ability realm appeared before him. Withdraw swiftly. This treasure is destined for me, the elder declared, looking down upon Yuan and his fellow sect members, the aura of his divine ability unmistakably radiating. Elder Yuan realized that other cultivators had entered the secret realm, recognizing that this unfamiliar figure hailed from another domain. While anger flared within him, he understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing the elder's formidable power. Senior, it was I who discovered this Tongshan grass first, Elder Yuan cautiously asserted. Humph, ungrateful fool. The elder scoffed, condensing a force of divine ability into a massive blade and striking toward Elder Yuan and his companions. The faces of Elder Yuan and his companions turned pale, stunned by the elder's unreasonable aggression. If it had been the three sects of the ancient domain, such behavior would be unthinkable. While the Tongshan grass might still ultimately belong to the three sects, Qing Shan sect would at least receive some compensation. The righteous conduct of the ancient domain's sects had emboldened Elder Yuan to inquire. Yet, to his astonishment, a mere question had provoked a lethal response. As the imposing divine blade bore down upon them, the atmosphere thickened with dread, rendering them immobile and unable to flee. Just as they faced imminent annihilation, a thunderous voice echoed through the heavens. Impudence! In an instant, a staff materialized atop the peak, sweeping forth to conjure a tempest. With a single strike, the elder's divine blade was shattered, and before he could comprehend the turn of events, the staff descended upon him, obliterating him to mere ash, quite literally. Elder Yuan and his companions stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding events. The monkey's furious roar reverberated throughout the entire secret realm, resonating beyond the confines of the tower's fourth layer. At that moment, Many who heard the thunderous reprimand felt their hearts tremble, paralyzed by fear at the mere sound of it. As the echo of the monkey's voice faded, all cultivators within the secret realm gazed skyward, hesitant to act recklessly. The voice reverberated once more. Who dares to harm the disciples of the ancient domain's Qingshan sect? I shall ensure your obliteration. After the declaration, silence ensued within the secret realm, leaving cultivators from the other 3 domains wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Did the elders not say that the ancient domain is weak? What a surprise. Next time we encounter the unknown, we must inquire if they are disciples of Qingshan's sect. Master, what level of cultivation does this elder possess? Surely, the Qingshan sect is not to be trifled with. As the cultivators from the 3 domains engaged in hushed discussions, those from the ancient domain were equally perplexed. The other sects were astonished. Was the Qingshan sect truly so formidable? The disciples from the Sword of Divine and Golden Mountain Temple were equally at a loss, while only the elder from the Divine Medicine Valley remained unfazed. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he recalled Yuan's voice. The booming reprimand had clearly differed from Yuan's. If the speaker had not deliberately concealed their identity, it implied that the Qingshan sect harbored more than one celestial powerhouse. Such a revelation was astonishing. At this moment, many disciples from the Qingshan sect were also in a state of confusion. Yuntian, however, recognized the voice's owner. As for Elder Yuan, following the monkey's decisive action against the elder vying for the Tongshan grass, no further confrontation ensued. An elder beside Yuan turned to him. Elder, does our Qingshan sect harbor any hidden ancestors? There shouldn't be, Elder Yuan retorted promptly, though the current circumstances left him somewhat hesitant, leading him to amend his response. If the elder who intervened was not one of their own, why would they defend the Qingshan sect? Could it be that there truly existed an ancestor concealed from even him? May I inquire if you are of our sect? Elder Yuan addressed the sky respectfully, raising his voice. The monkey pondered briefly before replying, Indeed, I am a member of the Qingshan sect, albeit as a spiritual companion to Yuan and Yi Hao. Yet I can still be counted among your ranks. Upon hearing this, Elder Yuan's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, a hidden ancestor. I understand now. The venerable ancestor, Yuan, smiled and once again performed a respectful bow. With a flourish, they ascended. To their astonishment, the Qingshan sect possessed such a formidable ancestor. It remained a mystery why he had chosen to remain concealed all this time. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He had finally revealed himself. And now the various sects of the ancient domain were aware of their esteemed ancestor. Henceforth, the Qingshan sect would surely rise to prominence in the ancient domain. The monkey, oblivious to Yuan's intentions, felt unperturbed. With the monkey's intervention, the disciples of the Qingshan sect reveled within the secret realm. The inhabitants of the ancient domain greeted the members of the Qingshan sect with warmth, and the same courtesy was extended by the 3 other sections. When encountering rare treasures, they readily yielded, permitting the disciples of the Qingshan sect to harvest at will. If they encountered unfamiliar faces, inquiries would arise regarding their affiliation, and upon learning they hailed from the Qingshan sect, the response was uniformly polite. This was a novel experience for the disciples of the Qingshan sect. A delightful departure from mere perilous adventure. It felt as though they had entered the secret realm to play the role of lords. In light of this newfound circumstance, the elder members of the Qingshan sect exhibited remarkable restraint, avoiding any airs of superiority, and even took it upon themselves to admonish the younger disciples. The current situation called for humility. They were well aware of the conduct expected of Qingshan sect members. The sudden emergence of their powerful ancestor was perceived as a hidden guardian of their sect, leading them to speculate about the ancestor's intentions, to avoid conflict, and to refrain from provocation. With those around them adopting a deferential demeanor, the need for caution became paramount. Should they allow themselves to become arrogant, emboldened by the presence of their ancestor, they risked incurring wrath, not just from others, but potentially facing a purge from their own ancestral guardian. Thus, the venerable Yuan promptly dispatched messages to the disciples within the secret realm, advising them that should they encounter rare treasures, they were not to compete with other sects unless they were the first to discover them. If other sects insisted on offering them, they were to decline. The actions of others were beyond their control. They could only govern their own conduct, adhering strictly to their principles and maintaining a vigilant mindset. In the subsequent period, the monkey found itself unencumbered by significant duties, though it occasionally intervened. While the human cultivators within the secret realm refrained from provoking the Qingshan sect, there remained low-level beastly creatures whose intelligence was lacking. These creatures could not articulate human speech, nor could they inquire about the identity of passers-by. Thus, when encountering any beings, the monkey would not hesitate to engage as necessary. If any life-threatening situations arose with these beasts, the monkey would intervene. Though absent such peril, it remained passive. In the core of the secret realm, within the second layer of space, following the monkey's departure, Han Feiyu and his companions chose to split into two groups to scavenge for opportunities. Han Feiyu Yihao and Qing Miao proceeded together, while Yi Xiaobai and Yu, Ti Ting, and the old turtle formed the other group. They gathered resources with remarkable efficiency. As the luminous points danced throughout the secret realm, the spirit pets refrained from intervening, allowing Han Feiyu and his companions to act independently. They deemed these trifles beneath their notice. Moreover, Yuan was already seeking the authority of the secret realm, and once attained, the entire realm would belong to him, a fact they had not disclosed to Han Feiyu and his group. In the fourth layer of space, the consciousness of Yuan enveloped the 4 layers of space, in search of the dominion of the secret realm. However, after a cursory scan, it appeared he had not located the authority. It would be more accurate to say that the authority of the secret realm did not manifest in the form of a key beast, as was the case with the divine herb's secret realm, rendering it less conspicuous. When the authority resides within the secret realm, it often bears a striking resemblance to ordinary objects unless specifically arranged otherwise. Without prior knowledge of its nature, one would be unable to ascertain what the authority truly is. Through his probing consciousness, he could detect anything within the 4 layers of space. Yet, if those objects did not exhibit any extraordinary qualities, he would have to approach them personally and employ his heavenly eye to discern whether they were merely mundane items or indeed the authority of the secret realm. Thus, Yuan found himself wandering about, teleporting from one location to another at will. He was in no rush, treating this as a leisurely stroll, intending to explore every corner of the 4 layers of space. Chapter 93, The Fortunate One in Truth. There existed a swifter method at his disposal, simply inquiring with the listener of truth. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary. The quest for the authority of the secret realm was, for Yuan, akin to a trivial game. A mere game, indeed, not particularly challenging. Consulting a guide would render it devoid of interest. To put it succinctly, he possessed a hint of recklessness, albeit bolstered by ample resources. Yuan swiftly traversed the 4th layer of space, and, through the celestial eye, finally discovered a fragment of the mystical realm's authority. This authority took the form of a wooden carving, a turtle sculpture that bore the marks of time, though it was rather modest in size, merely fitting within the palm of one's hand. Upon sighting this wooden artifact, Yuan was aware that he had likely discovered other forms of power, though the powers within the secret realm remained concealed and appeared no different from ordinary objects before any special arrangements were made. Yuan understood that the powers within the same secret realm were interconnected. For instance, in the realm of divine herbs, the powers were divided into 10 portions, 9 of which were keys, while 1 portion was a jade staff that linked the keys together. Thus, it stood to reason that the other powers within this secret realm were most likely also crafted from wood. The silhouette of Yuan vanished into the 4th dimensional space. The 3rd dimensional space, in stark contrast to the harsh environments of both the 4th and 2nd dimensions, boasts a diverse topography teeming with a plethora of flora. Many of the trees have donned golden-hued leaves, while some have had their foliage scattered by the gentle caress of the wind. Evidently, this core area of the secret realm's 4th dimension embodies the essence of the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The 1st dimensional space shares a similarly varied landscape with the 3rd. However, it is characterized by a greater abundance of rainfall. In the 4th dimensional space, although the wooden sculptures are few, a careful count reveals over 100. Among these sculptures, not all symbolize authority. Rather, some are merely ordinary carvings, likely drawn into the realm during its formation when celestial materials and earthly treasures were absorbed, including commonplace items. Thus, Yuan's forthcoming task is merely to examine these 100 or so wooden sculptures, though it is not necessary to inspect each one individually. Yuan gazed upon the tortoise wood carving he had discovered, reflecting upon the 4 symbols and a particular phrase. At the intersection of winter and spring, the azure dragon manifests, At the transition from spring to summer, the vermilion bird ascends. At the juncture of summer and autumn, the white tiger reveals itself. And at the crossing from autumn to winter, the black tortoise rises. This was an elucidation of the celestial changes from a past life. The 4 layers of space correspond to the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Remarkably, under Yuan's spiritual exploration, he had encountered a tiger wood carving in the 3rd layer, a large bird wood carving in the 2nd layer, and a dragon wood carving in the 1st layer. Yuan swiftly retrieved all 3 wooden carvings. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these 3 wooden sculptures were indeed embodiments of the authority of the secret realm. On the palm of Yuan's hand, 4 intricately carved wooden sculptures hovered. With a mere thought from Yuan, the sculptures began to merge and transform. A radiant light emerged, somewhat blinding. Moments later, as the brilliance receded, the 4 sculptures had coalesced into a small tower. With authority in hand, various pieces of information and rules pertaining to the secret realm flooded Yuan's mind. After some contemplation, he decided to amend one of the rules. The original stipulation stated that entering the secret realm would result in a random teleportation to various locations within it. Though he was not a sage and lacked the power to add or remove rules, he could exploit a minor flaw. He modified the rules such that entering the secret realm would transport individuals directly to the entrance or exit points. This effectively nullified the previous rule of random teleportation. In the 2nd layer of space, as Yi Xiaobai and Yu scoured for light points, they soon encountered others. Among them was a young man who exuded an extraordinary aura. Curiosity piqued, Yi Xiaobai activated his celestial eye. What he perceived was a terrifying fortune surrounding the young man. The youth's demeanor shifted sharply, and he glared at Yi Xiaobai, saying, "Senior, it is rather impolite to pry into the affairs of a junior using secret methods." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaobai quickly retracted his celestial eye, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "My apologies, I simply sensed that you were remarkable and couldn't help but take a look. It was my mistake. Here, take this as an apology." As he spoke, Yi Xiaobai casually placed a 2nd-tier magical artifact into the young man's hands. The young man's unfriendly expression vanished, replaced by a look of bewilderment. Moments earlier, his teacher had informed him that this individual was at the spiritual sea realm, a level significantly above his own, leading him to anticipate trouble. Yet, the other's demeanor felt somewhat juvenile. "My friend, please refrain from calling me senior. I am Yi Xiaobai, and this is my junior sister, and you. We hail from the ancient domain. What is your name?" Yi Xiaobai inquired. Seeing that Yi Xiaobai was genuinely affable, the young man decided to overlook the earlier incident. "I am Xiaohua, from the cloud domain." He introduced himself and promptly returned the magical artifact to Yi Xiaobai. Grateful for Yi Xiaobai's reasonableness and his apology, Xiaohua felt a favorable impression towards him, deeming the apology sufficient. No, I insist. If I offered it, it is yours to keep. Brother Xiao, our meeting is serendipitous. Would you care to join us?" Yi Xiaobai asked with a smile. I would rather not impose on you." Xiaohua hesitated. "Nonsense. Consider it a gesture to atone for my earlier intrusion. Traveling with us will ensure your safety," Yi Xiaobai continued with a grin. In Xiaohua's mind, an elder's voice resonated. "Xiaohua, accept his invitation. This young man is not ordinary. The technique he employed to discern your fortune is not something typical forces can wield. Accompanying him will indeed offer you greater security." And his junior sister, despite appearing only 6 or 7 years old, is also a practitioner of the spiritual sea realm. "Master, what if they discover you? Could it pose a threat?" Xiaohua pondered silently. The elder's voice responded reassuringly, "Do not worry, there is no danger." Acknowledging in his heart, Xiaohua clasped his fists and turned to Yi Xiaobai. "Brother Yi, then I shall not be impolite." Yi Xiaobai smiled and patted Xiaohua's shoulder. "Let us proceed and seize our fortunes." Thus, Xiaohua joined the ranks of Yi Xiaobai and Yu. Ting cast a meaningful glance at Xiaohua, but remained silent. The old turtle may have been oblivious, but the lingering soul within Xiaohua was not easily overlooked. A remnant of a celestial being, this soul harbored no malice and had become the teacher of this young man. This boy was indeed fortunate. For even as a mere remnant, such a presence represented a significant opportunity for others. If Yuan were to notice the situation at this moment, he would undoubtedly inquire, "Is it you, Brother Jiao-sun?" Chapter 94. 3 years of growth following Yi Xiaobai and Yu. Xiaohua engaged in conversation as the trio walked together. Gradually becoming more acquainted, Yi Xiaobai learned some details about Xiaohua, the young master of the Xiao family, a modest cultivation clan within the Yun domain. It became evident that Xiao Hua was once a prodigy, having achieved the Spirit Sea realm at the tender age of 11. However, due to unknown reasons, he experienced a regression in his cultivation, plummeting to the third layer of qi gathering. Fortunately, he had begun to regain his strength. Xiao Hua recounted this chapter of his life in a succinct manner, yet Yi Xiaobai could sense the profound impact it had on Xiao Hua. Indeed, since his cultivation began to falter, he faced disdain and was labeled a waste by others. The bitterness of those 3 years was a solitary burden he bore. When he discovered that his regression stemmed from a remnant soul of a powerful being, left behind in a relic from his mother, which was siphoning his spiritual energy, he was consumed by rage. Yet, having come to terms with it now, he had more or less moved on. The hardships of those 3 years were not entirely in vain. His youthful arrogance, bolstered by his natural talent, had been tempered by adversity, granting him clarity about many people and situations. During their exchange, Xiaohua confided in Yi Xiaobai about his public rejection by his fiancée Yi, an event that had deeply humiliated him. Following this public annulment, he had made a 3-year pact with his former betrothed, vowing to confront her in a duel after the designated time. Yi Xiaobai was taken aback, his mouth agape, struggling to find words. This newly acquainted young man had endured a series of misfortunes, transforming from a renowned genius into a pariah, only to be publicly spurned by his fiancée. Such trials would fortify the heart of anyone who could speak of them so calmly. "Brother Yi, enough about me. Tell me about yourselves," Xiaohua suggested, shifting the focus. Yi Xiaobai nodded. "We have little to share. My parents passed away early, and I grew up relying on the kindness of others. Upon learning that cultivators could achieve immortality, I ventured alone to the Qingshan sect, guided by a token from my ancestors who had once aided the sect. Eventually, I became a disciple. My junior sister shares a similar tale. She too lost her parents early and became my master's disciple." Nodding in agreement, and Yu added, "Indeed." Xiaohua, intrigued, inquired, "Brother Yi, I see both you and sister and possess remarkable strength. Surely, Qingshan sect must be a formidable establishment?" While the ancient domain was known for its lack of strength, Xiaohua's own Xiao family was not a significant power in the Yun domain, leaving him somewhat uninformed about other realms. "No, it's not the Qingshan sect that is strong. Rather, it is our master who possesses great prowess. Brother Xiao, would you be interested in joining our Qingshan sect? If you wish, my master would undoubtedly accept you as a disciple, and we would become brothers," Yi Xiaobai proposed with a smile. His motivation for accompanying Xiao was stemmed from a desire to foster a valuable connection, as well as to assist Yuan in guiding him to the peak of seeking the Tao. "Brother Yi, I apologize, but I already have a master," Xiaohua replied hastily. "That's fine. Having a master doesn't preclude you from having another." Yi Xiaobai chuckled. Xiaohua managed a wry smile. "Brother Yi, please refrain from jesting." "I want to jest. However, it seems quite normal for cultivators to have more than one master, as long as you haven't joined another sect. You should truly consider it. My master is exceptionally powerful," Yi Xiaobai urged earnestly. "I will certainly contemplate it," Xiaohua responded. "Very well, Brother Xiao. Regardless of your decision, you must fulfill your 3-year pact, and I shall accompany you then to support you," Yi Xiaobai declared cheerfully. "I shall join as well." And Yu chimed in eagerly. Feeling warmth in his heart, Xiaohua looked at them gratefully. "Thank you, Brother Yi and sister, in merely a small matter," Yi Xiaobai waved off with a smile. As time passed, more individuals began to notice the towering spire at the core of the secret realm, leading to an influx of entrants into the 4th layer space. Upon entering, individuals would randomly appear in the various layers based on their cultivation levels. Those at Qi Gathering would enter the 1st layer, those at Spirit see the 2nd, those at Tao Platform the 3rd, and those at Divine Ability and above would enter the 4th layer. Once inside, unless one had achieved the celestial level like Yuan, they could only ascend and not descend. Xiaohua found himself in the 1st layer space, arriving precisely at the teleportation portal leading to the 2nd layer. Soon, the trio encountered a cultivator who had entered from outside, a striking woman with captivating long legs. "Xiaohua, why are you with the disciples of Qingshan sect?" she exclaimed, recognizing the attire of Yi Xiaobai and in Yu, her surprise evident. "This is my cousin, Xiaoyu. These are my friends, Brother Yi Xiaobai and sister in Yu, whom I met in the secret realm. Are you familiar with Qingshan sect?" Xiaohua clarified. The woman, named Xiaoyu, was indeed a member of the Xiao family, albeit distantly related to Xiaohua. as their bloodline connection spanned over 3 generations, a situation not uncommon among cultivation families. Surely, you must have entered this extraordinary space quite some time ago, Xiao Yu remarked, looking at Xiaohua. He nodded in affirmation. After some reflection, Xiao Yu recounted the recent events from outside to the trio. A celestial? Xiaohua exclaimed in astonishment. The elder within him also expressed surprise, realizing the Qingshan sect was indeed exceptional, harboring such a being. A force that possessed a celestial was undoubtedly formidable, ranking among the elite in the northern domain. He himself had only recently attained that level. Yi Xiaobai and Yin Yu exchanged glances, both aware of whom Xiao Yu was referring to. Yin Yu beamed with delight upon hearing about the monkey's remarkable prowess. Di Ting pouted, that insufferable monkey. I joined the peak of seeking the Tao even before him. Yet I never flaunted it. If the ancient tortoise resting on Yi Xiaobai's shoulder were aware of Di Ting's sentiments, it might quietly lament, I was the first to arrive. Chapter 95. Merely luck, Brother Yi. Your Qingshan sect is truly impressive, Xiaohua remarked, gazing at Yi Xiaobai. With a casual wave, Yi Xiaobai replied, it's just average. Subsequently, Xiao Yu, being the cousin of Xiaohua, joined the trio in their endeavors. She engaged in conversation with them regarding the recent events occurring in the outside world. It was then that Yi Xiaobai and the others learned that the enigmatic celestial being, who was set to take action, was being referred to as the ancestral figure of the Qingshan sect, a claim seemingly corroborated by the sect itself. Di Ting expressed his incredulity, exclaiming, how is it that you, a mere spirit companion, have suddenly transformed into the ancestral figure of the Qingshan sect? His frustration was palpable. The old turtle, in contrast, remained indifferent, his languid nature rendering him uninterested in such matters. Had it not been for his duty to accompany and protect Yi Xiaobai, he would have preferred to remain in a state of repose atop the path to enlightenment. After becoming aware of the circumstances outside, Xiao Yu also gleaned some insights about the Qingshan sect from Yi Xiaobai. Upon learning that Yi Xiaobai and Yin Yu were the direct disciples of the sect's peak master, she felt a sudden sense of restraint. However, due to Yin Yu's youthful demeanor and Yi Xiaobai's somewhat childish spirit, this awkwardness was swiftly dispelled, allowing Xiao Yu to gradually relax in their company. In the following days, numerous opportunities within the 4th level space were seized. Nevertheless, Yuan was unfazed. He had been industriously mastering authority and had thoroughly inspected the opportunities within the 4th level space, having already claimed those he deemed valuable. However, he chose to leave behind any legacies that could be replicated. Furthermore, he amended a specific rule. Originally, one could obtain an opportunity by capturing a light point, but he modified this. He increasingly recognized the utility of this adjustment, not as a bug, but as a legitimate exercise of authority. This modification was akin to creating new rules, unless a secret realm was entirely devoid of regulations. He could not be at a loss. In essence, Yuan altered the rules so that each individual could only acquire opportunities 3 times. After catching 3 light points, they would be unable to capture more, and for legacy-type opportunities, once seized, they could only be copied and taken away, not the original. This way, legacy opportunities could be accessed multiple times by different individuals, while also limiting the frequency with which each person could obtain opportunities. This adjustment was intended to prevent the 4th level space from being entirely stripped of its contents. As he envisioned transforming this secret realm into a testing ground for disciples of the sect in the future, a trial should come with some rewards. An empty space would be unacceptable. The new rule was soon discovered, leading to a rapid decrease in the number of individuals within the tower. Those who had availed themselves of 3 opportunities sought the exit to continue their quest for rare treasures outside. After 7 days, all individuals within the 4th level space were transported outside the tower. This was not orchestrated by Yuan, but was a built-in rule of the tower, which he had not altered. The tower opened for a duration of 7 days every decade. Once the tower closed, Yi Xiaobai and the others regrouped. Yi Xiaobai introduced Xiaohua and Xiao Yu to Han Feiyu and the others. Brother Xiao, we plan to leave the secret realm soon. What about you? Yi Xiaobai inquired of Xiaohua. We intend to return as well. In these 7 days, we have taken what opportunities we could, Xiaohua replied. Very well. May we meet again by chance. By the way, Brother Xiao, please give due consideration to what I mentioned, Yi Xiaobai added with a smile. Certainly. Xiaohua responded with a respectful bow. Shortly thereafter, Xiaohua and Xiao Yu departed, parting ways with Yi Xiaobai and his companions. Once they left, they aimed to find other members of the Xiao family or directly head to the exit of the cloud domain to exit the secret realm. On their journey, Xiao Yu exclaimed, "I never expected you to become friends with disciples of the Qingshan sect." "It was merely luck," Xiaohua humbly replied. Not paying heed to Xiaohua's modesty, Xiao Yu queried, "What did Yi Daoist discuss with you earlier?" After a brief hesitation, Xiaohua disclosed, "He wishes for me to join the Qingshan sect in the ancient domain." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a fortuitous opportunity. "And you did not agree?" Xiaohua shook his head with a smile. "Cousin, although Brother Yi is a direct disciple of the peak master of the Qingshan sect, the decision to accept disciples is not solely his to make. Whether I can join the sect remains uncertain. How will you know unless you try?" Xiao Yu responded, "You are unaware of how many are currently probing the situation of the Qingshan sect. If there is a chance to join, who would let it slip away?" Xiaohua pondered, "I still need to consider it." Xiao Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Trying does not incur any loss. "I shall think it over." Xiaohua nodded. Though he claimed he would contemplate the matter, it was evident he intended to discuss it thoroughly with his mentor before making a decision, as this was indeed a significant choice. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaobai and his companions swiftly departed from the secret realm. Presently, various factions were also vacating the realm. After 7 days of scavenging treasures and opportunities, they felt it prudent to leave. Given the knowledge of a celestial being associated with the Qingshan sect, this secret realm was implicitly regarded as claimed, and none dared to contest it. Had it not been for the celestials' lack of aggressive action on the first day, urging them only not to harm the disciples of the Qingshan sect, they would have fled at once. After all, apart from the mysterious celestial that appeared in the ancient domain, the other 3 domains had no celestial beings, and even those at the Dharma aspect stage were exceedingly rare. Once outside the secret realm, Yi Xiaobai and his group quickly reunited with other members of the Qingshan sect. Yuan has already emerged. Upon seeing Yuan and the others, Yunming approached them, feeling somewhat speechless at the sight of Yi Hao and Yu. "Junior brother Yuan, why did you bring Yu and Xiao Hao along?" Yu and Yi Hao had been part of the Qingshan sect for some time, and many within the sect were acquainted with them. During this expedition into the secret realm, although they were unexpectedly safeguarded by the ancestral guardian, no disciples of Qingshan sect perished. Yet they had been unaware of the guardian's presence beforehand. Yunming felt a twinge of exasperation upon seeing that Yuan had brought along the 6 or 7-year-old Yu and Yi Hao. "Aren't you concerned about the safety of these 2 children? Have you not always claimed that the disciples of Chodao Peak act with utmost prudence?" As these thoughts crossed her mind, a sudden realization struck her, causing her to pause. "Wait a moment." Yunming's gaze at Yuan and the others shifted, her expression taking on an odd quality. Indeed, the members of Chodao Peak had always been steadfast. She knew that Yuan, her junior brother, was also quite reliable. Why then would he bring Yu and Yi Hao into the secret realm? Unless they had already been assured that no harm would befall them. The ancestral guardian is from Chodao Peak. Chapter 96, Yuming's Revelation. The ancestral guardian had always remained hidden. Why was that? The explanation seemed evident. For the individuals from Chodao Peak had always been singularly focused on cultivation, indifferent to worldly matters. Was not the current mysterious ancestral guardian of the same ilk? The previous guardians must have been similarly engrossed in secluded cultivation. Thus, during the various crises faced by Qingshan sect, the ancestral guardian had been absent because of their commitment to meditation. Yunming appeared to have uncovered a profound truth, her expression transforming into one of sudden enlightenment. Yuan stood momentarily in astonishment. She communicated with Diding through a transmission, inquiring about her senior sister's imaginative musings. Diding's ears perked slightly, and upon grasping Yunming's vivid imagination, she experienced a flicker of surprise. It was unexpected that the first to discern the peculiarities surrounding Chodao Peak was none other than the master of Lingyao Peak. Although she did not uncover the actual truth, her imaginative deductions inadvertently led her to unveil certain aspects of reality. The ancestor indeed belonged to Chodao Peak. However, this was no ancient forebear, but merely a spirit pet of Yuan's. The reason the ancestor had not made an appearance before was simply that there had never been such an ancestor until now. Their intention in bringing on Yue and Yehao was not out of knowledge regarding an ancestor, but rather a belief that with their presence, On Yue and Yehao would remain safe. In summary, despite the convoluted path taken, Yunming truly discovered the truth. Diding conveyed her findings to Yuan. Upon hearing the words, Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Yunming. At that moment, retracted her expression of astonishment, glanced around, and quietly inquired beside Ji Yuan, "Junior brother, how does senior sister treat you?" To which he candidly replied, "To be honest, it is rather ordinary." Ji Yuan speaks candidly, "Yunming, I'm just joking. My senior sister treats me exceptionally well." Ji Yuan smiled and said, "Now?" Yunming feels a bit embarrassed. "Well, I must admit, I have been rather indifferent towards you, junior brother. But let's not dwell on that. It is of little consequence. Junior brother, please inform your elder sister. Is the ancestral master residing at your Seeking Dao Peak? Rest assured, your sister will keep it a secret and will not disclose it to anyone else." Ji Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Yet, before he could finish his words, Yunming, filled with excitement, interjected, "I knew it." She rejoiced in the validation of her intuition. Her intellect had already surpassed that of her peers at the Qingshan sect, even eclipsing that of her father. The fact that she was privy to knowledge unknown to him was a testament to her exceptional insight. Seeing Yunming's joyful demeanor, Ji Yuan chose not to utter the latter half of his sentence. It was quite satisfactory as it stood. One might inquire whether the monkey is a disciple of the Dao-seeking peak. The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. However, is he an ancestor? Certainly not. Yet, it is of little consequence. The monkey does not have a master-disciple relationship with others in the Qingshan sect. Yet his formidable strength allows him to bear the title of ancestor, should the other disciples choose to address him as such. "Rest assured, junior brother," Ji Yuan said, "my senior sister has promised to keep this confidential, and she will undoubtedly honor that commitment, refraining from disclosing it to anyone else." In that moment, Yunming turned to Ji Yuan once more and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." Ji Yuan smiled and clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "It is only right," he replied. Yunming nodded, appearing as if he bore a significant responsibility. Why had I not previously noticed the charm of my senior sister? Within the secret realm, the number of individuals quickly dwindled. Yet, a handful of the truly fearless remained, seemingly unwilling to depart, eager to scavenge a bit longer. As Ji Yuan observed the situation, he wasted no time and promptly expelled the individual from the secret realm, subsequently using his authority to seal off the 4 entrances to the domain. Upon attaining the cultivation level of a saint, his first act was to relocate both this secret realm and the divine medicine secret realm to the Qingshan sect. Once the entrance to the secret realm was established, it was evident that Elder Yuan was now encircled by a group of individuals. Do not misconstrue this. They were not there to engage in conflict, but rather to amicably cultivate relationships with Elder Yuan. The elders from the Divine Sword sect, Golden Mountain Temple, and the Divine Medicine Valley were no exceptions. However, the elder from the Divine Medicine Valley was rather astute. He understood who the true pillar of support was. He discreetly conveyed a message to Sun Xian, the leader of the Divine Medicine Valley, urging him to greet Ji Yuan, make acquaintance, and ideally leave a favorable impression. Peak Master Ji, Sun Xian approached, feeling somewhat awkward as he offered his greetings. He was at a loss for how to address Ji Yuan. Upon learning that Ji Yuan was a celestial being, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Gazing upon the young Ji Yuan before him, he was uncertain how he would refer to him in the future. Fortunately, Ji Yuan had not overly concealed his identity. After all, he was still the peak master of the Qingshan sect, so Sun Xian decided to refer to him simply as Peak Master. Responding to Sun Xian's greeting, Ji Yuan smiled and offered a slight nod. They exchanged a few casual remarks, and upon understanding the relationship between the Divine Medicine Valley and the Qingshan sect, Ji Yuan's perception of the former improved somewhat. After all, the founding ancestors of both sects were siblings, having been disciples of the same lineage. Had it not been for the initial concerns of their ancestors about potential enemies, it is likely that most individuals from the Divine Medicine Valley would have originally belonged to the Qingshan sect. Before long, the various sects departed from Frost Moon Mountain. On their return journey, aboard the flying vessel, Elder Yuan and Elder Sun summoned all the elders from their sects into a grand hall. "What do you all think? Where is our ancestor currently?" Elder Yuan inquired of the assembly. The crowd exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in uncertainty. "Who could possibly know?" One elder remarked. "It seems our ancestor has chosen not to appear." At this moment, Elder Yunming cast a glance at Ji Yuan and stated, "Our ancestor is a celestial being. A celestial cultivator may remain in seclusion for hundreds of years. Therefore, our ancestor's absence is likely not intentional, but rather a result of prolonged meditation." "That makes sense. Our ancestor is probably in seclusion once again," others murmured in agreement. So what shall we do next? They debated amongst themselves. After some contemplation, Elder Yuan proposed. Let us refrain from seeking out our ancestor. When our ancestor wishes to meet us, they will emerge in due time. Now that we are aware of the presence of an ancestor in our sect, and outsiders are also informed, this is the greatest boon for our sect. Additionally, the Poison Dragon sect has been vanquished by a mysterious force. It seems highly likely that our ancestor was behind that. Our focus should be on developing our sect and enhancing our strength. At this moment, Elder Sun chimed in with a smile. Elders, I have a suggestion. In 6 months, we shall hold the triannual recruitment conference for our sect. With our ancestor's presence in the secret realm, I am certain that there will be a greater turnout than in previous years. I propose we seize this opportunity to spread the word about our recruitment conference to the other 3 domains. Perhaps we can attract some talents from there. To strengthen our sect, we need disciples of exceptional aptitude. The elders listened intently, their interest piqued. Attracting more talents would indeed be beneficial. Yet they were acutely aware of their own limitations, fearing a lack of resources to nurture additional gifted individuals. Elder Yuan sighed softly after a moment of reflection. Suddenly, the previously silent Yuan's voice resonated within the grand hall. Proceed without hesitation. The secret realm of Frost Moon Mountain shall now belong to the Qingshan sect. I will transmit the method to open and close the secret realm to you. The tone of this voice differed from Yuan's typical speech. None among them recognized it as his, save for Yi Yuntian. Despite the dissimilarity, Yi Yuntian understood that it could only be Yuan. As the words fell, a streak of light soared into the hall and came to a halt before Elder Yuan. Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the assembly. Elder Yuan was the first to react, bowing in reverence. Thank you, ancestor, he exclaimed, and the others swiftly followed suit, offering their respects. The bond is not awkward. It follows naturally as one venerates oneself. The venerable ancestor stored away the jade slip, and with a flicker of his consciousness, he discerned the method to activate and deactivate the entrance to the secret realm contained within it. With this knowledge in hand, concerns regarding resource scarcity would no longer pose a threat. The secret realm within Frost Moon Mountain is notably abundant in resources. Although it has been plundered by many, a substantial quantity remains, and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the realm will gradually replenish over time. Moreover, the realm of divine herbs will, in the future, belong to the Green Mountain sect. I have already conferred with the Divine Herb Valley regarding this matter, and you may discuss the specifics with them in due course. The voice resonated once more within the hall. Upon hearing this, the assembly was taken aback once again. They had not anticipated that the venerable ancestor had seized the secret realm of the Divine Herb Valley. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Yuan continued to convey the relationship between the Divine Medicine Valley and the Qingshan sect, as well as the troubling matters involving the Water Dragon sects Zhou Tianren and the Qingshan sect. He also shared his own visit to them. Simultaneously, Yuan advised them to inform the Divine Medicine Valley, suggesting that since both sects share a common lineage, they should foster more communication in the future. As Yuan concluded his enigmatic discourse, those present remained momentarily bewildered.